Traversing through Iwagakure, he becomes a disciple of the great Anoki. Awakening his bloodline limit at the tender age of 4, he aspires not for combat, but rather to pave roads with dust release. While other shinobi villages engage in fierce competition over mission rewards, he has already multiplied the GDP of the Earth Country several times. He establishes a United Nations, creating permanent seats for 5 nations, aiming to unify the shinobi world through economic and cultural ties. Witness an extraordinary transmigrator as he brings an end to millennia of warfare through development and infrastructure. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Dust Release. Outskirts of Iwagakure, Earth Country. Morning mist, like a delicate veil, envelopes the winding valley. At the age of 4, Chihai rests on a stone by the creek, known to villagers as the Crying Rock, his silver-gray hair dampened by the morning dew. In his hand, he holds a smooth pebble. Just as I thought. Chihai's fingertips precisely touch a pattern node only he can sense. As a foreign soul reborn in this ninja world, this body seems inherently attuned to the pulse of nature. He possesses an innate ability to perceive the energy around him, exhibiting prowess akin to the Byakugan. With a sharp crack, the Crying Rock, reputed to withstand Serenk ninjutsu, splits cleanly in two, its surface so smooth it reflects his youthful visage. As a reincarnator, he finds himself an orphan, his parents having perished in battle, surviving on the kindness of neighbors and pensions. The memories of his past life have faded, yet his unique abilities remain vivid, such as this capacity to sense the earth. The specifics of how to develop this talent remain to be learned through systematic training in ninjutsu. Whenever his palm touches the ground, he feels a pulsation, and Chihai even senses he can draw a portion of strength from his surroundings, particularly the earth. At this moment, the pebbles in the creek tremble slightly beneath his fingertips. Chihai understands this is a gift from Mother Earth, a foundation upon which to build his future, enabling him to compete with the extraordinary beings of the ninja realm. Chihai, are you playing with those strange stones again? A childish voice shatters the tranquility. Without turning, he knows it is the little follower from next door, Haruka, who always clings to him. Indeed, the 4-year-old Hiyu splashes through the water, a mini shuriken fashioned from discarded kunai jingling at her waist, water droplets from her small boots, startling a nearby blue-winged sparrow. Why are you up so early today? Chihai leisurely sits up. What brings you here? Are we playing ninja games? Not at all. Hiyu's round face flushes. He is no such childish person. Suddenly, he produces a rice ball wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. The wrapping is clumsy. The seaweed has come undone, and grains of rice fall through his fingers, landing in the creek where small fish eagerly snatch them up. I brought you breakfast. Hiyu fumbles to rewrap the scattered seaweed, inadvertently squishing the rice ball into an unrecognizable shape. Chihai gazes at the misshapen rice ball, his throat tightening. He is acutely aware that given Aunt Haruka's financial struggles, each rice ball must be meticulously calculated. The woman, always donning a faded apron, must have secretly pinched an extra one when Hiyu wasn't looking. Hiyu's family consists solely of his mother. His father, like Chihai's, perished on the front lines. Usually, it is Aunt Haruka who cares for him, earning a meager income from mending clothes and washing dishes. Iwagakure is impoverished, its land unsuitable for farming. The economy is underdeveloped, commercial activities are scarce, surrounded by towering mountains that serve as both a shield during wartime and an obstacle in peacetime, even hindering the village's ability to accept missions as for Hiyu. During his mother's working hours, he would accompany Chihai, who would share stories from his past life. After hearing tales of sword immortals, Hiyu aspired to emulate such figures, diligently practicing swordsmanship at home. Remarkably, he displayed considerable talent, mastering basic techniques with impressive flair. Chihai has a clear plan for himself: to acquire knowledge of the ninja world, engage in physical training to build a foundation, and practice basic chakra extraction. He discovers that standing on the ground significantly accelerates his chakra recovery. Thank you. Chihai reaches for the pitiable rice ball. Just as his fingertips brush against the warm grains, a sudden chill paralyzes him. A bone-chilling sensation races up his spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Chihai, what's wrong? Hiyu tilts his head in confusion, his rice-covered hands waving in front of Chihai's eyes. Are you faint from hunger? Before he can finish, Chihai lunges at Hiyu. They tumble into the creek, icy water instantly soaking their clothes. Almost simultaneously, 12 shurikens whistle past their heads, embedding themselves into the rocks behind them with a sound like thunk, 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 their razor-sharp edges, glinting with a sinister purple hue in the morning light. Had it not been for Chihai's quick reflexes, both he and Hiyu would have met their demise. Poisoned, Chihai's pupils constrict. These weapons, laced with neurotoxin, are lethal. Ah! Hiyu suddenly screams. Chihai turns to see 12 shadowy figures leaping from a cliff 100 meters high. Their descent is unnaturally swift, clearly the work of elite, well-trained ninjas. The leader, wearing a scorpion-tailed mask, has blood dripping down his face, the forehead protector of Sunagakure stained grotesquely with fresh blood. Chihai's gaze locks onto the gap in the metallic armor on the man's right wrist, where a bloodied fingernail is lodged. The jagged edge of that nail indicates it was forcibly torn from a living finger. This is a formidable adversary. Two little brats. The raspy voice grates like a dull knife against bone as the masked ninja seizes Hiyu by the nape, lifting him out of the water. Hiyu's short legs flail helplessly in the air, lacking the strength to resist. I didn't intend to interfere, but what a coincidence. Encountering me means your doom. Without waiting for Chihai to react, he thrusts the kunai towards Hiyu. Don't! Chihai's heart races. Though he often perceives Hiyu as a mere child, each time this boy stands before him, pretending to be an adult, secretly bringing him food, striving to make him smile. Moreover, Aunt Haruka, despite her hardships, has never chosen to abandon him. He has already considered them family. How can he allow them to be harmed before his very eyes? Suddenly, a strange blue hue envelopes his vision. He feels something within him yearning to be unleashed, like a dormant volcano awakening from millennia-long slumber. The creek water beneath him begins to dissipate in a blue light, small blue cubes emerging from the surface, expanding outward from his center. Let him go. Each word resonates with the force of an earthquake. I said, the child's voice now echoes with an earth-shattering resonance. Let him go. The sinister grin of the Sunagakure ninja freezes on his face as he realizes his kunai is disintegrating, spiderweb-like blue cracks spreading across its metallic surface. Next, his fingers, his arms. The entire process occurs at a terrifying speed. He cannot even utter a scream before he vanishes into thin air. The remaining 11 Sunagakure ninjas immediately begin forming hand seals, but it is already too late. The blue light in Chihai's eyes surges. Countless beams of blue light spread outward, causing any ninja they touch to disintegrate instantaneously. An upper ninja, attempting to use body flicker technique, finds his legs gone mid-air, blood gushing forth. Another ninja, halfway through his hand seals, watches in horror as his fingers begin to dissolve. A female ninja stares in terror as her long hair scatters. The next moment her entire head begins to disintegrate. Chihai, your eyes. Hiyu collapses onto the shallow bank, his face marked with swollen handprints. He gazed in terror at the figure behind him, a companion who always seemed absorbed in his own affairs, silent yet deeply caring for everything around him. This moment, the small hills surrounding them had vanished, leaving behind a smooth and orderly surface. The deep blue engulfed Chichen's vision, and the sounds around him gradually faded away. He was utterly exhausted. In his fading consciousness, he could only recall the terrified expression on Filiyu's face, alongside his heart-wrenching cries. Chapter 2. The Appearance of Inoki. Chichen, what is wrong with you? Filiyu, disregarding his drenched clothes, stumbled to Chichen's side, fervently shaking his shoulder. Yet, Chichen's eyes remained tightly shut, his breath faint, his body limp against the rocky bank of the stream, as if all his strength had been drained away. Wake up! Don't scare me! Filiyu's voice quivered with a hint of tears, mingling with the droplets on his face. He could not comprehend what had just transpired, why Chichen had become this way, or why those sand ninjas had vanished in an instant. All he knew was that the only person he could rely on had collapsed. There's movement over there. A voice from afar called out, followed by hurried footsteps. After all, they were within the territory of the rock ninjas. The sand ninjas' attempt to resolve matters swiftly had now alarmed the rock ninja defense team. Filiyu abruptly looked up and saw several ninjas adorned with rock village headbands rushing towards them, led by a stern-looking jonin. What happened, kid? The jonin crouched down, scanning between Chichen and Filiyu, finally resting his gaze on the smooth rock wall surrounding them. It resembles dust release. Ninjas ambushed us. Filiu stammered, gripping Chechen's clothing tightly, fearing they would be abandoned. Chechen suddenly emitted blue light, and those ninjas just disappeared. The Jonan's brows knitted in concern as he reached for Chechen's pulse, letting out a sigh of relief. It appears to be chakra exhaustion, he murmured, then abruptly turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Take them back to the village immediately. Inform Lord Suchikage of this urgent situation." Filiu was lifted by a Chunin, while the Jonin personally carried Chechen. "Hang in there, kid," the Jonin whispered. Chechen lay on a hospital bed by the window, his silver-gray hair cascading over the pristine pillowcase, accentuating his pallid complexion. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting shadows from his eyelashes across his face, as his chest gently rose and fell with feeble breaths. The medical team had just completed a round of examinations and quietly retreated to the corner of the room, whispering among themselves. Severe chakra exhaustion, but the residual energy within him is rather unstable. A female medical ninja with round glasses examined the report, her brow furrowing. The chakra flowing through his meridians is not ordinary. It's excessively violent, even more so than explosive release chakra, rendering standard medical ninjutsu ineffective. We can only administer some nutrients and let him recover on his own. As long as his chakra returns to normal, he should be fine, the older medical team leader instructed softly. This child's condition is special, and there's no major concern. Suddenly, the door to the ward was flung open, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Chechen, a fiery red figure, rushed in like the wind. Filiu, with hair as vibrant as a blazing sunset, its tips slightly curled, shimmered with a silky sheen in the morning light. His skin was so pale it nearly appeared translucent, his features exquisitely doll-like, and his amber cat-like eyes brimmed with anxiety. He dashed to the bedside, reaching out to grasp Chechen's wrist. "Stop!" A Chunin guarding the ward firmly gripped his shoulder. "Filiu, don't disturb him. Chechen needs to rest now." Filiu whipped around, his red hair flaring like flames, his amber pupils narrowing into slits. "What happened to Chechen? He's been asleep for hours." Filiu was escorted home by the Chunin, while Aunt Haru had visited but was informed that there was no significant concern. Ultimately, she decided to let Chechen stay, intending to work until he awoke to recuperate. Suchikage office. Morning. Anoki floated half a foot above the ground, his aged fingers gripping a border report, his brow furrowed. The tea on the table had long cooled, the steam dissipated. He had just finished reviewing a stack of documents regarding disturbances of the Sand Village border and was about to take a brief respite when the office door was abruptly flung open. Lord Suchikage. A loud voice from the mountains rattled the documents on the table. A vein throbbed on Anoki's forehead as the pen in his hand punctured the scroll with a crack. "What is it?" He spun around, his levitation height rising in anger. "How many times have I told you? Not before you enter." The messenger from the mountains panted, his forehead protector askew, clearly having rushed over. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm, though his voice still carried an unusual urgency. "Lord Suchikage, there's no time for that. Something important has come up. The patrol team has brought back 2 children, one of whom is exhibiting peculiar behavior." Anoki's eyebrows shot up. Peculiar in what way? The messenger swallowed hard, articulating each word carefully. "Their behavior resembles dust release." It was remarkable, for dust release required training. This was the first instance of someone inadvertently executing dust release. The air became tense. Anoki slowly descended from the air. Upon his feet touching the ground, the temperature in the office seemed to drop a few degrees. The wrinkles on his aged face deepened, yet his eyes gleamed with a terrifying sharpness. "Elaborate further." The messenger immediately handed over a combat record, smeared with dirt and blood. "Yesterday, in the Outer Valley, the patrol team encountered 2 children who claimed to have faced 12 ninjas, and some remains were found at the scene." His tone grew strained. "They weren't killed by ordinary ninjutsu. They vanished instantly, some leaving no corpses, and the surrounding rock walls were remarkably smooth, reminiscent of dust release." Anoki examined the report, scanning the descriptions. What were the results of the scene inspection? "High purity dust release chakra residue." The messenger replied softly. As for the perpetrator, he paused, his voice almost squeezed through clenched teeth. "It is a 4-year-old orphan." Anoki's beard slightly quivered. He silently floated to the window, turning his back to the messenger, gazing down at the rock village bathed in morning light. His fingertips unconsciously tapped against the window frame. After a moment, he spoke, investigate his background in greater detail. The messenger was taken aback. We've already checked. His parents were ordinary Chunin, sacrificed during a border conflict 3 years ago, and there are no records of any special bloodline in his family. History, his best friend is named. Check again, Anoki interjected, turning to face the messenger. From today onward, place this child on the highest protection list. Chichen slowly opened his eyes, his silver-gray pupils constricting in the light. The blurry white ceiling in his vision gradually came into focus, the scent of disinfectant irritating his nostrils. He attempted to move his fingers but found his entire body felt as heavy as lead. Chichen. A familiar voice pierced through the buzzing in his ears. Chichen struggled to turn his head, catching a glimpse of Filiu's face, which was on the verge of tears. The red-haired youth was desperately banging on the window, being pulled back by 2 Chunin, reminiscent of a frenzied cat. Fei Lu. Chichen's cracked lips formed the name, his voice so faint it was barely audible. The medical team leader leaned down. Child, don't rush to speak. You're currently quite weak. You've drawn an excessive amount of chakra, leading to your body's inability to cope. The brow of Chi-Chun furrowed as fragments of memory flickered in. His mind, the grotesque visage of the Sunagakure ninja, the anguished cries of Fei Lu ensnared by puppet strings, the sudden eruption of searing energy within himself. Those, Sunagakure, he managed to utter with great difficulty. They have all been dealt with. The medical chief gently patted the back of his hand. You safeguarded your friend. You were exceedingly brave. Chapter 3. At this moment, Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, sensed an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the hospital. The once bustling sounds of the medical facility had faded into an eerie silence, as if all noise had receded like the tide, leaving behind a heavy stillness. Chikage could distinctly perceive the presence of an exceptionally powerful individual approaching. Though no sound accompanied this arrival, he was acutely aware that the latent energy he had unconsciously unleashed bore a striking resemblance to the legendary dust release technique, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups in Awagakure. Since awakening, the multitude of medical ninjas surrounding him, along with the vigilant guard outside, indicated that he had indeed caught the eye of the village's elite. With this thought in mind, Chikage shifted his gaze beyond the shoulders of the medical ninjas and out the window. There, a figure silently hovered, half a foot above the ground, his grand Tsuchikage cloak billowing in the breeze. The living legend of Awagakure, Anoki, was present. His very name epitomized the spirit of the village. Standing as an insurmountable mountain to all, he did not ascend to such heights without struggle. He had endured the brutalities of the Warring States period. Growing under the tutelage of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, as the cherished disciple of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, he had honed the terrifying dust release, an ability transcending the limits of bloodline limits, into its apex, leading the Land of Earth to numerous victories. Under his leadership, the Land of Earth had indeed triumphed against other ninja villages. During the Third Great Ninja War, he even mounted a formidable counteroffensive against Konoha, albeit ultimately thwarted. However, this did not diminish Anoki's status as the embodiment of the Land of Earth's will. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, he faced the overwhelming power of Uchiha Madara, momentarily wavering but ultimately uniting with other villages, setting aside past grievances to achieve victory. On the battlefield, he bore the weight of age, repeatedly turning the tide with dust release and stepping forward in critical moments to protect the younger ninjas, earning Madara's acknowledgement. At the age of 43, Anoki was still in his prime, his hair dark yet beginning to show signs of age with the emergence of wrinkles, each line a testament to the arduous choices and fierce battles he had faced. His gaze was now fixed intently upon Chikage, who lay upon the hospital bed. The medical ninjas swiftly rose, bowing deeply in a display of the sincere respect and subtle admiration characteristic of Awagakure's shinobi. Lord Tsuchikage. Their call rang out clearly in the hushed room. Anoki nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his attention unwavering from Chikage. All the medical ninjas clad in white halted their movements as if turned to stone, their breaths barely perceptible, leaving only the rhythmic beeping of machines echoing in the profound silence. Their reverence for this man was ingrained in their very bones. He was not only the village's guardian deity, but also the highest embodiment of the will of stone in the hearts of countless generations of IWA ninjas. After a moment of silence, it was Anoki who finally broke the stillness. How is the child? His voice was low, even somewhat hoarse. The medical ninja took a deep breath, steadying his tone to provide a thorough report. Chikage has severely depleted his chakra. Currently, his vital signs are stable, yet he is extremely fatigued and physically weakened. Preliminary assessments suggest that he has entered a self-protective coma due to the excessive use of his bloodline abilities beyond his physical limits. With sufficient rest, he should recover. The captain of the border patrol team then interjected, his voice tinged with palpable shock. According to the urgent reports from the reconnaissance team and our examination of the child, the instantaneous destructive power he exhibited completely disintegrated 12 of Sunagakir's elite, including a Jonin, in an alarmingly brief period. He emphasized completely disintegrated, for in a Wagakure, this was almost synonymous with the hallmark of dust release. Anoki pondered the phrase, his eyelids lowering slightly to conceal the flicker of sharp insight that surged within him. He was already aware of these details before arriving, and he was intimately familiar with Chikage's interactions. This child is remarkable, he mused. From a young age, he has demonstrated immense discipline. Despite a difficult upbringing, he has been surrounded by kindness, and he harbors a profound affection for the village. The village has never withheld assistance, albeit limited. This genius now wielded dust release, and astonishingly, he had manifested it without formal training. As the sole master of dust release in the current ninja world, he understood the terrifying power it encompassed. For a mere 4-year-old to possess such an ability was a complete subversion of reason. At that moment, a voice pierced the heavy silence. Chikage, let me in. Hiryu's anguished cries and desperate struggles shattered the oppressive stillness, much like a stone cast into still waters. The glass panes rattled as his fiery red hair bobbed, thrashing against the grips of 2 Chunin. His amber eyes glistened with tears. He had longed to enter when Chikage awakened, but had been thwarted by the ninjas. One of the Chunin holding Hiryu hesitated, casting a guilty glance at Anoki, seeking permission. The Tsuchikage's gaze shifted from Chikage to the struggling child outside, and for a moment, his imposing demeanor softened at the sight of Hiryu's pure, concerned expression. Suddenly, Anoki smiled, genuinely pleased. Let the child go. The grip loosened instantly. Hiryu dashed forward, bursting into the hospital room without a glance at the hovering Tsuchikage. His focus solely on Chikage. Chikage, he cried, rushing to the bedside, his small frame trembling with excitement and exertion. He reached out his small, scraped hand, yearning to touch Chikage's face, but halted just before contact, as if fearing to shatter him. Tears streamed down his cheeks, splattering onto the pristine sheets, leaving darkened patches. You scared me. I thought. His voice faltered, choked with emotion, leaving only muffled sobs. Chikage struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, meeting Hiryu's tear-filled, fearful gaze. Gazing at Hiryu's disheveled red hair and the faint imprint of a handprint on his face, a wave of unfamiliar sorrow surged through Chikage. He longed to utter something, yet his throat felt parched, rendering him voiceless. It dawned on him that he had unwittingly woven himself into this world. He had formed bonds with many during his time here, connections that were absent in the original narrative. Perhaps they had been sacrificed, as he had witnessed the harsh realities of the ninja world. Seeing Chikage's eyes open, Hiryu hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing snot and tears across it. Suddenly recalling something, he fumbled in his pocket, which had been distorted from his frantic tugging. Finally, he produced a small, crudely carved wooden talisman, tied with a faded red string, its edges polished from years of wear. Here, take this. Hiryu's voice was thick with emotion as he pressed the talisman into Chikage's palm, which rested outside the blanket, the 4 needles still inserted. Hiryu's small hand enveloped Chikage's icy fingers, clumsily attempting to close his palm around it. My dad gave it to me before he left, saying it would keep me safe. Wear it, and never do something like that again. His tone was fierce. Yet tears continued to fall, warming Chikage's hand. This talisman had been a parting gift from Hiryu's father before he ventured into battle, never to return. It was Hiryu's most treasured possession. All right, I feel a bit hungry. Hiryu, Chikage murmured, his voice barely a whisper, yet it sparked joy in Hiryu's heart. Taken aback, Hiryu's expression shifted from shock to elation, his voice breaking into laughter. Rice balls. When I arrived, I forgot to bring it. I shall retrieve it now, please wait. He appeared to have found the most pressing task at hand. Without regard for those present, nor considering the potential benefits of remaining, he immediately turned to dash outside. The gaze of the earth shadow slowly swept across the pale face of Chichen, then to the cheap talisman he clutched tightly. Observing the small figure rushing recklessly towards the task, A barely perceptible smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. His ethereal form silently ascended. The broad earth shadow cloak brushing against the threshold of the hospital room, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere that gradually began to flow. This child, along with the one named Chichen, sparked a thought that quietly spiraled within the heart of Inoki. An idea that had long lain dormant seemed to flicker with a glimmer of light, ignited by the flames erupting in this small hospital room. Once you recover, come find me. I shall provide you with everything you desire. Ultimately, he ascended silently by a few inches, turning towards the door of the hospital room. He had already discerned the child's determination to protect someone important. He was indeed a good child. From the moment I laid eyes on Chichen, I knew he would inherit my will. Yet I had not anticipated the profound impact he would have on this world. I had thought I would not live to see his success. In the original text, the Rock Shinobi village had too few strong individuals. Here, I established that they sacrificed themselves during an assault of over 10,000 Rock Shinobi, as logically, those who died were mostly children who had not yet matured. Moreover, the land of Earth had so many ninjas that there must have been geniuses. They had simply perished or remained undiscovered due to the educational system. I did not wish to add too many, merely leaving an anchor point for the protagonist in this world, ensuring he was not too weak, lest he become like Scorpion or Little Lantern, needing to grow together. Here, I specifically mentioned that Huang Tu is indeed formidable, having restrained the Ten Tails for a while. Chapter 4. Chichen becomes a disciple. The following days alternated between the scent of disinfectant and the aroma of rice balls. Aunt Haruki almost daily brought Filiu along, each time wrapping 2 steaming rice balls in a clean cloth. Sometimes they were simply salted. Other times they were luxuriously filled with a small piece of dried salted fish or pickled plum. When she had the time, Aunt Haruki would stay a while longer, peeling fruit for Chichen. However, most of the time, it was just Filiu. In recent days, Aunt Haruki had been increasingly busy, as evidenced by the occasional nutritional supplements she brought, even though Chichen had repeatedly stated he no longer needed them. Claiming the village had provided adequately and that he was growing stronger, Aunt Haruki paid no heed, merely tucking him in before departing. Filiu always watched eagerly as Chichen finished eating, then animatedly recounted the latest happenings in the village, whose ninja dog had given birth, which lower-ranked ninja had half-buried himself while practicing earth release, or how he had sneaked off to the back mountains to practice throwing his small kunai, nearly striking a patrolling ninja. Chichen, please recover quickly, Filiu implored, resting his chin on his arms at the bedside, his amber eyes sparkling. Once you're well, we can go to the back mountains together. I know a new place where the stones are beautiful. You will surely love it. He lowered his voice, brimming with excitement. Chichen slowly savored the rice ball, relishing the sweetness of the grains melting in his mouth. He gazed at Filiu's face, then glanced down at the minuscule, nearly invisible pinhole on the back of his hand. The reality of this world had never felt so intense. The vague memories of his past life seemed inconsequential now. The lively red-haired child before him, Aunt Haruki's gentle yet weary gaze, and the earthy wind wafting in from outside, belonging to a Wagakure, constituted the soil in which he would take root. This world was far more perilous than the simplistic narratives of his previous life. He needed strength, not for some nebulous ambition, but simply to safeguard this hard-won bond, flourishing resiliently amidst the crevices of stone. Yes, let's go together, Chichen affirmed, swallowing the last bite of his rice ball. His voice soft yet remarkably clear. Days later, after the medical team confirmed that the dangers of his excessive chakra absorption had dissipated and that his body had recovered, Chichen was finally permitted to leave the hospital. Filiu was overjoyed, chattering animatedly as they made their way home. Fearing that Chichen had not completely recuperated, Aunt Haruki brought him to her home for easier care. In the final days of his recovery, Chichen remained industrious, attempting to sense the power within him, distinct from the near-death explosion by the streamside. Now, he could clearly perceive this force and even harness it. When he gently pressed his palm against the ground, he could hear distant sounds, the water splashing as Aunt Haruki washed clothes, the swishing sounds of Fili practicing his strikes in the yard, and even the muffled rumble of earth release training from deeper within a Wagakure. He sensed the textures of the rocks, as if they were living veins. He even attempted, with the faintest flicker of thought, to soothe a small stone resting on the windowsill, its internal stress points nearly imperceptible. The stone remained unchanged. Yet he felt an ephemeral moment of compliance beneath his fingertips. This was not destruction, but rather understanding and communication. Perhaps Earth release was not merely decomposition? Chechen pondered. On the morning of his full recovery, Chechen donned a clean, albeit faded, set of clothing and carefully tied the wooden talisman around his wrist. He did not disturb the still sleeping Filiu, gently closing the door behind him. After bidding farewell to Aunt Haruki, he set off towards the tallest rock edifice in the village center, the Earth Shadow Building. The guards at the building's entrance, evidently having received instructions, did not hinder Chechen as he approached. Instead, they directed him inside. Following the instructions of the guarding ninja, Chechen descended to the third underground level, where enormous rock pillars supported the lofty dome. He was then led by a taciturn rock shinobi to a heavy stone door inscribed with intricate Iwagakure emblems. The guiding ninja knocked, and a steady, familiar voice from within beckoned, "Enter." Chechen pushed the door open. The interior was not the Earth Shadow's office he had envisioned, but rather a vast training ground. The dome soared high above, with walls of unrefined rock, marked by various deep and shallow scars, sharp cuts resembling those of axes, spiderweb-like cracks left by immense impacts, and some smooth, mirror-like depressions. In the center of the space floated a small, yet steadfast figure, Inoki, the second Tsuchikage. Clad in deep gray attire that accentuated his robust form, he cradled his hands, palms facing each other, as a diminutive yet soul-quaking white cube of light slowly rotated within. It collapsed and reformed, each subtle alteration tearing at the surrounding air. Earth release, separation technique. Chechen's pupils constricted. This power, while manageable in his hands, felt daunting in another's. He sensed Inoki's almost superhuman control and absolute mastery over Earth release. Inoki did not turn around, wholly engrossed in the beautiful yet perilous existence in his hands. Only when the white cube stabilized like the purest crystal did he gradually close his hands. The luminous aura dissipated silently, yet the lingering essence in the air seemed to pierce Chechen's soul, leaving him with a sharp pang. Turning around, he descended back to the ground, his gaze solidly fixed upon the doorway where Chechen stood. That penetrating gaze, sharp as ever, seemed capable of piercing into one's very soul, yet now, it burned with an intensity Chechen had never witnessed, a fervent light of excitement, not mere scrutiny, but a confirmation, a passionate yearning born from long-lost hope. "It seems you have recovered quite well." In the desolate and silent training ground, the voice of Inoki reverberated. Chechen stepped to the center of the arena, gazing up at this towering pillar of Iwagakure. His suspended form glided closer, diminishing the distance between them, and an invisible pressure bore down with an urgent sense of guidance. "Little one, you are Chechen, correct?" Inoki's voice was deep and powerful. "The strength you previously unleashed is a key. It is the key to unlocking the bloodline limit of dust release." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the haunting scars of devastation etched into the rock wall. His tone suddenly heavy as lead. "This path has stagnated in my hands and in the village for far too long, so long that I feared that one day, should I perish on the battlefield, dust release would vanish entirely from the land of Earth, and the world of ninjas would no longer recognize such a thing as bloodline limits." He looked once more at Chechen, his fiery gaze mingled with a near-tragic determination. "It is perilous, dangerous enough to obliterate all aspiring geniuses in an instant, destroying everything in its wake. Over the years, nearly every genius has contemplated reaching for it. And the result?" His eyes swept over the most terrifying gaps in the wall, his voice tinged with a rust-like bitterness. "They have all become part of these charred marks, or have suffered crippling injuries, rendered useless. The practice of dust release has long been regarded by the village as tantamount to suicide. I have nearly given up hope of finding a successor." Inoki's floating form drew nearer still, almost level with Chechen. The fervent light in his eyes seemed poised to ignite Chechen. "Yet you have appeared. That attack proved you possessed the hope for success, the dust release that erupted forth to save your comrades. This will to unleash strength for the sake of protecting one's companions embodies the will of stone." Inoki's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. "It is this heart that is willing to shatter itself to stand for what is important. It has revealed to me a faint yet tangible glimmer of hope. Hope that the land of Earth may rise and not fall behind." He inhaled deeply, his diminutive frame seemingly brimming with boundless strength and resolve. His voice crashing down like a boulder upon the empty training ground, striking at Chechen's heart. "Chechen, I am not asking if you wish to learn. I see in you the potential to inherit dust release and continue this bloodline limit. This power must be passed on. The future of a Wagakure depends on it. And you are, thus far, the only one who has shown me a glimmer of light. This path is fraught with peril. Each step is akin to walking upon the edge of a blade. Each step could lead to utter ruin. It demands the endurance of inhuman suffering, and it will burden you with responsibilities heavier than mountains. Yet, even so, Anoki's gaze, like tangible flames, locked onto Shishin's eyes, filled with an undeniable authority and a near-sacred weight. Even so, Chi-Chin, do you dare to accept this inheritance? Do you dare to become my disciple and embark upon this thorny path that may lead to destruction or to the pinnacle of guardianship? Shishin's heart raced fiercely within his chest, Anoki's words resonating in his mind like a thunderclap. He understood that by agreeing to Anoki, he could one day become the fourth Tsuchikage, potentially the foremost figure in the ninja world, leveraging his foresight and insight. He did not respond immediately. His small hand slowly lifted, fingertips brushing against the coarse wooden talisman on his wrist, feeling the residual warmth. That warmth seemed to connect him to the anxious visage of Hiryu in the hospital room, to the gentle aroma of rice balls from Aunt Haru, to the fragile roots he had established in this rocky land. He raised his head, his silver-gray eyes devoid of fear or ecstatic delight at being chosen, but filled with a resolute understanding of responsibility. He met Anoki's fervent and weighty gaze, his voice quiet yet imbued with the penetrating force capable of shattering stone. I am willing, not for the sake of power, but to protect the bonds that connect this world. Just a few words. The flames in Anoki's eyes flared intensely. He no longer floated, his feet firmly planted upon the solid ground, as if rooted like an actual rock. Excellent. Anoki's voice resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the training ground, imbued with the solemnity of ushering in a new era. From this moment forth, Chi-Chin, you shall be my disciple, Anoki of the two scales. You are to be the steadfast shield that protects a Wagakure in the land of earth, standing boldly before the multitudes to guide them. As he spoke, he handed Chi-Chin a stone. Remember your choice today. Remember the weight of this power. It is not for destruction, but to safeguard the gem of a Wagakure, to protect that which binds you to the earth. He extended his right hand, palm upward, as an exceedingly small yet intensely concentrated earthen-hued light coalesced in his palm, spinning and emanating a heavy, stable, and all-encompassing aura akin to the earth itself. This was not dust release, but the pinnacle of the transformation of earth release chakra, the culmination of Anoki's lifelong pursuit. Chapter 5. The study of dust release within the training ground. Let us first test the chakra attributes. Dust release is a fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra. The fact that you were able to unleash the rudimentary form of dust release indicates that you inherently possess at least 3 chakra attributes. The study of dust release is intricate. Your ability to unconsciously release it places you significantly ahead of others. However, currently, you are merely scratching the surface. If you wish to surpass me in the future, you must deepen your understanding of these 3 attributes. Now, let us begin with the chakra attribute test. Chi-Chin complied, his small hand holding the chakra test paper, which rapidly transformed. The upper left corner ignited, charring and curling, releasing a wisp of nearly invisible blue smoke. The upper right corner was instantaneously and precisely sliced into 5 uneven fragments. In the moment of separation, the lower left corner erupted with a myriad of intricate, irregular folds while emitting a faint crackling sound. The fragments in the lower right corner swiftly deepened in color and softened, as if soaked in water. Meanwhile, the central area displayed an exceedingly fine, dry brown dust, its surface rough like sandpaper, with sharp edges, seemingly transformed from paper into a tiny shard of rock. Remarkable. An inherent 5-attribute chakra, a blessing for the land of earth. Anoki's voice echoed, filled with a weighty resonance. At 43, he mused about his own mortality, recognizing that he might not have long before reuniting with the first Hokage and his master. He thought of how much older he was than Sarutobi. His own body was nearing its limits, while Sarutobi, being slightly younger, was likely in a similar predicament. When his time came, he hoped to guide Sarutobi down as well, leaving behind a favorable environment for Chi-Chin. He was elated to have discovered a talent who could not only succeed him, but potentially surpass him. During this time, whenever he had the chance, he devoted himself to teaching Chi-Chin, marveling at the depth of his chakra, which surpassed even that of the Uzumaki clan. Anoki considered whether Shishin's ancestors might have intermarried with the Uzumaki, resulting in a return to ancestral traits. This child was disciplined, diligently studying ninja knowledge to enhance himself. His talent extraordinarily high, learning quickly and applying his understanding in novel ways. Furthermore, he recognized the significance of the body at such a tender age, promising to become a formidable force that would astonish the ninja world. Calm your mind, breathe, and cast aside the chaotic, murderous intent of that day, Anoki instructed. The release of dust release is not merely about condensation. You must also grasp its composition, understand its origins. You must learn to perceive the textures and fissures of the rock, to sense the seemingly alive flames that bestow resilience upon the stone. They are the threads that connect matter, the medium through which decomposition returns to the natural cycle. Lastly, one must endeavor to capture the ethereal rhythm of the wind that traverses the crevices, intangible yet omnipresent. It is essential to comprehend that the splendor of disintegration serves to return all that is tangible to the formless. Under the guidance of Ohyuki, the perception of the red dust becomes increasingly nuanced and three-dimensional. No longer does he merely sense a chaotic pulse. Soon, Chi-Chin grasps this feeling. And after mastering the art of dust release, it feels as though he is merely transcribing answers. With a slight perception, he quickly understands the meaning behind Ohyuki's words. The three entities do not exist independently. Rather, they coexist harmoniously, akin to the earth itself, which breathes with both stability and vitality. They are one. Despite possessing unparalleled destructive power, they can also serve as a protective force. He attempts to gently probe his faint yet pure chakra into the rocks beneath him, not through a violent invasion, but as a newborn root merging with fertile soil. Akin to a droplet of water seeping into gravel, seeking understanding, communication, and integration. Suddenly, a blue light emanates from Chi-Chin's hands. With a push, a wave of dust release is unleashed, striking the surrounding earthen walls and creating a breach. Over the past months, Chi-Chin has diligently studied dust release with Ohyuki and honed his chakra. Thanks to his ability to perceive the surrounding energies, he has become adept at releasing dust techniques, and his practice has entered a steady rhythm. Moreover, he has not neglected his studies of other elemental ninjutsu. Ohyuki has confirmed that he has acquired an extraordinary prodigy, capable of mastering any ninjutsu with mere instruction. Even the notoriously difficult techniques of earth release are grasped after just a couple of attempts. Ohyuki would assert that attendance at the Ninja Academy has become unnecessary. Chi-Chin is already prepared to graduate. The only remaining deficiency lies in experience. Should anyone underestimate him, even seasoned jonin might meet their downfall. For who could anticipate that a child not yet 5 years old could wield so many ninjutsu, including the legendary bloodline technique of dust release? Ohyuki is immensely satisfied with his new disciple. As his foremost apprentice, Chi-Chin is a source of pride, far surpassing the clumsy giant back home. While that fellow possesses remarkable earth release talent, he is hindered by the might of lightning release. If Ohyuki can hold on just a bit longer, by the time Chi-Chin turns 20, he may even be able to pass on his position directly to this capable disciple, who is quiet, sensible, and proactive in his studies. Not only is he training, but he is also observing the myriad ways in which a Wagakure has studied dust release and other elemental techniques over the years, demonstrating a remarkable ability to draw parallels and offer insights into the village's development. With these thoughts, Ohyuki feels his back pain easing as he resumes reviewing documents. These scoundrels from Sunagakure think I am dead and dare to provoke me. And what is Konoha up to? Are they attempting to monopolize all commerce in the land of Earth? Chi-Chin has grown indifferent to such matters. Currently, Ohyuki maintains a close relationship with the daimyo of the land of Earth, who, in fact, refers to him as Uncle Ohyuki, yet he still faces numerous constraints. Over the past few months, Hiryu has also been training. Due to his connection with Chi-Chin, Ohyuki, after assessing Hiryu's talents, deemed them satisfactory and entrusted him to Yamazumi, the previously mentioned ninja. Yamazumi's swordsmanship ranks among the finest in a Wagakure, and he is also regarded as the village's strategist. Ohyuki has meticulously prepared everything for his disciple. Once Chi-Chin graduates from the Ninja Academy, he intends to recruit another prodigy to join their ranks, ensuring that Chi-Chin's future teammates will not be lacking in strength. As for why he seeks out a strategist like Yamazumi, Ohyuki would never admit that it is due to Hiryu's previous performance, which appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Absolutely not. This is purely revenge. Ohyuki is retaliating against me. For there is no other explanation for why I would accept someone who seems rather dim-witted. Yamazumi's Diary, Year 32. This is the gift of the times. Hiryu is destined to be my disciple. Yamazumi's Diary, Year 39. Chapter 6. Training routine in the underground training room of the Tsuchikige's office in Awagakure. Chi-chun sits cross-legged, his silver-gray hair gently swaying in the breeze. To prevent any premature disclosure of Chi-chun's abilities, Ohyuki has designated the office building as his training ground, which is also why Chi-chun does not train alongside Hiryu. This arrangement helps prevent any accidental harm to villagers. With his eyes closed and hands resting naturally on his knees, palms facing upward, several fist-sized fragments of stone float around him, defying gravity as they rotate, descend, accelerate, and halt in an irregular dance. This is the weight and lightness technique, an advanced auxiliary ninjutsu that many chunin and even some jonin find challenging to master. Yet it appears effortlessly manageable in Chi-chun's hands. He does not merely manipulate the stone's levitation. He intricately perceives and alters the density and gravitational fields at the contact points between the stones and his chakra. Each floating stone feels like an extension of his own body. Shall we take a walk? Ohyuki's voice drifts from behind. Hiryu has been performing admirably. All right. At the training ground behind Awagakure, Chi-chun's azure eyes scan the scene below, where Hiryu, drenched in sweat, tirelessly practices. Observing Hiryu's repeated failures and relentless spirit, a slight smile graces Chi-chun's lips. He can sense the faint yet robust chakra within Hiryu, a true prodigy at such a young age. Hiryu possesses remarkable tenacity. Ohyuki remarks, hovering beside Chi-chun, gazing downwards. You must understand that the will of the rock is not solely about hardness. It also embodies the resilience to withstand immense pressure, and in this regard, he is doing well. Indeed, Chi-chun replies softly, guiding a stone to gently alight in his palm. Yamazumi teaches exceptionally well. That fellow possesses both superior swordsmanship and intellect. Ohyuki nods in agreement. Chi-chun turns his gaze towards the village, where the distant sounds of children at play can be heard. The Ninja Academy is about to commence. Although that place holds little significance for you now, Ohyuki waves his hand dismissively. Your strength and knowledge far exceed those youngsters. However, he pauses, observing Chi-chun's serene profile. It would not hurt to experience it. The village encompasses more than mere strength and training. There are your future companions and the daily lives of those you will protect. Let us go, for Yamazumi is on his way. Sweat cascades down Hiryu's flushed cheeks, splattering on the dry, rocky ground below, instantly creating darkened patches. His signature red hair clings damply to his forehead and neck, swaying with every vigorous swing of his blade. 997, 998, 999, 1000. His youthful yet fierce shout reverberates throughout the small valley. Hiryu grits his teeth, his amber cat-like eyes fixed intently on a half-human high, scarred rock surface, gripping a steel short blade, crafted by Yamazumi specifically for him, as he prepares to strike. Hiya! With a final cry, channeling all his strength, Hiryu brings the short blade down forcefully upon the rock. Clang! The piercing clash of metal rings out, sparks flying. The tremendous recoil leaves Hiryu's arms numb and his palms aching. The short blade slips from his grip and clatters to the ground several meters away. He stumbles backward, falling onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. Damn it, I will shatter you one day, he mutters defiantly, staring at the shallow white mark upon the stone. For the past few months, Hiryu has been diligently training under Yamazumi. However, due to Yamazumi's busy schedule and Hiryu's initial lack of foundation, he often finds himself practicing the basics of swordsmanship alone in the back mountains. The blade is not merely a tool for clashing against stone, young one, it embodies a technique. A voice emanated from nearby, as a figure atop the gnarled trunk of a tree stood with a gaze sharp as an eagle's, clad in an official vest of the rock-hidden village. He casually draped a dark short coat over it, a long blade with an antiquated design, and a dark scabbard hung at his waist, evidently just returned from a mission. Your strength is commendable among your peers, yet it is futile to think you can shatter this rock through sheer might. The man approached, picking up a practice blade from the ground and flicking it with his fingers. Relying on brute force will never harm this stone. Remember, the art of the blade must intertwine with your willpower. It is the synthesis of your intent, chakra, and the sword. The day you comprehend this, You shall be ready for your journey. He stepped before the stone, not drawing his blade, but gently placing his palm against its cold surface. Closing his eyes, he focused on its texture, its weaknesses, understanding the points of pressure it could withstand. Much like the earth supports all things, the rock too has its own veins. Struggling to rise, Hiyu imitated the man's actions, placing his small hand against the stone and channeling chakra into it. Initially, he could only perceive the rough, icy surface and its formidable resistance. Gradually, under the intentional resonance of the man's chakra, he seemed to hear something different. The rock was not a solid mass. Some areas appeared looser, almost as if tiny fissures existed within. Do you feel it? The man opened his eyes, urging Hiyu to locate that point. He released his hand, signaling Hiyu to pick up the blade once more. Taking a deep breath, Hiyu gripped the practice sword tightly. This time, he refrained from recklessly hacking away with full force. Recalling the faint sensation of the gap he had felt, he concentrated all his strength and the minuscule chakra he had just refined into the tip of the blade. Then, break. The short sword sliced through the air, striking precisely at an inconspicuous indentation on the rock's surface. A muffled thud echoed, no longer the harsh clang of metal against metal, but akin to the sound of piercing decayed wood. A small, 1-inch deep hole appeared in the once impenetrable iron-like rock. I did it. Hiyu gazed incredulously at the small hole, then at his own hand, before erupting in joyous exclamation. I pierced through. Sensei, I pierced through. Humph, merely the surface. The man grunted, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Remember this sensation. It marks the first step in mastering the blade. Your journey is far from over. My path intertwines the swordsmanship with the rock, while in the Leaf Village, there exists an individual whose sword technique melds with lightning release, achieving unparalleled swiftness, making him a formidable opponent. However, such matters are distant from you. Continue your studies for now. Yes, the immense sense of achievement swiftly dispelled the fatigue, reigniting Hiyu's fighting spirit as he raised the short sword once more, commencing a new round of thrusts against the stone. I will undoubtedly become the greatest swordsman in the ninja world and show that brute strength can carve the heavens. Hiyu's journal entry at age 4. Recorded from the 4th Hokage Museum. No one in this ninja world can withstand my blade any longer, yet sensei, I miss you. Hiyu's journal, date unknown. Recorded by the 4th Hokage. Preserved within the 4th Hokage's memoirs. Chapter 7. The resolve to protect on the streets of the rock-hidden village. The air was filled with a delightful blend of fresh earth and roasted cakes. As the opening day of the ninja school approached, the village buzzed with heightened activity. The rock-hidden village, a large settlement housing hundreds of thousands, could hardly be considered just a village. It was one of the foremost towns. Thanks to the absence of warfare in the land of Earth, under the guidance of the 3rd Suchikage, these years have seen rapid development of this ninja village. A large population has fostered commercial growth, albeit meagerly. Nevertheless, the village appeared quite prosperous on the surface. Children donned in various garments chased and played along the streets, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. Parents gathered, either admonishing their children or exchanging pleasantries. Akatsuki walked alone along the somewhat crowded street. His silver-gray hair and tranquil demeanor set him apart amidst the raucous children, drawing many curious glances. Hey, look over there. It's Akatsuki. Come play with us. Akatsuki. Indeed. It's been a long time since we last saw you. That rascal Hiyu hasn't been around either. Right. We're all about to start school. Aren't you also heading to the Ninja Academy? Just wait. I'll definitely become the best. Akatsuki greeted them, mentioning he had been training in preparation for his future as a ninja, politely declining their invitation. After all, they were expressing their concern in their own way. Thanks to the education in the land of Earth, although its finances were relatively strained, it remained quite friendly towards orphans. Akatsuki and I. A cheerful voice rang out, slightly breathless. A little girl with horned braids and rosy cheeks, probably only 3 or 4 years old, dashed toward him, clutching a steaming, slightly charred potato cake, resembling a small projectile. Yaya? Akatsuki looked down, recognizing her as the daughter of the neighbor next door to Aunt Haru. His tense body relaxed slightly as he softened his tone, asking, "What's the matter?" "For you." The little girl raised the potato cake, larger than her tiny hand, with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Mama said that since brother is going to school, he should eat something good." The cake was indeed overcooked, its edges charred, and its appearance was far from appealing. yet the genuine aroma and warmth it emanated felt comforting. Akatsuki was momentarily taken aback, gazing into the girl's clear, adoring eyes. Then at the unappealing yet heartfelt potato cake. A strange warmth coursed through his heart. He reached out not to take the cake, but gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Thank you, Yaya. Brother isn't hungry. You should eat." "No way. It's for you." The girl stubbornly held the cake aloft. "Akatsuki, just take it," a warm, smiling voice interjected. Yaya's mother, a woman in an apron, approached briskly. Her face adorned with a sincere and apologetic smile. "This child, training every day without enough to eat. How can that be?" Akatsuki looked into the woman's earnest eyes and at the little girl's persistent gesture, finally accepting the warm, slightly hot potato cake. "Thank you," he murmured softly. "Oh, there's no need to be so polite." The woman laughed heartily, pulling her daughter, who kept glancing back, away. "Come on, Yaya, don't delay." Akatsuki and I. Standing still. Akatsuki held the potato cake, its warmth radiating through the oil paper to his palm, reaching deep into his heart. He took a bite. Beneath the charred exterior lay soft, sweet potato mash, infused with a hint of grainy sweetness. "Hey, how bold of you, Akatsuki. You have delicious food and didn't call me." A loud, boisterous voice rang out. Hiyu, drenched in sweat, rushed over, clearly just finished with training. In truth, after Hiyu's training, the man had informed him that Akatsuki had visited, observed his practice, and had just left, prompting Hiyu's hurried dash. He snatched the cake from Akatsuki's hand without hesitation, taking a large bite. "Delicious. Where did this come from?" "Yaya gave it to me." Akatsuki observed Hiyu's cheeks bulging, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Hey, that little girl has quite the heart." Hiyu proudly lifted his chin, as if the cake were meant for him. "Let us go. I heard the ninja tool shop just received a new batch of shuriken models. Let us check it out. As the school year commenced, one must possess a commendable weapon. At this moment, I am quite formidable and capable of safeguarding you." Without further ado, he seized Chichen's wrist, pulling him into the bustling crowd, making their way toward the ninja tool shop. Dragged along, Chichen observed the excited nape of Hiryu's neck, feeling the rough texture of the wooden talisman on his wrist, and recalled the warm yet charred potato pancake from earlier. Suddenly, he felt that this village, seemingly rugged and hard, built upon rocks, harbored within it a warmth and resilience far beyond his expectations. It was wonderful. He had truly integrated into this world and was no longer alone. He was no longer solitary. Here were those he cherished: Aunt Haru, Hiryu, the kind-hearted neighbors Yaya and her daughter, the strict yet generous teacher Ohyuki, the seemingly coarse but meticulous swordsmanship instructor Yamanaka, those clumsy yet caring friends, and perhaps even the unfamiliar faces racing down the streets who might become companions in the future. The ninja school might indeed be worth attending. Not merely for learning, but to gain a clearer vision of all that he wished to protect. He gazed at Hiryu's flowing red hair ahead, tightening his fist, knowing that this guy would be quite disheartened if he did not go. Although he was likely to graduate swiftly, he thought it worthwhile to accompany him for a while. "You always space out like this when we go out to play. Hurry up, we still need to get home for dinner." Hiryu turned back, exclaiming angrily, I know. You're the one dragging me along. I want to get lost." Chichen chuckled. "Indeed, strength is born to protect these bonds. This bond shall undoubtedly become the most solid foundation as he ascends the pinnacle of power. The future of Awagakure will be pinned by their generation. And I, Chichen, shall become the steadfast rock, providing a sky for those behind me. I will never, ever betray these expectations." Chapter 8. Enrollment Awagakure. Ohyuki residence. After concluding a morning of basic dust release perception training and chakra control exercises, Chichen emerged from the underground training ground, slightly fatigued. Ohyuki was in the courtyard, instructing his son, Yudo, on the rock fist technique. The massive stone fist struck a specially designed target, producing a thunderous sound as debris scattered. "Back already?" Ohyuki glanced at Chichen, his floating body turning slightly toward him. "How do you feel? Is your dust release perception clearer today?" "Yes, sensei," Chichen replied respectfully. "I have begun to formulate some ideas on how to separate the dust release techniques, but many challenges remain." In recent days, Chichen had immersed himself in extensive reading and was preparing to establish his own dust release system. After all, Ohyuki's signature dust release was comparable to the legendary Susanu's absolute defense during the Warring States period, thus requiring an extensive preparatory phase. For most ninjas, A more convenient and rapid dust release technique would be necessary, but Ohyuki merely suggested using earth release, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters, given that dust release consumed significant chakra. Initially, Ohyuki thought Chichen was merely toying around, intending to temper him by allowing him to experiment. However, he was taken aback by Chichen's innate ability to perceive the energy of the surrounding environment, which made instantaneous dust release feasible. Coupled with his immense chakra reserves, Chichen was undoubtedly the most suited for such a combat style. Each generation of Tsuchikage possessed a unique style, the ineffable, the grandiose Ohyuki, and soon, the fourth generation would likely excel in instantaneous dust release. It was intriguing to ponder the path this young lad would carve for himself. That's quite normal, Ohyuki nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The integration of dust release is inherently challenging. Completing it in a few months is commendable. Now, refining it will indeed be arduous. Yes, sensei, Chichen replied, retracting the glow from his fingertips. Father, how about my punch? At that moment, Yudo excitedly bounded over, his tall frame cutting through the air like a gust of wind. He was about 5 years older than Chichen, possessing a straightforward and earnest character, and felt a sense of responsibility as an older brother to look after Chichen. Humph, the power is decent, but your chakra concentration is too dispersed. It's wasteful. Ohyuki commented bluntly. He was quite exasperated with his son, who had not inherited his talents. Were it not for Chichen's presence, what would become of the vast land of Earth? Yudo chuckled innocently, which only frustrated Ohyuki further. Thankfully, Chichen quickly stepped in front of Yudo, blocking part of Ohyuki's line of sight, which earned him a grateful glance from Yudo. Rebellious child, do you think so little of me? After a brief pause, Ohyuki turned his attention back to Chichen. School starts in a few days. Don't forget to prepare. You might take this time to relax with your friends. Remember to balance work and leisure. He paused, implying that every phase of life is often reminisced upon in the next. One must pay heed to those around them. Chichen understood Ohyuki's meaning and nodded. I understand. Iwagakure, streets and ninja school playground in the afternoon. Chichen walked alone along the main road leading to the ninja school. The streets remained lively, yet now there were children of similar age, their eyes filled with anticipation. These were children preparing to familiarize themselves with the ninja school, accompanied by their parents during this open enrollment period. Chichen and I. Once again, that cheerful voice rang out. Yaya, like a joyful little bird, wriggled free from her mother's grasp and dashed over, clutching some gleaming, water-drenched wild fruits. Here, I picked these from the back mountain. They're so sweet. Chichen squatted down to accept the small, ruby-red fruits, feeling their coolness in his hand. Thank you, Yaya. He gently patted the little girl's head. Are you going to the ninja school too, Chichen and I? Yaya looked up, her big eyes brimming with expectation. That is amazing. When I grow up, I want to be a ninja too, to become strong and protect mommy and the village. Yes, keep at it, Chichen replied, a rare, gentle smile gracing his face. Chichen, over here. Hilyu's voice called from not far off. He had just finished a rigorous morning of training. Though exhausted, he was in high spirits. Gathered with a few friends he had previously encountered on the street at the spacious playground of the ninja school. Upon spotting Chichen, he waved enthusiastically. Chichen approached, and the group of children, some of whom had invited him to play before and some new faces, grew a bit shy upon seeing him. After all, Chichen's calm demeanor, which transcended his years, coupled with the rumors circulating about his direct tutelage under the Tsuchikage, instilled a sense of awe in them. Hey, Chichen, I heard you've been training with the Tsuchikage. Is he really that powerful? A bolder boy, with dark skin and a sturdy build named Kuroiwa, could not contain his curiosity. Yeah. Is the Tsuchikage fierce? Did he teach you any amazing jutsu? Another tall, slender boy named Shirley chimed in. Hilyu immediately puffed out his chest, eager to respond. Of course, Chichen is a genius. The Tsuchikage teaches him incredibly powerful jutsu. But, he added, a playful glint in his eye, the specific techniques are a secret. Right, Chichen? He nudged Chichen with his elbow, seeing Hilyu's proud and protective demeanor, and the pure curiosity and a hint of admiration in the eyes of the surrounding children warmed Chichen's heart. He nodded, opting not to elaborate further, simply stating, my teacher has taught me many things about being a ninja, as well as a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Theory? Kuroiwa scratched his head, a bit perplexed, as most ninjas only needed to wield power. As Chichen's gaze swept across the towering rock walls surrounding the playground, the very symbols of Awagakure. He reflected on their significance, strength akin to these stones. They could serve as weapons to crush foes or as walls to protect a homeland. And they were the very earth upon which we all stand and grow. The children, though partially comprehending, were quieted by the calmness of Chi-Chen's words and the ineffable wisdom they conveyed. Even the boisterous Hiryu fell silent, his amber eyes reflecting the figure of his companion, as if he were truly grasping the weight of his words for the first time. "So cool," Hiryu murmured. "Wow. Chi-Chen, you're amazing. You speak like an adult." Shirley exclaimed in awe. Of course. He is my brother," Hiryu retorted proudly, throwing an arm around Chi-Chen's shoulder. "Once school starts, you'll all see just how formidable we are. When we graduate, we shall form the strongest ninja squad, striking fear into our enemies." Laughter erupted among the children, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Chi-Chun felt the warmth from Hiryu's arm, gazing at the hopeful smiles of those around him, listening to the earnest advice from parents in the distance, and recalling Aunt Haruki's rice balls, Yaya's wild fruits, and the rigorous yet hopeful training Hiryu endured on the mountain, alongside teacher Onoki's profound gaze. This village, built upon rocks, and these rugged yet warm-hearted individuals were the sources of his strength, the very stones he must protect. The Ninja Academy may very well serve as a place for rediscovering this land and oneself. This is an era when the consciousness of the rock awakens once more. The great will of IWA shall be reborn from the ashes, breathing life into this age. Trust me, children, the will of the rock is something we all construct together. We are the architects of this consciousness. The fourth Tsuchikage loved this country, and in return, this nation has loved him steadfastly. Rather than inquire about my views on the fourth Tsuchikage, you might as well glance outside. That is the finest answer of this era. I am Chi-Chun. I find myself adrift, uncertain of where I belong or the purpose of my existence. I have never known the care of family. I have always been alone. Perhaps my solitude is but the world's punishment upon me. What is the meaning of life? That little fellow next door, Hiryu, keeps pestering me despite my clear dislike for him. He seems heartbroken, and I have seen him wipe away tears when I speak harshly. But if I don't act this way, what will become of you all? You are so impoverished, and Aunt Haruki is already struggling. She cannot possibly adopt me, or she would have to work herself to the bone. If I remain alone, the village will continue to provide subsidies, even without family. I cannot bear to let such a wonderful person suffer. I am sorry, Aunt Haruki. I do not wish to burden you. I am sorry, Hiryu. I did not mean it. I truly cherish you. You all make me feel that this world is truly beautiful. The diary of the fourth Tsuchikage reads, "Cursed dust. Why must you show me this? How could I ever disdain you? In those days, both my mother and I held you dear. My mother secretly kept track of how much you ate each day. So, do not apologize. Thank you. You are also my most important companion. This is what they call a bond. I assenti it. I can assure you that such connections are not exclusive to Konohagakure. How could the land of Earth lack such ties?" Chapter 9. The beginning of school. The day of the Ninja Academy's commencement has finally arrived. The expansive playground has been temporarily transformed into a ceremonial venue, bustling with new students and their parents. The air is thick with excitement, tension, and anticipation. This was Chi-Chen's suggestion, to explain the consciousness of the rock to both new enrollees and those already attending, fostering a deeper sense of belonging to the village while enhancing ideological education, drawing inspiration from the essence of Konoha, but ultimately creating something unique to Awagakure. This initiative, deemed insightful by the think tank, was thus adopted by Onoki. Chi-Chun and Hiryu, clad in freshly tailored, slightly oversized uniforms of Awagakure Ninja Academy, stood among the ranks of new students. This, too, was Chi-Chen's suggestion to bolster the sense of identity among all villagers. Under Chi-Chen's foresight, the academy has abandoned its previous utilitarian and somewhat monotonous designs in favor of a new uniform that embodies the spirit of the land of Earth while catering to the practical needs of a ninja. The overall palette of the uniforms is a steadfast ochre, evoking an unyielding sense of stability, adorned with deep brown sashes and trimmings, complemented by earth-toned patterns reminiscent of parched soil. This blend of fashion and functionality has been warmly received by the students, many of whom expressed that their appearance had notably improved. Hiryu eagerly scanned the crowd, occasionally nudging Chi-Chun. "Look, that guy is so tall. Wow, that girl's hair is green." Chi-Chun remained composed, his silver-gray hair tied back, quietly surveying the new generation's exuberance. though his primary focus was on Hiryu beside him. Suddenly, a powerful and familiar surge of chakra swept through the air, silencing the previously boisterous playground to the point where one could hear a pin drop. As all heads turned in reverence towards the towering rock platform at the front of the playground, Onoki, the second Tsuchikage, floated in midair, his expansive Tsuchikage cloak billowing in the morning breeze. His authoritative visage looked down upon the youthful and spirited faces below. His gaze lingered on Chi-chun for a moment before shifting away, yet Chi-chun could distinctly feel the intangible attention directed at him. Children. Onoki's voice resonated like stone striking stone, echoing throughout the venue, infused with a calming strength. Welcome to Awagakure Ninja Academy. From this day forth, you shall embark on the path to becoming ninjas. Perhaps you may wonder, what is a ninja? His voice, though not loud, contained immense weight. What is a ninja? Some say they are warriors who wield power, execute missions, and protect the village. Indeed, but that is merely the surface. His gaze deepened. As if transcending time and space, the first Tsuchikage established the ninja village to end the ceaseless bloodshed of the Warring States period, allowing our children to grow safely under the shelter of stone. The second Tsuchikage pioneered dust release to intimidate enemies with absolute power, safeguarding this hard-won peace. He paused, his voice growing heavier. I have weathered the storms of war and know that if power is solely for slaughter, it will ultimately lead to destruction. A true ninja, the essence of the will of stone, lies in protection. Protect the weeping children behind you. Safeguard your comrades beside you. Defend this land that nurtures you, and uphold the hard-won tranquility and future upon these rocks. Leaning slightly forward, his voice rose with a heart-stirring intensity. The true will of stone is not a cold boulder, but the loving earth that nurtures all life. The village belongs to everyone. It is all of ours. I hope that with every mission you undertake, you remember that protecting your comrades is your most vital task. Onoki's speech struck the children like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring great waves within their hearts. The grand notion of safeguarding the earth's love etched itself vividly in their minds for the first time. Many children's expressions shifted from confusion to clarity, their chests involuntarily puffing with pride. Indeed, the protection of comrades is the paramount principle of our mission, a notion both original and profound. Among all three generations of shinobi, only Onoki has truly engaged in the brutal conflicts of the Warring States era, where the bond of companionship reigned supreme. Their struggles were all directed towards ensuring a better life for their allies. As Hiryu's excitement flushed his cheeks a bright crimson, he clenched his fists tightly, his amber feline eyes shimmering with newfound purpose, as if he had discovered the very essence of his blade's purpose. Akatsuchi gazed intently at the instructor upon the platform, his heart filled with understanding. The words spoken were a reflection of his own sentiments previously shared with the teacher, an interpretation of the will of stone and its future. The teacher wove these thoughts into the address, not only expressing hope for the new students, but also affirming Akatsuchi's role as a disciple, silently declaring that the future of Awagakure requires fresh ideals. As the speech concluded, thunderous applause reverberated through the air. The new students were escorted by their respective homeroom teachers to their classrooms, and Akatsuchi and Hiryu found themselves in the same class. This cohort represented the elite of Awagakure, destined to become distinguished chunin. In the classroom, the children could hardly contain their excitement, chattering animatedly. The homeroom teacher, a kindly yet sharp-eyed chunin, clapped his hands to silence the room. All right, everyone, let us take this first class to get to know each other. Please share your name and your dreams for the future. I am Kuroiwa. My dream is to become a ninja as powerful as Lord Rockage, capable of sending all foes flying with a single punch, boasted a robust boy who had stood first. I am Ishiro. I wish to master the formidable earth release and build a grand house of my own, exclaimed a tall and slender boy with aspirations in his eyes. I am Midori, a shy girl with green hair. I wish to become a medical ninja and assist those in need, she murmured softly. When it was Hiryu's turn, he sprang to his feet, his fiery red hair standing out vibrantly. His amber eyes scanned the classroom with an audacity reminiscent of a fearless young bull. He proclaimed loudly, I am Hiryu. My dream is to become the most formidable, sword-wielding ninja. With my blade, I shall protect my brother Akatsuchi, protect my mother, protect all of Awagakure, so that everyone may live in peace. Should anyone dare to disrupt this harmony, I shall send them flying with my sword. His voice resonated with the fervor and resolve characteristic of youth, drawing the attention of his classmates. A few murmured in admiration, inspired to protect their peers as well. Soon, it was Akatsuchi's turn, and the classroom fell silent. All eyes turned towards the calm, silver-haired boy with blue eyes, while Hiryu tightened his fists in anticipation. Akatsuchi rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across each face in the room before settling on the towering structures of a Wagakure bathed in the morning light outside the window. I am Akatsuchi. He paused. My dream is to become the fourth Tsuchikage, to safeguard every individual I hold dear. With absolute strength, I shall ensure that the light of peace forever illuminates this land. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The ambition of becoming the fourth Tsuchikage was undeniably vast, perhaps even audacious. Yet the weighty conviction in Akatsuchi's voice, as solid and resolute as the earth itself, lent an undeniable gravity to his bold declaration. This was not merely the whimsy of a child, but a vow that had taken root deep within his heart. Hiryu's mouth fell agape, and his eyes sparkled with an uncontainable brilliance, even more exhilarated than when he received praise himself. Chapter 10. The Ninja School. Did you hear that? Hiryu exclaimed, springing from his seat, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. His vibrant red hair seemed to blaze even brighter, his amber eyes wide with an intensity that glimmered more fervently than when he had articulated his own dream. He excitedly waved his small fists, his voice booming as if to lift the roof. Akatsuchi, my best friend, will become the Tsuchikage. I shall be the Tsuchikage's closest ally. He surveyed the classroom, his chin held high, radiating pride and an undeniable sense of declaration. Some children were swept up in Hiryu's enthusiasm, realizing that dreams could indeed be expressed with such fervor. Yet others, like Kuroiwa, who had boasted earlier of sending foes flying, displayed a flicker of defiance, as if to say that he too could match Akatsuchi's ambition. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Chisai, a veteran educator, had heard countless dreams over the years. Some wished to become the strongest ninja, others aspired to amass great wealth, and some even dreamed of raising a multitude of ninja dogs. Naturally, there were those who desired to become Kage. However, most of these young children viewed the role of Kage as merely a symbol of strength or prestige, not fully grasping the profound responsibilities it entailed. Encountering someone as resolute as Akatsuchi was indeed a rarity. Ms. Chisai's gaze drifted from Akatsuchi's calm, silver-gray eyes to Hiryu's flushed, excited face, and then to the varied expressions of the students below. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her throat softly, her voice rising above Hiryu's lingering excitement and the subtle restlessness among the students. To aspire to be the Tsuchikage, she began, is an exceptionally noble ambition, Akatsuchi. Such greatness demands an effort beyond what the ordinary can conceive, as well as the burden of immense responsibility. It is not merely about strength, it encompasses wisdom, compassion, and sacrifice. I hope everyone will take inspiration from Akatsuchi's determination to protect our village and comrades and strive towards that goal. Now then, Ms. Chisai continued, returning to her usual rhythm, let us move on to the next student. You there, Shino? The student called upon seemed startled, still reeling from the earlier revelations. He stood, stammering, I am Shino, and I wish to be a partner to Miko and protect her. Ah, Shino, I see you have a noble heart. As the self-introductions continued, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. The children's voices varied in volume, their dreams ranging from the grandiose to the humble. Hiryu remained animated, fidgeting in his seat, occasionally nudging Akatsuchi with his elbow, as if envisioning his brother clad in the Tsuchikage's mantle. Meanwhile, Akatsuchi pondered the beauty of the village, noting how many breathtaking sights had yet to be depicted in their animated tales. For Akatsuchi, the curriculum at the ninja school felt largely like a review of familiar material. The theoretical lessons on ninja world history, geography, foundational tactics, and chakra nature analysis had been instilled in him repeatedly through Inoki's study and the counsel of his advisors. As the instructor discussed the basics of chakra refinement, Akatsuchi's thoughts might have already drifted to ways to enhance the efficiency of dust release by a fraction of a percent. When analyzing the impact of common sandstorms on combat dynamics at the borders of the Earth country, he may have been strategizing the use of weighty rock techniques to maintain formation amid the tempest. His presence quickly became a double-edged sword for the theoretical instructors. They cherished his ability to provide insights far beyond the textbook, often referencing classic texts to challenge outdated or one-sided notions within the curriculum. Classroom discussions frequently delved deeper due to his unassuming contributions. However, they also resented the ease with which he excelled, as it nearly extinguished the courage of his peers to pursue their own inquiries. Most instructors had ceased attempting to manage Akatsuchi during lessons. In contrast, the practical combat classes revealed a different scenario. The fundamental training in taijutsu, shuriken throwing, and hand sign practice were areas where Akatsuchi also demonstrated remarkable proficiency, executing each movement with textbook precision. However, he consciously repressed his strength, speed, and chakra precision, ensuring he remained within the realm of excellence without overshadowing others. He wished to avoid revealing his full capabilities too soon, especially not to diminish the confidence of his peers, particularly Hiryu. Hiryu became a stark contrast to Akatsuchi within the ninja school, where theoretical lessons felt like an inscrutable tome to him. The intricate principles of ninjutsu and complex tactical deductions often left his amber eyes glazed over. He would rather endure the rigors of physical training on the mountain than sit in a classroom poring over books. Only when he elucidated the construction, maintenance, and fundamental applications of weaponry did he occasionally display an invigorated spirit, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. In the combat class, however, Hiryu transformed entirely. Although his basic physical maneuvers sometimes appeared clumsy, the tenacity and fierce determination he exuded were unmistakable. Particularly during routine drills, he exhibited a remarkable composure and focus, as if he were confronting not mere wooden dummies but genuine adversaries. The techniques taught on the mountain, though still in their infancy, had instilled in him a habitual quest for vulnerabilities. The class that Chichen belonged to could be regarded as a cohort of relatively gifted ninja students, encompassing not only commoners but also members of notable clans from Iwagakure, such as the Kamizur Kodo clan, albeit with little prominence. Although the 5 great shinobi villages were established under the formidable dominance of Senju Hashirama, the Land of Earth could be deemed the most unremarkable of them all. Lacking bloodline clans and possessing only a scant number of ninja families, relying primarily on the populace of commoner ninjas. The third Tsuchikage perpetuated this policy, resulting in the largest enrollment in ninja schools across the Land of Earth, which in turn contributed to the financial struggles of Iwagakure, otherwise as an orphan village. It would not have been able to enforce laws with just enough funds for survival. Each time Chichen observed his classmates, he was reminded that this world was indeed a complete entity, far more intricate than what was portrayed in comics. Kuroiwa demonstrated astounding strength in combat, resembling a traditional Earth ninja, reveling in the visceral thrill of direct confrontation. Shino was always considerate and attentive towards his classmates, secretly preparing small gifts for Mei, blushing shyly when caught in the act. Adai, on the other hand, was somewhat naive, selling goods at a general store after school to buy medicine for his mother. Qianxing diligently practiced shuriken techniques, claiming they were a legacy from his father, aspiring to protect the village just as his father had. So many living souls had never graced the pages of a comic, yet this was precisely why Chichen wished to remain here and safeguard this place. The 4th Hokage, in his declaration at the onset of the 3rd Great Ninja War, expressed that the history of the Land of Earth was woven from the lives of countless individuals, emphasizing that our existence constituted this magnificent village. Chapter 11. Confrontation. Iwagakure Ninja School, 3rd training ground. Everyone gathered around Teacher Chisui, awaiting the group assignments for the combat class. Hiryu stood beside Chichen, instinctively resting his hand on the practice short sword at his waist. "Hey, Chichen," he whispered, nudging him with his shoulder. "If I end up facing you, go easy on me." Chichen glanced at him and replied, "Rest assured, I won't ruin that charming face of yours. Besides, it's not you I'm up against today." Hiryu initially felt a flicker of joy from the first part of Chichen's statement, but his mood soured upon hearing the latter. "What? You're not fighting me? Who else could you possibly want to face?" Before Chichen could respond, Teacher Chisui's voice rang out, "Chichen, Kuroiwa, prepare to enter the arena." The command echoed clearly throughout the training ground. Kuroiwa, the robust boy who had dreamed of knocking out all his enemies with his fists since the start of the term, immediately let out an exhilarated roar. This was a request he had eagerly made, fully aware of Chichen's formidable talent, personally mentored by the Tsuchikage himself. In regular training sessions, only Hiryu could barely serve as Chichen's opponent. Since Chichen exclusively utilized taijutsu at the Ninja Academy, trained directly by Yamashita. And given that his combat abilities primarily lay in Kenjutsu, he possessed the requisite skill to excel. The truth was, he could subdue opponents with a single move without even resorting to Doton techniques. Striding confidently into the center of the arena, he clapped his substantial chest and shot an eager glance at Chichen, recognizing this as his sole opportunity to gauge his limits. He too aspired to be a powerful ninja and protect the village. Chichen calmly positioned himself opposite, readying for battle, treating every confrontation with utmost respect for his opponent. "Begin," commanded Teacher Chisui decisively. With a fierce shout, Kuroiwa hesitated not for a moment. His pent-up energy erupted instantaneously. He charged forth like an enraged bear. Propelled by an unstoppable momentum, his right fist clenched tightly, hurtling towards Chichen's face with a violent gust of air. This punch encapsulated all his strength and speed, positioning him as a formidable contender among his peers, inciting gasps of astonishment from the onlooking students. However, to Chichen, the trajectory of this swift strike was transparent, and its flaws were apparent. He did not retreat. Instead, at the very instant the fist was poised to graze his nose, he merely leaned back with the slightest of movements, effortlessly allowing the ferocious punch to whisk past his chin, the force of the wind tousling a few strands of his silver-gray hair. Undeterred by the missed strike, Kuroiwa capitalized on his forward momentum, unleashing a left hook that shadowed his prior attack, targeting Chichen's ribcage. Simultaneously, his right leg lifted to deliver a powerful side kick aimed at Chichen's lower body, attempting to restrict his opponent's evasion space through a barrage of continuous strikes. Yet, Chichen remained unfazed. In response to the heavy punch aimed at his ribs, he simply rotated his waist slightly, allowing the fist to slide harmlessly along his clothing, while he raised his right calf to deftly block the incoming kick with the outer side of his ankle against Kuroiwa's shin. With a resounding thud, Kuroiwa felt as though his leg had collided with an unyielding iron post, sending a jolt of numbness through his calf and momentarily halting his offensive. Again, Kuroiwa roared, regrouping with renewed vigor. This time, he altered his strategy, foregoing the pursuit of a single lethal blow in favor of a rapid flurry of punches, raining down upon Chichen's torso in a bid to find an opening through sheer volume. Chichen too sprang into action, weaving through Kuroiwa's tempestuous onslaught of fists. Each evasive maneuver executed with impeccable timing, and every block performed with effortless grace. His palms deftly struck, parried, and redirected, landing precisely on Kuroiwa's wrists and elbows. Each contact sending a jolt of energy through them, skillfully dissipating and redirecting Kuroiwa's force, rendering his heavy blows as ineffective as striking thin air or cotton. As Kuroiwa became increasingly alarmed, feeling as though he were battling an invisible wall, all his efforts were being thwarted in inexplicable ways. After a barrage of over a dozen fruitless punches, his breath grew labored, and his movements began to show signs of impatience. At the moment he launched a forward punch, fully expending his strength, a glimmer of insight flashed in Chichen's eyes. Instead of attacking, he naturally extended his left foot forward, subtly hooking the inside of Kuroiwa's ankle with the tip of his toe. This action, minimal in amplitude yet lightning fast, was nearly imperceptible to the onlookers. Kuroiwa suddenly felt an irresistible force beneath him. As his momentum collided with the imbalance of his footing, he lost his center of gravity, stumbling forward with a startled cry. However, Chichen seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Just as Kuroiwa was about to crash face-first into the ground, Chichen's right hand, which had just deflected Kuroiwa's punch, had stealthily extended to support the upper half of Kuroiwa's body, while his left hand swiftly gripped Kuroiwa's punching wrist. Kuroiwa's massive frame was abruptly halted by this unexpected support, preventing an embarrassing fall. Meanwhile, Chichen's now unoccupied right hand had somehow acquired a training kunai. Its cold blade gently and firmly pressed against the side of Kuroiwa's neck, which was heaving from exertion and shock. The entire sequence of events flowed seamlessly, with Chichen's breath remaining perfectly steady, not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow. The training ground fell into a profound silence, the students transfixed. This was no mere duel. It was unequivocally a one-sided demonstration of instruction. Throughout the entire encounter, Chichen employed only the most rudimentary techniques of evasion, blocking, and grappling, complemented by a masterfully executed trip and final control, completely dismantling Hyen's offensive maneuvers while sparing his opponent the humiliation of a fall. with a kunai pressed against his throat. Hyan felt an icy touch at his neck, as if all his strength had been instantaneously siphoned away. The disparity was indeed colossal, so immense that his adversary need not even exert himself earnestly, effortlessly dominating the scene as an adult would amuse a child. I concede. Hyan's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet he ultimately accepted the reality, expressing gratitude. Thank you for the guidance. You are formidable as well. Keep it up. Chechen withdrew the kunai and released his grip on Hyan's wrist, gently helping him regain his balance. Chechen remained as tender as ever. How he longed to stand before him and declare that his gaze should belong solely to her henceforth. So dashing. Although Hiryu was also handsome, who wouldn't be captivated by the seemingly aloof yet intricately nuanced Chechen? On the training ground, only Hyan remained, pondering the insights he had just gained amidst the students' muffled gasps of astonishment and whispers. Teacher Chisan took a deep breath and proclaimed in a clear voice. The victor is Chechen. Next group, Shirley and Lutu. Chapter 12. The transformation of chakra properties as the school bell signaled the end of the day. Chechen grabbed his bag and dashed out of the classroom. For him, dismissal was merely a transition to another venue for continued training. Below the office building lay a training room ensconced in layers of impenetrable barriers. This was his true arena. Each day, Anoki would instruct Chechen here. And for over a year, this had been his most frequented locale. You're here? Anoki floated just a foot above the ground, engrossed in a scroll. Without lifting his gaze, he pointed to the center of the training ground with the scroll. As per usual, start by erecting a wall. Let me observe. Chechen was well acquainted with the procedure and wasted no time, forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A robust rock wall erupted with a thunderous crash. Not bad. No signs of slacking, Anoki remarked as he finally set down the scroll and glided toward the wall, tapping it with his short, stubby fingers. However, you foolish boy, merely fortifying it isn't sufficient for further enhancement. He formed hand seals, emitting an almost imperceptible white light with a speed that made Chechen's eyelids flutter. With a soft pop, a smooth-edged hole appeared at the center of the sturdy wall. Chechen rushed over, cautiously tracing the edge of the hole with his fingers. Hiss, he inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow tightly. Here we go again. The average person has no means to counter dust release besides fleeing. Of course, do you not see whose specialty this is? Anoki crossed his arms, his tone proud yet, as he observed his disciple's earnest study. A hint of satisfaction crept into the corners of his mouth. To dismantle with dust release is to disassemble from the root. Want a block? You can either run faster than it, or, he deliberately elongated his tone, or let the wall grow bones on its own. Dismantle one side, and the other immediately compensates? Chechen's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity as he raised his gaze. What if I let the chakra within the wall come alive, flowing like water around the bones, making it impossible for it to find a solid grip to dismantle? This is the transformation of chakra properties. Chechen had long studied the related knowledge, though he had yet to put it into practice. While some transformations could indeed enhance the resilience of ninjutsu, they held little significance for dust release. Yet now, Anoki aimed to utilize this to teach about chakra properties. Uffed. Anoki couldn't suppress a chuckle, his little mustache quivering. Grow bones. Unable to find a solid grip? Your analogy. He shook his head. Fine, I'll give you credit for awakening. You grasped the direction well, turning a solid clump into something more fluid. This is the transformation of chakra properties. Earth is not immutable. Once you learn one, the rest will follow. Now, give it a try. In the realm of earth release, Anoki was unrivaled. His renowned technique was dust release. Yet his earth release was undoubtedly the finest in the ninja world. He was the legitimate Tsuchikage. After receiving guidance, Chechen meticulously directed his chakra to construct a more intricate flow network within the earthen wall. Idiot, that liveliness doesn't mean you should unleash a flood. Stabilize the core. Anoki floated beside him, mercilessly berating him, pointing his finger at Chechen's forehead. To the left. That node on the left is unstable. Channel chakra into it. Yes. Steady. This is more like it. Chechen instinctively shrank his neck at the scolding, the tip of his nose brushing against the wall's dust, yet his hands moved faster and steadier. Sweat trickled down his temples, and he paid no heed to wiping it away. At last, he successfully created a deep inward indentation near the impact point, which he continuously replenished to maintain its integrity. A proud smile spread across his face, smudged with dirt. In essence, it was akin to the Yellow Springs Marsh. He was merely integrating it into the usual earth release chakra. Humph, SOSO, but it's taking shape. Anoki feigned disdain, yet his body floated closer. His small eyes fixated on Chichen's subtle manipulation of chakra, his red nose twitching slightly. Witnessing Chichen becoming dust-covered and sweating from the precision required for chakra manipulation, Anoki's earlier slight frustration at his disciple's rapid learning found an outlet. He floated over and gently tapped Chichen on the back of the head with the scroll. "You're such a fool, calling yourself a genius. You're rolling around in the mud while practicing transformation. Where do you think I, an old man, can save face if this gets out?" Seizing the opportunity to scold, Anoki felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, such profound control over chakra transformation was something even seasoned jonin might struggle to grasp quickly. This lad, however, absorbed the lesson effortlessly, leaving his master astounded. "Who knows if you, old man, stumbled through the mud and fell 100 times before mastering this technique," Chichen remarked without lifting his head, deliberately raising his voice so the elder floating above could hear him clearly. He hadn't forgotten the astonished expression on Anoki's face when he had learned it in an instant. Such a proud old man. "You little rascal. What did you say?" Anoki immediately bristled, spinning around to confront him, but his hasty movement caused him to twist his back, exclaiming in pain as he wobbled in the air. "Disobedient child. Do you wish to drive me to my grave before inheriting my legacy?" Chichen watched the elder clutching his waist, puffing in indignation, and finally burst into laughter. The tension from their earlier training dissipating instantly. Within the training room, only Anoki's irate reprimands and Chichen's mischievous laughter echoed. During this time, Chichen had come to regard Anoki as family. The elder was far from the stern figure he had initially perceived. In truth, he was a playful old man who had merely concealed his true nature from the public eye for the sake of his image. Spending time with Anoki had led Chichen to feel comfortable enough to joke with him. Meanwhile, Huang Tu, who came seeking Anoki, perceived that these two were akin to family, both feigning seriousness before others while being childlike at heart. "Humph, I am far more serious than you, Lord Huang Tu. It seems I must strengthen myself quickly, for I alone am the most serious adult in this household." Huang Tu mused, revealing a simple-minded grin. At this moment, Huang Tu was merely a 10-year-old child, a large and clumsy fellow. It perplexed me how he had grown so large, especially considering that both the first and third Tsuchikage were somewhat short. Chichen often pretended to be strong before others, yet he, too, was a child in need of protection. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiryu's youthful yet fervent shout echoed among the rocks. He gripped a heavy wooden sword that was nearly as tall as he was with both hands. Sweat had long since soaked through his fiery red hair, clinging to his forehead and trickling down his flushed cheeks. Opposite him stood Yamashita, wielding a wooden sword with equal fervor. "Too slow. Your movements are too exaggerated. You reveal countless openings." Yamashita's voice, though not loud, struck the air like a whip. "Your sword is not meant for smashing stones. It is to cleave through everything. Imagine standing against someone who can easily defeat you. What will you do? Will you simply wait for salvation?" Before his words could fade, Filiu surged forward once more, the wooden sword slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yamashita merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the tip of Filiu's sword to graze his clothing. Simultaneously, Yamashita's wooden sword struck with the precision of a viper, targeting the exposed ribs beneath Filiu's overzealous thrust. "Ugh!" Filiu gasped, the force of the blow staggering him back several steps, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. His small face twisted in pain, yet he bit his lip fiercely, swallowing his cry. "Remember this pain and these openings. On the battlefield, no one will care for your plight." Yamashita lowered his weapon, his tone still stern, though a glimmer of unnoticeable approval flickered in his eyes. "On the battlefield, the enemy will not grant you a second chance. To become strong, one must endure endless hardships. Your talent is commendable, but it is far from the rare existence found in the likes of Chichen. If you wish to catch up to those geniuses, you must pour forth countless sweat and overcome everything in your path. Do you wish to remain a burden?" "I am not a burden," Filiu shot back, lifting his head with breathless defiance. "I will grow stronger, stronger than anyone. I will protect Chichen, protect my mother, and also protect teacher Yamashita." He tightened his grip on the heavy wooden sword, his little arms straining with determination, his gaze steadier than ever. "Very well," Yamashita replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Then continue. Strike with your sword, each blow infused with your will." The weighty sound of his strikes resonated once more, accompanied by Filiu's increasingly labored breaths. Each swing felt like grappling with an invisible boulder, and with every moment of perseverance, he etched a mark of resilience into his tender bones. As the sun began to set, his small frame, tirelessly repeating the motions, cast a long shadow against the silent stone wall behind him, resembling a silent tapestry of growth. My name is Yamashita, the strategist of a Wagakure, a Jonin, who has clawed his way from humble beginnings to become a figure of stature in the eyes of many. In Filiu, I see the reflection of my younger self, equally stubborn. That day, watching the young lad wield his sword, I momentarily glimpsed my distant youth. Yet we are fortunate. You have things to protect, while I have lost mine. You have already become someone I wish to safeguard. Filiu, you are no longer the fledgling who requires my constant prodding. You are my proudest disciple. I have held on to your words of protection, but how can a master allow his disciple to stand before him in sorrow? I am grateful to guard you in our village. I, Yamashita, shall never concede defeat. Chapter 13. What a wonderful day it is. Spring arrived late in Awagakure. Yet the budding green shoots along the roadside and the cheerful chirping of birds heralded the change of season. The curriculum at the ninja school had long since settled into a routine, and Chichin and the others gradually adapted to this structured yet fulfilling life of a ninja. The setting sun bathed the layered stone houses of Awagakure in a warm orange hue. The bells signaling the end of training seemed to untie invisible bonds, and children poured out of the school, igniting the evening streets. Chichin and Filiu walked side by side amidst the bustling crowd. Filiu, still buzzing with excitement from the practical lesson, animatedly gestured. Did you see that, Chichin? My point strike today nearly broke through Teacher Chizai's defenses. Teacher Yamashita's teachings are truly remarkable. Filiu's cat-like amber eyes sparkled, his face still glistening with sweat, and his red hair shimmered with a golden hue under the sunset. Yes, I saw, Chichin replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his silver-gray hair ruffled by the evening breeze. In his hand, he held half a roasted sweet potato that Filiu had insisted on sharing after training. Filiu had bought two, devouring one ravenously while splitting the other with Chichin without hesitation. Your control has improved, but your initial force is still lacking, making you vulnerable to counterattacks. However, you have made great strides. Cut it out. Your standards are too high. Filiu grumbled, taking a large bite of the sweet potato, wincing at the heat, and muttering through a mouthful, of course. There's a gap compared to a monster like you. Suddenly, a small figure zipped towards them like a cannonball, nearly colliding with Chichin's legs. Yaya, with her pigtails bouncing, looked up, her cheeks flushed, and her big eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Chichin brother. Filiu brother. You're out of school. Be careful running. Don't fall. Chichin instinctively reached out to steady Yaya's small shoulders. I won tea. Yaya proudly puffed out her chest, then triumphantly revealed a handful of colorful, uniquely shaped pebbles from her little bag. Look, I found these by the creek today. This one looks like a little bird, and this one looks like a star. They're for you. Without hesitation, she thrust the bird-shaped stone into Filiu's hands and the star-shaped one into Chichin's. Filiu examined the dull gray pebble, barely resembling a bird. His expression exaggerated. Wow, Yaya is amazing. This is definitely the coolest little bird stone by the creek. He gingerly tucked it into his pocket, patting it as if it were a cherished talisman. Chichin gazed at the stone in his hand, adorned with white quartz streaks, which indeed held a hint of star-like allure. Thank you, Yaya. I like it very much. Brother has a talisman now? Are you going to make another one? Yaya asked, pointing at the rough wooden amulet tied around Chichin's neck with a faded red string, a gift from Filiu. That one is enough to cherish, for it is given by Yaya. Chichin smiled, knowing one talisman sufficed. Yaya blinked, glancing between the wooden charm around Chichin's neck and the little bird that Filiu had carefully stowed away, her understanding dawning. Then I'll only make one too. The trio continued their walk, Fili, munching on his sweet potato while animatedly recounting today's amusing incidents at school, making Yaya giggle uncontrollably. Chichin walked quietly beside them, observing the lively duo and occasionally chiming in with a comment. A vendor selling grilled cakes greeted the freshly released children with warm smiles and enticing aromas. Ade, from the grocery store, struggled to help his mother carry heavy goods into the shop, sweat glistening on his brow, yet wearing a satisfied smile. Nearby, a cheerful, plump woman called out to her husband returning home, her voice resounding with warmth, and from the direction of the training grounds. Faint shouts of senior students practicing could still be heard. Everything felt so ordinary, even mundane. No earth-shattering ninja battles, no cunning plots, just the everyday warmth of life. Neighborhood greetings, children's laughter, and the silent toil of sweat in pursuit of dreams. This was the norm in the ninja world. How wonderful it would be if it could remain so. Chichen, why are you daydreaming? Filiu's voice jolted him back to reality. The red-haired youth had already devoured the sweet potato and was nudging him with his elbow. Look over there. Old stonecutter grandpa, at the street corner. Beside a somewhat dilapidated stone staircase, a white-haired old stonecutter was bending over, struggling to lift a replacement stone slab. His arms trembled, clearly beyond his strength. I'll help. Without a second thought, Filiu dashed over like a gust of wind, prompting Yaya to gasp in surprise. Old stonecutter grandpa, let me do it. Filiu's voice rang out, filled with youthful enthusiasm. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the faint contours of his forearms after training. With both hands firmly grasping the edge of the stone slab, he took a deep breath and let out a low shout. The heavy stone slab was steadily lifted by him and, under the guidance of the old stonemason, was precisely embedded into the damaged spot. Oh, thank you, little Filiu. A kind smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face as he patted Filiu's arm. What a strong lad you are. It was nothing. Filiu wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning as though he had accomplished something monumental. Chicheng, holding Yaya's hand, walked over. We're leaving, Grandpa. Please take care. The boy waved his hands in farewell to the elderly man. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Yaya held Chicheng's hand, while Filiu excitedly mimicked the posture of lifting the stone slab. Chicheng stood between them, the evening breeze tousling his silver-gray hair, brushing against the rough yet warm wooden talisman around his neck. In that moment, there were no grand ambitions of the fourth generation, no brilliance of the dust release. Only the laughter of friends and the warmth of neighborly affection. Such a life is truly wonderful. Awagakure, year 31, month XX, Sonny, I've cut the water 1,000 times. My hands are about to break. That old man on the mountain is a devil. But it seems I've really grasped a bit of the technique. The feel of the water against the blade is different now. Humph, once I master this unparalleled sword technique, let us see who dares to bully Chen's. I need to ask Mom to make me a couple more rice balls to replenish my strength. I'm starving. That guy Chun is surely being kept behind by the old Suchikage for special training again. I must work hard too. The Wagakure, year 31, Sunny today. Chicheng said a protective talisman can only have one. Ha ha, I knew this guy valued me. Filiu's diary, scribbled, chapter 14. Chicheng's ninja way in the 32nd year of Konoha. The 31st year of Awagakure. Chicheng steadily advanced in strength through his daily training and study. At this moment, he was wholly focused on manipulating his chakra. Unlike his teacher Inoki's signature dust release technique, which was powerful yet had a distinct preparatory motion, Chicheng was attempting to refine the power of dust release into a more instantaneous form, with the guidance of his will. 5 or 6 fist-sized cubes radiating a faint blue light quietly coalesced behind him, hovering in midair. They moved gently, as if they were living stars, pulsating slightly with Chicheng's intentions. With a subtle shift of his will, one of the cubes transformed into a slender yet lethal blue beam, silently piercing through a specially prepared rock wall at a distance. I did it. A flicker of excitement flashed in Chicheng's eyes. This technique, which he named Dust Release, Heavenly Fall, consumed far less chakra than large-scale dust release and excelled in speed and surprise, making it nearly impossible for anyone but speed-oriented ninjas to evade. More importantly, as he aged, Chicheng found it increasingly easier to harness certain forces from the surrounding environment, combining them with his chakra. He could even condense a small amount of dust release chakra externally, thus making this technique a unique form of ninjutsu belonging solely to him. His ultimate goal was to decompose the dust release into hundreds of smaller cubes, creating a torrential downpour of attacks. Perhaps in the future, he could replicate the legendary ninja god's technique and unleash a barrage of light beams with a mere clap of his hands. Though his current chakra levels rendered this merely a concept, progress must be made step by step. Humph, you little rascal, still fiddling with your little cubes? Inoki's voice floated over, carrying a hint of barely concealed amusement. He hovered in midair, arms crossed, appearing stern, yet his twinkling eyes betrayed his true feelings. Inoki was exceedingly pleased with his pupil, who not only exhibited exceptional talent in learning, but also demonstrated remarkable creativity in ninjutsu, elevating dust release to new heights, a feat even he could not achieve. The instantaneous, layered, and versatile application of dust release left him astonished. This was the kind of technique that should define regular attacks with dust release. The spiral sphere, another form of non-Hanseal ninjutsu, had also left him amazed. Yet this boy could conceive it with just a glance. Unfortunately, most people could not sense the energy in the air as Qiqing did. So he was left to discover it alone. Qiqing speculated that this energy was natural energy, but this remained unproven and required further experimentation. Yes, sensei, Qiqing replied, feeling closer to his goal. If I could elevate my understanding of chakra's property changes to the next level, I should be able to support more refined operations. The direction is correct, but one must not rush. Inoki floated closer, gently tapping Qiqing's head with a scroll. Chakra is the foundation of a ninja. The precision of manipulation relies on diligent practice. Your thoughts on dust release are commendable, but forming impenetrable techniques should wait until your body matures. Though Inoki's words bore a hint of caution, his pride in his pupil was nearly spilling over from his upturned nose. Over the past 2 years, Inoki had come to regard Qiqing as his own child, and Qiqing had likewise come to see Inoki as a father figure. In this space, Inoki was not only the formidable Tsuchikage and a strict teacher, but also a playful old man who would laugh heartily at his pupil's achievements and groan from back pain alleviated by Qiqing's precise earth release massages. Yes, sensei, Qiqing rubbed the spot where he was tapped, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Such familial care was genuinely comforting. By the way, sensei, I will be turning 6 in a few days. Inoki stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on his pupil, filled with consideration and expectation. Time flies, doesn't it? What idea is brewing in that little head of yours? Are you hoping for a holiday or a special birthday gift? He teased deliberately. Qiqing shook his head, his expression turning serious. Sensei, I wish to apply for early graduation. Inoki's altitude slightly decreased, his gaze sharpening. Oh, what is your reasoning? The foundational theories and physical training at school are becoming increasingly irrelevant to me. To further my growth, I need to accumulate genuine ninja experience and confront more complex situations. Qiqing paused, meeting his teacher's eyes with a gravity beyond his years. And, sensei, the ninja world is on the brink of turmoil. The second great ninja war is about to erupt. Inoki's heart trembled slightly, yet his expression remained stoic. Oh, how did you deduce that at such a young age? I don't recall showing you any intelligence reports regarding this. He possessed a wealth of information, aware of the escalating border tensions and unusual resource allocations. Sensing that a great conflict was imminent, and the pressure on the village had even led Inoki to consider petitioning some benefits to alleviate the strain. However, Qiqing's keen perception of these matters surprised him once again. A competent leader must possess not only talent, but also political acumen. Qiqing organized his thoughts and shared his analysis with Inoki. The Wind Country's Sunagakure must be on the verge of desperation. Their ongoing border conflicts have intensified, akin to starving wolves fighting for scraps. With resources already scarce, the internal strife in Sunagakure is nearing a breaking point, forcing them to seize external resources. They are not only eyeing the mining resources of the Earth Country, but also coveting the rich lands of the Fire Country. Furthermore, they aim to breach the Rain Country to carve out territory in the Grass Country, hoping to prove their worth to the daimyo. As for Hanzo of the Rain Country, he seeks to leverage the chaos for his own resurgence. The Rain Country, caught between our 3 nations, has grown increasingly discontent with the actions of the great powers over the years. He will undoubtedly strive to ignite conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha, even deliberately instigating clashes, hoping to profit from the ensuing chaos. Konoha? It is far too powerful, fertile land, robust populace, and a continuous stream of geniuses, leaving the others far behind. Who does not fear it? The Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure, all are wary. He pointed emphatically towards a Wagakure. Let us take a good look at ourselves. On the surface, the number of ninjas appears vast, yet the funding for missions is utterly insufficient to sustain them, and the finances are on the brink of collapse. Eventually, he lowered his voice, tinged with a hint of resignation. Maintaining a large civilian ninja system is nearly overwhelming our finances. There is a dire lack of funds for pensions, schools, and infrastructure. War is brutal, but once it erupts, all these difficulties can be deflected, regardless of victory or defeat. Listening to his disciples' cogent and incisive analysis, Anoki could no longer hide his admiration. He slowly descended from the air and approached Akatsuchi, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Excellent. 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 It was indeed the wisest decision to have you by my side to observe the village's governance, and more importantly, to have you as my exceptional disciple. He repeated the word excellent thrice, his nose reddening with excitement. Indeed, war is imminent. The scorpion's tail of Sunagakure has already emerged. Everyone knows. Everyone is waiting for the moment when someone's contradictions can no longer be contained. He paced around the office, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the map of the land of Earth on the rock wall. Akatsuchi, how do you think we can profit from this situation, regardless of the outcome? After all, I am the Tsuchikage. As he spoke, Anoki turned to face Akatsuchi, enunciating each word clearly. I am the Tsuchikage of the village. As the leader, I must center our actions around the village's interests. He posed the question to his remarkably gifted disciple, who was merely 6 years old. Akatsuchi took a deep breath, his gaze traversing the familiar outline of a Wagakure, composed of countless rough stone houses and warm lights, recalling the uncles selling pancakes on the street, the helper at the grocery store, the girl who always gifted him small stones, and his companions who sweated out in the training grounds. He wished to protect these ordinary yet precious daily lives. He also wanted to safeguard all of this. While he could not care for everyone, he needed to devise a plan for the land of Earth. Utilize it, Sensei. Harness this impending war. It can serve not only to deflect conflicts, but also as a catalyst for change. The Warring States era has concluded, and the village must shoulder greater responsibilities, not only for ninjas, but for all civilians living in the village and the land of Earth. They are all part of the village. They have already become one of us, have they not? Establishing a village is fundamentally about enabling everyone to live better lives. If that is the case, why not leverage the power of ninjas to transform this world? Otherwise, what is the very purpose of the village? Should we allow a minor conflict to escalate into a grand war across the entire ninja world? If we do not instigate some changes, we will remain unchanged from before. Sensei Anoki, let us initiate change. We can gradually develop our industries, improve the lives of our villagers, and enhance the utility of our ninjas. We can even generate income from here without perpetually relying on the meager funds from the daimyo and the insufficient mission assignments. Akatsuchi was aware that there were still several years until the Third Great Ninja War post the Second Great Ninja War. This period would be an excellent window of opportunity, especially since the ninja world is teeming with talent. Given time, rapid development is not a mere dream. However, now, a confrontation to deflect conflicts and exhibit strength to secure a future is unavoidable. Akatsuchi, Yaya, Kuroiwa, Miko, and Shio will not perish. I apologize. I am not inherently a good person. I merely wish to protect all that I cherish. This village, this nation. This war is not for any other reason but to ensure we live better lives, to reconstruct the faith of our land of Earth. The future of the land of Earth should not be one where children in training grounds merely become the expendables of war. It should be a place where, in schools, children, whether ninjas or civilians, can acquire knowledge, not solely follow the path of a ninja, but choose their own destinies. It should be terraced fields, abundant granaries, where everyone can eat their fill without fearing robbery, free from oppression. Akatsuchi's voice trembled slightly, as vivid images of his companions, Akatsuchi, Yaya, Kuroiwa, Miko, Shio, and every vendor on the street, and the helper, Adai, flashed in his mind. The children left behind by their parents who sacrificed for the village deserve a better life. His fists clenched tightly, as if to engrave their faces in his memory. We must reconstruct our motto. The consciousness of the land of Earth should encompass not only ninjas, but all who reside within it, regardless of being ninjas or civilians. We must make everyone aware that they are also part of the village, and we strive to enable them to live more fulfilling lives. Akatsuchi took a deep breath, his eyes seemingly ablaze with determination. Sensei, this is the future I wish to create. Chapter 15. The Game of Strategy. Anoki gazed at his disciple before him, compelled to acknowledge that he was indeed moved by this young boy. There existed an innate charm within him that commanded the respect of those around him. It was evident that he genuinely desired to benefit those nearby, treating them as precious, living beings, something he had not encountered in a long time. To realize what you just articulated will not be an easy task. Since you have voiced it today, it seems you have some plans in mind. Please, share them with me. As the sun set over Iwagakure, The heavy stone door of the Tsuchikige's office isolated them from the clamor of the outside world, allowing only slanted rays of light to filter in, elongating Inoki's diminutive yet formidable figure, casting a shadow upon the immense hat symbolizing the authority of the Tsuchikige. His hands crossed atop the stone table, his gaze gravely fixed upon Akatsuchi. Standing erect, Akatsuchi's small frame appeared fragile against the weight of the responsibility he was prepared to embrace. "Sensei, we must devise a strategic plan." "A plan for construction?" Inoki inquired, his eyes reflecting curiosity. "Elaborate on your vision for the village, and how do you intend to intertwine this with the war? How will you persuade the daimyo and those gluttonous nobles to willingly part with their riches?" Akatsuchi inhaled deeply, aware that the true test had arrived. He had long envisioned a plan, one robust enough to challenge the entirety of the ninja world, though it would require a gradual approach. For the current ninja world was still peculiar, a realm where effective negotiation seemed unattainable. "Sensei, the root causes of war are merely the scarcity of resources and the insecurities that reveal underlying conflicts. This holds true for the land of wind, as well as for our land of earth. War presents a challenge for us. Yet it is also an opportunity that compels us to evolve. The plan primarily focuses on the civilians, ensuring they can afford to eat. The arable land in the land of earth is scarce, and the erosion from sandstorms is severe. Relying on traditional reclamation methods will yield little success in the short term. I propose we initiate a model project, a terraced farming demonstration. The location should be near a wagakure, with a sufficiently large area, managed directly by a wagakure. The seeds will depend on our research team. The teachers left behind by the second generation have not yet disbanded, have they?" Without waiting for Inoki's response, Akatsuchi continued, "We can concentrate some Doton ninjas to undertake large-scale terrain modifications. Once completed, we can hand it over to recruited refugees or impoverished farmers from the village, allowing them to cultivate according to village regulations. The wagakure will provide essential farming tools and drought-resistant, hardy seeds. We can impose only a minimal tax, which they will gladly accept. This will establish a tangible and visible model. Additionally, it will serve as a military food reserve, attracting refugees and showcasing the village's capabilities. The yield need not be extraordinary. As long as it produces steadily, far exceeding that of barren slopes, it will be a monumental success. From there, we can further trial and expand our influence, inspiring others to follow suit." Inoki nodded slightly, his knuckles unconsciously drumming against the table. "Your ideas are pragmatic. The wagakure can handle this. However, the finances may pose a challenge." Akatsuchi was prepared for this. The funding would certainly come from the daimyo, but the rationale must be rephrased. The ownership of this pilot project must remain within the village. Otherwise, should a wagakure merely transform into a construction squad? Moreover, those nobles are not easily swayed. For years, the daimyo and the nobility he represents have been parasitic entities, exerting control over this world without possessing true power, a most distorted worldview. Yet, he would not reveal this. He intends to gradually infiltrate and accumulate his strength. We can construct roads. Let the daimyo and the nobles bear the financial burden, and from this, we shall extract a share as our fiscal reward. Warfare heavily relies on logistics. Most cities in the land of earth are nestled within mountains, making transportation exceedingly inconvenient, leading to a dismally low efficiency in the transfer of goods. Consequently, our commerce has not flourished, resulting in minimal trade taxes. By constructing roads that can serve as trade routes, we align with the interests of the nobility, yet no one has taken the initiative. Until now, our village can. A gleam of intelligence sparkled in Oyuki's eyes, and a cunning smile graced his lips. "Excellent. Rest assured, the current daimyo has a long-standing rapport with me, and I shall persuade him wholeheartedly. The third step, which is paramount, involves the development of our own unique industries within the Iwanin community. We may be impoverished, yet we possess mines. Previously, transportation was a challenge, but with the prospect of roads being built, we must harness these resources. However, merely selling raw materials will not sustain us. We must cultivate our own industries, with Iwagakure spearheading the investment. This will become the village's cash cow for the future, allowing us to gradually lay the groundwork as we achieve results. This will ultimately become the village's primary source of income. The fourth step requires us to leverage specific points to gain influence. Chiharu's voice bore a sharpness beyond his years. "Master, these three plans hinge on the pilot projects and Iwagakure's leadership. Within 3 years, we do not need, nor can we, transform the entire land of Earth. What we seek is undeniable results at these critical junctures. We must win the hearts of the people, demonstrating to the daimyo and all citizens of the land of Earth that only Iwagakure possesses the capability and resolve to provide genuine protection and development for this land and its common folk. The land of Earth belongs not solely to the nobility and ninjas, but also to the commoners. They are the true foundation. With these strategies, it would be preferable for the daimyo to allocate funds. Should he choose not to, he would find it beyond his control. The office fell into a prolonged silence as Oyuki reclined in his broad stone chair, his time-worn fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping. He gazed intently at his disciple, his expression a tapestry of astonishment, admiration, and the delight of foresight. "You have taken the right steps." Oyuki's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, imbued with the weight of stone. "Chiharu, you have grasped the essence of Iwagakure. I am truly fortunate to have you as my disciple." He suddenly rose, striding toward Chiharu. His stature modest, yet his presence formidable. War is destruction, yet it also presents opportunity, compelling us to forge our own path to survival and solidify our foundation. His rough, yet warm hand came down heavily on Chiharu's small shoulder, conveying unspoken trust and immense expectation. This is the true will of stone, to take root in the earth and bear the weight of 1,000 burdens. This plan is splendid, truly splendid. Oyuki turned and strode back to his desk, retrieving a document prepared in advance, Chiharu's graduation and special promotion decree. With a flourish, he inscribed his powerful name and solemnly presented it to Chiharu. "Chiharu," Oyuki's voice held an undeniable authority, "your tenure at the Ninja Academy concludes here. From this moment forth, you shall be a genin of Iwagakure, joining the Umbu with the codename Boulder. This also marks your first S-rank mission." His gaze was piercing. "Soon, you shall accompany me to meet the daimyo. Refine a proposal for the daimyo and the nobility to witness, persuading them, along with their avaricious entourage. At that time, your eyes must observe the opulence and decay of the capital, your ears must listen to the schemes of the nobles and the lamentations of the common people. Only by truly understanding the current state of this nation can you make your choice and dedicate your life to it. Only then shall you be worthy of donning the hat of the Tsuchikage in the future." Chiharu inhaled deeply, extending his hands to firmly accept the thin document, the coarse edges brushing against his fingertips, yet it bore more weight than anything else. This was not merely a graduation certificate. It was the key to responsibility and the future, an entry pass to a crucial battle devoid of smoke and flames. "Yes, master." A significant portion of those whose interests were harmed resorted to the most venomous words to malign the fourth Hokage. However, anyone with their own intellect should comprehend that the fourth Hokage is our savior, and we are forever distinct from those entrenched beneficiaries. Remain vigilant. Chapter 16. Fearless at the tender age of 6, Chiharu graduated from the Ninja Academy, directly bestowed with the title of genin by the Tsuchikage. Furthermore, he was deemed worthy of the fourth's weight, set to accompany Oyuki in meeting the daimyo of the land of Earth. This was akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, causing ripples both within and beyond Iwagakure, particularly at the Ninja Academy, where it had already stirred considerable commotion. To be acknowledged and even affirmed by the Tsuchikage as having the stature of the fourth is an extraordinary honor, signifying Oyuki's unwavering confidence in Chiharu's abilities, even unperturbed by the potential leak of his information. In truth, prior to reaching the elite ninja level, Chiharu had already met the graduation standards. He remained at the academy solely to solidify his foundation. Now, his displayed demeanor was ample for Oyuki to regard him seriously. Possessing the Doton, Earth Release, and having benefited from Oyuki's meticulous training, Chiharu was more than capable of carving out a name for himself within the ninja world. In the training grounds, the sweat-drenched Shiryu was engaged in combat with a rock, wielding his blade. When news reached him from hurried classmates, his strike abruptly halted, and his short dagger clattered to the ground. Graduation? Genin? Heir of the fourth? Shiryu's amber feline eyes widened in disbelief, his face a melons of shock, incredulity, and an indescribable sense of loss. He understood better than anyone the efforts Chiharu had invested over the years, and he recognized Chiharu's strength. Yet, the concept of graduation arrived too swiftly, too formally, as if an invisible chasm had suddenly emerged between them, and he was unprepared to bridge it. They had scarcely shared a few days of schooling together. Was it truly time to part after just a year? The dreams of forming the strongest team and battling side by side on the training field felt as if they had ended before they even began. After a brief moment of daze, a more intense flame ignited within his eyes. He bent down to retrieve his dagger, gripping it so tightly that his knuckles turned white. And with all his might, he shouted at the battered rock, "What nonsense! Don't think you can just cast me aside, you scoundrel Chiharu." This strike, infused with unprecedented ferocity and determination, left a deeper mark upon the stone. Breathing heavily, his gaze shone with an extraordinary brightness. "Just wait. I will grow stronger. Strong enough to stand beside you. Strong enough to cleave through any obstacles in your path. 1,000 times if need be." The homeroom teacher observed Shiryu in the training grounds, acknowledging that, from a combat perspective, he too had reached the graduation standard. Given time, he believed Shiryu would become a top-tier ninja in the ninja world. Alas, he was benchmarked against the most formidable genius in the history of the Land of Earth. As a homeroom teacher, he knew that Chiharu had already reached a level where he could contend with elite ninjas. Various jutsu combinations would require even elite ninjas to tread carefully. This was all before he learned that Chiharu had mastered the ability to fly with the Doton technique and possessed the Doton as well. Presently, Chiharu was virtually invincible beneath the 5 Kage. Those capable of defeating him would find themselves outmatched, while those unable to would face annihilation. The night before departure at the Haruka household, warm lights dispelled the chill of the night. On the small square table, a more lavish spread than usual was laid out. Rice balls steamed to softness with a hint of bran, thin slices of dried meat, and some home-style dishes. This is a special preparation made by Aunt Haru, knowing that Chichen is about to embark on an important mission with Lord Suchikage. "Chichen, eat more. I hear the capital city is quite far, and the journey will be arduous." Aunt Haru placed the largest piece of meat into Chichen's bowl. Her eyes filled with affection and a subtle, unnoticeable worry. "It's all right, Aunt Haru," Chichen replied, warmth flooding through him as he took a bite of the rice ball, its coarse texture grounding him in the familiarity of home. He glanced at Filiu, who was devouring his food ravenously. Having just completed a grueling training session with their mountain teacher, looking like a hungry little wolf. "Hey, Chichen," Filiu said, cheeks stuffed, his words muffled. "Be careful. I'll catch up to you. And don't forget to check for good swords when you reach the capital." Chichen couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'll keep an eye out for you." He instinctively touched the rough wooden charm, tied with a faded red string, that Filiu had given him as a talisman. "I will change everything, I surely will." "Aunt, listen," Aunt Haru's voice came, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. "I may not understand the grand affairs of the nation, but I know you are about to undertake something significant. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you are still young. Just return safely. Aunt Filiu, and all the neighbors are waiting for you." Her weathered hand gently patted the back of Chichen's hand. Chichen nodded emphatically, his throat tightening slightly. "Yes, Aunt, don't worry. I will. Our future days will be better." He spoke those words not only for Aunt Haru, but also to reassure himself. After finishing the meal and helping to tidy up, Chichen stood on the rooftop, gazing up at the brilliant galaxy above Awagakure. The ominous clouds of war may eventually shroud this sky, but within his heart, the determination to change everything grew ever stronger. Convincing the daimyo was merely the first step. His journey as a ninja would commence from this most fundamental, profound, and complex struggle between livelihood and power. No longer merely a genius wielding the sharp edge of Doton, he would become the architect, chiseling out a future for Awagakure and the Land of Earth amidst the crevices of stone and interests. This path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, bearing the expectations of countless individuals. This nascent star would attract the ire of many. And perhaps he should have been stronger before embarking on this journey. Even Ohyuki wished to shield Chichen, which was why he wanted him to stay at the Ninja Academy. However, Chichen could no longer bear to wait. Prolonging the wait would only bring more suffering to others. As for danger, it was something he must face without fear. Those nobles who suckle on the commoners, and the rogue warriors who believe they can seize power at will have made this world ill. Outside, the wind and sand continued to howl and swirl through the vast, barren mountains. In the Tsuchikage's office, Ohyuki watched as Chichen disappeared through the door, a deep smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Digging deep and stockpiling grain to proclaim oneself king? He murmured to himself. Picking up the outline of the foundation of rock plan, his fingers grazing the coarse paper. "No, my boy, you are not stockpiling grain, but rather the very essence of this era. Old bones like mine will accompany you for one last bet. The fourth Suchikage chose to confront all challenges head-on, confident in his ability to shatter all shackles, and indeed, he did. In his early days, the fourth's vision was confined to his own nation, and the brutality of war would soon make him realize his errors. Thus, he began preparations to save the world, a journey that felt interminably long. Yet the darkness before dawn is often the hardest to endure, is it not? The world should not be plagued by war. Chapter 17. Negotiations at the daimyo's residence in the Tsuchikage's office. Sunlight gilded the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, and Shichin stood before them, overlooking Iwagakure, which was about to awaken from its morning fog. The new ochre-colored lower ninja uniform accentuated his upright figure, and in his hand, he held the scroll titled Foundation Plan, 5-year outline for resource development and economic strengthening of the land of Earth, a document laden with his heavy expectations. Each word had undergone meticulous scrutiny and refinement with Ohyuki and the think tank, striving for logical coherence, detailed data, and clear steps to advance the power of the land of Earth while minimizing the daimyo's vigilance. In this era, it was unfathomable for ordinary people to conceive such audacious thoughts, and the think tank believed that Ohyuki sought to secure a future for himself and Iwagakure. The mere notion of prioritizing the nation over the ninja village and even the daimyo for long-term planning was extraordinary. What does it feel like to bear such responsibility? Ohyuki's deep voice resonated from behind him. Shichin turned. It feels heavy, but the thought of making tangible contributions excites me. Good. A glimmer of unnoticeable satisfaction crossed Ohyuki's eyes. This is the caliber expected of a Kage. Behind you stand countless IWA ninjas, and your decisions will impact the entire land of Earth. Let us go, Shichin. Ohyuki floated forward, his broad Tsuchikage cloak billowing with the wind. There were no grand farewells. Only a few elite jounin assisting Ohyuki. The village is in your hands, Ohyuki stated succinctly. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. They responded in unison. Shichin took one last look at the village, imagining the faces of its people. Let us depart. A small party set out, consisting of Ohyuki, Shichin, and several elite Umbu as guards. The journey from Iwagakure to the capital of the land of Earth was long and monotonous. As they left the rocky heights of Iwagakure and entered the heart of the land of Earth, the terrain became relatively flat, yet it remained barren. Shichin sat in the carriage, peering through the window, witnessing the true essence of this nation. Cracked fields, sparse crops, raggedly dressed, emaciated farmers toiling under the scorching sun. The occasional small town appeared, dilapidated and devoid of vitality, contrasting sharply with the raw yet vibrant atmosphere of Iwagakure. The line of refugees resembled a scar, imprinted on the parched earth, their vacant gazes directed at the team marked with the Iwagakure forehead protector. Shichin had witnessed these scenes during his previous training arranged by Ohyuki. Anyone who had experienced modern society could not be indifferent to such conditions. Do you see, Shichin? Ohyuki spoke beside him. This is the reality of the world, and these are the people we must protect. The land of Earth and Iwagakure are built upon their backs. Shichin silently nodded, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough wooden charm around his neck. Having seen the light, how could one endure the darkness? Days later, the outline of Iwagakure appeared on the horizon of the capital city, Iwagakure. In stark contrast to the desolation along the way, Iwagakure was built against the mountains, its towering walls exuding grandeur. As they approached the capital, the roads became increasingly smooth and wide, and foot traffic surged, with elegantly dressed merchants and arrogant noble carriages flowing incessantly. Upon entering Iwagakure, the cacophony enveloped them, with magnificent buildings standing side by side, exquisite shops displaying rare treasures from the 5 great nations, and elegantly dressed nobles and their attendants bustling about. However, in the shadows of those opulent mansions, beggars huddled in corners, and impoverished women washing by the sewage canals silently narrated the stark contrast between the city's extreme affluence and its chilling poverty. Separated by merely a wall, the daimyo's residence stood at the heart, its lavishness surpassing Shichin's imagination with massive jade stones, ubiquitous gold leaf decorations, and the air thick with the scent of various incense, almost suffocating. Countless attendants adorned in elaborate attire moved with meticulous precision, their expressions akin to puppets. After a lengthy wait and numerous communications, Shichin finally accompanied Ohyuki to meet the daimyo. The elevated throne held the daimyo of the land of Earth, whose visage was impeccably maintained, exuding the grace of one who has long resided in high office. Dozens of ministers and nobles, adorned in splendid garments, were seated on either side, their gazes collectively fixed upon the arrival of Inoki and, more specifically, upon Shikun, the young prodigy by his side. A myriad of emotions, surprise, curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, swirled beneath the meticulously crafted facades of these dignitaries. A mere 6-year-old Jinin, Inoki's apprentice, who had been acknowledged by Inoki himself as possessing the potential of a shadow, had come to present a proposal that could elevate the land of earth beyond the land of fire. Lord Inoki, your journey has been arduous, the daimyo began, his gaze settling upon Shikun. Is this the esteemed Shikun, the hope of Awagakure, as mentioned in your correspondence? Indeed, my lord, Inoki replied. Though young, Shikun possesses extraordinary talent and unique insights into the future development of the land of earth and Awagakure. Stepping forward without a hint of childish timidity, Shikun addressed the daimyo. I present my proposal for your esteemed consideration. A servant respectfully accepted the substantial document titled the Pillar Plan from Shikun's hands and presented it upon the dais. In truth, the daimyo had received this proposal from Inoki the moment it was completed. This meeting was merely a formality and a notification. Upon learning that a child was behind the proposal, the daimyo's initial reaction was one of incredulity. Such an endeavor could not possibly be the work of someone of such tender age. It undoubtedly bore the influence of Inoki and the entire think tank of Awagakure. Nevertheless, the daimyo understood that to conceive such a plan required a remarkable intellect, which explained Inoki's efforts to promote this young individual. Indeed, it was evident that a leader capable of guiding a nation for so many years could not be devoid of wisdom. Shikun, the daimyo said, placing the scroll down. This plan is grand in vision and clear in its steps. However, its immense cost and far-reaching implications are anything but ordinary. The terracing project and the national road demand vast resources and manpower, necessitating the requisition of substantial land, which may infringe upon the interests of many feudal lords. Moreover, the returns appear modest compared to the investment. How do you assure its viability? The daimyo's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter, echoing the concerns of many of the noble ministers present. While the plan promised potential benefits, it primarily posed immediate risks, especially with regard to the terracing project, which seemed a sheer extravagance. They mused that a mere second road would suffice, ensuring a steady flow of finances from the outside world. Had it not been for Inoki's significant influence in the land of earth and the fact that Shikun was deemed the designated heir, they would have been far less accommodating. Throughout the annals of ninja history, particularly post-establishment of the shinobi villages, the relationship between daimyo and kage has always been complex. However, given that Awagakure had yet to participate in the second and third Great Ninja Wars, and since the will of Awagakure still promised benefits, opposition was not an option. They understood the consequences of provoking Inoki. A mere flicker of his dust release could silence dissent. Inoki remained impassive, observing Shikun's presentation with keen interest. Shikun raised his head, meeting the daimyo's gaze with unwavering calm, prepared for this moment. In response to your inquiries, my lord, Shikun's voice rang clear and steady. Imbued with a wisdom beyond his years, the essence of the Pillar Plan lies in pilot initiatives yielding demonstrable results. The terracing project will initially be trialed in areas surrounding Awagakure with a limited scope. Funding can be sourced through local contributions and partial commercial tax subsidies, thus alleviating the need for immediate vast investments. It is a demonstration. If successful, it could transform mountainous terrain into fertile land, significantly surpassing the yields of ordinary slopes. This would serve as compelling evidence, naturally attracting the feudal lords to cooperate. As wealth increases, so too will the commercial tax revenues. Shikun continued, his voice rising slightly. The National Road project may yield slow short-term results, yet in the long run, it is a surefire investment. Once a complete network is established, and shinobi are dispatched for patrols, safety will be assured, leading to an influx of merchant caravans, thereby enhancing tax revenues and resulting in greater gains than losses. He paused, scanning the diverse expressions among the nobles and ministers, and continued, as for funding, the Pillar Plan does not demand immediate total investment. Initial contributions can be sought via the issuance of development bonds, guaranteed by Awagakure's credibility, appealing to affluent merchants and nobility within the realm. Moreover, we could open designated mineral exploration and concession rights to attract investment from merchant caravans. Once the roads are constructed, reasonable commercial tax checkpoints could be established, allowing for annual repayments of the bonds and reinvestment into subsequent projects. Additionally, the plan includes training civilians in technical skills and fostering specialized industries. Shikan articulated his points with clarity and logic, even as some nobles interjected, recognizing that many aspects of the proposal originated from Chichuan's insights, and thus only he could elucidate them. After his presentation, silence enveloped the hall. The noble ministers exchanged glances. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, others displayed flickers of intrigue, while some remained skeptical. Yet, it was undeniable that Shikan's words had struck a chord. After all, aside from the road, most of the implementation was localized around Awagakure, necessitating merely the sacrifice of unproductive land and additional funds to support some shinobi, a proposition that appeared overwhelmingly favorable. The finance minister, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, finally broke the silence. Young Shikan's notions of bonds and concessions are indeed commendable, but wouldn't it be somewhat imprudent to guarantee them with Awagakure's trust? Shikan understood the underlying concern. What if a great war were to ensue, leading to defeat? How would they repay the debts? The trust of Awagakure, after all, stemmed from countless individuals willing to dedicate themselves to the village. Should the plan falter, Awagakure is prepared to prioritize future revenues from its mines to settle any debts, Shikan declared resolutely. Awagakure is ready to assume the role of a vanguard. Anoki interjected at an opportune moment, his voice steady. I, as Tsuchikage, guarantee that if this plan is implemented, Awagakure shall exert every effort. The daimyo sat regally upon his throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, as the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Each faction weighed the pros and cons. Although they were obliged to agree at this juncture, the extent of their contributions would require thorough deliberation among the nobility. However, this was not a matter for Shikan to concern himself with. It was a negotiation for the daimyo and the nobles. At last, the daimyo spoke slowly. Young Shikan, a remarkable talent with exceptional insight. The pillar plan indeed holds merit. However, given the magnitude of this matter, we must deliberate further. The ministers require time to assess risks and calculate costs. Lord Anoki and young Shikan, you may remain in the capital as I confer with my lords before a final decision is rendered. Chapter 18. Returning to the village, the evening sun cast its warm glow through the intricately designed window lattice, creating elongated shadows within the opulent chamber adorned with plush carpets. The air still lingered with the sweet scent of incense, starkly contrasting with the bustling sounds of the marketplace outside. Shikan stood silently by the window, gazing at the capital city, now aglow with the first lights of evening. The composure he had displayed earlier before the daimyo seemed tinged with a subtle fatigue as dusk descended. With a creak, the door swung open, and Anoki glided in, his expansive Tsuchikage cloak billowing behind him. What troubles you, young one? Still pondering the matters of the daimyo's court? His voice bore a hint of hoarseness, absent the earlier gravitas, now infused with the familiarity of a mentor-student bond. He drifted to the table, pouring himself a cup of chilled tea, savoring it with a contented smacking of his lips, before instinctively rubbing his lower back. Shikan turned, nodding with mild exasperation. Yes, master. Although they have ostensibly accepted the core aspects of the plan, this acquiescence is merely a product of the coercive strength of Awagakure. Their sole concern lies in how much they can extract for themselves, or how much they may lose from their vested interests. The potential transformation that this plan could bring is of no concern to them. They remain indifferent to the plight of the common folk. A mere swarm of parasites. Demon Oki scoffed coldly, his red nose twitching slightly. Having lived for so many years, he has encountered too many such individuals. They latch onto the land of earth, draining it of its lifeblood, consumed only by their desire for wealth and luxury, utterly oblivious to the torrential floods raging outside. To many of them, this proposal is merely a ledger from which they can siphon off profit. After all, as long as the financial burden does not fall upon them, they can benefit, while Awagakure bears the risks and reaps the benefits of the road construction. It is likely that after their discussions at the daimyo's manor, they will gather privately to deliberate further. He floated before Chi-Jin, hovering at a height that allowed him to meet his disciple's gaze. His eyes, seasoned by countless experiences, bore a complex emotion, understanding, admonition, and a hint of barely perceptible pride. However, Chi-Jin, Demon Oki's voice lowered. You have performed admirably, surprisingly so. Your display before the daimyo and the nobles was commendable. At your age, I lacked such courage and vision. Back then, I was also navigating the aristocracy under my grandfather's guidance, striving to establish a legacy. It was only through the divine intervention of the sage of the shinobi world that I managed to establish a village. Decades have flown by since then. Chi-Jin felt a stir of emotion. Since forging a closer bond with him, Demon Oki had always exuded a sense of youthful mischief, yet today, he was evidently moved by Chi-Jin's performance. Just as he intended to speak, Demon Oki waved a hand, signaling him to remain silent. Remember today's scene. Remember the faces of those individuals. This is the world you will face in the future. Mere strength is insufficient, and ideals alone will not suffice. You must possess the power to intimidate them and the wisdom to navigate the intricate web of interests, employing a language they can comprehend to dismantle what appears to be impenetrable barriers. He paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes before reverting to his playful demeanor. Moreover, your final declaration that a Wagakure would bear responsibility, coupled with my assurance, has effectively shackled them with invisible chains. Since the daimyo publicly proposed the plan, he must yield a result. With a Wagakure and I backing him, even if they wish to dismiss the matter, they must think twice. Chi-Jin's taut nerves relaxed slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. You speak wisely, master. I was indeed a bit too eager. Such eagerness is entirely natural. Demon Oki reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Witnessing the scenes along the way and observing these nobles, who could remain composed. Yet, change cannot be achieved overnight, especially when dealing with deeply entrenched powers. This proposal serves as a chisel. Our task now is to find the right position and chip away gradually. We must not rush, nor can we afford to halt. Today, we have carved open the first crack. He drifted to the table, seated himself, and began to caress the cover of the scroll replica with his rough fingers. The coming days will be for the nobles to deliberate. We can take a moment to rest. Yes, master, Chi-Jin replied solemnly. Demon Oki nodded in satisfaction, then a thought struck him, and a sly smile crept across his lips. By the way, I heard that red-haired lad asked you to bring a blade? Seeing Demon Oki return to his mischievous self brought amusement to Chi-Jin. Once, when they were younger, Hiryu had jokingly suggested that Demon Oki floated because he was short, which had infuriated him, leading him to refer to Hiryu as the red-haired lad ever since. Hiryu is working hard, the teacher on the mountain remarked on his rapid progress and resilience. Humph. He is as stubborn as a rock. Demon Oki disparaged, yet the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softened a bit. He is indeed of fine material. He will become a cornerstone of a Wagakure and will support you well in the future. The master and disciple conversed for a while longer about the current state of a Wagakure, along with some additional insights from the think tank regarding the plan and the latest analysis of the movements in the Land of Wind. Demon Oki occasionally rubbed his back, complaining that the cushions here were less comfortable than his stone chair. Chi-Jin listened quietly, offering his insights from time to time, and while he smiled at Demon Oki's grievances, he refrained from laughing, allowing Demon Oki to maintain his dignity. The discussions at the daimyo's manor consumed 5 full days. During this time, Chi-Jin accompanied Demon Oki, fully experiencing the hypocrisy among the nobles. They flitted between various banquets under the guise of numerous occasions, while the daimyo frequently sought Demon Oki's and Chi-Jin's opinions. Demon Oki tirelessly advocated for every possible support for the proposal. Throughout this period, Chi-Jin observed quietly. His desire to effect change only intensified, solidified by witnessing the nobles' disgraceful conduct. The world is in dire need of transformation, and his strength must serve as the first lever to effect that change. Finally, a formal document bearing the daimyo's seal and the signatures of the nobles was delivered to Demon Oki's guest house. The document's language was grandiose, extolling Chi-Jin as a prodigious talent and praising the foresight of the rock-solid plan. Yet, the tangible support it promised was as insubstantial as the wind-blown sand, barely enough to initiate a demonstration of terraced farming near a Wagakure. As for the costly national road project and the core development of specialized industries, they were merely a third of what was anticipated, a hollow promise. Initially, the nobles expressed admiration for a Wagakure's commitment and indicated a willingness to purchase bonds as deemed appropriate. Yet the specifics of their potential purchases were left unspoken. Demon Oki was incensed, unleashing his dust technique to tear off the roof of the banquet hall to secure that third. Of course, this third was already a diluted offer, and any further demands were met with silence. The expenses incurred from hosting banquets and gift-giving had already surpassed this amount. Once the messenger departed with the document, the servant wearing a rehearsed smile, Demon Oki glared at the document, scoffing as he tossed it onto the table with a resounding thud. Humph. These miserly geese are afraid to lose a feather from their worth. He rubbed his aching back, his tone dripping with sardonic insight. This amount was anticipated. He floated to the window, gazing out at the splendor beyond, his eyes sharp and discerning. They fear that we in Awagakure might grow too powerful. Yet they are reluctant to relinquish this lucrative opportunity. Ultimately, they seek to reap the fruits of our labor. However, they will find themselves outmaneuvered this time. Chijin picked up the document, scrutinizing it closely. He felt little disappointment. Money has its advantages, regardless of the amount. Even with limited funds, there are benefits to be found. At least when Awagakure issues bonds and secures sufficient capital, the plan will be under Awagakure's control. As long as Awagakure does not relent, they will have no choice but to comply. Moreover, this plan has already encroached upon their interests. They are not unaware that Awagakure seeks to expand its influence. Their willingness to invest in this proposal is contingent upon the weight that Demon Oki and Awagakure carry. Having the support of the teacher is better than having none at all. It allows us to lay the groundwork for the initial phase, perfectly positioning us to confront the impending conflict. Chijin remained pragmatic, recognizing the merits of utilizing others' resources for one's own endeavors. And as long as we deliver results, they will be eager to provide us with funding, driven by their own self-interest, he concluded. Well said. Demon Oki clapped the window frame, only to wince as he twisted his waist, yet he quickly regained his composure. You truly are my worthy disciple, Chijin. Come, let us return to the village. This startup capital is still capital, even a fly's leg is meat. If we use it wisely, it will be enough to stir up some action. Let them witness our strength. Chapter 19. S-Rank Mission Office of the Tsuchikage, Iwagakure. As the weary duo of mentor and disciple stepped into the office, the familiar scent of unadorned ambience alleviated some of Chihin's exhaustion from the arduous journey and the distaste for the hypocritical nobles. At last, we have returned. Lord Inoki, seated at his well-worn desk, instinctively rubbed his lower back, casting a disdainful yet resigned glance toward the mountain of scrolls before him. It is truly burdensome to return only to face such a plethora of tasks, despite having enlisted the aid of Tsuya and the others on the mountain. Chihan, standing at the foot of the desk, paid no heed to Inoki's lamentations and instead placed the document representing hope, the approval of the rock-solid plan, upon the table. Master, the revitalization plan for the land of Earth can indeed commence. Commence? Of course it must. A spark ignited in Inoki's eyes, dispelling the weariness that had previously clouded him. He picked up the document, his fingers tracing a location already marked within the territory of Awagakure. However, simply extracting stones from our own doorstep will not suffice to make a grand statement. Upon finishing his thought, he raised his gaze to Chihan. Young one, as we advance this plan, we must also establish our prestige. The future of Awagakure requires your presence in the sunlight, allowing all to see that we have worthy successors. You are the most critical figure in this plan. The old man sighed, reflecting on his age and the impending need to consider a successor. Who knows how much longer I can endure? Chihan, somewhat perplexed by Inoki's implications, understood that even if he were to step into the limelight, it would require time. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that Inoki was already prepared and chose not to dwell further. What must I do now, master? A sly smile crept across Inoki's lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox, as he pointed to a current opportunity on the table. As it happens, there is a ready-made stage. An urgent report has arrived from the eastern border outpost. A squad of elite Sunagakure ninja, disguised as bandits, has launched consecutive attacks on our two small supply lines over the past 3 days, employing ruthless tactics and leaving no survivors. Yet, the more they act, the more traces they will leave. He paused, his tone becoming commanding. Chihan, your first independent S-rank mission. Proceed immediately to the eastern border outpost, collaborate with the station Jonin, and identify and annihilate this Sunagakure squad. Objective: total annihilation, leaving no future threats. Let Sunagakure witness the newly sharpened fangs of Awagakure. An independent S-rank mission? Even Chihan, resolute in spirit, could not help but feel a flicker of apprehension. S-rank missions typically indicated adversaries possessing elite Jonin strength, and executing it independently not only implied trust, but also served as a declaration of his ascendance to prominence. Inoki intended for his debut to be bolstered by the gravity of an S-rank introduction. What? Are you afraid? Inoki raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with provocation. Yet beneath it lay unwavering trust and expectation. No. Chihin's eyes sharpened, ignited by the task at hand. I accept the mission. I will ensure its completion. Observing the burgeoning battle spirit and unexpected composure in his disciple's gaze, Inoki nodded in satisfaction. He approached Chihin, no longer the lofty Tsuchikage, but rather a caring elder. His rough hand gently patted Chihin's shoulder, the gesture somewhat awkward yet imbued with warmth. Go forth, let the world witness the true will of stone, and make them acknowledge your existence. Use this to attract the first investment for our plan. Eastern border of the land of Earth. Chihin's figure appeared like a specter atop a towering wind-eroded rock pillar. He wore not the conspicuous garb of a lower ninja, but rather a deep brown, form-fitting combat suit, complemented by a lightweight vest issued by Iwagakure, designed for stealth. Eyes closed, he pressed his hands against the searing rock surface, drawing information from the earth beneath and the ambient natural energy surrounding him. Soon, he detected muted sounds, tinged with blood and a restless chakra, emanating from several kilometers away within a large, wind-sheltered cavern. There, he discerned 4 chakra signatures, 1 jonin and 3 chunin, accompanied by a scent of blood. Chihin opened his eyes. He refrained from informing the station jonin at the outpost, for they had a more pressing vigilance to maintain. This hunt was to be his stage. With a slight movement, he descended from the towering pillar, gliding silently to the ground, leaving only the faintest traces in the sand. Before vanishing into the shadows of the jagged rocks, his speed astonishing as he approached the target cavern. Inside the cavern, the atmosphere was thick with tension. 4 Sunagakure ninja huddled around a small campfire, the flickering flames illuminating their menacing faces. Scattered about were Iwagakure forehead protectors and bloodied bandages, clear evidence of their recent plunder. The leader, a Sunagakure jonin with a jagged scar across his face, was polishing a kunai that shimmered with a ghostly blue hue, his tone cold. What are you afraid of? A bunch of turtles. A chunin with tattoos spat, his words cut short. Boom. Without warning, the sturdy ceiling of the cavern erupted, creating a gaping hole several meters wide. Blinding daylight mixed with debris cascaded down. Amidst the swirling dust, a not particularly tall figure descended, accompanied by a chilling declaration, "No need to wait, for your lives end here." Dust release, heavenly fall. Chihin clapped his hands fiercely before his chest. No intricate hand seals were required, only an instantaneous eruption of chakra that reverberated through the air. Buzz. Dozens of fist-sized cubes radiating a lethal blue-white light coalesced behind him as if imbued with life. What? The Sunagakure jonin's pupils constricted in horror. The light was dust release. Intelligence had not indicated that Iwagakure had a new user of dust release, and the speed of its execution. Scatter. He howled, reacting swiftly as he retreated. But Chihin's intent was faster. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of blue-white beams of death shot forth like a precisely guided storm, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, propelled by a velocity that defied visual perception. One chunin, just leaping, was struck first, pierced simultaneously by 3 beams of blue-white light, instantly disintegrated. At the moment the beams penetrated his body, the affected portions had already vanished into atoms. The remaining 2 chunin were paralyzed with fear. One attempted to employ the body flicker technique, his form barely blurring when a beam struck, disintegrating him along with his residual chakra. The other frantically began forming seals, attempting to deploy an earth release defense, as a sand wall began to rise. Puff, puff, puff. 3 beams of dust release sliced through the sand wall, as if it were butter, accurately hitting his chest, abdomen, and head. The sand wall and his entire being crumbled into scattered blue dust amidst his eyes filled with despair. In just a single encounter, 3 chunin were utterly annihilated. Bastard. The Sunagakure jonin's eyes bulged with rage and disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how his opponent had executed such a technique. The instantaneous nature, the scale, the precision, it was monstrous. Fear was swiftly replaced by a fierce instinct to survive and fury. He bit his finger, rapidly forming seals with his hands. Summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a massive scorpion, its menacing pincers stretching over 10 meters. This was his trump card. As a jonin capable of undertaking deep infiltration missions, he could not be underestimated. The Iwagakure scorpion. Crush him. The Jonin commanded, his hands moving with agility, unleashing a torrent of poisoned shuriken like a rainstorm aimed at Shihun, blocking all avenues of escape. He could not believe that his opponent could handle both the summoned beast and his full frontal assault simultaneously. In the face of the onslaught of poisoned needles and the scorpion's crushing assault, Shihun's expression remained utterly unfazed. He did not even shift his footing. Dust release, circular barrier. He clasped his hands before him once more. Buzz. This time, it was not an offensive dust release beam, a wall composed of countless hexagonal blue light panels, as intricate as a honeycomb, manifested around him, swirling in motion. The light panels were thin as a cicada's wing, yet none could afford to underestimate them. With a hissing sound, the venomous projectile collided with the azure barrier, akin to snow plunging into a furnace, leaving not a ripple in its wake, vanishing instantaneously and being utterly disintegrated into its primordial energy particles. A roar erupted as the colossal pincers of the desert rock scorpion struck forcefully against the luminous barrier. A resounding thud echoed. The barrier quivered violently, its blue radiance flickering erratically. The scorpion's enormous claws, capable of cleaving mountains, met the barrier, and its hard rock shell seemed to be ground down by an invisible file, disintegrating at a visible pace. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing shriek from the scorpion. Impossible. The sand-hidden upper ninja was utterly stunned. Even his summoned beast could not shake this defense. What manner of creature is this? He had never heard of such a dust release from the rock hidden. It is over. The cold voice of Chichen rang out, akin to the pronouncement of death. Maintaining the dust release circular barrier, he pointed a finger at the giant scorpion, which was now moving sluggishly due to the agonizing pain. Dust release, heavens fall. A beam of blue-white light, far thicker and several times more condensed than before, erupted from his fingertip like a spear of judgment. Its speed was so swift that the sand-hidden ninja could not respond in time. With a precise strike, the beam pierced through the scorpion's gaping maw, traversing its massive body and exiting through its tail. The terrifying force of disintegration erupted within it. The giant scorpion's form stiffened abruptly, and then, from the inside out, it vanished like ignited blue flames, dissipating in an instant, unable to emit even a final wail. Now it is your turn. Chichen retracted the circular barrier and stepped forward, towards the upper ninja, who stumbled backward in fear. His gaze remained calm, yet bore a weighty air, akin to the crushing force of a mountain. This was no childish gaze. It belonged to a harbinger of life and death. He chuckled softly. I may perish, but Lord Fengying will soon learn of your genius in the rock hidden. Perhaps we shall meet again soon below. Chichen did not respond to the provocation from the sand-hidden ninja. He continued advancing, stating, You attacked my supplies and slaughtered my kin. The dignity of the rock hidden and the peace of the earth country shall not be trampled upon. Those who offend must perish. As soon as the words left his lips, Chichen's figure seemed to blur in place. The sand-hidden upper ninja felt a flash before his eyes, followed by an irresistible force striking hard against his abdomen. It was Chichen's fist, enveloped in pure earth-release chakra. Ugh! The upper ninja flew backward like a torn sack, crashing heavily against the rock wall, the sound of his ribs fracturing echoing clearly, his kunai flying from his grasp. Chichen had not employed dust release. His form darted like lightning, instantly catching up, his fist containing the strength to shatter stone, striking precisely at the opponent's joints and chakra points. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact reverberated within the cavern. The sand-hidden upper ninja was like a human punching bag, utterly powerless to retaliate, being completely suppressed and crushed by Chichen's pure and exquisite martial skills. Each strike carried the weight of rock, shattering his resistance and proclaiming the will of the rock hidden with primal force. When Chichen's final hand strike accurately landed on the back of the opponent's neck, the light in the sand-hidden upper ninja's eyes extinguished completely, and he collapsed limply to the ground, a soulless shell remaining. Chichen did not glance back at the corpse. He refrained from using dust release because this individual clearly held considerable standing in the sand hidden and could yield valuable intelligence. Chichen's gaze swept over the remnants of blood and scattered rock hidden forehead protectors in the cavern, a hint of heaviness crossing his eyes. He crouched down, picking up a blood-stained forehead protector, meticulously wiping away the blood and dust with his sleeve, carefully stowing it away. Having completed these tasks, Chichen approached the cave entrance, facing the howling winds and sands, signaling to the outpost, and awaiting the Rock Ninja to manage the situation here. Chapter 20. Reaction in the Rock Hidden Village's Tsuchikage office. News of the annihilation of the Sand Hidden Elite Squad rippled through the village like a boulder cast into a tranquil pond, swiftly spreading throughout the entire ninja world. A mere 6-year-old genin had independently executed an S-rank mission, instantaneously slaying 3 Chunin and executing a Sand-Hidden Upper Ninja along with his summoned beast, employing the legendary bloodline limit of Dust Release. It should be noted that within the worldview of the early Naruto series, most ninjas were rather fragile. In such a context, releasing Chichen, who had killed an upper ninja with Dust Release, merely indicated that the Rock Hidden had produced another Inoki. After all, to those who had not witnessed Chichen's instantaneous release, the upper limit of Dust Release was Inoki, who typically did not rely on the charged Dust Release against swift opponents. Chichen's instantaneous release could still be evaded by fast-type ninjas. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the external fervor. Inoki floated behind the desk, facing Chichen, who had just reported the mission details. "You have done well, Chichen." Inoki's voice resonated with undeniable affirmation, crisp and decisive. "The claws of the Sand Hidden have been severed this time." Chichen nodded slightly. "Yes, master. The intelligence has also been handed over to the Elder in the mountains. I believe we can extract considerable information." Indeed. Inoki glided closer, his gaze burning intensely upon his disciple. "In this battle, your name, alongside the codename Pillar, has already spread throughout the ninja world. This was my intention. You are no ordinary ninja. You are destined to stand in the position of a Kage, to take the forefront." He suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the document on the desk bearing the feudal lord's seal, titled Pillar Plan. "This plan was proposed by you. I shall not take the credit. You are the hope for the future of the Rock Hidden." Inoki's voice rose sharply, carrying the conviction of crumbling rock. "Chichen, from this day forth, you are no longer the hidden pillar. You are the future nurtured with all our efforts, the vanguard and symbol of the Pillar Plan. I shall personally announce your existence and mission to the entire village, to the Earth Country. Your strength and wisdom will be laid bare under the sun, becoming the lever by which we pry open the future. With your actions, silence every doubter." Facing Inoki's fervent gaze, Chichen's heart thudded powerfully. He understood this meant he would officially stand at the center of scrutiny, becoming a target for all open and covert attacks. However, he was even more aware that Inoki spoke the truth. One cannot fear such challenges if one desires to change the world. "I understand, master." Chichen's voice rang clear and resolute. "I am willing to forge a path for the Rock Hidden and the Earth Country." In the central square of the Rock Hidden village, days later, an unprecedented assembly took place. Not a wartime mobilization, but a declaration concerning the future. A colossal rock wall displayed the emblem of the Tsuchikage's conical hat, and below, the square teemed with people, Rock Hidden ninjas, representatives of villagers, and even leaders from neighboring settlements, all holding their breath in anticipation. Inoki floated at the center of the high platform, his diminutive form radiating an aura akin to a mountain. He succinctly announced the victory in the Eastern battles, emphasizing Chichen's achievements and the potential he had demonstrated at the Kage level. When he spoke of a 6-year-old accomplishing an S-rank mission and uttered terms like Dust Release, the square erupted with involuntary gasps and incredulous whispers. Then, Inoki unveiled an even more significant revelation. For the first time in public, he elaborated on the core objectives of the Pillar Plan, using the Rock Hidden Village as a pilot to leverage ninja strength to transform barren lands, explore new avenues for resource utilization, improve livelihoods, and enhance national power. He candidly mentioned the limited support from the capital and the obstacles faced, but still declared emphatically, "This plan concerns the very foundation of our Earth Country's future. We cannot be concerned with immediate gains or losses. This is the inheritance of the Earth Country for generations to come. The Rock Hidden Village bears this responsibility, and the vanguard leading this plan is my disciple. The future of the Rock Hidden, Chichen." All eyes instantly turned to Chichen, the youth clad in a pristine uniform, his silver hair glinting softly in the light. As he stepped forward calmly and bowed slightly to the crowd below. Without grandiloquent proclamations, the calm demeanor akin to a mountain, coupled with the recently validated terrifying prowess, instantaneously transformed all skeptical gazes into shock, reverence, and a glimmer of anticipation. Henceforth, the first phase of the Rock Solid project is officially launched. Akatsuchi shall take full responsibility for the allocation of ninja forces and the advancement of the terrorist demonstration fields surrounding Iwagakure. All Iwagakure ninjas are required to cooperate fully. This is an S-rank long-term strategic mission for Iwagakure. Inoki's declaration resonated with the weight of a rock falling, leaving no room for doubt. The gaze and reactions of the ninja world to Iwagakure's ostentatious announcement were akin to another stone cast into the lake of the ninja realm, sending ripples swiftly spreading to the desks of the various village leaders. In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the intelligence scroll in hand, taking a deep draw from his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his wise eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and gravity. A 6-year-old user of dust release independently accomplishing an S-rank mission. Inoki, that old fellow, has truly unearthed an extraordinary gem. He glanced at Tsunade and Mito's flame beside him, pondering that this Akatsuchi may prove to be even more formidable than Inoki. He has ample time to grow. Tsunade frowned. What is more troublesome is this rock-solid project. Inoki intends to utilize ninja forces to transform the land and enhance the livelihood. This is unprecedented. If they succeed, the strength of the Earth country will surely rise. Mito interjected, indeed, it warrants caution. However, it is unnecessary for us. The Earth country is too barren. Their potential is limited. What difference would it make if they cultivate more land? The infrastructure development will likely only waste effort. Danzo's silhouette in the shadows scoffed coldly. Humph, a genius? A seedling exposed too early to the sunlight will only wither prematurely. Ninjas should remain hidden in the darkness. Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze deepening. Close observation is essential, but for now, let us remain watchful. We have our own path to tread. He felt an obscure sense that Iwagakure's actions touched upon a deeper significance regarding the existence of the ninja villages. Yet the land of fire presently lacked the soil for imitation or urgency. In the office of the Sand Village's Kazekage, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a storm on the horizon of the desert. The third Kazekage's face was ashen, clenching a detailed report regarding Akatsuchi's annihilation of the Sand Village's elite squad and the rock-solid project. The loss of an experienced jonin and several elite chunin was already a significant blow, and the opponent was merely a 6-year-old child. This was a tremendous humiliation for Sunagakure. Dust release, yet again. That old fool, with his grasp on such a terrifying power, has now fostered a little monster. An elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with trepidation and resentment. What's worse is this rock-solid project. They aim to transform the land and elevate their national strength. What does this imply? It means they intend to fundamentally address the issue of resource scarcity, yet we cannot emulate them. The third Kazekage slammed his fist on the table. Enough. What use is it to speak of this now? He forced himself to regain composure, his voice hoarse and cold. Akatsuchi must be placed on the highest threat list. Seek every opportunity to eliminate him. As for that project, he gazed at the report detailing the terraced fields, roads, and mineral development. A complex expression flashing in his eyes, intertwined with jealousy, unwillingness, and a tinge of despairing longing. We lack the conditions. The third Kazekage ultimately declared decisively, his tone laden with deep fatigue and helplessness. The environment of the land of wind is harsher than that of the land of earth. The daimyo and nobles are more miserly and short-sighted. What we in Sunagakure need now is survival, to seize resources, to win wars, not to chase unattainable dreams. Deep within, a voice screamed, if only Sunagakure could possess such conditions and resolve, but that thought was swiftly suppressed. The reality is a harsh gravel that obliterates all illusions. The urgent task at hand is to find an opportunity to strike against the neighboring rain and grass countries. In Kumogakure, the third Reikage received the intelligence, raising a brow and letting out a hearty laugh. That little squirt Inoki is quite fortunate. A 6-year-old brat managing to take down a sand jonin? This is intriguing. A worthy opponent to challenge. However, regarding the rock-solid project, he scoffed. Humph, farming and building roads? Ninjas should speak through their fists and lightning. Becoming stronger is the undeniable truth. Those rock-headed Iwagakure folk, indulging in such frivolities, have gone soft. As for Kirigakure, there was not the slightest reaction. Indeed, this project was utterly irrelevant to the current ninjas, who were rapidly ascending in status. With this time, they would naturally focus on military development and procure funding from the daimyo, seizing land where needed and resources where required. Many believed it was highly inappropriate to elevate the fourth Hokage to the forefront during that era. Yet they overlooked the fact that the fourth was not a conventional ninja. He was an idealist, actively practicing his philosophy. Only a select few in the ninja realm were destined to comprehend the greatness of the fourth Hokage, unperturbed by any risks. Perhaps, in the depths of the fourth Hokage's heart, he wished for all nations to emulate him, believing that such a time would yield a better world. The third Hokage released the rock-solid project, but did not reveal its true essence. The core of this project is not the fourth Hokage, nor the ninjas, but the common people. This plan is constructed for the benefit of the populace, whom they have overlooked. In the later stages of the project, civilians began to engage in tasks within their capabilities, marking a union between ninjas and commoners. Chapter 21. The Great Transformation in the Outer Precincts of Awagakure. The aftermath of the proclamation had yet to dissipate, as Akatsuchi immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practical execution of the rock-solid project. He shed his battle vest, donning more practical work attire. At the site of the first phase of the terraced field renovation project, named the Ladder of Hope, enthusiasm reigned. Akatsuchi was not merely a commander, but also a core ninja in the engineering efforts. Perception team, report the underground rock layer structure. Lord Akatsuchi, there is a large fissure 3 meters below that requires reinforcement. Understood. Akatsuchi, accompanied by a contingent of rock ninjas, placed their hands on the ground. Channeling their immense chakra with precision, earth release, Doton core. The ground, under his control, responded like a docile giant. The fissure forcefully sealed and solidified by the powerful chakra of earth release. Next came earth release, rock pillar technique. Sturdy stone columns rose precisely from the designated locations, forming the skeletal framework of the terraced fields. Water flow guidance team, lay the pipes according to the nodes I marked. Akatsuchi's fingertips illuminated with blue chakra, accurately marking the optimal positions for the drainage channels and irrigation points on the newly formed rocky terraces. The ninjas sprang into action, utilizing earth release to carve out ditches and laying down ceramic pipes crafted by the village's artisans. Earth release team, the slope angle here needs adjustment. The weathered layer is too thick. A chunin coordinating the site shouted. Not far away, on a high slope, Inoki floated in the air, silently observing below. He watched as his young disciple utilized dust release amidst swirling dust to carve mountains and plan waterworks. Excavating the future, Inoki mused, rubbing his still sore back. A complex yet deeply hopeful smile gracing his weathered face. Pushing Akatsuchi to the forefront was a gamble, but witnessing him standing resolutely amidst the sunlight and dust, and the emerging contours of terraces defiantly taking root in the barren mountains, Inoki understood that the path for Awagakure, the path for the land of earth, was extending forward in an unprecedented manner beneath this child's feet. The gears of the era have indeed been set in motion by this young rock. 3 years later, at Akatsuchi's exclusive training ground on the outskirts of Awagakure, the winds and sands continued to wail through the barren valley, stirring fine dust that refracted a faint yellow glow in the setting sun. However, within this vast circular valley, personally designated as a forbidden zone by Inoki, a peculiar tranquility enveloped the core area. The air seemed to solidify, rendering even the wind and sand incapable of genuine intrusion. In the heart of the valley, a figure hovered 3 feet above the ground. Chichon had reached the age of 9. It was the 37th year of Konoha, and the Ninja World War was on the verge of eruption. The Wind Country and the Fire Country were mobilizing frequently in the Rain Country. As evidenced by the commercial activities of this period, Hanzo was nearing his limit. His long silver-gray hair cascaded past his shoulders, held back by a simple black headband, with a few strands dancing in the wind, brushing against his face, which had shed much of its youthful innocence, revealing the contours of a resolute visage. With his eyes closed, his expression was as tranquil as water, as if he were one with the weathered ochre rock beneath him. 3 years were sufficient for a prodigy to metamorphose into a figure of awe. He was no longer the child who required Oyuki's constant guidance to cautiously manipulate the embryonic form of dust release. In this moment, devoid of hand seals and deliberate direction, the space around him within a 100-meter radius was silently filled with thousands of densely packed, deep blue cubic particles of light, each the size of a fingernail. These light particles were not static. They followed an arcane trajectory, flowing and rotating, reminiscent of a miniature star field or lethal satellites orbiting a star. They radiated a faint yet soul-chilling coldness, a manifestation of dust release power compressed to its utmost. coalescing into the perfected form known as dust release, celestial falling star shards. This was the embryonic form of the torrential rain he envisioned, the crystallization of 3 years of arduous training. Each particle contained the terrifying power to instantaneously decompose anything it touched into dust. They were no longer cumbersome cannons, but rather the most lethal swarm, the most precise rain of destruction. Chichon slowly opened his eyes, revealing silver-gray pupils that seemed to harbor the coldness of millennia-old ice and the molten lava of the Earth's core, profound, calm, and imbued with an indifferent insight into the essence of materiality. Over the past 3 years, he had traversed the ravines and mines of the Earth country, overseen construction, and executed numerous missions, all of which had long since washed away the last vestiges of childish innocence from him. His demeanor resembled a piece of black obsidian, honed through trials, with a restrained brilliance that rendered him invincible. With a subtle flick of his mind, a series of almost inaudible sounds pierced the air, swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of deep blue death rays, like a swarm guided by an invisible hand, instantaneously enveloped a massive target rock, dozens of meters high, marked by various reinforcement techniques. Situated 100 meters ahead, there was no explosion, no dust. In silent execution, that massive boulder, capable of withstanding A-rank ninjutsu, disintegrated at the moment the deep blue light touched it, starting from the point of contact and dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not a shattering, but a complete erasure on a material level. In a mere breath, the center of the enormous target rock revealed a terrifying hollow with a diameter of several meters, the edges smooth as a mirror, while the surrounding remnants exhibited an eerie crystalline peeling state, as if weathered by eons in an instant. The dust release, celestial falling bee sting's precise, single-target assassination mode was complete. No one could escape the onslaught of this ninjutsu. Chichon gently descended, the deep blue star shards surrounding him vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Approaching the edge of the hollow, he brushed his fingertips over the mirror-like surface, feeling the lingering, subtle distortion of space and the absolute void following the annihilation of matter. Power, he murmured softly, his voice calm and unwavering, is still insufficiently swift, still lacking in density. He sought a torrential rain that could engulf a kilometer in an instant, an absolute domain from which no enemy could evade. Though the bee sting and star shards had significantly improved since 3 years ago, rendering him invincible against ordinary ninjas, it was still not enough. He needed to continue refining his abilities. After all, there were entities in this world capable of absorbing ninjutsu, and he sought the opportunity to learn sage techniques. Through years of searching, Chichon had uncovered information about sage techniques in the Earth country. Thanks to his innate talent, mastering a unique sage technique was well within his grasp. However, due to the inherent dangers associated with sage techniques, he had to endure a slow and steady training process. Buzz, a specially crafted black communication device, inscribed with the insignia of the Iwagakure Umbu, vibrated subtly, emitting a low hum. Chichon picked it up. A steady voice resonated through the device. It was the Umbu captain, Iwazuchi. Lord Chichon, Suchikage has summoned you urgently. There are signs of unusual movement from the main forces of Sunagakure at the border of the Wind Country, near the village of Aim. Intelligence indicates the presence of elite puppet troops. The Suchikage requests your presence at the Suchikage building. A glint of cold light flickered in Chichon's eyes. Is the Second War finally upon us? Over the past 3 years, he had encountered countless probes and assassinations from Sunagakure during his Umbu missions, including encounters with puppet masters. Their elite forces, Sunagakure was clearly unable to hold back any longer. Understood, Chichon severed the communication. He lifted his gaze toward the windswept horizon of the west. The words of his teacher still echoed in his mind. Your battlefield lies deep within the mines, amidst the dust stirred up by the transport teams. Forge your renown in the forthcoming Great War. Now, the battlefield had arrived. In a mere flicker, his figure seemed to meld with the wind, transforming into a fleeting shadow almost imperceptible to the naked eye, racing at an astounding speed toward the direction indicated by the intelligence. Only the massive, silent hollow, a testament to terrifying destructive power, remained, along with the increasingly fierce wind and sand within the valley. Chapter 22. Great changes. Not only Chichon, but the Earth country had also undergone tremendous changes over the past 3 years. As Chichon's figure vanished into the wind and sand, Those floating above could observe the Earth country's transformation, which could only be described as revolutionary. Under Oyuki's unwavering leadership and the full support of Iwagakure, the rock-solid project was unfolding at an unprecedented pace. Moreover, the implementation of this plan had catalyzed the approval of numerous other proposals, such as the establishment of research teams, Iwagakure Bank, and the Iwagakure Mining Group. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Iwagakure had been reborn through these initiatives. The Earth was reshaped, brimming with vitality, not mere words. Once barren and steep slopes had been transformed by countless Earth-release ninjas, exerting power akin to moving mountains and filling seas into solid, tiered rock terraces. These terraces were planted with drought-resistant modified crops and certain high-value economic plants, alleviating food pressure significantly, though still far from the prosperity of the Fire Country. This was the achievement of the research teams. The rock walls of the terraces were even adorned with specially cultivated sand-retaining vines, adding a precious touch of green to the previously desolate scenery of Iwagakure. Enormous mountains had been carved out, creating structurally sound underground farms that remained warm in winter and cool in summer, powered by electric lighting and enhanced ventilation systems. They housed valuable fungi, medicinal herbs, and rapidly growing vegetables. These unique crops had earned Iwagakure considerable profits over the years, with veins interconnecting and logistics flowing seamlessly. Wide, robust stone highways snaked through the rugged terrain of the Earth country like great dragons. These roads were not simply laid down. They were sculpted directly by Earth-release ninjas utilizing rock solidification techniques, embedded deep within the mountains, capable of withstanding the weight of heavy transport vehicles. Windbreak walls and makeshift rest stations lined both sides of the roads. At the strong insistence of Iwagakure, the surrounding areas were also equipped with numerous Earth ninjas on patrol. Although most were low-ranking, their presence significantly deterred any ill-intentioned individuals. These roads could withstand the impact of B-rank ninjutsu, employing a considerable amount of minerals sourced during the mountain carving and sea excavation, mixed according to specific ratios by the research teams. Of course, the financial expenditure was astronomical, ultimately resolved through bonds issued by Iwagakure Bank. The salaries of the Earth ninjas were drawn from the feudal lord's treasury, a decision made from the outset, providing a stable source of missions for many underpowered Earth ninjas. Certainly, over the years, what has been particularly remarkable is the extensive network of underground tunnels connecting major mining areas and significant towns. These tunnels serve the dual purpose of facilitating mining operations during peacetime and providing protection against potential attacks during wartime, such as during the Nine-Tailed Rebellion. To prevent enemy sabotage during conflicts, these subterranean passageways are excavated many meters below the surface, making them nearly inaccessible to the average person. After all, the world's most skilled Earth-release ninjas reside in the land of Earth. The mine carts rumble through the tunnels, continuously transporting the wealth of the Earth's depths. The research division has evolved from a mere concept into a vital department within Iwagakure. Many of the recent advancements in the land of Earth can be attributed to the efforts of this research division, which, with the robust support of Inoki, has begun recruiting talent nationwide, welcoming individuals from all walks of life, provided they pass rigorous scrutiny. In recent years, numerous innovations have emerged, including a type of rock mud, derived from a combination of Earth-release solidification techniques and special minerals, which has been widely utilized in the renovation and construction of residential buildings. This material is cost-effective, resistant to wind and sand, and boasts excellent thermal insulation properties, significantly improving the living conditions for the common populace of the village. Along the outskirts of Iwagakure, clusters of new residences constructed from rock mud, characterized by a distinct rocky aesthetic, have sprung up, allowing for a variety of colors that have transformed the once monotonous appearance of the village. Diverse architectural forms have emerged, and due to enhanced safety, there is no longer a need to hire additional ninjas, leading countless merchant caravans to flock to Iwagakure for trade, establishing it as a veritable international metropolis. Furthermore, advancements in agricultural practices have introduced crops that thrive on rocky terrain, greatly enhancing the environment of the land of Earth. Currently, these improvements are primarily focused around Iwagakure, as the extensive resources required have constrained broader implementation. The industrial system of the Earth-release ninjas has also begun to develop, creating numerous jobs for civilians in mining and tool production, thereby significantly elevating the quality of life for the villagers. As the economic situation of the common people improves, other needs, such as healthcare, have arisen. In recent years, in response to the village's call, individuals with knowledge of herbal medicine have been selected, with medical ninjas imparting essential first aid skills, common disease prevention, and herbal identification and application knowledge. They have established simple rock clinics in various towns, greatly alleviating the difficulties faced by civilians in accessing medical care and reducing the burden on ninja hospitals. Basic knowledge of epidemic prevention and hygiene practices has begun to permeate the populace. Continuous investment in infrastructure has generated a multitude of job opportunities, while a stable food supply and improved living conditions have provided the common people of the land of Earth with a tangible sense of hope, despite the ongoing hardships. Moreover, with the rise of Chikatsu's prowess, the name of Chikatsu Chikaglass has echoed throughout the ninja world and has become well known among the common citizens of the land of Earth. Countless families have traveled to the vicinity of Awagakure in search of opportunities for advancement, and the village has already undergone an expansion, yet many continue to arrive. The mere 9-year-old Chikatsu has garnered admiration from Inoki and the broader ninja community due to his remarkable contributions and abilities, earning him the distinction of being the youngest jonin in history. According to workers who have interacted with Chikatsu, he remembers everyone he meets. One miner, while playing with his child in a nearby town, caught Chikatsu's eye. He bought the child a kanai toy and inquired about the miner's previous injuries, touching the miner deeply. Such instances are plentiful, as even a fleeting encounter with a ninja does not escape Chikatsu's memory. He has become a symbol of hope for the land of Earth, known as its luminary, with Chikaglass signifying a beacon guiding the nation towards a brighter future. Over the years, the population of the land of Earth has steadily increased, with many fleeing from hardship, resulting in a significant expansion of arable land and an overall improvement in the quality of life. The finances of Awagakure have also grown substantially, alleviating the dire conditions experienced during Chikatsu's childhood. Furthermore, due to Chikatsu's proficiency in executing missions, few have paid heed to his age. The majority have overlooked this detail. Similarly, Inoki's prestige has reached new heights due to the transformative changes benefiting the populace. The Will of Stone has been imbued with new meaning, to safeguard and transform the homeland, allowing the rocky terrain to nurture hope. While other ninja villages have attempted to imitate these successes over the years, most efforts have faltered, as these achievements have been rooted in the unity of the village, with Awagakure's largest interest group comprising predominantly of ordinary civilian ninjas devoid of significant familial influence. Receiving unwavering support from Inoki and the representative of the 4th Tsuchikage, Chikatsu. Other villages lack such conditions. As for initiatives like afforestation and mountain excavation, the financially stable Kanahagakure remains indifferent, joking that such endeavors are unnecessary for them. The Wind Country, however, has utilized ninjas for some of these efforts. Yet its most pressing issue is not poverty, but rather a lack of water. After some initial research, they lost interest. And since the management of civilians primarily falls under the jurisdiction of the feudal lord's administration, the changes in the land of Earth went largely unnoticed, with the name of Chikatsu's genius gaining more prominence. Chikatsu, the genius jonin, is heralded as the future 4th Tsuchikage, rumored to possess the power to threaten even the shadows with his dust release. Chapter 23. Prelude to War. Tsuchikage office building. Chikatsu's figure silently appeared before the immense stone doors of the Tsuchikage's office building. The building itself has undergone a remarkable transformation. Soaring 6 stories high, constructed from the land of Earth's characteristic reddish-brown stone and enhanced rock crystal glass, refracting sharp rays of light in the sunlight and harmonizing with the rugged yet vibrant visage of Awagakure. The expansion of the underground space is even more astonishing. The subterranean sections have now become the site of all the secret research and development conducted by Awagakure over the years. Inoki believed that other locations were unsafe, and it was better to be stationed in his own office building, which has proven true, as countless attempts to breach it have failed. He navigated the bustling corridors with ease, entering the expanded Tsuchikage office, which was no longer occupied solely by Inoki. Instead, it featured clearly delineated areas, with members of the think tank, head ninjas from various departments, and elite individuals from different regions all working efficiently at desks cluttered with blueprints, reports, and mineral samples, their hushed discussions blending into a collective hum. However, Behind a mountain of documents and files, the small, hovering figure remained the undisputed core and soul of this vast institution of the Land of Earth. Anoki's back seemed even more hunched than 3 years prior. The weariness etched into the deep lines of his brow, yet his eyes, when they glanced at Chikatsu, ignited with a sudden brilliance, dispelling all fatigue with sheer willpower. Chikatsu. Anoki's voice was raspy, yet still clear and powerful, cutting through the office's clamor. You have arrived. Chikatsu strode confidently to the massive stone table, bowing slightly. Teacher, you summoned me. His gaze swept across the expansive border map sprawled across the table, where notable movements toward the Wind Country were marked in striking red, alongside scattered encrypted intelligence scrolls regarding Sunegakure's operations. Anoki's finger pressed heavily on the area where Sunegakure's main forces were congregating, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. That old rascal. The Wind Shadow has finally lost his composure, he muttered, his voice low and imbued with the tension of an impending storm. The traces of Sunegakure's puppet troops have appeared at the border with the Land of Grass, indicating that Chiyo has begun to mobilize. This force should not be underestimated. We have received word that Konoha will soon be aware of it as well. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chikatsu. Over the past 3 years, the Land of Earth has prepared for everything. Although the economic uplift has greatly enhanced the village, it also means that in the event of war, our available manpower may be somewhat limited. So, Chikatsu, do you possess the confidence required? War is brutal, and to reap its benefits, one must partake in the fray. Can you shoulder the responsibilities of the Land of Earth? The resolute voice of Chichen resonates with conviction. The Land of Earth is no longer the same as it was a few years ago. Life has undeniably improved, and through ideological guidance, its people are now aware of their purpose. We must leverage this war to prepare for the next shinobi conflict. The explosive ninja team and the aerial combat ninja team are poised to strike effectively. Indeed, after thorough analysis by all think tanks, it has been concluded that the Second Shinobi World War will be brief, paving the way for the subsequent conflict. The Land of Earth must seize its desired benefits from this war, such as sealing techniques and privileges in foreign trade. Currently, the merchant convoys established by Iwagakure struggle to penetrate other nations, primarily selling to traders who come to the Land of Earth for reselling. This war must also showcase the strength of the Land of Earth. For instance, a mere few dozen members of the aerial combat team will need to reveal themselves in battle, delivering covert strikes from above. Additionally, the specialized explosive team, led by the former Hokage's character, will be employed to breach walls and defenses. The Land of Earth will exert minimal effort in this conflict, merely to assert its presence. The developments of recent years have captured much attention, and they will not allow the Land of Earth to remain an outsider. Furthermore, the current economy of the Land of Earth is precarious, with substantial investments in infrastructure requiring considerable financial resources and slow returns. The issued bonds must also be repaid. There can be no turning back. The Land of Earth needs this war to secure opportunities for development in the coming decade. Thus, it is imperative to participate in the Second War and attain victory. If successful, the daimyo will continue to rely on the village, deterred from harboring any improper thoughts, while other nations will hesitate to covet the Land of Earth. Should we fail, all would be jeopardized. Anoki seeks to provide Chichen with a developmental opportunity during this great conflict, intending to appoint him as the deputy commander at the forefront, thus enabling him to ascend to the position of commander in the next war. He wishes for Chichen to gain experience alongside Yamashiro and the others. Upon hearing Chichen's words, Anoki's eyes glimmer with admiration, yet his demeanor remains grave. What lies ahead? The puppets of Sunegakure, Hanzo's poison, and the lurking threats from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and even Konohagakure. Are you prepared, Chichen? Master, I am ready. Behind me stands the entirety of the Land of Earth. Chichen responds with unwavering resolve. The formidable powers he has honed over countless days and nights. Dust releases Meteoric Swarm. Dust releases Absolute Guardian. Dust releases Celestial Array. And the devastating tide of dust releases Wind and Haze have equipped him to overshadow the majority of ninjas in this world. In youth, one often harbors reckless ambition. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the office is thrust open, ushering in a gust of fierce sand and wind. A figure strides in, hair blazing like the setting sun, adorned with a pristine Iwagakure forehead protector. His once cherubic face has transformed into a chiseled visage, his amber feline eyes sharp as blades. imbued with a tenacity that belies his youth. His form is lithe and muscular, no longer bearing the toy-like shuriken at his waist, but wielding an ancient, dark-sheathed long sword, its hilt polished to a shine. Yankiri, the pride of Yamashiro. It is Hiryu. Ignoring the grave atmosphere and the scrutiny of the senior officials, his amber gaze locks onto Chichen. Striding forward, his voice resounds with undeniable determination. Old man. And Chichen, I am now a Chunin. I, Hiryu, formally request to join Chichen's ninja squad. Hiryu has emerged as a rising star in the land of Earth, graduating at the age of 7 and becoming a Chunin at 9, embodying the hopes of his lineage. He gazes at Chichen with fervor, the dependency of their childhood transformed into a shared desire for battle and a vow of protection. In these 3 years, my progress has not lagged behind yours, and I am now capable of safeguarding others. The office falls silent. The think tank members exchange astonished glances. Hiryu's unrelenting spirit, burning like molten lava, injects a surge of vitality into the solemn room. Yet, Chichen hears their murmurs. Hiryu is merely dreaming. Claiming he can protect others is a jest. Who would not agree? But I believe in this lad. He is a prodigy to pass the Chunin exam at such a tender age. Anoki observes the 2 promising youths before him, one grounded like the deep earth, strategizing and orchestrating, the other, a burst of molten lava, radiating brilliance and audacity. A near-wild grin slowly spreads across his wrinkled face, akin to the cracks in stone erupted under immense pressure. Excellent. Excellent. Anoki exclaims, slamming his hand on the stone table, shaking the room. You are the hope of Awagakure. I approve, Chichen. Here. Chichen responds solemnly. Hiryu. Anoki's gaze shifts to the red-haired youth. Present. Hiryu stands tall, his voice resonant, his amber eyes ablaze with martial spirit. Order. Anoki's voice crashes like a boulder, resolute and epic-defining. Chichen, you will join me in the combat meeting. And Hiryu will be assigned to Chichen's ninja class from this day forth. Understood. This is a prior chapter. The author has made some changes, and the connection may not be entirely smooth. Please forgive any discrepancies. The author will only post occasionally during the exam preparation period. Regular updates will resume after the finals. Thank you all. Chapter 24. Preparations for War Command Center of the Tsuchikage building in the Conference Center. A vast strategic sand table dominates the central area, with markers representing different forces interlaced. Red arrows pierce the heart of the rain country from the direction of the wind country, while green Konoha markers fiercely resist in the southeastern rain country, subtly trending towards the northwest toward the land of earth and southwest deeper into the rain country. The blue markers representing Amigakure appear chaotic and fragile, continuously squeezed by the red and green forces. This is the nerve center of Awagakure's war strategy, where encrypted intelligence from various border outposts and undercover spies is constantly deciphered and added to the operational board. Confirmed that the Sunagakure forces have breached the 3rd line of defense of Amigakure. The Konoha forces are engaged in fierce combat with Hanzo's direct troops in the Rain Marsh Plains, with the toxic mist expanding. Traces of Konoha's Umbu activities have been detected along the border of the Land of Grass. The target appears to be attempting to sever our communication line with the northern regions of Amigakure. A large-scale chakra fluctuation has been detected within the Land of Wind, suggesting the gathering of puppeteer forces. The strategists huddle around the sand table, murmuring in low tones, fingers swiftly tracing over the intricate terrain model, calculating troop deployment routes and potential encounter points. The air is thick with the scent of rust and blood, foreshadowing the impending conflict. Anoki hovers above the sand table, his gaze sweeping over every shifting marker, ultimately settling on Chichen. Chichen, Anoki's voice pierces the low-pressure atmosphere of the command center, direct and powerful. The situation is worse and more chaotic than anticipated. The offensive from Sunagakure is fiercer than the intelligence suggested. Chiyo's puppet army is devouring the defenses of the rain country like locusts. Danzo of Konoha is even greedier, pressing against Sunagakure while attempting to extend his reach into the northern rain country, testing our route through the Land of Grass. Yamashiro is already preparing at the border for our decisions. He points to several critical points on the sand table. The Rain Marsh Plains is a meat grinder, where Hanzo and a Konoha force are locked in a deadly struggle, with the outcome uncertain. Yet whoever prevails will emerge severely weakened. The main forces of Sunagakure are entangled with Konoha in the southeast, but they should not be underestimated. As Inoki's fingers struck heavily upon a pass near the borders of the land of Earth, it became evident that Danzo, along with his elite forces, had been conducting frequent maneuvers close to our front lines. His intention was to capitalize on our focus being drawn to the land of rain, stealthily driving a wedge into our defenses to gauge our reactions and strength. All eyes were fixed upon Akatsuchi, who, after a moment of contemplation, leaned slightly forward, his fingers delicately tracing several pivotal points on the sand table. The confrontation between Konoha and the rock shinobi. Danzo's motives were unmistakable, testing, pressuring, and even instigating conflict. He sought to ascertain our resolve and reaction speed at the onset of war, while simultaneously compelling us to reveal our main forces prematurely. Should we react too vehemently, he would exploit our response to paint us as a threat. Conversely, should we show weakness, he would undoubtedly take advantage and encroach further into the buffer zone. He gestured towards the direction of the land of rain and Konoha, recognizing it as both the eye of the storm and an opportunity. The clash between Hanzo and Konoha, with Hanzo's poison unresolved, would certainly result in significant losses for Konoha. We needed to remain vigilant, as this would dictate whether we intervened to mediate, benefiting from the situation, or were forced to inherit an even greater disaster. Upon concluding his analysis, Akatsuchi raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembled jonin, finally resting on Inoki and the commander Yamashiro. His voice rang clear and steady, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Master, we cannot remain passive. Yet we must not recklessly engage in the main battlefield slaughterhouse. Our strategy must be to fortify key positions and retaliate with precision, deterring our formidable foes while waiting for the opportune moment. He indicated several pre-established defensive nodes surrounding the limestone valley, fortified by our robust rock fortifications, advocating for the deployment of heavy troops, particularly those adept in defense and positional warfare. We must strike fiercely enough to make Danzo comprehend that transgressing the red line incurs a bloody price. Simultaneously, it was imperative to strictly control the scale of combat to avoid being drawn into a protracted war of attrition. Furthermore, we must prepare explosive teams for the war surprise phase and an aerial combat unit specifically targeting logistics. With meticulous planning, we could achieve our objectives. Inoki nodded calmly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. A very clear target. The leader of the Kobo clan, Daiketsu, stepped forward with a stern expression. Your intelligence network is the eyes of the rock village. The situation on the Rain Marsh Plains is of utmost importance. I require your elite Kobo ninjas to spare no effort in ensuring we have real-time updates on the movements of Hanzo and Konoha's main forces. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Inoki emphasized the necessity of closely monitoring the sand puppet forces within the Land of Wind, as well as the reactions from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. Understood. The Kobo clan shall not fail in this duty. Daiketsu responded with solemnity. Old Purple Han. Inoki turned to the two Jinchuriki, for the tailed beasts were a strategic deterrent for the rock village. At the onset of war, you will remain within the village, maintaining the highest state of readiness. Your tasks are twofold. First, to serve as the final line of defense, ensuring absolute security in the core areas of the village. Second, to be prepared for combat at any moment, should battlefield circumstances arise. Old Purple nodded in acknowledgement, while Han responded steadily, understood, ready at all times. Sho and Ku, you two will initially remain within the borders of the Land of Earth, revealing yourselves only after engaging with Konoha. Once the deployments were finalized, Inoki hovered above, his gaze sweeping over the clearly delineated 3 battle lines on the sand table, then landing on Akatsuchi's youthful yet commanding visage, and finally resting upon the eager and resolute faces of the gathered jonin. Excellent. A slow smile, tinged with the weight of age, creased the weathered features of Inoki as he declared, I shall personally oversee the village while Yamashiro commands the front lines, and Akatsuchi will serve as his deputy. As the Tsuchikage, it was essential to remain within the village, for the tailed beasts would only make their appearance in the direst of circumstances. Currently, the rock village sought to extract commercial advantages from Konoha. Thus there was no need for reckless exposure. Kuu and Sho were formed into aerial and explosive teams upon Akatsuchi's suggestion. Their presence within the borders aimed at ensuring maximized outcomes, particularly given that the opponent was Konoha. One must never be complacent. With Yamashiro and over a dozen elite jonin alongside Akatsuchi's combat prowess, coupled with our numerical advantage, we stood poised. His gaze sharpened, surveying the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the tempest of the Second Ninja World War has already begun to sweep across the land. This time, we of the Rock Village must establish our renown. For only through such endeavors can we ensure the continuance of our existence. Anoki's voice surged, imbued with a resolute fervor. Orders are given. All departments, commence action immediately. Let the sand puppet forces be reduced to ashes beneath the brilliance of dust release. Let Konoha's probing efforts shatter against our rock walls. Let the entire shinobi world witness what it truly means to embody the will of stone. For the land of Earth. For the Rock Village. For the land of Earth. For the Rock Village. The collective roar of the ninjas within the command center reverberated, nearly toppling the sturdy stone ceilings. The spirit of battle surged palpably, dispelling the prior gravity, leaving only the ironclad resolve of bloodshed. Commence. Anoki's voice rang out decisively. Akatsuchi cast one last glance at the chaotic and perilous tableau on the sand table, inhaling deeply. The gears of war were already turning frantically, and as the fourth Hokage, he was compelled to confront the most brutal aspects of this impending conflict. Without hesitation, he moved forward, his steps steady and swift. His blue-gray eyes reflecting both the determination to protect and the strength to obliterate any obstacles in their path. The Rock Village, a war machine forged by the rock-solid plan, embarked upon the tumultuous battlefield of the Second Ninja World War, now adorned with a renewed visage and sharpened edge, charging forth into a multi-front conflict, chaotic and merciless. The fate of the land of Earth and the future of the Rock Village would be inscribed in this moment. Upon the tapestry woven of wind, rain, and fire, by the collective will of all the people of the land of Earth. His gaze shifted to the far side of the sand table, where the green markers representing the Konoha forces were fiercely colliding with the red of Sunagakure. On the mountain, the atmosphere grew tense, with a hint of complexity in his tone. Their reaction time was commendable. The elite troops had successfully withstood the frontal assault from Sunagakure's main forces. However, their commander, Shimura Danzo, was renowned for his ruthless and unscrupulous methods. According to intelligence from the Umbu, it was likely that he would not be satisfied with merely repelling Sunagakure. Currently, they were troubled by the poison of Sunagakure's puppet army. But Danzo's actions seemed to indicate he had a solution in mind. He sought to stake a claim on the unclaimed territory near the border of the Land of Rain, aiming to constrict their strategic space, likely intending to subdue them in the process. Sunagakure was anxious, aware that their advantage with puppets was nearing its end. The Konoha princess, Tsunade, was said to be an expert in antidotes, and it was rumored that Konoha had been dealing with Sunagakure's toxins for some time. Chiho felt somewhat helpless. Yet, Sunagakure had been managing to deal with Hanzo rather adeptly, both being masters of poison, and Sunagakure's puppet army was particularly effective against him. Hanzo, in his frustration, had resorted to cursing Chiho on the battlefield, while she retorted by calling him an old man with a breathing tube. Chiho had even discovered Hanzo's vulnerability, noting that he required 5 minutes to replenish his poison gas. Unfortunately, for those from Konoha, that 5-minute window was of little use, as Hanzo displayed no hesitation in unleashing his deadly gas upon their forces, swiftly exploiting his formidable strength to decimate foes. Currently, Tsunade was preoccupied with the situation in Sunagakure and had no time to formulate an antidote. Fortunately, Hanzo was primarily focused on Sunagakure, only occasionally making his presence felt in Konoha. On the battlefield, Danzo was serving as the overall commander and had devised a plan to engage on 3 fronts. The situation against Sunagakure was stabilizing, and news had reached them that Konoha was researching a counter to the puppet army's toxins. Should they succeed, Sunagakure's defeat would be inevitable. This was also why Danzo had the energy to begin addressing the threat from Iwagakure. After dealing with Sunagakure, he could leverage their elite forces to confront Hanzo directly, as his paramount focus was on Iwagakure. Danzo's ambitions were unmistakable. Chiho's voice was calm as he observed Sunagakure's offensive being halted. He recognized that Iwagakure had remained inactive, aware that in recent years, they had been unable to mobilize many shinobi due to their focus on village development, thus failing to utilize their true strengths. It seemed they wished to capitalize on this moment to expand Konoha's influence and even test the limits of the Land of Earth. Should they gain control over those buffer zones near the border, it would likely become Konoha's wedge into the flank of the Land of Earth. He extended his finger, summoning a nearly imperceptible blue halo of chakra, which he gently tapped onto the edge of the area on the sand table where Konoha intended to advance. Now, aside from the setbacks against Hanzo, he could almost claim to be single-handedly contending with 3 nations. He likely harbored hopes of acquiring a prestigious reputation from this war. Alas. Chiho remarked as he gestured towards Konoha's forces, "We shall not grant him that opportunity." The sharp gaze of the man on the mountain was resolute. The orders of the Tsuchikage were unequivocal. "We must endeavor to exhaust Konoha's strength during this war, thereby gaining the upper hand and compelling them to acquiesce to our demands." Chiho nodded slightly, his gaze shifting from the sand table to the raging winds and sands outside. "Since Konoha is impatient, we need not remain hidden any longer. Sunagakure is nearing its limit. It is time to let Konoha experience the challenges of a 3-front war. Intelligence from our operatives should arrive soon, and then it will be our turn to ensure they remember this lesson." When Chiho entered, Yamashita was facing away from the entrance, bent over a massive sand table depicting the complex terrain of the Greystone Valley and its surroundings, his finger tracing several points representing Konoha's infiltration teams. His brow furrowed in concentration. Without turning, he acknowledged Chiho's arrival. "Just in time, Chiho. The rabid dogs released by Danzo have proven more bothersome than anticipated. Traces of them have been found near the 3rd and 7th outposts, seemingly intent on prolonging their stay as long as possible." Chiho swiftly approached the sand table, his gaze scanning the marked information. "This must be Konoha's elite. They are attempting to discern our defensive patterns. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in any activity, and this presents a perfect opportunity for me to stretch my legs." The Second Shinobi World War was a turning point for the ninja world, with the chaos among the great nations giving rise to immense suffering. It was from this turmoil that the Akatsuki was born. The 4th Hokage derived crucial resources from this conflict. Chapter 26. Ambush. Yamashita fixated on the sand table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the rock wall. Seconds later, he struck the board decisively. "All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Advisor, mobilize elite forces to form a rapid response team under Chiho's command and have them stand by immediately." Orders were swiftly disseminated, and the command center began to operate with the precision of a finely tuned machine. The outer region of Greystone Valley, with its wind-eroded stone forest, lay shrouded in the encroaching night, casting distorted shadows under the moonlight. Chiho, Hiryu, and 3 other seasoned Iwagakure Chunin blended seamlessly into the rocky terrain, lying in wait at a vantage point. Chiho closed his eyes in concentration, a faint blue chakra glimmer swirling at his fingertips, connecting him to countless minuscule blue particles scattered throughout a 1-kilometer radius. Hiryu gripped his long blade tightly, breathing lightly, his amber eyes scanning the suspicious area below with keen intensity, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. The other 3 Chunin occupied advantageous positions, holding their breath in anticipation. Time ticked away, with only the sound of wind whispering through the stone crevices. Suddenly, Chiho's fingertips trembled imperceptibly. His eyes flew open, devoid of light, yet glinting with icy sharpness. To the northeast, 700 meters away, 3 fluctuations of chakra stirred, each at the level of a Chunin or above, advancing towards the predetermined ambush point. Their mode of operation, stealth, employing sensory evading tools. Chiho's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it reached each team member's ears with clarity. 3. Perfect. Hiryu licked his lips, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. Following the prearranged plan, Team A will flank from the left and cut off their retreat. Team B will remain on standby, ready to report any anomalies. Hiryu, we shall launch a frontal assault for a swift resolution. Chiho spoke rapidly, his hands forming a seal with utmost discretion before his chest. Understood. The others responded in hushed tones, their forms vanishing in an instant. 700 meters away, 3 Konoha shinobi clad in standard vests and animal masks swiftly navigated the shadows of the rocks. The leader signaled for his companions to halt, cautiously sensing their surroundings. Strange. It seems the Iwagakure sentries have either retreated or hidden themselves more thoroughly, one Konoha ninja murmured. Be cautious. Lord Danzo has warned us that the Tsuchikage is cunning, and that newcomer, Chiho, is not to be underestimated, another added, but his words were cut short. Swish, swish, swish. A series of barely audible sounds, masked by the wind, erupted suddenly. 3 minuscule cubes, no larger than a fingertip and emanating an ethereal blue glow, darted towards the 3 Konoha shinobi with deadly precision from obscure angles. Too fast. Too concealed. No warning. Enemy attack. The lead Konoha ninja barely had time to emit a startled cry, instinctively recoiling to evade a deadly strike aimed at his throat. However, his left shoulder was grazed, armor and flesh alike disappearing silently, and acute pain forced a muffled groan from him. The other two weren't so fortunate. One attempted to block, but as his kunai rose halfway, the blue light pierced his chest in an instant. The other, reacting slightly quicker, used the body replacement technique, appearing behind a large boulder 5 meters away. Yet, as he materialized, another smaller blue light, seemingly predicting his position, followed closely and precisely penetrated his back. 2 fatalities in an instant. Dust Release is Chiho, the surviving leader of the Konoha squad. Despite enduring excruciating pain, resolutely formed hand seals. Earth Release. However, his technique was only half completed when a searing red streak rushed towards him like a whirlwind. The blade of Hiryu sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, the edge charged with highly compressed Earth Release chakra, striking precisely at his wrists where he was forming his seals, executing the stone point technique. The Konoha leader was compelled to interrupt his ninjutsu, retreating awkwardly to block. Clang. The kunai clashed with the long blade, sparks flying. Hiryu's relentless attack bore the weight of an unyielding will, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly, leaving him no opportunity to unleash a powerful jutsu. At that moment, Akashira's figure appeared like a specter at the leader's flank, expressionless, his fingers forming a precise gesture, a deep blue light gathering at his fingertips. This was not a large-scale dust release, but a highly compressed dust release needle, capable of piercing through steel. The chill of death enveloped the Konoha leader instantly. With Hiryu's ferocious blade pressing forward and Akashira's lethal strike looming from behind, there was no escape. No. The desperate scream was abruptly silenced. Swoosh. The blue light flashed, accurately piercing through his temple. The horror in his eyes froze, his body collapsing limply. The battle had commenced and concluded in no more than 10 seconds. The 3 elite Konoha ninjas were annihilated. Target eliminated. Akashira retracted his finger, his voice flat, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. He approached the corpses, swiftly examining the scrolls and ninja tools they carried. Hiryu flicked the non-existent blood from his blade with a grin. What a thrill. Dust. Your coordination with my blade is simply extraordinary, clearing the traces and recovering valuable items. Group A, Group B, regroup, and move to the next alert point. Akashira did not respond to Hiryu's excitement, swiftly issuing commands, his gaze already directed towards the faint ripple of the next signal from the wandering stars. The night was still long. The rabid dogs unleashed by Danzo would not be allowed to return alive to convey information. Under the iron curtain of war, the hunt had only just begun. Meanwhile, the fierce clash far away in the rain marsh plains sent tremors rippling silently towards the borders of the land of Earth. In this battle, Akashira had brought mostly elite ninjas, divided into several small groups to engage in skirmishes, while he himself led a relatively weaker team. The entire expanse of land was now ambushed by rock ninjas. Hiryu skillfully searched the fallen Konoha ninjas, quickly stripping away ninja tool pouches, scrolls, and headbands marked with special insignias. The other 2 Chunin spread out cautiously, one swiftly checking the bodies to confirm no survivors, while the other remained vigilant, sensing the surroundings. Captain, we have encrypted scrolls and signal flares, Hiryu whispered, handing over the key items to Akashira. Akashira received them, his fingertips glowing with a faint blue light as he gently brushed over the sealing runes on the scroll's surface. He glanced quickly, noting the records of their assessments of the defense strength of several observation posts of the rock-hidden village and markings of suspected weak points. Danzo's appetite was substantial. Akashira's gaze turned cold as he stowed the scroll away, disposing of it. A Chunin stepped forward immediately, forming hand seals. Earth Release. Rock Coffin. The ground writhed, silently swallowing the 3 corpses, compacting and burying them without a trace. Another Chunin utilized chakra to disrupt and clear the residual chakra fluctuations and subtle traces of battle nearby. Let's go, support Group B at the alert point. Without a moment's pause, Akashira extended his sensory network again, confirming the situation at the next point of fluctuation, where another confrontation was underway with 4 stronger opponents, while Group B was stalling them. Hiryu sheathed his long blade, his combat spirit rising. Understood. Chapter 27. Ambush, Part 2. Group C encountered 4 adversaries, including a Jounin, and was using the terrain to stall, their coordinates locked. His voice remained undisturbed. Like a weather report. Huh. Finally, some tough opponents. The fire of battle ignited in Hiryu's eyes, his long blade humming in its sheath. Dust, let me take the lead. Follow closely, maintain the assault formation. Akashira wasted no words, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, melding into the shadows of jagged rocks. Moving so swiftly that he left only a faint trace on the retina. Hiryu followed closely behind, while the 3 Chunin, equally well trained, dispersed silently to encircle from the sides. Soon, the sounds of fierce metal clashes and explosive jutsu became distinctly audible. On a relatively open field of rubble, for Konoha ninjas wearing dog, monkey, sparrow, and deer masks were skillfully coordinating to suppress 3 rock ninjas taking cover behind massive stones. The earth flow wall was continuously torn apart by wind release, while kunai and shuriken whistled, limiting the rock ninjas' escape routes. Smash that turtle shell. The dog-masked ninja formed hand seals, unleashing a wind release. Gale strike. A violent gust compressed into a projectile hurtled towards the crumbling rock wall. At that very moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For deep blue beams, more refined and faster than before, shot forth from 3 cunning angles, targeting the monkey-masked, sparrow-masked, and deer-masked ninjas, who were either forming seals or preparing to launch an attack. Too fast, too deadly. The timing was exquisitely precise. Careful. The dog-masked ninja realized the danger, shouting a warning as he abandoned his jutsu and dove to the side. The monkey-masked ninja reacted slightly slower. The blue light grazed his wrist as he formed seals, instantly erasing his forearm along with his protective gear. Blood gushing forth as agonizing screams were stifled by pain. The sparrow-masked ninja attempted to substitute, but as his true form emerged 5 meters away, another predicted blue beam struck his back. The deer-masked ninja, in a desperate moment, blocked with a kunai, clang. Sparks flew as his specially crafted kunai was pierced through, leaving a scorching mark on his shoulder. Dust release. It's Akashira. The dog-masked ninja's pupils constricted in terror. Roar. Your grandfather Hiryu is here. A furious roar erupted as a fire-red figure descended, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The long blade, rock cutter, enveloped in a swirling yellow chakra, transformed from a precise jab into a dominating downward cleave, targeting the severely injured monkey-masked ninja, with his wrists severed and racked with pain. The monkey-masked ninja could only roll away clumsily to evade this devastating blow. The blade struck the ground with a force that sent shards of rock flying like cannonballs. Don't worry about me. Send the signal. Inform Lord Danzo. Target confirmed. The dog-masked ninja roared, his hands flying like lightning as he unleashed a fire release. Dragon fire technique. A blazing fire dragon roared towards the newly landed Hiryu, attempting to force him back to rescue his comrade. Simultaneously, the deer-masked ninja, gritting through the pain in his shoulder, hastily pulled out a signal flare. Humph. Hiryu advanced against the fire dragon, spinning his blade, the yellow light surging, cleaving the fire dragon in 2. The scorching winds whipped through his red hair, yet he grinned. A signal? Dream on. His blade did not waver, sweeping horizontally and forcing the deer-masked ninja to abandon his flare in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 more subtle, yet lethal sounds pierced the air. The targets were the sparrow-masked ninja attempting to form seals to support the dog-masked ninja, and the monkey-masked ninja, still reeling from Hiryu's prior attack. The sparrow-masked ninja felt the chill of death, desperately evading, but the blue light pierced through his side, sending a spray of blood. The monkey-masked ninja had completely run out of luck, another beam of blue light embedding itself into his throat as he faltered in agony. In the blink of an eye, 2 had fallen, and 1 was gravely injured. Damn it! The dog-masked ninja's eyes widened in rage, realizing their mission had utterly failed. The only thing left to do was to return with information about Akashira's terrifying prowess. Retreat. He frantically threw several smoke bombs and poisoned shuriken, attempting to create chaos. Smoke enveloped the area instantly. Thinking of escaping? Akashira's cold voice resonated ominously. The dog-masked ninja was horrified to discover several faint blue beams, like a relentless curse, penetrating the smoke, locking onto him and the gravely injured sparrow-masked ninja. Dust release needle tracking. Akashira maintained his hand seals, his eyes flickering with blue light. The subtle particles of dust danced like venomous bees, fiercely clinging to their targets and compelling them to evade incessantly, rendering effective retreat impossible. Cover the captain. A severely wounded leaf ninja, the deer mask, shouted, disregarding his own safety. With hands forming seals, he struck the ground, invoking the earth release, earth flow river technique. The ground transformed into a torrent of mud, surging toward Chichin and Hiryu in a bid to obstruct them. A mere trick. Hiryu retorted as he plunged his long sword into the earth, executing the earth release, rock pillar technique. Several robust stone pillars erupted with a thunderous roar, precisely intercepting the muddy flow. In the same moment, he flickered, appearing like a specter beside the deer mask ninja, his sword glinting with a merciless sheen as it swept across the opponent's throat. Meanwhile, the dog mask and sparrow mask leaf ninjas, ensnared by the stinging dust, found themselves in peril. The sparrow mask, already grievously injured, was slower to react, and a blue light finally pierced through his thigh, pinning him to the ground. The dog mask ninja was also forced into a desperate situation, suffering multiple severe burns that exposed his bones. It was over. Chichin's figure materialized before the dog mask ninja with a speed akin to teleportation, his right index finger shimmering with an unfathomably deep blue light as he pointed it at the opponent's brow. Dust release, bee sting, execution. The chilling grip of death froze the dog mask ninja's thoughts. The last image reflected in his eyes was that of emotionless silver-gray pupils and a point of blue light signifying absolute obliteration. In a flash, the blue light vanished. The dog mask ninja's movements froze, his gaze behind the mask petrified, and he collapsed with a resounding thud. Chichin spared no glance at the lifeless body on the ground, shifting his focus to the pinned and terrified sparrow mask ninja. Information, he declared with a calm yet unyielding resolve, his formidable mental force mingling with the destructive aura of dust release pressing upon the captive. Under the weight of excruciating pain and dual oppression, the sparrow mask ninja's psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. At the rock-hidden front command, Chichin placed the blood-stained encrypted scroll and a transcript of the confession beside the mountain-shaped model of the battlefield. Confirmed, he stated. Danzo's objective extends beyond merely establishing a forward base. He plans to strike in 3 days, during the height of the Rain Marsh Plain conflict, when our attention is diverted. He intends to dispatch an elite unit equipped with powerful explosive tags and gas devices, targeting the supporting rock pillars on the eastern side of the Grey Rock Valley, aiming to create a massive landslide that will permanently block this critical passage and cut off our logistics. The eyes of Mountain Shape sharpened like a blade, and he struck the edge of the model with a fist, exclaiming, "What a cunning plan! Blocking the pass will sever our connection and supply lines to the land of grass." Chichin's gaze fell upon the large rock pillars marked in red on the model representing the Grey Rock Valley Pass. Let us turn the tables. Allow them to enter and set a trap near the support points. It is time for their elite team to pay for their ambitions. Mountain Shape studied Chichin, witnessing the frigid murderous intent and unwavering confidence in his eyes, and nodded gravely, "Very well. You shall be fully responsible for this ambush. How many personnel will you require? Just Hiryu will suffice. Too many would only raise alarms. Besides, it will provide Hiryu with an opportunity for growth," Chichin replied with an even tone, indicating that under dust release, swarms of insects and flesh were indistinguishable. Their burial ground would be the Grey Rock Valley. Mountain Shape regarded the excessively youthful vice commander before him, eventually speaking in a deep voice, approved. "Yes." Chichin turned, his silver-gray hair slicing through the dim light of the command center with a chilling arc. Currently, the front lines of the Earth Nation comprised approximately 7,000 ninjas, the majority being Chunin and Jinin, scattered across the vast borders of the Earth Nation. As the battlefield expanded, most elite Jonin would be deployed with groups of ninjas to various strongholds to secure the rear. At that juncture, Chichin would stand at the forefront, and it would be then that Inoki would truly test him. Of course, Inoki had no concerns about threats to his life. He could always rely on the heavy rock techniques to ensure his safety. As for encountering a large-scale ambush, even if Sarutobi dared to mobilize elite forces, the rock ninjas surrounding Chichin would charge forward to carve a path for him. Dust, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. Your existence has already instilled hope in the village. Chapter 28. The outcome. Chichin, you performed splendidly this time, Mountain Shape declared, delivering a hearty clap on Chichin's shoulder, the force causing Chichin to sway slightly. The wrinkles on the commander's face seemed to ease a fraction. The newcomer was Danzo's right-hand man, and although restrained, there was enough for us to study. This time, we could truly make that old fox feel the pinch. Chechen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the green markers representing the Leaf Village on the model. Danzo would not easily let go of this grudge. Once he recovered, he would undoubtedly intensify his efforts against us. Mountain Shape nodded, indicating the direction of the Rain Marsh Plain. The Umbu have relayed intelligence. The Sand Hidden and Leaf are nearing a resolution. In recent days, the Leaf has been consolidating its forces, while the Sand has faced setbacks against the White Fang, compelling them to contract as well. If we do not act swiftly, this war may soon fizzle out. It will not end so quickly. This war has only just begun. Both Hanzo of the Salamander and the Sand Hidden will not wish for the Leaf to prevail. Listening to Chechen's words, Mountain Shape furrowed his brow, a hint of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Hanzo's reputation as a demigod was well-earned, forged in the fires of combat. At the war's onset, some may have underestimated him. But now, apart from Chio of the Sand, who managed to counter Hanzo's poison, others were simply no match for him. Chechen's fingertip traced the position of the Leaf camp on the model. Tsunade of the Leaf, her medical ninjutsu and antidote capabilities are unparalleled. According to the latest intelligence from the Uchiha clan, she is highly likely to have developed a solution to Chio's poison. The command center fell into an immediate silence, the air seemingly frozen. The Sand's greatest reliance lay in Chio's deadly puppetry, which was lethal upon contact. Should this poison be neutralized, the Sand's advantage on the Rain Marsh Plain would vanish, a monumental boon for the Leaf, which had been expending considerable energy against the Sand. Yet, for the Rock Hidden, hoping for both the Leaf and Sand to suffer mutual destruction, it was a perilous sign, given that the Leaf had previously held the upper hand without the puppet forces. Is the information reliable? Mountain Shape's voice grew somber. The Uchiha clan has paid a hefty price. The credibility of the intelligence is extremely high. Chechen affirmed. Once Tsunade's antidote is widely applied, the collapse of the Sand's main forces on the Rain Marsh Plain will be imminent, and victory for the Leaf will be within reach. However, this does not align with our interests. Mountain Shape inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The situation is shifting too rapidly. If the Sand retreats, the pressure on the northern part of the Rain Country will drastically diminish, but the Leaf's burden will double. To salvage face and regain strategic space, Danzo will undoubtedly launch a more ferocious offensive. Chechen, we must act immediately. What are your plans? Chechen's gaze returned to the model, ultimately fixing on a region at the border between the Wind and Rain countries, where the Sand's puppet forces frequently operated. This area also served as a vital corridor connecting the Rain Marsh Plain battlefield to the Sand's homeland. We cannot stand by while the Sand's main forces are decimated by the Leaf and Hanzo. Chechen's voice held a chilling decisiveness. The Sand's defeat would occur too swiftly and thoroughly, which would not benefit us. They require time and diminished pressure to continue holding the Leaf at bay in the Rain Country. Simultaneously, we must impart a more profound lesson to Danzo, distracting him from the north. What do you propose? Mountain Shape scrutinized him intently. Initiate a proactive strike against the Leaf's rear, especially targeting their logistical hubs and medical support points. Chechen's fingertip glided across the model, landing on a marked location near the edge of the Rain Marsh Plain, indicating an important Leaf supply base. This site harbors a substantial stockpile of resources and is likely one of Tsunade's key locations for developing the antidote. Destroying it will delay production, affording us time to act. The risk is somewhat considerable, Yamashita murmured, but we need not take on the entire responsibility ourselves. Inform the Sand Village. They will also take action. Our role is merely to ensure the success of the operation from behind the scenes. I understand, Chihan replied, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Given Konoha's level of concern for that area, they will undoubtedly be cautious of the Sand. I shall deliver a fatal blow at the moment they let their guard down. The pretext will be that Danzo deliberately dispatched troops to invade the land of Earth. We must retaliate. He glanced at Yamashita, who observed Chihan's youthful visage, already exuding an aura as imposing as mountains. Eventually, Yamashita nodded slowly. Chihan, while I have faith in your abilities, I urge you to prioritize your safety. Understood, Chihan replied with a slight bow. I will return with news of victory. At the temporary command post of Danzo in the Konoha camp, a delicate teacup was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into fragments and splattering the expensive carpet with brown tea. Shimizu Danzo's face turned ashen, his remaining eye ablaze with a ravenous fury his chest heaving. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. His voice, distorted by extreme rage, was hoarse as he bellowed. The entire unit. They actually fell to the hands of a 9-year-old brat. Not even a signal was sent. Shihan, that wretched name. He ground his teeth as if to crush it. A masked member of the Root organization knelt on one knee, head bowed deeply, bearing the brunt of Danzo's violent chakra pressure, his body trembling slightly. It is my fault. I failed to provide timely warning. Underestimating. Useless is useless. Danzo kicked over a low table in front of him, documents scattering everywhere, the Greystone Valley plan thoroughly exposed. The past not only remained unblocked, but also cost me my most capable assistant. A tremendous disgrace. He gasped for breath. His single eye fixed intently on the map depicting Awagakure's defenses. 2 days' worth of resources, very well. Do you think this is the end? He forced himself to regain composure, his wrinkled fingers nervously tapping the table. What progress has Tsunade made? This is crucial. As long as we neutralize the poison from the sand, shatter their main force, we can muster enough power to ruthlessly crush Awagakure's defenses and reduce that wretched child to mere fragments. Tsunade just sent word, another intelligence ninja reported cautiously. The antidote has been rapidly prepared with the resources allocated and is nearly ready. Danzo's single eye erupted with a startling light, a blend of ecstatic joy and cruelty. Good. Splendid. Once the antidote is distributed, launch a full-scale assault on the sand's main force. I want Chio to witness her puppets reduced to a pile of worthless wood. A glint of malevolence flashed in his eyes. Dispatch the Jonin squad, and also send Hataki Sakumo, if possible. Have him deal with the sand's prestige after he secures the antidote. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged and departed. Danzo approached the window, gazing at the bustling camp outside, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Soon, we shall be ready. Chapter 29. Hataki Sakumo Chihan hovered several dozen meters above the ground in the night sky, perfectly concealed by the darkness. His perception spread like an invisible web, enveloping the chaotic battlefield below. The distinctive sound of chakra-driven puppets from the sand, the urgent shouts of Konoha ninjas, the cries of the wounded, and 2 rapidly fading presences. Locked in by an extraordinarily sharp chakra. Found it. Chihan's blue-gray pupils suddenly contracted as his gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto a small hilltop ravaged by puppet debris and explosive tags. There, 2 sand jonin stood back to back, struggling to hold their ground. A man with striking red hair manipulated several uniquely designed puppets, desperately defending against the barrage of shuriken and ninjutsu, while a woman rapidly formed hand seals, continuously laying down sand walls and poison mist traps. This was the Akatsuki couple, and around them lay numerous fallen sand ninjas, clearly indicating that this elite squad had suffered a devastating ambush. The harbinger of their destruction moved with the speed of Konoha's white fang, each swing of his short blade creating a haunting sound that sent chills to the very soul, effortlessly slicing through both the sturdy joints of the puppets and the hastily erected sand walls. Hataki Sakumo. The pure intent to kill and speed emanating from him made Chihan's nerves tense. It was the first time he felt that someone could pose a threat to him. On the hilltop, the line between life and death was razor thin. Chio's son, the future father of Sasori, struggled with the last defensive puppet, its heavy shell marred with deep gashes, each block against the white fang's swift blade eliciting groans of unbearable strain. His wife, Sasori's mother, appeared pale, chakra nearly depleted, her sand coffin easily evaded by the white fang. Damn it, why is he not afraid of our poison? Before the man's words could finish, the white fang's figure appeared like a specter in the blind spot of his puppet's defense, the short blade thrusting towards his heart with the intent to sever all. The chilling aura of death gripping his throat in an instant. Just at that critical moment. Dust release, round shield. A clear, cold voice resonated in everyone's ears as a spherical shield, composed of countless finely woven hexagonal deep blue light walls, appeared before the Akatsuki couple without warning. Clang. The jarring sound of metal scraping against metal echoed, as the white fang's seemingly indomitable short blade struck brutally against the deep blue light wall. The anticipated sensation of slicing through flesh and blood did not occur. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of futility. He clearly saw that the blade, infused with lightning chakra capable of cutting through solid steel, vanished at the moment it made contact with the deep blue wall. Dust release. The white fang swiftly withdrew his blade, moving like a phantom, cautiously eyeing the area behind the shield. The deep blue spherical shield slowly dissipated, revealing the figure that floated behind it. Shihan lightly landed, positioning himself in front of the gasping Akatsuki couple, his silver-gray eyes calmly gazing at the renowned Konoha White Fang, an icy chill deeper than the very rocks beneath them lurking within his gaze. Iwagakure-s Shihan, the White Fang's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with gravity. He recognized this extremely dangerous target from the intelligence. The timing and manner of his appearance exceeded all expectations. "Hataki Sakomo, it is an honor," Shihan said, his voice devoid of emotion, as if stating a simple fact. "These two cannot be allowed to perish at your hands." Arrogance. The White Fang's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent piercing towards Shihan like a tangible ice spear. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a faint residual lightning flash. The next moment, he found himself at Shihan's left side, the short blade transforming into dozens of indistinguishable, piercing blades of light, enveloping Shihan in a tempest of strikes. Each slash aimed precisely at vital points, moving faster than the limits of perception. Dust release, round shield instant. Shihan clasped his hands together rapidly in front of his chest. The deep blue spherical shield materialized once more, spinning at high speed. The sound of relentless impacts, akin to a torrential downpour, rang out as every strike from the White Fang crashed against the already compromised blade, shattering it completely. How is this possible? Even for the calm White Fang, a storm of emotions surged within him at this moment. Shihan, Sasori's father, struggled to stand, gazing at the young figure shielding them, his expression a complex tapestry of relief and disbelief. He survived against the odds, yet could hardly fathom the gravity of this moment. The Iwagakure Shihan was willing to delve into danger to save them? "Thank you for being mindful of his blade. It was too swift." Sasori's mother, clutching her injured arm, gasped for breath, warning urgently, "Be cautious of his instant body technique and swordsmanship, and also, Konoha may possess the antidote." Shihan slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over this couple, who, in the original narrative, had met an untimely demise, yet now lived due to his intervention. A fleeting ripple of emotion crossed his eyes as he recalled his own parents, who had perished at the border, their names now but a blur. A fleeting warmth, barely perceptible, was swiftly replaced by a deeper chill. He nodded, acknowledging the information. Although he was already aware of it, it was a gesture of goodwill. "You should retreat. Konoha White Fang, you must understand that you cannot defeat me." Chichuan's voice brooked no argument, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon White Fang. Konoha's Shikaku attempted to resist, but Shikan would not grant him the luxury of time. Dust release, heaven's falling beast sting, maintaining his circular shield's hand sign. His eyes suddenly locked onto the Konoha ninja beside White Fang. With a mere thought, dozens of deep blue beams, no larger than a fingertip and moving with blinding speed, coalesced from the void around him, launching forth like a lethal swarm of bees. They did not travel in straight lines, but rather traced bizarre arcs towards the Konoha ninja, who vanished instantly upon contact. "Bastard!" White Fang erupted in fury. Shikan, standing before him, had withstood his assault and slain his comrades. This was a humiliation unprecedented for Konoha's White Fang. His lightning chakra surged violently, crackling with silver arcs, transforming him into a blinding flash of lightning, embodying a fierce and devastating aura. As he formed hand seals, he was well aware of dust release. If there was hope, it lay in unleashing an even greater chakra-based jutsu in retaliation. This mission, it seemed, had reached its conclusion, given that an elite squad from Sunagakure had been annihilated by his hand. Chapter 30. The Alliance of Wind and Earth in a concealed sandstone cave in the northern region of the Rain Country. The parents of the Scorpion of the Red Sand had narrowly escaped death. Their wounds had been crudely treated, yet the terror and exhaustion in their eyes lingered. They gazed upon the silver-haired youth suspended half a foot above the ground, their emotions a tumult of complexity. They had not anticipated being rescued by an enemy of Sunagakure. Lord Shikun, Scorpion's father, an elite puppeteer from Sunagakure, croaked, "We are eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Had it not been for your timely arrival." He glanced at his equally shaken wife, leaving his words unspoken. Faced with Konoha's White Fang, their demise had seemed all but certain. He could scarcely fathom what fate awaited Scorpion, should he be left orphaned at such a tender age. Shikun offered a slight nod. "It was a trifling matter. We initially sought to inform you about the antidote, but it appears you encountered Shikaku instead. As I understand it, Tsunade of Konoha is on the verge of deciphering Elder Chiyo's deadly poison and is currently ramping up production. They will likely use this to catch you off guard very soon. This revelation caused the faces of the Scorpion couple to pale dramatically. The deadly toxin was the primary asset of Tsunagekyu's puppet corps against Konoha on the Rain Marsh Plains, should it be undone. The main forces of Tsunagekure would find themselves at a severe disadvantage against Konoha's elite and Hanzo's toxic mist, facing the peril of total annihilation. This was a threat 100-fold more lethal than their current predicament. Though they had suspected as much from the onset, the implications were dire. If they fell to Shikaku, the uninformed Tsunagekure forces would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Lord Shikun, are you suggesting? Scorpion's father inquired with difficulty, sensing Chichuan's intent. The enemy of my enemy is my temporary ally. Chichuan's gaze sharpened. Konoha is too powerful. It seeks to simultaneously suppress the wind, earth, and rain countries. Aspiring to dominate the ninja world, this does not align with the interests of any of us. Tsunagekure requires a respite, a time to regroup, while a Wagakure needs you to hold back a portion of Konoha's elite, even if only for a brief interval. After all, with an antidote already discovered, destroying Konoha's reserves can yield new ones given time. He paused, presenting a pivotal proposal. The Wagakure is willing to forge a limited tactical alliance with Tsunagekure against Konoha. The Wagakure will assist in destroying the core samples and key facilities of Konoha's rapidly produced antidote, thereby interrupting their progress. In exchange, Tsunagekure must contain a segment of Konoha's elite, as you were already bound to do. Concurrently, Tsunagekure needs to dispatch capable individuals to a Wagakure's frontline headquarters to collaborate with Commander Yamashita on potential subsequent actions. A tactical alliance to destroy the antidote, Scorpion's father murmured, his eyes glimmering with realization. This was undoubtedly what Tsunagekure desperately needed. Annihilating the antidote would allow them to regain the initiative on the battlefield and secure a moment of reprieve. As for the efficacy of this collaboration, it would depend on the sincerity of a Wagakure. He exchanged a resolute glance with his wife. They both recognized the determination in each other's eyes. Tsunagekure had no better options. Lord Shikun, we shall relay your proposal with utmost urgency through the highest security channels to Lord Kazekage and Lady Mother. A wise choice, Shikun replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Time is of the essence. The operation to destroy the antidote must commence before it is mass-produced and distributed. We shall set forth immediately. Once the collaboration was established, subsequent cooperation could unfold gradually, as a Wagakure sought to create a conducive environment for survival through war, while Tsunagekure, being one of the 5 great countries, still possessed an abundance of resources. Tsunagekure acted swiftly. Under the influence of the reverse summoning technique, the authorized orders were quickly dispatched, instructing Yin and Sanli to represent Tsunagekure in negotiations with a Wagakure. When Shikun entered, slightly disheveled yet accompanied by the Scorpion couple, all eyes turned to them. Yamashita sat in the main seat, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tsunagekure's emissaries before finally resting on Shikun. Shikun succinctly reported the encounter with White Fang, the rescue of the Scorpion couple, and the critical intelligence regarding Konoha's imminent success with the antidote. He then articulated Tsunagekure's desire for an alliance. Yamashita comprehended Chichuan's implications with clarity. To destroy Konoha's antidote, Yamashita mused, turning to the Scorpion couple. What tangible support can Tsunagekure offer for this endeavor? Merely contracting a portion of the front line may not suffice to demonstrate sincerity. While this was a Wagakure's original intention, any gain would still be beneficial, given the substantial stakes involved. In light of the antidote issue, Tsunagekure was indeed at a loss for effective measures against Konoha's rear. Assistance from a Wagakure was essential for a foolproof plan. Stepping forward with a slight bow, Yamashita addressed him. Lord Commander, Kazekage has consented to the notion of an alliance. During the war, we shall do everything in our power to help contain Konoha, and even in the aftermath, the Land of Wind aspires to become friends with the Land of Earth. After all, are we not all bound by a common enemy? A glimmer of insight sparked in Yamashita's eyes as he regarded Shikun. Shikun, the target base lies deep within Konoha's controlled territory, where defenses are likely to be exceedingly stringent, possibly even guarded by shadow-level experts. What is your level of confidence? How many personnel will you require for support? Chichuan's gaze remained calm and resolute. Previously, I surveyed Konoha's encampment. The ground defenses comprise at least 10 squads of ninjas. with a minimum of 3 elite Jonin stationed there. It appears Konoha intends to act against Sunagakure shortly. We merely need to transport this batch of antidote to the front lines. Shikon glanced at Yamashita and the other IWA ninjas, his demeanor unflappable. Moreover, if we cannot defeat them, we can always retreat. The other IWA ninjas chuckled at Chichuan's confidence. Indeed, he had already earned the esteem of many as the 4th Hokage at such a tender age, a testament to his genuine accomplishments. After detailed discussions with Yamashita and the Scorpion couple, it was agreed that Sunagakure would take the lead in this operation, while Awagakure would dispatch Scorpion and 2 Jonin for support. Utilizing the reverse summoning technique, the cooperation between Sunagakure and Awagakure was swiftly conveyed to Sunagakure's 3rd Kazekage, who granted approval. Meanwhile, Konoha received news of Shikaku's encounter with Shikon and his subsequent defeat. Tobarama swiftly issued orders to expedite the operation against Sunagakure, commanding the Konoha forces to retreat. Unfortunately, their movements were soon detected, especially with the alliance formed between Sunagakure and Awagakure, which rapidly solidified their cooperation. Chapter 31. The operation on the edge of the Rain Marsh Plains, a Konoha base, heavily fortified and illuminated, stood vigilant. The air was thick with the potent scents of herbs and disinfectants, mingled with an atmosphere of tense hostility. This was the base for Konoha's antidote supply. In the surrounding darkness, amidst shadows that seemed to melt like rock, the figure of Chiho emerged silently. Behind him was an elite squad dispatched by Sunagakure, led by the Chiso couple, accompanied by 2 Awagakure Jonin for support. The faces of the Sunagakure shinobi were marked by suppressed hatred and a desperate resolve. Their mission was clear: to create chaos, draw fire, and provide Chiho with an opportunity for a lethal strike. Commenced the operation, Chiho's voice resonated coldly through the chakra communication. Almost instantaneously, the Sunagakure squad sprang into action. Several grotesque puppets surged from the darkness, unleashing poison mist bombs and poison shuriken, while explosive tags rained down like a deluge upon Konoha's outer sentries and patrols. The shrill sound of alarms instantly shattered the night. Enemy attack. Sunagakure puppet troops. Hold the line. Protect the core area. Konoha's guards reacted with remarkable speed. Well-trained shinobi swiftly formed hand seals, erecting earthen walls and dispersing poison with wind techniques. While kunai and shuriken clashed against the puppets' razor-like claws, an intense battle erupted at the base's perimeter. Chaos, exactly what Chiho required. Like a ghost blending into the night, he utilized the turmoil created by Sunagakure and his own silent levitation technique to effortlessly bypass the outer defenses. His perception acted like an invisible radar, accurately locking onto the area within the base where chakra fluctuations were most intense and defenses were most formidable, precisely where the core samples and crucial production facilities were stored. There, Chiho's eyes gleamed with a flicker of blue light as he accelerated, disregarding the Konoha Chunin attempting to intercept him. Several Jonin, trying to form seals to unleash ninjutsu, barely registered a flash before a deep blue light barrier, dust release, round shield, suddenly materialized and vanished. Their techniques were silently obliterated upon contact with the barrier, leaving only ash where their hands had been, their screams drowned out by even greater explosions. Chiho's target was unequivocal, the antidote base. Before the heavy alloy doors of the laboratory, 2 elite Konoha Jonin braced themselves for battle. They recognized the silver-haired youth identified in intelligence reports as exceedingly dangerous. Chiho, block him, one shouted, rapidly forming seals, fire release, great dragon fire technique. A searing fire dragon roared forth. The other hurled a kunai attached to an explosive tag, ninjutsu, manipulated explosive chain, unfazed by the flames capable of incinerating stone and the explosive chains attempting to confine him. Chiho maintained his composure, not even halting his advance. As he surged forward, his hands swiftly clasped together. Dust release, celestial beast sting. A hum resonated as dozens of nearly inaudible, sharp blue beams pierced through the roaring fire dragon, directly dismantling its core chakra structure, causing the flames to dissipate eerily in midair. Simultaneously, additional beams accurately intercepted the incoming explosive chains and tags. With a series of hissing sounds, the steel chains disintegrated upon contact with the blue light, while the explosive tags were reduced to their primordial energy particles before they could even detonate. The 2 elite Jonin's pupils contracted in terror, a chilling sense of impending doom engulfing them. They attempted to evade or defend, but the blue light was too swift and too cunning. PFF, 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 PFF. The blue beams precisely pierced their vital points. The two maintained expressions of horror, their bodies dissipating as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. Chiho's stride remained unbroken as he pointed his right index finger at the impenetrable alloy doors. Dust release, beast sting. A finely honed beam of deep blue light shot forth, silent and unseen. Instantly, a smooth, mirror-like circular hole appeared at the center of the unyielding alloy door, large enough for a person to pass through. Blinding light and terrified shouts emerged from within. Chiho slipped inside. Inside the laboratory, chaos reigned. Researchers clad in white coats cowered in corners. Precious instruments and petri dishes lay scattered, alongside several core antidote samples, glowing with an eerie green light, exposed to Chiho's icy gaze. No, stop him. A Konoha medical jonin, seemingly the leader, screamed in desperation as he lunged toward the sample cabinet. It is over, Chiho's voice echoed like a death knell. He did not even glance at the medical ninja, merely stirring his thoughts. Buzz. Several smaller but swifter blue beams materialized, resembling precise surgical knives, swiftly penetrating the precious sample containers and the critical components of nearby centrifuges and purification devices. Crack, crack, crack. The containers shattered, the emerald liquid evaporating instantly upon contact with air, disintegrated by the follow-up dust release beams. The precision instruments belched black smoke, their core components reduced to powder. The medical jonin, who had leapt into the air, froze in despair, witnessing hope vanish in an instant. Chiho surveyed the laboratory, confirming the destruction was complete. He paid no heed to the limp researchers, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished through the breach he had created, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a profound silence of despair. Outside the base, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The Sunagakure puppet troops, under the command of the Chiso couple, fought valiantly, putting immense pressure on Konoha's defenses. Yet, a silvery figure cut through the battlefield like lightning, effortlessly slicing through the Sunagakure puppets as if they were made of paper. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki. His gaze was icy, wherever his blade flashed. A puppet or a Sunagakure ninja fell. The Chiso couple struggled to control their strongest puppets, facing dire peril. Chiho, White Fang bellowed, sensing the horrifying annihilation emanating from the base's core area. Realizing that the most vital components had been destroyed, his overwhelming rage and murderous intent became palpable. As he abandoned the Sunagakure shinobi in front of him, transforming into a streak of lightning that tore through the night sky, charging directly at Chiho, who had just emerged from the laboratory. Prepare to meet your end. White Fang's short blade, imbued with the will to sever all, lunged at Chiho's back with a speed that transcended visual limits, ready to cleave the destroyer in two. This strike contained all his fury and chakra, a promise of destruction. However, Chiho seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Just as the blade tip was about to graze his garment, he did not turn. He simply waved his left hand casually behind him. Dust release, round shield, instant. A deep blue spherical light shield materialized, spinning rapidly. Clang! An even more piercing explosion echoed. Simultaneously, several puppets controlled by the father of Scorpion expelled a thick purple poison mist, instantly enveloping the space around White Fang. This poison mist was not only lethal, but also severely disrupted perception and visibility. White Fang's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his lightning chakra, shattering the encumbering sand and retreating breathlessly. Although he was not afraid of most poisons, the mist's disorienting effects caused him to lose track of Chiho's location. Withdraw. Chiho's voice rang in the ears of the Sunagakure squad. The objective had been achieved. There was no need for further engagement. Without hesitation, the Sunagakure shinobi manipulated their puppets to cover their retreat, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Chiho cast one last glance at White Fang, who was veiled in the poison mist, and with a flicker of his form, he melted into the night, disappearing without a trace. Only the ravaged Konoha base remained, littered with the shattered remnants of puppets and the silent testament of destruction left by the breach in the central laboratory. Chapter 32. Uchiha Kagami. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Danzo, with his single eye, fixated intently on the sand table, where 3 arrows, like venomous serpents, entwined the Konoha insignia, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Amigakure. Reports came in like snowflakes, each one sending Danzo into a fit of rage. Report. The eastern defense line of the Rain-Marsh Plains has been breached. The sand-hidden puppet corps, in conjunction with a poisonous mist assault, has suffered over 50% casualties in the 3rd Squad. Report. From the direction of the grass country, the rock-hidden forces have launched a surprise attack on the 7th supply point, resulting in the complete annihilation of the defending squad and the destruction of supplies. Report. Hanzo himself leads the elite Rain Ninjas, engaging in fierce combat with our main force in the southwest of the Rain-Marsh Plain, the area of the poisonous mist expanding, increasing the pressure on the medical team, and our forces in the rain direction have sustained heavy losses. Tsunade's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist, producing a crackling sound. He slammed his fist onto the edge of the sand table, causing markers to tumble down. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Hasn't the sand-hidden's poison been neutralized? Hurry the logistics team up. An intelligence ninja reported. Pale. The logistics team is indeed accelerating their efforts. But due to a shortage of materials, the fastest batch will take at least 7 days. 7 days? Tsunade's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a hint of uncontrolled sharpness. In 7 days, those sand-hidden ninjas could easily retreat. He gasped for breath, his single eye bloodshot. Where is Tsukumo? Wasn't he pursuing that little brat? What is the situation? Another member of the route knelt on one knee. Lord Tsukumo reports that he has engaged in a brief skirmish with Akatsuki, and the opponent's dust release cannot effectively hit him for the time being. But the opponent possesses a form of dust release defense that renders him completely impervious to harm. A veritable absolute defense. Akatsuki, that damned little brat. Tsunade gritted his teeth. This name now felt like a parasite. At 9, at 12. He could save people under Tsukumo's command. You are well hidden, Akatsuki. He forced himself to remain calm, the muscles on his wrinkled face twitching. Relay the command. Shrink the defense line. Abandon all non-strategic points outside the Rain-Marsh Plain. Concentrate our forces to firmly hold the core area. He paused, a trace of ruthlessness and determination flashing in his single eye. Also, send a message to the village to summon Uchiha Kagami. It is time for the ninja world to witness the true strength of Konoha. To deal with such elusive ninjas, we need the cooperation of illusion-type ninjas for a decisive strike. The core position of the defense line in the Rain-Marsh Plain was shrouded in smoke, the air mingling with the scent of blood, charred remains, and faintly sweet poisonous gas. This was the front line of the battle between Sand-Hidden and Konoha. Exhausted Konoha ninjas relied on hastily fortified fortifications, vigilantly watching the shadowy Sand-Hidden puppets outside, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the position. Captain, will we make it back alive? My family is still waiting for me. A young Konoha Genin's voice trembled, his arm wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. His complexion a pale gray from inhaling trace amounts of poison, yet despair was evident on his face. The Chunin, referred to as the captain, patted his shoulder, striving to make his voice sound resolute. We will, indeed. The village will soon dispatch powerful reinforcements to support us. Just then, a slight commotion arose from the rear of the position. The crowd parted to form a path. A figure approached at a steady pace. Clad in the Uchiha clan's characteristic deep blue high-collared attire, casually draped in Konoha's standard green vest. His long black hair was tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan eyes. His stride was steady, his expression calm, adorned with a reassuring smile, setting him apart from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami. His arrival was akin to tossing a stone into the stifling air, instantly capturing all gazes, kindling a flicker of hope in the weary soldier's eyes. Uchiha Kagami, a second-generation lord's bodyguard, one of Konoha's top powerhouses. Lord Kagami, the position commander, a jonin, immediately stepped forward to salute, his tone imbued with respect and a barely perceptible relaxation. Uchiha Kagami nodded slightly, his crimson gaze sweeping across the position. What is the situation? Report, Lord Kagami. The commander quickly summarized. The Sand-Hidden puppet corps is prowling on the outskirts, continuously testing our defenses, exploiting our lack of antidote to wear us down as much as possible. Lady Tsunade is engaged in battle with Hanzo in the east, but no effective measures are available. The front line has suffered severe losses. The rock ninja forces are stirring, and Lord Tsukumo has already dispatched ninjas for defense. This period can be described as Konoha's darkest hour, as the once favorable situation on the front line has abruptly reversed. First, the Sand-Hidden, on the verge of a great victory, has been completely turned around. The Rock Ninja assault has placed immense pressure on the front line, restraining most of our elite. That guy Hanzo is also seizing the opportunity to take a bite. Akatsuki, Uchiha Kagami softly repeated the name, the three tomos slowly rotating, a 9-year-old jonin wielding dust release. The heir of the two scales. Tsunade has tasked me with dealing with this fellow. He turned to the commander, from the sand-hidden direction. The front line has dispatched Aikido to take command. I will accompany Tsukumo to the Rock Ninja front. He paused. This period requires the concentration of ninjas skilled in wind and water release. Avoid direct confrontation, buy time until the antidote arrives, and preserve our living forces. Yes. The commander was invigorated. Uchiha Kagami's arrival represented top-tier combat strength on their side, and more importantly, it instilled hope on the front line. He brought the most precious element to a battlefield where the horizon was obscured. Uchiha Kagami approached the front line, his crimson Sharingan gazing into the distance where the sand-hidden puppets moved, despite being separated by over 10 kilometers. Uchiha Kagami was not merely observing the enemy's battlefield, but rather expressing an attitude. For the troops, even actions that seemed futile were necessary. At the rock-hidden front command, Akatsuki floated in midair, eyes closed in concentration, a battlefield map made of countless tiny blue cubes hovering before him. This was a training tool Akatsuki devised to control dust release. Now, Akatsuki could undoubtedly be considered one of the top combat powers in the ninja world. In 2 confrontations with the top-tier ninja Tsukumo, who had been decimating foes on the front lines, Akatsuki had proven untouchable. Instead, Tsukumo had to continuously evade to guard against Akatsuki. The assault on Konoha's camp had dramatically altered the situation in the Konoha sand-hidden conflict. The Rock Ninja and Konoha had achieved successive victories, forcing Konoha to continually retreat. Now Konoha was wary of him, beginning to consolidate their forces, indicating they had started to devise countermeasures against him. Who could it be? Akatsuki mused, reclining in midair. Ordinary attack-type ninjutsu would be ineffective against someone with absolute defense like him. Could it be illusion techniques? Is it the Inuzuka clan? Report, Lord Akatsuki. Konoha's front line is mobilizing, suspected large-scale offensive status. Chapter 33, Desperate Situation. The wind erosion stone forest lay ravaged under the onslaught of ninjutsu. Massive rock pillars were severed cleanly in half, their cut surfaces as smooth as mirrors, the ground pockmarked with deep craters and burn marks. The air was thick with dust and a faint metallic scent of blood, while Akatsuki hovered 20 meters above the ground, his silver-gray hair swirling wildly in the turbulent air. His blue-gray eyes calmly surveying the scene below. However, beneath this calm lay an unprecedented gravity. Konoha's targeting of him this time exceeded their wildest imagination by countless magnitudes. Tsukumo Hitaki, a top-tier shadow-level ninja, and Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second-generation bodyguard squad, possessed kaleidoscopic potential. Almost all members of the Uchiha clan with Sharingan possess some unique traits, often tied to their passions. Thus, I have established that Uchiha Kagami possesses such potential. Marahoshi Kokai, acknowledged as a powerful elite jonin, and several other Konoha ninjas adept in speed, all proficient in illusion techniques, quick and formidable. For Akatsuki, whose only top-tier strength lay in dust release, the rest was limited by age, relegating him to the status of an ordinary jonin. Konoha's tactics were extraordinarily precise and lethal, as they had mobilized all capable ninjas from the rear that could pose a threat to Akatsuki. Should Konoha lose this battle, it would spell devastation for a generation. Yet, if they were victorious, it would be monumental, signifying that the young warriors of the ninja world were indeed formidable. Kakashi Hitaki serves as the spearhead of the assault, wielding a bloodied short blade that pierces through the air with a soul-rending shriek, compelling Chichen to concentrate all his efforts in response. Uchiha Kagami lurks like a serpent in the shadows, his Sharingan spinning rapidly to capture every subtle motion of Chichen, the flow of chakra, and even the slightest shift in his gaze. He refrains from unleashing a powerful genjutsu, instead engaging in a series of mental feints and distractions. A mere glance, a slight gesture, or even the delicate undulation of chakra carries potent psychological implications, aiming to disrupt Chichen's judgment and expose him to a fatal flaw. Moments ago, Kagami's covert ambush nearly led to Chichen's demise while claiming the life of an IWA ninja. Dust release, beast sting. Chichen swiftly brings his hands together in front of his chest, coalescing dozens of slender, deep blue beams that resemble a swarm of lethal wasps, accurately targeting Kakashi, who approaches from a strange angle, while simultaneously diverting some beams towards the potential trajectory of Kagami's movement. Kakashi's figure leaves behind a series of afterimages as he moves at high speed, akin to a phantom woven into the lightning, perilously navigating through the death net of blue light, with strands of silver hair dissipating. He does not linger unnecessarily. Missing his strike, he retreats immediately, vanishing behind a rock pillar with the aid of the complex terrain and his companions. Kagami shifts his form, evading the beams as though teleporting, his crimson Sharingan firmly locking onto the airborne Chichen, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lord Chichen, I am analyzing your combat habits. Below, an IWA Jonin roars, wielding a massive stone fist to repel a Konoha Jonin attempting to breach their formation, his voice laced with urgency. The IWA ninjas, relying on their solid rock fortifications and numerical superiority for defense, still appear clumsy and perilous against Konoha's fleet-footed elite. Compounded by the imminent threat of a large contingent of Konoha's finest, it is evident that the main forces led by Danzo have already engaged on the mountain, rendering any IWA reinforcements impossible. This rapid ascent of Chichen is precisely why, during this era, Konoha's third Hokage possesses the absolute resolve to eliminate any potential threats posed by prodigies. Prior to this, IWA had been basking in the glow of a favorable front, and Konoha's three-pronged offensive could not compare to the might of the IWA ninjas. Each time Chichen is momentarily distracted by Kakashi's assault or Kagami's gaze, a Konoha elite Jonin swoops in like a shark sensing blood, swiftly infiltrating the IWA defenses and claiming 1 or 2 lives. Maintain formation. Do not falter. Another IWA captain bellows as the earth-style wall rises, only to be sliced through by a cleverly aimed wind-release shuriken. Had a comrade not intervened in time, he would have been pierced by the kunai that followed closely behind. The IW and ninjas fight valiantly, their casualties mounting slowly yet steadily, but they still retain a measure of control against ordinary Konoha ninjas. The true headache arises when Chichen seeks to engage in aerial combat, at which point these elite foes become a formidable threat. Kakashi alone can dispatch a Jonin with a single strike. The IW and ninjas trust in Chichen's presence above, yet the current situation envelopes them in a suffocating pressure. Chichen's heart sinks. He cannot ascend higher, though such elevation offers a broader view. It would also diminish the precision and response time of his dust release techniques. More crucially, the Konoha ninjas would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to abandon their assault on him and unleash their full wrath upon the IW ninjas below. He feels as if he is tethered to the battlefield at a mid-low altitude by invisible chains, compelled to withstand the unparalleled might of the White Fang while simultaneously guarding against the probing gaze of the Sharingan, all while attentively monitoring the precarious situation on the ground to support his endangered comrades. The IWA ninja who shielded him from the blade earlier is etched in his memory. He has a beloved child waiting at home. How could he return without ensuring their safety? Give up, boy, a calm voice interrupts, as Marahoshi Kosuka appears atop a half-collapsed boulder. He sets down the immense scroll on his back, forming hand seals with deliberate slowness, exuding a steadiness reminiscent of a mountain. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a thunderous roar, a gargantuan water dragon, far larger than usual, materializes, surging forth with overwhelming force towards Chichen. This colossal water dragon is not merely intended to strike Chichen, but to confine his evasive maneuvers and constrict his range of movement, thereby crafting a lethal opportunity for Kakashi and Kagami. The immense water dragon occupies a vast expanse to Chichen's flank, descending upon him with a chilling sense of oppression. Simultaneously, Kakashi's figure, as if choreographed, erupts from the water dragon's blind spot directly beneath Chichen. A streak of lightning aimed at the opening left vulnerable as Chichen reacts to the water dragon. Meanwhile, Kagami's three-tomo Sharingan spins faster, unleashing a potent mental assault akin to an invisible hammer that crashes into Chichen's consciousness. This time, it is not mere distraction. It is the full-force activation of the powerful Genjutsu binding technique, intending to plunge Chichen into a harrowing illusion of excruciating pain as if his body were being pierced by spikes. A triumvirate of lethal attacks. The water dragon blocks his path, Kakashi's deadly strike, and Kagami's soul-binding Genjutsu. Below, The IWA ninja's eyes widen in horror. Lord Chichen. Chapter 34. The mightiest ninja on earth. Upon witnessing these impending assaults, Chichen realizes he must descend to the ground, for even after landing, they would not grant him another chance to take flight. Without time for contemplation, he lands, just as a water dragon bullet hurtles towards him, aiming to force him into a state of constant movement. Yet, Chichen appears oblivious, directly countering the attack with a dust release barrier that disintegrates the jutsu to its atomic components. Clang! Kakashi follows suit with a lightning release, generating a powerful shockwave that kicks up a cloud of dust, allowing Chichen to attune himself to the earth around him. In the moment the dust rises, Kagami makes his move. Illusory binding technique. Originally attempting to evade while airborne, Chichen this time does not even attempt to dodge. Success! Kagami rejoices. However, Kakashi does not waste a moment. Upon noticing Chichen's stillness, he forms hand seals for lightning release. Lightning ball, gathering energy to launch at Chichen. Suddenly, a chill runs through Kakashi. Countless brushes with death have taught him to flee immediately. Utilizing his peak physical prowess and instantaneous movement, he vanishes from the vicinity of Chichen. Yet, Chichen's response is swifter. At the very instant Kakashi withdraws, an extraordinarily deep blue light coalesces in Chichen's hand. Dust release, realm separation technique. In an instant, Chichen annihilates Kakashi's lightning ball and right hand, prompting other ninjas to rush to Kakashi's aid while he retreats to a distance of several hundred meters to regroup. You've truly angered me. Chichen suddenly finds the situation absurd. He had thought to improve his dust release's gathering time through sheer talent, but alas, against truly high-speed ninjas, he finds himself incapable of delivering effective strikes, while the overwhelming power of large-scale ninjutsu inflicts irreversible damage upon his most troublesome adversaries. What is happening? Why did he not fall into the genjutsu? As Chichen touches the ground, he finds his energy rapidly replenishing, along with the restoration of his somewhat depleted chakra. Yet, the drawback is glaringly apparent. This meager recovery is insufficient against the two top-tier adversaries from Konoha, coupled with a dozen elite jonin specializing in speed. Once grounded, he could easily meet his end. Nevertheless, Chichen's eyes betray no fear. Rather, he resembles a legendary combat prodigy. Sensing the inexhaustible natural energy emanating from his surroundings in that critical moment between life and death, with an unwavering conviction to defeat his adversary at all costs, Chichen endeavored to integrate natural energy into his being. In this moment of life and death, he successfully fused chakra with natural energy, resulting in a powerful strike that, amidst the overwhelming natural forces surrounding him, managed to breach Uchiha Kagami's Jinjutsu. Ironically, this very blow inflicted damage upon Hatake Tsukumo. How ironic, he murmured softly, his voice low yet clear. I once believed that with dust release, no one in the shinobi world could claim my life. Today, I have come to realize that there are always greater powers beyond oneself. As long as one is human, there exists a way to confront them. He slowly raised his gaze, surveying the remnants of Tsukumo's right arm, obliterated by dust release, and then turned his attention to the ominous crimson of Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan. Indeed, you are formidable, he acknowledged. But what is far more terrifying is that you are not alone. Chichen understood that he faced not merely these individuals, but also the deep-rooted strength of Konoha, an unending stream of reinforcements, and an array of strategies, with countless ninjas from Konoha yet to join the fray. He had initially believed that a mere skirmish would suffice to achieve his aims, although he still sought to minimize the losses for a Wagakure. He recognized that in the absence of absolute power, he must display his strength to appease others. Moreover, retreat was not an option. Behind him stood a Wagakure, Aunt Haru Hiryu, and the civilians grappling for survival amidst the flames of war, as well as the hundreds of comrades willing to sacrifice their lives for him. He could not afford to lose. You have successfully provoked me. Chichen's voice resonated, deep and resolute. Uchiha Kagami's pupils constricted, the Sharingan spinning frantically in an attempt to cast another Jinjutsu, but this time, a cruel smile curled at Chichen's lips. Will the same trick work on me again? Before the words had even left his mouth, he slammed both hands into the ground. Senjutsu, Doton, earthquake. Chichen's fist shattered the earth beneath him, the force penetrating through layers of sand to reach the ground below. Boom. The ground trembled violently, a visible wave of earthy yellow chakra rippling outward, creating a massive fissure that disrupted the formation of the Konoha ninjas. The earth was his dominion. Uchiha Kagami's expression shifted, lightning crackling beneath his feet as he attempted to escape the ground. But Chichin's attack was swifter. Senjutsu, dust release, falling star, buzz. Countless deep blue cubic light particles erupted from the ground, swirling around Chichin like stars before transforming into a torrential downpour of obliterating beams that blanketed the battlefield. The earth flow wall that Uchiha Kagami had just conjured was shattered by the relentless onslaught of dust release beams. Damn it! Kagami gritted his teeth and retreated. But Chichin's assault followed relentlessly, the overwhelming dust release piercing through Uchiha Kagami. Kagami vanished into the dust. Kagami. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the instantaneous demise of Uchiha Kagami. It was too fast, too powerful, far beyond anything he had witnessed before. Is this what Senjutsu truly is? Chichin's voice was as cold as ice. My ninja way is to stand upon the earth and protect my comrades. You scoundrel. He formed hand seals once more, this time not for dust release, but for Doton, ultra-heavy rock technique. Boom. The gravity within a 100-meter radius surged dramatically, pinning Konoha's ninjas to the ground, rendering them immobile. Now, it is time to conclude this. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chichin's eyes as his hands came together, the brilliance of dust release coalescing once more. Dust release, limit removal technique. A blinding light of destruction consumed all. Once the ninjutsu was unleashed, everything around him had disappeared, leaving only Hatake Tsukumo, who had been injured hundreds of meters away, remaining. The dazzling and intricate strategies of Konoha had initially exhausted Chichin's energy, yet he had managed to annihilate them in an instant with an expansive dust release. From this day forth, the fourth Hokage would embark on the path of the strongest ninja in history. He would be known as the undefeated ninja standing upon the earth. Chapter 35, Surrender. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the land of earth and the land of fire, who had been engaged in combat at a distance, had already halted when Chichin unleashed the earthquake technique. The intense tremors had reached them long before, and the subsequent dust release technique left them in utter astonishment. This must be a joke. How can there exist such a formidable ninjutsu? They exclaimed. A monster. It was understandable that both Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas were shocked. The majority of the combatants on the battlefield were from the new generation, having never witnessed the prowess of the first Hokage. Silence. A deafening stillness enveloped the land, as if it had been cleansed by divine punishment. As far as the eye could see, the entire valley had been transformed. A colossal chasm, seemingly bottomless, sliced through the valley, dividing it in two. At its center, with Chichin as the focal point, lay a smooth platform that had sunken several meters in diameter, obliterating everything that had once existed there, leaving not even a trace of dust. The air was thick with a malevolent chakra that instilled dread and apprehension. The Iwagakure ninjas remained frozen in defensive or combat stances, unable to move, their gazes fixated on the figure hovering low in the air, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they were gazing upon a deity. Was the first Hokage like this? A young Konoha ninja whispered in terror, struggling to articulate complete sentences. Yet, his question shattered the suffocating silence. Though he received no answer, each listener felt a tempest of emotions stir within them. The legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, renowned for his wood release that could instantaneously create dense forests, and whose power could single-handedly suppress the mythical-tailed beasts, thereby ending the Warring States period. Yet legends remain legends. For the new generation of ninjas who grew up under the shadow of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first Hokage felt like a distant myth, with the third being deemed the strongest Hokage. While older ninjas would vehemently criticize this notion, for the younger generation, the first was simply too far removed. A relic from nearly 40 years of constant change in the shinobi world. It was only at this moment, witnessing the earth-shattering dust release that eradicated dozens of elite ninjas with a mere wave, that the mythological power became chillingly tangible. It became clear that this was no mere myth. The power of a ninja could indeed reach such inhuman heights. Chichin now hovered 10 meters above the ground, his ochre cloak billowing in the wind. Yet he was encircled by a terrifying array of deep blue cubic light particles, swirling around him like a celestial halo. Beneath him lay the remnants of Konoha's last defense, a shattered stronghold surrounded by the combined forces of Iwa and Suna. Surrender, or be obliterated. Chichin's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the battlefield, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Konoha ninjas gazed up at the floating figure, their eyes filled with incredulity. This youth had instantaneously obliterated Konoha's elite, his overwhelming strength rendering them powerless. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What nonsense is this? We are Konoha, the village established by the first Hokage." A Konoha Jonin roared, forming hand seals for the fire release, great fire dragon technique. The blazing fire dragon roared as it charged towards Chichen, only to collide with an invisible wall of light 3 meters away, dissipating silently, as if consumed, leaving not even a spark behind. Chichen's gaze was frigid as he waved his right hand gently. Dozens of slender blue beams cascaded from the sky, precisely piercing through the limbs and torso of the elite ninja. His body vanished as if erased, leaving only a horrified head rolling on the ground. Chichen descended slowly, his ochre cloak stained with dust, his long hair slightly disheveled, strands clinging to his sweat-drenched forehead. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving, clearly exhausted from the extraordinary strike he had just executed. Yet, no one dared to resist him now. He lifted his gaze, surveying the battlefield. The surviving Leaf Ninjas had been fighting ordinary rock ninjas moments ago, most of them wounded, some collapsed on the ground, others barely standing with each other's support. Every face had drained of color, eyes hollow, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Fear weighed upon them like a tangible force. After witnessing the effortless elimination of the elite ninja, no one dared to step forward. They had seen Lord Uchiha Kagami consumed by the blue light, witnessed Marahoshi Kokai and his water techniques disintegrate, and observed the reliable figures, once renowned, vanish in an instant. The speed, thoroughness, and irrationality of it all left them in shock, even those familiar with dust release techniques. When Chichen's gaze fell upon them, it bore an oppressive weight. "Surrender," he declared, his voice cutting through the eerie silence of the battlefield, each word striking the hearts of the Leaf Ninjas like a hammer. "Lay down your weapons, seal your chakra, and surrender to a Wagakure." He paused, a flicker of light gathering at his fingertip, or be annihilated. This final ultimatum was the last straw for the Leaf Ninjas. "Monster, the monster of a Wagakure." A young Leaf Chunin suddenly raised his head, tears streaming down his face, mingling with dust and blood, his eyes filled with a frenzied madness and desperate rage. "You killed Lord Kagami. You've slain so many, and you want us to surrender? In your dreams." The Leaf Ninjas would never yield. His furious outburst was abruptly silenced. No one could discern any movement from Chichen. The deep blue light at his fingertip merely flickered subtly. A slender beam, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly crossed dozens of meters, piercing the young Chunin's forehead. There was no explosion, no scream. An absolute silence descended again, heavier and more terrifying than before. The air grew still once more. Chichen's cold gaze swept across the remaining Leaf Ninjas. The swirling dust release enveloping him rendered any further words unnecessary. The silent threat was more potent than any intimidation. Just then, a bloodied, stooped figure struggled to rise from behind. "We surrender." It was Tsukumo Hatake. He had lost his right arm, hastily bandaged at the stump, his body stained with blood from the previous battle. His iconic silver hair was matted with dirt and blood, hanging disheveled over most of his face. His remaining left hand clutched a newly forged short blade tightly, his body trembling from blood loss and excruciating pain. The once sharp eyes of Tsukumo, which had carried the illustrious legacy of the Leaf's white fang, were now bloodshot, filled with profound anguish, fatigue, and a hollow defeat. Nonetheless, he forced himself to stand tall, straightening his battered spine, taking slow yet resolute steps towards the center of the battlefield, towards the figure that resembled a god or demon. Each step drew the gaze of all surviving ninjas, a flicker of hope rising amidst the dread of a Wagakure's warriors and the despair of his own comrades. Finally, Tsukumo stopped 10 paces away from Chichen. For Chichen, this distance was merely a heartbeat away from death. Tsukumo lifted his head, his bloodied silver hair framing eyes that bore a deep, tragic determination, meeting Chichen's icy stare. He opened his mouth, his cracked lips moving as if every word drained the last of his strength. If it were only him, he would rather die fighting than accept such humiliation. Yet the Leaf Ninjas here were so young. He had to lead them back. They were the elite of the Leaf. "Enough, Leaf," he inhaled deeply, the breath feeling like a scorching knife, causing his body to convulse painfully, but he gritted his teeth, summoning every remnant of dignity and strength to roar, "We surrender. We are willing to abandon all established bases in the northern land of Rain. Can you let us go?" He no longer looked at Chichen, his bloodied head bowed slightly. The remaining left hand gripping the blade so tightly that his knuckles turned white, veins bulging. The slightly lowered head was not a plea for mercy. It was to prevent anyone, especially Chechen, from seeing the tears of endless sorrow and humiliation welling in his eyes. Surrender should never have been an option for a warrior. That stooped, bloodied figure, under the setting sun's remnants, radiated an overwhelming sorrow that was almost palpable. Chechen conceded that he was moved by Sakomo's resolve. He was a worthy opponent. However, a chill crossed Chechen's gaze. They were adversaries, and the fallen white fang of the leaf was also an enemy. Thus, he felt no remorse in allowing the leaf to descend further into chaos for a Wagakure's benefit. Sakomo's hoarse acceptance of surrender was like a stone cast into a stagnant pool, stirring not ripples, but a vortex of despair. The remaining leaf ninjas, those fortunate enough to have escaped the grasp of dust release, felt the last vestiges of their strength waning. Some collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the spots where their comrades had vanished. Others stifled their sobs, shoulders trembling violently. Still others clutched their kunai tightly, knuckles pale. Chechen's gaze swept over the demoralized remnants of the defeated. He did not respond to Sakomo's humiliating capitulation, but slowly raised his right hand, the faint blue aura swirling at his fingertips not emanating from murderous intent, but rather from precise perception. He closed his eyes for a moment, the silvery strands of hair gently swaying in the residual heat waves. Sakomo's surrender merely signified a loss on this battlefield. Elsewhere, the command center was likely still within Danzo's plans. The aerial combat squad and explosive release teams must be en route to the battlefield. The most pressing task now was to deliver a heavy blow while Danzo deployed his large forces, allowing a Wagakure to extricate itself from this situation. Suddenly, Chechen's gaze fell upon one of the remaining few hundred leaf ninjas. You. His voice was not loud, yet it possessed an undeniable penetrating force, pointing at a bloodied, evasive-eyed, slender Chunin. Last November, at the eastern outpost of the Land of Earth, you ambushed a Wagakure's transport convoy, slaughtering 3 captives and severing their forehead protectors as trophies. The Chunin trembled all over, his face paling to a ghostly white. I remember your face vividly. A subtle sound of air breaking echoed as a minuscule beam pierced through the Chunin's forehead. The terror on his face froze instantly, and then his entire head, along with a portion of his upper body, silently disintegrated, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Those who had slain rock ninjas would be executed, while the others would be detained. In the realm of the rock-hidden village, a figure exhaled deeply, silently, his eyes reflecting the satisfaction of vengeance intertwined with a barely perceptible tremor. Meanwhile, the remnants of Konoha's forces were utterly shattered. They had witnessed their comrades being erased from existence with such coldness and ease, akin to crushing ants beneath a heel. The fragile and ironic hope that had been bought through humiliation by Sakomo Hatake now seemed utterly futile. A profound terror and an indelible sense of humiliation washed over them like a frigid tide, completely overwhelming their spirits. No, no, cried a young Konoha genin, unable to bear the weight of despair any longer. He drew a kunai from his waist, tears streaming down his bloodied and dirt-streaked face, his gaze wild and desperate. I will never surrender. With a swift thrust, the sharp kunai pierced his own heart without hesitation. Blood instantly stained his tattered ninja vest, and he staggered, an expression of twisted relief upon his face, collapsing heavily onto the icy crystalline ground, his warm blood flowing like a river across the blue-white surface of vivid scarlet. Damn it, the monsters of Rock Hidden. I will not let you escape, even in death. Another injured Chunin, his arm wounded, unleashed a wretched curse, pouring his remaining chakra into an explosive tag and slamming it against his forehead. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted, mingled with fragments of flesh. The shockwave from the self-detonation sent debris flying, as if the very gates of hell had been flung open. Long live Konoha! Forgive me, Lord Hokage! Mother! Desperate cries, unwilling curses, and a deep attachment to their homeland intertwined, only to be swiftly consumed by the sound of their own destruction. One by one, figures fell, ending their nightmarish journey in the most tragic of manners. They could not overcome an enemy that resembled a god or a demon, could not bear the humiliation of surrender, nor could they live on while shouldering the blood debt of their slaughtered comrades. Self-destruction became their only means of asserting control, their final dignity. Chichon paid no heed to these individuals. Each had their own choice, and he would respect that choice. After hastily arranging for their oversight, he intended to head to the front line on the mountain. Chapter 37. Arrival at the northern border of the land of rain in the skies above the battlefield. Piercing shrieks drew near. Dozens of figures either floated in the air utilizing the light and heavy rock technique or soared aloft on clay birds. The rock ninjas appeared. This was the aerial combat unit of the rock-hidden village, striking from above. Leading the charge, the commander, through his goggles, felt his pupils constrict at the sight below. The anticipated brutal stalemate had not materialized. He had come to provide assistance, and upon being attacked at the front line, Anoki had surmised that this was a direct assault on Chichon, immediately commanding the aerial unit to lend support. He received word that the mountain command line was being pressured by Konoha's forces and ordered the demolition team to assist. Unfortunately, he could not personally arrive due to a lack of the necessary reverse summoning techniques. In the air, all he could see was a vast, smooth, mirror-like concave platform, bordered by jagged fissures. In the center, Chichon floated, surrounded by a slowly rotating deep blue cube of stardust. Below, the surviving Konoha ninjas lay as if their spines had been extracted, either lying on the ground or being roughly restrained and sealed of their chakra by the rock ninjas. Has this battle concluded? The commander's voice, filled with disbelief and hoarseness, echoed through the communication devices into his team's ears. They spiraled down, gazing upon the harrowing remnants of the battlefield and the soul-chilling chakra radiating from Chichon. Even the most battle-hardened of aerial elites felt a chill creeping up their spines. Shishan's power had transcended their understanding. This battle, which altered the very terrain, was indeed extraordinarily impactful. Yet, had they participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War, they would have realized the vast difference between the talents of the ninja world and the common folk. Chichon looked up. Captain Sora, leave a small team to guard the captives. The rest, follow me immediately to reinforce the mountain command. Without any delay, he once more employed the light and heavy rock technique, combined with wind release, soaring toward the front line. Sora suppressed his astonishment and promptly complied, leading the main force to follow Chichon closely. At the main battlefield of Rock and Konoha, by the time Chichon arrived, the situation was as he had anticipated, intense and escalating. He had utilized a communications point at the front line, leveraging reverse summoning techniques to reach a nearby outpost before proceeding to this location. Danzo, present on the front line, wore a grim expression, his demeanor dark enough to draw water. The news of Uchiha Kagami and the elite squad going dark hit him like a sledgehammer, soon followed by the harrowing news of Tsukumo Hataki being grievously wounded and his unit annihilated. The full details had not reached him, but the immediate priority was to catch the rock-hidden forces off guard. Rock-hidden, Danzo's voice slithered like a venomous snake. Relay the order. Akimichi Takefu. Launch a frontal assault. Tear open their defenses. Orochimaru, utilize your summoning beasts and ninjutsu to create chaos from the flanks. Find the command center on the mountain. He paused, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya, coordinate with Takefu. Konoha's counterattack unleashed an astonishing force. At this moment, Konoha remained a nation with profound depth. Akimichi Takefu transformed using the expansion technique into a colossal form, akin to a moving mountain, then unleashed the multiplication technique, becoming a massive meatball that repeatedly slammed into Rock Hidden's most formidable defenses. The Rock Hidden forces were compelled to continuously employ earth wall techniques to bolster their defenses. The barriers and obstacles established on the battlefield were shattered by other Konoha ninjas, either through ninjutsu or by being directly rammed by Takefu. Each impact shook the earth, causing cracks to spread across the walls. The rock ninjas, relying on their fortifications, fought desperately. Earth flow walls and rock pillars rose only to be shattered by overwhelming force, and casualties began to rise sharply. Orochimaru's figure moved like a specter, hands weaving signs, summoning the serpent army. Countless venomous serpents surged forth like a tide, striking the rock-hidden lines and disrupting their defenses. Wind release, great breakthrough. Combined with the serpents, the ferocious wind blades sliced through walls and ninjas alike. His target was clear, the command center on the mountain. The sensory and defensive ninjas of Rock Hidden were stretched thin, as most of their top-tier combatants were dispersed. Each elite ninja from Konoha could only be countered by a handful of rock ninjas. On the mountain, the commander within the command center wore a grave expression. Reports of various fronts tightening flooded in through the communication devices. Takefu's frontal assault had drawn far too many troops. and Konoha had now concentrated their forces on the rock-hidden front. He understood that Danzo was applying pressure across the entire front line to force Rock-Hidden into revealing vulnerabilities. But the mountain commander was not without means. As the overall commander of Rock-Hidden, he was a renowned strongman. Furthermore, the numerous rock ninjas were not intimidated by Konoha's forces. Inoki had already sent orders to hold Konoha's main forces at bay. The demolition team and aerial combat unit would soon provide support, aiming to catch Konoha off guard, as the sheer number of nearly 10,000 ninjas would overwhelm Konoha's contingent. This operational plan had been part of the strategist's design from the outset. When Chichon allied with Sunagakure to ambush Konoha, the mountain commander recognized an opportunity. Inoki had summoned him prior to the war, indicating that the next generation of Rock-Hidden required not only wisdom, but also formidable combat prowess. This was the lesson that Inoki, as a mentor, could impart to his disciple. In the previous war, Inoki had carved his name into history, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had earned the title of the god of shinobi. If he wished to pass on his position to Chichon, he needed to establish a reputation that would eliminate any obstacles. Inoki set aside his hands, which had been massaging his waist, and picked up the battle report, not bothering to read it, yet lightly tapping his thick fingers against the paper, producing a dull, thudding sound. On the mountain, the Tsuchikage declared that war was imminent, and this time, he intended to send Shikon to the front lines. Yamanaka bowed slightly, affirming that Chichuan's strength had matured sufficiently to carve out his own reputation on the battlefield. Having witnessed Chichuan's remarkable growth firsthand, Yamanaka believed he was a legendary genius, one who might one day rival the likes of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. However, the Tsuchikage's voice rose with an undeniable resolve as he emphasized that Chichuan's ambitions were grand, akin to those of Hashirama, aiming to transform the world. Yet, he cautioned that without overwhelming victory, such aspirations would remain unattainable. He could not afford to be merciless and crush all opposition. Thus, as his mentor, the Tsuchikage would ensure Chichuan's name resonated throughout the land, establishing him as a formidable presence through sheer strength. He paused, gazing intently at Yamanaka, conveying the need for Shikon to garner a reputation that would mark the dawn of a new era for Iwagakure. Yamanaka immediately grasped the underlying message, straightening his posture with newfound focus, questioning whether it was too early for Shikon, who had not yet fully matured. Chapter 38. The battlefield time was of the essence. This war would likely usher in another prolonged period of stagnation, far too long for Shikon. The Tsuchikage, with unwavering determination, levitated to Yamanaka's eye level, asserting that while the name Chikururi had begun to circulate, it required amplification to penetrate the hearts of many. He envisioned a historic debut, a battle that would equate Chichuan's name with invincibility. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Yamanaka, you are the commander, the one with control over the situation. In the forthcoming operations, should the battlefield conditions permit and maximize our interests, I entrust you with the task of providing Shikon with a stage, one grand enough, dazzling enough, and with adversaries formidable enough to ensure his ascent to prominence. Push him into the spotlight, to the very heart of the battlefield, to a position that compels everyone, including our allies and those hidden forces from Konoha, Suna, and Kyumo, to look up to him." Suspended in midair, with hands clasped behind him, the Tsuchikage exuded an air of authority and unwavering trust, despite his diminutive stature. Do not worry about whether he can withstand the pressure. As his mentor, I am acutely aware of his potential. He remains oblivious to his own gifts. This is a common trait among prodigies. Hashirama was the same, and so was Madara. They required transformative experiences to fully realize their talents. What he lacks is merely an opportunity for the world to witness his brilliance, and it is our duty to deliver that opportunity with precision and assurance. Yamanaka comprehended the Tsuchikage's intent. This was a high-stakes gamble, a strategic maneuver that would shape the fate of Iwagakure for decades. Elevating Shikon would herald a new era, and he envisioned Shikon standing atop the battlefield, the radiance of dust release illuminating the surroundings, becoming the most formidable symbol of Iwagakure's might. Yet, if they failed, could Iwagakure withstand such a defeat at this juncture? The Tsuchikage nodded with satisfaction, returning to his seat, appearing rejuvenated. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing Yamanaka to proceed, assuring him that the Umbu would remain by Chichuan's side, ready to protect him at all costs should danger arise. However, unbeknownst to the Tsuchikage, before the Umbu could intervene, Iwnin had already stepped forward in support of Shikan. The seeds of the Earth country had begun to sprout. A torrent of dust release descended from the sky, cleaving the battlefield into two, creating a chasm kilometers wide and trapping all within its confines. As various ninjutsu clashed, the chaotic battlefield fell silent upon the emergence of a singular figure. Shikan hovered several meters above the ground, exuding an overwhelming pressure that had just obliterated Konoha's elite forces on the flank, casting a shadow over the entire main battlefield. The Wagakure, retreat to your fortifications, commanded Shikan, asserting that obedience to orders was the wise course of action, especially as he held the title of vice commander in the future 4th Tsuchikage. With his prowess acknowledged by all, dust release, dust removing technique, he declared, unleashing a colossal column of dust release that descended from the heavens. Its sheer size awe-inspiring even from dozens of meters away. It was a pillar of pure white light, blindingly radiant, imbued with an absolute will to erase all matter. Akin to a divine judgment cast down from the heavens, crashing toward Akimichi Torikase and the advancing ranks of Konoha. In the face of impending doom, Akimichi Torikase, a seasoned warrior, sensed an unprecedented threat to his life. The instinct for survival ignited his latent abilities as he realized escape was impossible. The colossal light column was simply too immense. Partial expansion jutsu, he roared, activating his technique to its utmost. His massive form folding inwards as a thick layer of chakra akin to rock enveloped him, attempting to withstand the cataclysmic strike. Boom! The light column engulfed his enormous figure. And amidst the blinding brilliance, a deafening impact resounded, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering. When the light finally receded, a vast, smooth-edged pit remained where Torikase once stood, his towering form vanishing without a trace, along with all the Konoha ninjas near him, obliterated in an instant. Orochimaru, sensing the lethal peril as Shikan prepared to strike, felt an icy dread seep into his bones when Shikan's frigid gaze locked onto him. Earth release, Earth clone jutsu. He reacted with lightning speed, his physical form merging with the ground, leaving behind a mere Earth clone that was swiftly consumed by the dust release. Despite this, the searing heat and annihilating shockwave from the light column caused his hidden form underground to experience excruciating pain and chakra turbulence. The serpents he summoned vanished in the blinding light, leaving not even ash in their wake. The Konoha ninjas following Torikase, charged with their own assault, were caught entirely off guard. The pure white column swept through like a harbinger of death, erasing a significant portion of the densely packed ranks in an instant. There were no screams, no remnants, only a chilling void, a stark expanse of scorched earth at the edges, crystallized by the intense heat and emitting wisps of smoke. Those fortunate enough to be on the periphery or not directly struck were still thrown by the terrifying shockwave and burned, their anguished cries filling the air. Konoha's relentless offensive was abruptly severed by this singular, cataclysmic strike. Having unleashed this earth-shattering attack, Shikan felt a slight disturbance in his own energy. But he suppressed it with sheer will. What in the world? This is no mere human. The dust release that descended from the heavens obliterated everything in its path, surpassing even other large-scale ninjutsu in its awe-inspiring might. After extinguishing Konoha's front lines, Shikan descended to the ground to execute another jutsu. Sage Art, Earth Release, Great Earthquake Technique. Empowered by Sage Energy, a seismic tremor coursed across the battlefield, toppling Konoha's forces and instantly altering the terrain. Following this, Shikan rapidly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Sage Art, Earth Release, Stone Pillar Technique. A towering rock formation surged upward, poised to ensnare all remaining Konoha ninjas in its grasp. There was scarcely time for contemplation, as the remaining Leaf ninjas struggled to rise and withstand the calamity that was the jutsu unleashed upon them. Chapter 39, The Defeat of the Leaf, the Earth and Stone Technique. As Chihan struck the ground with both palms, chakra surged forth like a tumultuous torrent from the Earth's core. The battlefield's crust groaned under the immense weight, and then, under countless horrified gazes, the ground was violently torn asunder, elevated as if by an invisible giant's hand. A thunderous roar drowned out all sounds of combat, as a colossal rock barrier, towering hundreds of meters high, erupted from the earth like a moving mountain, ruthlessly advancing toward the remnants of the Leaf's forces. Retreat! Get out of the way! The Leaf's formation crumbled instantaneously, fear overriding all discipline and honor. Coupled with the prior seismic jutsu, escape was rendered impossible. Faced with this cataclysmic force, beyond the realm of human resistance, any attempts at opposition appeared laughably futile. The ninjas, engulfed in despair, scattered in a desperate bid to flee from the all-encompassing shadow. Yet, the speed of the advancing rock barrier far exceeded their imaginations, as screams, the sound of shattering bones, and the muffled cacophony of being instantaneously consumed by stone intertwined to form a lament of utter hopelessness. The leaf ninjas caught in the onslaught, akin to ants swept away by a tsunami, were instantly ground to dust or forcefully pressed into the newly formed layers of rock, leaving behind only splotches of blood and the twisted remnants of limbs. Shihan hovered atop the barrier, his silver-gray hair billowing in the wind generated by the technique. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the battlefield below. Within his blue-gray eyes lay a frigid calm and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Is this the price of changing the world? A cold ripple coursed through his mind. Each life snuffed out beneath the stone could have been a father, a son, a relative of a child like Yaya, who awaited a bright future. Yet, this was merely a matter of position. He was bound to protect the people of the land of Earth, the land that had nurtured him. Anything beneficial to the land of Earth was acceptable, while anything that posed an obstruction must be obliterated beneath the weight of the earth. Compassion does not bring about peace. Weakness only invites further death. He recalled the terraced fields outside Iwagakure, Aunt Haru's warm smile, Hiryu's defiant gaze, and the ordinary individuals laboring in the mines, fields, and newly constructed homes. Their tranquility was safeguarded through force. Without it, the land of Earth would become as the Rain Country is today, merely a battlefield for the needs of great powers. Only absolute deterrence can bring an end to ceaseless strife. This was the lesson imparted by Inoki, and the harsh truth he had gleaned through bloodshed and flames. He chose to bear this sin, to become a rock that instills dread in his enemies, fighting for a Wagakure, for the land of Earth, to carve out a moment of respite for development. A monster, he truly was a monster. The leaf ninjas who had narrowly escaped collapse upon the ground, gazing at the monumental rock barrier that still advanced with a thunderous rumble, their spirits utterly shattered. This is the dust-like glimmer, the successor of Inoki, the two scales. Danzo's face turned as pale as parchment as he recognized the echoes of the first Hokage within this boy, whose mere presence could alter landscapes with a single strike. Even if such large-scale techniques were not unique to him, the sheer destructive force was astonishingly reminiscent. If he has come, then Uchiha Kagami and Hatake Tsukumo are likely dead. And even Kaze, who seemed fine just moments ago. The annihilation of the elite squad, now met with this divine punishment like sage art. This youth had unequivocally shattered all his strategic deployments and confidence with undeniable force. The elite of the Leaf, in the face of such overwhelming power, were as fragile as paper. One individual could rival an entire nation. Relay the orders. Danzo's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with an unprecedented weariness and humiliation. All forces retreat. Send a request for a ceasefire to a Wagakure. This was not a facade. He had come to this war with a conviction of victory, yet had witnessed his closest friends perish before his eyes, leaving the Leaf's elite forces decimated. The Leaf could not afford further losses. He understood that this was not merely a retreat but an acknowledgement of defeat, an admission that the Leaf had thoroughly succumbed to a Wagakure, defeated by a mere 9-year-old rock ninja. Lord Danzo, the adjutant beside him, expressed disbelief. Execute the orders, Danzo bellowed, his tone resolute and unquestionable. He must lead the remnants to repel Sunagakure and the Rain Country. The Leaf could only concede defeat to a Wagakure. As for the ceasefire request, it would mark one of the most humiliating chapters in the Leaf's history, yet it was the only path to survival rather than total annihilation. With Danzo's orders issued, the surviving Leaf ninjas felt a wave of relief wash over them, discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray, devoid of any combat spirit. On a Wagakure's front lines, thunderous cheers erupted. Long live Lord Shion! Long live a Wagakure! We have triumphed! Ninjas waved their weapons in celebration. As the tides of battle had shifted dramatically, the rock ninjas, once on the defensive, had swiftly vanquished the Leaf and forced them to seek peace. Shihan, from this day forth, would no longer be merely a genius but a mythic symbol of victory, the unyielding banner of a Wagakure. With his solitary strength, he had utterly transformed the battlefield's dynamics. Shihan gradually withdrew the chakra sustaining the sage art, The enormous rock barrier ceased its advance, ultimately becoming a monumental scar across the battlefield, a testament to both victory and devastation. He stood atop the barrier, surveying the ravaged battlefield and the jubilant rock ninjas. Fatigue washed over him. The relentless exertion of extraordinary sage techniques and continuous combat had taken their toll, compounded by the weight of psychological exhaustion. Teacher, I have taken the stage you desired. Shihun silently affirmed. The depth of Inoki's intentions was now fully comprehended. No matter how dispersed the forces of a Wagakure, with their mastery of earth techniques conducive to teamwork, even against the famed ninjas of the Leaf, it was impossible to merely huddle within strongholds. This war, this campaign he had led and concluded, was the path Inoki had paved for him to ascend to the position of the fourth Tsuchikage. With the Leaf's devastating defeat, he heralded the dawn of a new era for a Wagakure. The Leaf had likely anticipated this, but their initial strategy was to delay the main force. After all, none could have foreseen that the Leaf would deploy such an extravagant array to eliminate Qian. Had he not comprehended natural energy, he might have already met his demise here. Danzo could only lament that fate had not favored the Leaf. Amidst a throng of guards, a figure approached swiftly, gazing at the somewhat slender silhouette atop the barrier. He stepped forward, his voice booming across the battlefield. Shihun, the Leaf has retreated and requested peace. Chapter 40. Kato's decision. The Leaf's ceasefire request was conveyed through a small team composed of merely 3 chunin. As the scroll was respectfully presented to Yamamaki, the command center was naturally preparing for action. Shihun hovered beside a massive strategic sand table, with Yamamaki, the commander-in-chief, exhibiting deep fatigue etched upon his face, though his eyes glimmered with delight. This could be said to have fulfilled all of a Wagakure's objectives. What conditions does the Leaf propose? Yamamaki's voice was low and hoarse, scanning the umbu responsible for receiving the message. The Leaf still possessed the strength to retaliate. It depended on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to pay the price. However, the likelihood seemed slim, as both sides appeared inclined to negotiate. Upon hearing this, a Leaf ninja promptly replied, Lord Danzo hopes for a comprehensive end to hostilities with the Wagakure. The Leaf is willing to relinquish all military outposts in contact with the Land of Earth and is open to further discussions with the Wagakure regarding additional details. Shikun gazed intently at the sand table in the command center. A ceasefire was acceptable. However, Konoha was required to compensate the Land of Earth with 20 billion, along with engaging in trade that would permit the industry of the Land of Earth to penetrate the Land of Fire. If feasible, the Wagakure was willing to continue negotiations with Konoha. A faint gasp echoed within the command room. 20 billion was an astronomical figure, and the trade terms directly targeted Konoha's economic lifeblood. Lord Shikun, is this not excessively rigid? After all, Konoha possesses substantial resources. What if a strategist, unable to restrain himself, voiced his concern over Danzo's potential reckless actions? Rigid? Shikun slightly tilted his head, his gaze landing upon the strategist with a palpable intensity, before sweeping across the barren expanse on the sand table that represented Konoha's dismal defeat. Observe this. Konoha's elite forces have suffered catastrophic losses, their morale shattered. What Danzo fears most is not the negotiations, but our continued advance. They will be compelled to deploy their troops stationed within the Land of Fire. At that juncture, the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning will not forfeit such a splendid opportunity. They have no room for bargaining. Nodding, another officer concurred. Indeed, we must adopt a firmer stance. Konoha is desperate to purchase peace with money. After all, what we require is currency, not territory. Inform Konoha that we are willing to negotiate, but we need a representative of sufficient stature to engage in discussions. The message returned to Konoha's encampment. Danzo stared at a Wagakure's cold and unyielding response, his fingers crushing the scroll until it creaked ominously, knuckles whitening from the pressure. 20 billion. How dare they? They even wish to negotiate with a different envoy. Is this a humiliation directed at me? He growled, his voice akin to a wounded beast, his chest heaving violently, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. This was not merely a matter of compensation. It was a complete denial of his political career and command capabilities. He, Danzo, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to become Hokage. Lord Danzo, urgent news from the rear. A trusted aide burst in, panic evident in his tone. Under Chiyo's command, Sunagakure has launched a large-scale counteroffensive while our southwestern line's antidote has not yet fully deployed. Hanzo's rain ninjas have intensified their toxic fog offensive from the southwest. Multiple alerts from the front lines. The third Hokage is furious and has ordered the Umbu to mobilize urgently, deciding to personally head to the front line in the Land of Rain. Danzo's vision darkened, his body swaying precariously as he barely steadied himself against the table. It was over, completely over. His meticulously planned three-line suppression had devolved into a catastrophe of Konoha's three lines collapsing. The Wagakure could certainly no longer hold their ground, while Sunagakure and Amagakure were equally precarious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal involvement was not only an attempt to turn the tide, but also a complete repudiation of his strategy. According to his calculations, a victory would allow Konoha to conclude the war swiftly and instill great deterrence against the other restless nations. Everything had been arranged perfectly. The toxins from Sunagakure had been neutralized, and the Land of Earth had dispatched their elite forces, with him at the helm. Everything was progressing favorably. Why? A profound sense of humiliation and deep-seated fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. He bit down hard, his gums almost bleeding, replying to a Wagakure that Konoha would accept the compensation and trade terms within 3 days. Each word felt like a dagger to his heart. The Hokage would soon arrive in person to handle the ceasefire matters. He understood that his era had come to a definitive end, along with the fall of Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and the receipt of this humiliating response. He would henceforth be relegated to a mere shadow lurking in the darkness. Simultaneously, at the juncture of the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure, the area was not a strategic stronghold, but rather a frequent encounter zone for both patrol and infiltration teams. The scale of battle was not large, yet it was exceptionally brutal and chaotic. Kato Danzo led a Konoha reconnaissance team on a mission. They were ambushed by an elite puppet squad from Sunagakure. "Be cautious. An ambush," Kato Danzo shouted, his voice echoing as several poisoned shuriken flew towards them. His intangibility technique proved exceptionally effective in close quarters, sensing and disrupting the enemy's movements, saving his comrades' lives multiple times. "Captain, we must relay the intelligence back." A teammate, his abdomen slashed by a puppet's claw, bled profusely but gritted his teeth in perseverance. "I know. Cover each other as we retreat towards the western woods. I will hold the rear." Kato Danzo's gaze was resolute. With his intangibility technique, they could not injure him. His true self concealed nearby. He only needed to ensure the protection of his team to escape unscathed. The squad seized the opportunity to withdraw. Kato Danzo, utilizing his intangibility to confuse and evade the enemy with his impressive combat skills, bought precious time for his teammates. However, just as he prepared to leave the battlefield, a hidden Sunagakure Jonin, nearly blending into the environment, sprang forth like a venomous frog. With a silent whisper, the poisoned blow dart shot forth. Aimed with excruciating precision at Kato Danzo's neck, the most vulnerable point during his heightened focus on employing his intangibility technique. Thud! The poisoned dart struck true. Kato Danzo's body stiffened violently, the glow of his intangibility dissipating in an instant. A sharp, paralyzing sensation and excruciating pain surged through his body from the neck, darkness clouding his vision. He staggered, attempting to pull out the dart, only to find his limbs rendered unresponsive. "Danzo!" came the heart-wrenching cry of a teammate from afar. The Sunagakure Jonin, grinning malevolently as he emerged fully from the mire, brandished a kunai glinting with a ghostly blue sheen, lunging toward the defenseless Kato Danzo to deliver a fatal blow. Having completed his task, he swiftly retreated before the other Konoha forces could react. At this moment, Tsunade was leading another team on a mission and rushed to provide aid upon hearing the commotion, but alas, it was too late. Chapter 41. The third Hokage arrives in the southern region of the Land of Rain. The battlefield between Sunagakure and Konoha resembled a meat grinder. After witnessing the immense achievements of a Wagakure, the third Kazekage could no longer restrain himself. Seeking to further expand their gains by seizing a piece of the pie during Konoha's period of weakness, the battlefield now resembled a true slaughterhouse. The puppet forces of Sunagakure, devoid of emotion, acted as merciless killing machines, executing a relentless offensive while Konoha's forces were yet to equip sufficient antidotes. Toxic purple mists enveloped the area, the joints of the puppets grinding with an agonizing screech as Konoha's defenses began to falter under despair. "Hold the line. Medical team. Antidotes," a Konoha Jonin shouted hoarsely. Yet his voice was drowned amidst the clashing of metal and the anguished cries of the dying. Konoha's medical ninjas, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, labored desperately to tend to their poisoned comrades. Yet the demand for antidotes felt insatiable, a bottomless pit of despair encroaching upon every heart. At present, Konoha lacked the formidable strength necessary to contend with Chiyo of the Land of Wind. The legendary Sannin had yet to make their name known, still grappling with Hanzo. Just as the front line appeared on the verge of being utterly torn apart, a powerful voice thundered over the chaos. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A voice, steady as a mountain yet filled with towering rage, pierced through the wind and sand. 3 colossal fire dragons, ablaze with fierce flames, roared as they crashed into the densest vanguard of Sunagekyu's puppet army. Boom! The deafening explosion, accompanied by a surge of flames and thick smoke, ignited dozens of puppets, twisting them into charred remnants of iron, vaporizing the surrounding toxic mist, and annihilating the controlling puppet ninjas in an instant. A figure, enveloped in overwhelming chakra pressure, descended upon the front line like a shooting star. The crimson Hokage cloak billowed amidst the smoke, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute and furious visage beneath his hat. Hokage-sama. It's the 3rd Hokage. The morale of Konoha's ninjas surged like kindling, igniting into flames, erupting in a thunderous roar. Their weary bodies felt rejuvenated. Despair transformed into a resolute determination to fight to the last breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the battlefield, strewn with corpses and marked by scars of conflict. He beheld his bloodied subordinates, their eyes filled with hope, and the pain in his heart was unbearable. After all, he was the Hokage. With a sudden motion, he cast aside his Hokage cloak, revealing the battle attire beneath, and swiftly formed intricate hand seals. Earth style, earth flow river. The ground rumbled as solid earth transformed into a surging torrent of mud and stones, scattering the advancing puppets into disarray. Wind style, great breakthrough. Immediately following, a ferocious whirlwind swept through, dissipating the toxic mist and amplifying the flames ahead with immense power. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball plummeted like a falling sun, erupting into a fiery hell among the Sand Village's reinforcements. Leaf ninjas, rally and counterattack. Let the Sand Village witness the strength of Konoha. Sarutobi's voice resonated across the battlefield. It must be said that at this moment, he embodied the essence of a true ninja leader. With his exemplary leadership and formidable jutsu, the ninjas of Konoha unleashed astonishing resilience, pushing back the tidal wave of the Sand Village and even reclaiming some lost ground. From the command post, the 3rd Kazekage watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen reversed the tide of battle with the swiftness of a divine being, his expression dark as the sky before a storm. Is this the might of a true ninja leader? The Kazekage pondered, observing the unmatched 3rd Hokage amidst the chaos. The Kazekage approaches. A communication ninja's voice trembled. Sarutobi peered into the distance, focusing on the youthful Kazekage, rumored to be the strongest of his kind. Has he finally grown restless? Sarutobi rose slowly, removing his Hokage hat to reveal his sharp, short hair. Summoning jutsu, he bit his thumb and slammed it onto the ground. A massive cloud of summoning smoke erupted, revealing a formidable figure, Saru no Mao. Hiruzen, who is our adversary? Saru no Mao was an old friend of Hiruzen, having fought alongside him for years, their thoughts intertwined. The Kazekage of the Sand Village, Hiruzen, replied succinctly. Old friend, it is time to fight side by side once more. Just the exercise I needed. Saru no Mao grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, before transforming into a colossal, dark gold staff, the King Kong Rui. Hiruzen grasped it firmly, its weight and familiar feel instilling confidence within him. The command post will be temporarily overseen by Nara clan leader. You are tasked with holding off Chiyo. The Kazekage is mine. Before his words faded, he had transformed into a gust of wind, charging into the maelstrom of sand and iron. On the plains, 2 figures collided like pointed needles, one wielding the sandstorm under the Kazekage's command, where sand and iron coalesced into countless sharp spears, heavy hammers, and swirling blades, threatening to rend everything apart. The air turned a dark crimson as the high-velocity particles of sand and iron screeched through the atmosphere. On the opposite side stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the King Kong Rui. Sand-iron rain. He waved his hands, and the suspended sand and iron transformed into countless fine steel needles, akin to a black tempest, piercing toward him from every angle. Earth style, earth wall. Hiruzen reacted with lightning speed, maintaining the King Kong wall while swiftly forming hand seals with one hand. The steel needles struck the rock wall like drilling bits, instantly riddling it with holes and sending debris flying. However, the wall successfully absorbed the kinetic energy, granting Hiruzen a precious moment. Now Saranomao. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with determination as he withdrew the King Kong Rui. Extend, King Kong Rui. The will of Saru no Mao synchronized perfectly with Hiruzen's command. The dark gold staff expanded rapidly, emitting a terrifying shriek as it tore through the air. Like a colossal pillar from myth, defying spatial distance and thrusting fiercely toward the Kazekage, suspended mid-air. The Kazekage's pupils constricted. The power of the King Kong Rui's extension surpassed his imagination. The sand and iron platform beneath him distorted, transforming into a massive, rapidly spinning sand-iron shield to defend against the impending strike. Boom! The immense head of the King Kong Rui slammed directly into the whirling sand-iron shield. A deafening explosion echoed across the plains, and a visible shockwave erupted outward, sending both sand and leaf ninjas flying within hundreds of meters. Each shadow in this battle could alter the course of the war. Such combat was beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Chapter 42, The Third Kazekage's Battle Crack. The seemingly indestructible sand-iron shield was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks beneath the overwhelming force of the King Kong Rui. Although it had not been completely breached, the massive impact sent the Kazekage and his shield hurtling back several dozen meters, tumbling through the air before barely regaining his footing, his internal energy in turmoil. What formidable strength! The Kazekage wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing colder. He clasped his hands together, channeling massive chakra into the sand-iron. Magnet-style, sand-iron world technique. Countless grains of sand and iron surged forth, bursting from the earth as if possessed by life. In the blink of an eye, a towering cubic cage composed entirely of sand-iron erupted, enveloping Hiruzen and the surrounding space for hundreds of meters. Its bars formed from rapidly flowing sand-iron, emitting a piercing metallic grind, imbued with terrifying cutting and sealing powers. The entire battlefield felt as if it had been cast into a vast, cold metallic grave. Hiruzen. Saru no Mao's voice resonated within the staff, heavy with concern. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Hiruzen scoffed, remaining unfazed in the face of this deadly cage. He slammed the King Kong Rui onto the ground, his hands moving like blurs as he formed seals at breakneck speed. Composite ninjutsu, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet, wind style, great breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded dramatically as a massive, roaring fire dragon erupted from his mouth. This fire dragon did not shoot straight. Instead, it spiraled with searing heat. Simultaneously, a violent whirlwind rose from the ground, wrapping around the roaring fire dragon with precision. Wind aids the flames, and fire borrows the wind's might. The terrifyingly high temperatures capable of melting gold and iron immediately impacted the swiftly flowing sand-iron bars. The seemingly indestructible sand-iron rapidly turned red, softening and melting at a visible pace. A massive breach formed under the relentless assault of the wind and fire dragon. What? The Kazekage's expression shifted dramatically. His prideful absolute defense had been forcibly melted through by such a masterfully violent composite ninjutsu. But it was not over. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Hiruzen's onslaught continued, flowing like a river. As the breach opened, two colossal dragons, one of earth and the other of water, roared forth from the gap, targeting the suspended Kazekage. The Kazekage hastily manipulated the sand-iron to form a shield for defense. Boom. Crash. The earth dragon shattered the sand-iron shield, while the water dragon transformed into a torrential curtain, obscuring vision. At that moment, a golden flash of lightning tore through the water mist. Saranomao. King Kong Rui breaks the mountain. Hiruzen's figure appeared as if teleporting, positioned above and to the side of the Kazekage. He gripped the King Kong Rui, now expanded to its limit, his muscles taut, chakra flowing into the staff, embodying the will of the Hokage. The enormous head of the staff tore through the air, emitting a deep, resonant wail, and, with the weight of a mountain, it descended toward the Kazekage's head. This strike embodied the culmination of Hiruzen's lifelong mastery, a pure and ultimate expression of violent beauty. Perhaps this would be Hiruzen's final ode. The shadow of death loomed over the Kazekage, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. In a moment of urgency, he summoned all the sand and iron at his disposal, fiercely coalescing it above his head to forge a colossal shield. Several meters thick and as dark as night, a resounding clang reverberated through the air as a visible shockwave, akin to a tangible white halo, instantaneously radiated 1,000 meters outward. Below, the battling ninjas, regardless of their allegiance, were rendered disoriented and bloodied by the terrifying sonic boom and shockwave, staggering in disarray. Crack! Crack! The immense sand-iron shield, embodying the strongest defense of the third Kazekage, could withstand the unparalleled force of the adamantine staff for less than half a second before shattering into a storm of black iron shavings. The third Kazekage, struck as if by a heavy hammer, erupted in a fountain of blood, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, violently propelled towards the ground. A thunderous crash ensued, carving a deep gash of over 100 meters into the earth, sending clouds of dust spiraling skyward. At that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All eyes, whether belonging to the sand or leaf ninjas engaged in combat, or the commanding Chio from the rear, were fixated on the end of the deep trench, on the figure struggling to rise amidst the swirling dust, appearing utterly disheveled. The third Kazekage had been defeated. Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the sky, firmly landing at the edge of the trench. The adamantine staff in his hand returned to its normal size. Yet the residual golden glow and the overwhelming aura it exuded still evoked trepidation. He panted slightly, his chest heaving, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating the strain for a ninja of his age. "Lord Kazekage, do you wish to continue?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, regarding the Kazekage's condition. Struggling to rise with the aid of his guards, the third Kazekage wiped the blood from his lips, casting a complex gaze upon the figure standing resolute with the golden staff. His emotions were a tumult of unwillingness, humiliation, and shock. His prideful magnetic release had proven utterly ineffective against the opponent's unfathomable combination of ninjutsu and staff techniques. "Retreat." Sunagakure accepts negotiations, the third Kazekage rasped, his voice hoarse. He recognized the gravity of the situation. To continue would mean the annihilation of Sunagakure's elite forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the peak of ninja prowess, had thoroughly shattered Sunagakure's ambitions. The remaining sand ninjas retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the bodies of fallen comrades. On the Konoha front, a thunderous cheer erupted, as weary ninjas waved their weapons, tears welling in their eyes. "Long live the Hokage! Hero! 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 We have won!" Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the jubilant crowd, then turned his attention to the direction of the sand retreat, and finally cast his eyes towards the distant Awagakure front, his expression profound. The Awagakure had unleashed a dust-laden storm. Yet he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained one of the most formidable heroes on this battlefield. The backbone of Konoha had not yet been broken. He gently stroked the adamantine staff in his hand and murmured, "Well done, old friend." The voice of the Monkey King resonated with exhaustion, yet was filled with satisfaction. "It is my honor to fight alongside you, Hiruzen." The setting sun cast a golden hue over the blood-soaked land. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure stood tall amidst the cheers, the adamantine staff angled toward the earth, proclaiming Konoha's ultimate victory in this brutal conflict. Meanwhile, in the distance, the defeat of Sunagakure intertwined with the shocking news from Awagakure, heralding an unforeseen conclusion to the Second Shinobi World War. Chapter 43. Planning the 5 Kage Summit. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen repelled the third Kazekage, and the main forces of Sunagakure began their withdrawal, another decisive battle erupted on the southwestern edge of the Land of Rain. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade led Konoha's elite forces, resolutely staving off the attempts of Hanzo the Salamander and his Rain Ninja to expand their gains and plunder the remnants of Konoha. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Shrouded in toxic mist, leaving Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru as the last standing members of their nearly decimated unit. The conflict raged on for a full day and night, with both sides utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Hanzo could not completely crush the trio of Konoha's new stars, who displayed remarkable resilience and synergy. Realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was heading to the front lines to defeat the forces of Sunagakure, Hanzo was compelled to halt the fight and reconsider his relations with the Land of Fire. He sheathed his blade and withdrew, standing knee-deep in mud. gazing at the three battered yet unyielding Konoha ninjas, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. In the end, the battle was a loss for the Land of Rain. This victory for Konoha meant I shall spare you this time. Hanzo's voice came through the ventilation tube, sounding somewhat muffled. No need for your pity, Jiraiya retorted angrily, glaring at the towering Hanzo. We can continue to fight. Enough, Jiraiya, Tsunade intervened, recognizing that the current three Sannin were no match for Hanzo. You three are formidable, having survived under such circumstances. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as the Sannin, Hanzo declared. As the price for survival, each must bear their own reputation. With that, Hanzo led his elite rain ninjas away, blending seamlessly into the ring. Jiraiya, panting heavily, wiped the blood and rain from his face, intending to smile, but ultimately found no joy in it. The title of Sannin bestowed upon them by Hanzo would become an honor that signified their ability to contend with demigods of the ninja world in their youth. Yet, for them now, it felt like nothing but humiliation. The three Sannin exchanged silent glances, realizing the brutal toll this war had taken on Konoha. Their defeat against the Land of Earth, a battle won only through their teacher's intervention against the Land of Wind, coupled with their devastating encounter with Hanzo, rendered Konoha's losses profound. Indeed, Konoha would need to tend to its wounds. Notably, due to the disastrous outcome of this battle, the Sannin lacked the spirit to recuperate in the cave, leading Jiraiya to miss the arrival of Nagato and his companions. Lord Akatsuki, an Umbu suddenly appeared. The Tsuchikage has arrived at the rear base through reverse summoning and is en route at full speed. The previously tense atmosphere in the command post ignited with energy. A smile finally broke through the strained faces of the mountain team. Excellent. Quickly, prepare to welcome the Tsuchikage. Before long, the sound of steady footsteps, accompanied by a faint levitating sound, echoed through the air. The small, iconic figure of Inoki appeared at the entrance, his broad Tsuchikage cloak bearing the dust of the journey. His gaze immediately fixed on Akatsuki. Teacher, Akatsuki bowed slightly. Humph, you've stirred quite a ruckus, kid. Inoki's voice remained gruff, yet a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, which he quickly concealed. I hear you've thoroughly dismantled Konoha's foundation? Even the legendary Konoha White Fang has lost an arm at your hands? Under pressure, Akatsuki met his teacher's gaze and replied, knowing he couldn't let their schemes succeed. Inoki drifted to the sand table, surveying the vast empty space and the markers indicating Konoha's retreat. His red nose twitched slightly. Well done. This battle has showcased the might of a Wagakure. That old fox, Danzo, is likely left with nothing but his underwear. He turned to the mountain team. What are Konoha's peace terms? Let me hear them. The mountain team immediately reported. The preliminary demands include 20 billion Ryo in compensation, the abandonment of all outposts in the northern Land of Rain, and the opening of trade ports to allow our merchant caravans free access into the Land of Fire for trade activities. Konoha has agreed to the compensation and abandonment of outposts, but wishes to further negotiate the trade terms. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already departed for the Land of Rain to handle subsequent matters. 20 billion? Humph, that shows some sincerity. Inoki's eyes gleamed with insight, recognizing the potential to alleviate domestic conditions. Trade sounds promising. This time we truly are the winners. He paused, then turned his gaze toward Akatsuki. Kid, a ceasefire does not equate to the end of the war. Both Konoha and Tsunagakure have suffered significant losses, and the war has long entwined hatred between us. This could be disadvantageous for our future. Akatsuki understood the implications, but such matters could only be eased with time. This was precisely why he had initially been reluctant to involve the Land of Earth too early, yet fate had taken a different turn. Teacher, while the ceasefire line can be demarcated and reparations can be collected, the cycle of hatred will not cease as a result. The losses sustained by Konoha are profound, and Tsunagakure shall inevitably suffer under the counterattack of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Land of Rain lies in devastation. The next conflict may arise in a few years or even decades, driven by resources, animosity, and the inertia of great power rivalries. He gestured towards the markers on the sand table representing the three nations of wind, earth, and fire, finally placing his finger heavily on the center that signifies the entire shinobi world. A mere truce among our three nations cannot usher in genuine peace. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Water remain observant, and may even seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. We require a more expansive and binding framework. one that compels the 5 great nations to convene, to collaboratively establish rules, delineate borders, establish channels for communication, and even to explore limited opportunities for cooperation. We could even support the Land of Rain to serve as a buffer between us. Anoki's gaze sharpened instantaneously. A framework? Are you suggesting a meeting of the 5 Kage? To Chikatsu, he asserted with conviction, leveraging the momentum of our victory. I propose that a Wagakure initiate an invitation to the 4 Kage of fire, wind, lightning, and water to convene at the borders of earth, fire, and wind, or at a neutral location such as the Land of Iron, to hold the 5 Kage summit. But what is the rationale? At this moment, Yamato could not help but interject. Other Kage, particularly the recently devastated Konoha and the possibly suffering Sunagakure. What reason do they have to heed our call? Moreover, are you unaware of the tempestuous temperament of the Reikage? The Land of Water also adheres to an isolationist policy. Would they acquiesce? Chikatsu had already prepared his justifications. There are 3 reasons why they will agree. Firstly, the outcome of this battle has spread throughout the shinobi world, and our Wagakure has become an undeniable force. If we convene with the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, it is likely that the Reikage and the Mizukage will find it difficult to refuse. We must also invite Hanzo to join us. We can provide financial support and even establish factories here. Given Hanzo's sentiments towards the Land of Rain, he will undoubtedly gravitate towards us, thus expanding our sphere of influence. This will also enhance our reputation among the populace. Should we let this information leak, it would be perceived as our desire to collaborate with Hanzo, which they will find irresistible. Lastly, we are advocating for the establishment of a peaceful order, even if we cannot realize it ultimately. We must first project the image of goodwill, for all nations seeking to benefit must participate. Chikatsu's gaze deepened. Teacher, our plan necessitates a peaceful external environment to be sustained. The 5 Kage Summit presents an excellent opportunity. We can certainly incorporate our ideas into it. Yet we will still profit in the upcoming years. Chapter 44. The Summit of the 3 Nations of Wind, Fire, and Earth. These terms will undoubtedly encounter significant resistance initially. Yet that is inconsequential. What matters is that a Wagakure, as the initiator, will dominate the formulation of the rules, occupying the moral high ground and presenting our ideals of the Earth country at the negotiation table for the first time. Even if we merely achieve a framework agreement, it will be groundbreaking, and future peace seekers will remember our Earth country. Chikatsu understood that there would always be those in the shinobi world yearning for peace, particularly among the struggling commoners. He then turned to Inoki. As for how to persuade them to attend, teacher, we hold the greatest bargaining chips. Only we are most suited to propose the 5 Kage Summit. Konoha has just suffered defeat, and Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to salvage his reputation, as making a statement on the international stage will benefit his domestic stability. Sunagakure is also in a precarious position after the 3rd Kazakage's defeat by Sarutobi. Participating in the summit would provide him with a good justification to console his village. The Reikage is martial, yet not impulsive. He will certainly wish to assess the current strength of a Wagakure while ensuring that Kumogakure is not marginalized in the new order. The Mizukage, isolated overseas and lacking information, requires insight into the movements of the mainland to prevent Kirigakure from being sidelined. As long as we frame our proposal as establishing a new post-war order and discussing the future of the shinobi world, suggesting that refusal to participate may be perceived as a challenge to the new order, they will attend. The ninjas in the conference room were all astonished by Chikatsu's ideas. No one had ever thought of maintaining peace through the establishment of order. Even the 5 Kage Summit convened by Senju Hashirama was merely a consequence of fear towards his overwhelming power, not a means to derive benefits. Inoki remained silent for a long while before suddenly erupting into a thunderous laugh. Ha! What a splendid initiative for the stability of the shinobi world. What a grand scheme. Grounded in the interests of the Earth country, yet cloaked in the garb of peace for the shinobi world. No, you intend to set the rules. He floated towards Chikatsu, patting his shoulder vigorously. You truly are my disciple. This vision and audacity are worthy of the title of the 4th Tsuchikage. Let us proceed as you suggest. We shall first hold a summit among 3 Kage. I will personally meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Wind Kage, and as for the proposal of the 5 Kage Summit, I shall solemnly present it at the negotiation table as evidence of our desire to maintain peace, and see who dares to refuse. Inoki's eyes shimmered with seasoned political acumen. As for the specific terms, let us demand extravagantly. we shall negotiate down to reality. As long as we can bring the 5 Kage to the same table, that will be our greatest victory. Chikatsu, prepare yourself. Accompany me to meet that shinobi hero. The hastily constructed venue was solemn, yet permeated with an intangible tension. The flags of the earth, fire, and wind nations stood apart. The 3 Kage were no exception. Indeed, even though the land of rain, as the host, possessed considerable strength, it still lacked the opportunity to join the discussions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage robe, wore a solemn expression, his eyes concealing fatigue and unspoken pain, yet his posture remained erect. The 3rd Kazekage appeared pale, his breath unsteady. Evidently still recovering from his battle with Sarutobi, his gaze dark and filled with resentment and vigilance. Inoki hovered at the head of the table, his diminutive frame radiating an undeniable aura of authority, commanding respect from all present. The negotiation process was exceedingly arduous. Konoha found itself nearly defenseless against the immense reparations and territorial concessions, yet remained unyielding on trade terms. Especially regarding Iwagakure's access to markets and the operations of Iwagakure's banks within the Land of Fire. The Wind Kage sought to exploit Konoha's predicament, bargaining over territory and the exchange of prisoners while cautiously avoiding inciting the recently revealed might of Iwagakure. Despite the numerous challenges faced during negotiations, the 3 Kage had their expectations for what they might gain. Just as the amounts for reparations and trade provisions were nearing agreement, and the atmosphere began to ease, Inoki cleared his throat, looking unwaveringly at the somewhat surprised pair of Kage. Hokage, Wind Kage, the ceasefire agreement has been signed, which also signifies the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. However, we all understand that this does not herald the true arrival of peace. Beneath the war, the seeds of hatred have already been sown, the land of rain lies in ruins, and the lands of lightning and water continue to observe coldly. How long can our agreement today among the 3 nations endure? Sarutobi and the Wind Kage furrowed their brows, glancing at Inoki, uncertain of his intentions. Inoki surveyed the room, his tone becoming grave and impassioned. Iwagakure, as a participant in this war, has deeply felt the cruelty and futility of conflict. Our pursuit should not be a mere temporary truce, but rather the enduring peace and development of the shinobi world. Therefore, I, Inoki, in my capacity as the 3rd Tsuchikage, hereby solemnly propose. He paused for emphasis, his voice resonating, to convene the 5 Kage summit. I invite the Hokage, Wind Kage Reikage, and Mizukage to gather in a neutral location, such as the Land of Iron, to collectively deliberate on the grand plans for the future of the shinobi world. The conference room erupted in astonishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened, instantly grasping Iwagakure's ambition to dominate the post-war international order, while the 3rd Wind Kage's countenance fluctuated tumultuously. Inoki did not afford his counterparts much time for contemplation and promptly introduced the core tenets of the Akatsuki's initiative for stability in the ninja world. This 5 Kage summit would primarily address 3 critical issues. The first pertains to the Land of Rain. We must discuss its status. As the ravages of war have inflicted tremendous suffering upon its populace, it is imperative that we provide reparations to ensure the survival of the civilians residing there. While this primarily concerns the 3 great nations, we must establish such a precedent, for even in the event of future conflicts, we must adhere to this principle. The second matter revolves around fostering a minimal mutual trust mechanism among the 5 great nations. This would involve establishing limited channels for intelligence sharing regarding tailed beasts, extremist organizations, and rogue ninjas. A non-permanent communication mechanism among the Kage would facilitate urgent consultations during border conflicts, thereby providing a platform for de-escalation and promoting trade cooperation among the 5 great nations. Lastly, and most importantly, the Kage must jointly sign a declaration reaffirming the principles of peaceful coexistence, committing to resolve disputes without resorting to force as a primary option, thus setting the tone for the future of the ninja world. With a piercing gaze directed at Sarutobi and the Wind Shadow, he emphasized that this is not merely the opinion of Iwagakure, but a strategy for the enduring peace of the ninja realm. Konoha has recently endured the flames of war, and Suna also requires recuperation. Surely, none of us desires further conflict in the immediate future. If the 3 great nations unite, we can trust that the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water will not isolate themselves. A climate of suspicion only breeds new wars. Only when the leaders of the 5 great nations gather, engaging in open and sincere dialogue. Can we shatter the chains of mistrust and establish peace? The assembly observed Inoki's proposal for the Five Kage Summit with a mix of confusion and intrigue. While its significance was not immediately apparent, it was undeniable that, should they agree, it would effectively constitute an alliance beneficial to both Konoha and Suna. Chapter 45. The Five Kage Summit in Progress. Teacher. The delegation for the Five Great Nations Summit has already been dispatched to convey the message. Inoki waved dismissively, unconcerned. This summit is your endeavor. You handle the complications. Simply inform me of the location when it's time for me to attend. As he spoke, Inoki suddenly recalled something and drifted back to Akatsuki's side. During the first Five Kage Summit, everyone had brought along their second or even third Hokage. This time, you shall accompany me. It would be an excellent opportunity for the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning to witness the proceedings firsthand. Akatsuki, somewhat exasperated, raised a hand to cover his face, speechless at Inoki's tendency to shift responsibility. This Five Kage Summit, adhering to established traditions, was once again set in the Land of Iron, but had also invited several powerful ninja villages to participate. Pausing, Akatsuki felt somewhat bewildered. The timeline of events in the Naruto universe was exceedingly vague. He had initially believed that the Uzumaki clan was eradicated prior to the Second or even Third Great Ninja War. However, to his astonishment, it transpired that they were annihilated during the Second Great Ninja War, not because the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning abstained from involvement, but rather because they seized the opportunity to strike, while Konoha was embroiled in conflict with the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Without the powerful Mito Uzumaki, the clan was too weak to withstand the onslaught, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught off guard. The Senju clan also faced near extinction, as the direct descendant Senju Hashirama perished in a trap laid by the enemy after concluding combat with the Land of Rain. The multitude of events unfolding simultaneously left Akatsuki, who had only perused Naruto once without delving into its historical intricacies, feeling quite unacquainted with this era. He could only allow events to transpire while also reaping some benefits. Iwagakure had taken advantage of the war to gather a number of Uzumaki survivors, who were now settled within the village. Adult ninjas were permitted to engage in commerce or, after passing certain tests, become IWA ninjas. Children, however, were mandated to attend the Ninja Academy to learn the noble ideals of Iwagakure, striving to become the backbone of the next generation. As time swiftly approached the day of the Five Kage Summit, Akatsuki had been meticulously organizing the agenda. The primary objective was for the Five Great Ninja Villages to engage in discussions and transactions, subsequently informing representatives from smaller nations of their collective will. Those smaller nations with considerable strength, such as the rising Land of Rain, would receive certain privileges, including the right to pose questions. Akatsuki believed that if Hanzo truly wished to benefit the Land of Rain, he would surely appreciate Akatsuki's current decisions, recognizing who genuinely cared for the Land of Rain. Moreover, Akatsuki would seize the opportunity to consolidate influences from the Land of Earth's northern territories, such as the Land of Snow and the Land of Bears. They must understand that cooperation yields mutual benefit, while division leads to ruin. On this land, they could only rely on the Land of Earth, which would be willing to protect them and help them thrive. Reflecting on this, Akatsuki glanced at the still lingering Inoki with a sense of impatience. Teacher, let us move swiftly. The current general of the Land of Iron is Mifune, and they have likely finalized all preparations. It is time for us to enter the inner chamber and engage in discussions with the great nations. Truly, you were so obedient and charming in your youth. And now you are urging me along. An old man like myself, burdened with affairs, certainly requires ample rest. Yet, it has been I who has been handling the state affairs these days, while you have merely been luxuriating in hot springs. Inoki paid no heed to his disciple's astonishment, believing that he was merely grooming his disciple to engage with state matters more adeptly. When Inoki, guided by Mifune, finally entered the venue, the other four Kage had already arrived. At Akatsuki's behest, the table for this summit was circular, devoid of hierarchical distinctions. The four Kage occupied their respective positions according to their nation's cardinal directions. In the northeast sat the third Raikage, accompanied by a young boy and a middle-aged elite from Kumogakure, evidently intending to groom the boy as the fourth Raikage by bringing him to the summit. In the southeast, the third Mizukage stood, flanked by another child and an elite from Kirigakure. This child was none other than Chojuro. Akatsuki, observing the youthful Chijiro, could not help but marvel at his cherubic visage, which could easily mislead anyone into perceiving him as harmless upon first glance. To the north, the third Hokage, an old acquaintance of Inoki and Akatsuki, had arrived with Orochimaru and Tsunade. It seemed Jiraiya had already set off in search of the fabled child of destiny. In the southwest, the third Kazekage was accompanied by the couple, the parents of Gaara, who smiled and nodded in Akatsuki's direction upon seeing him. With all present gathered and awaiting him, Inoki showed no signs of embarrassment as he floated nonchalantly to his designated seat. "Inoki, spare us your pleasantries. We have come here to discern your true intentions," was the first remark from the brash Raikage. "Indeed, did the three of you merely convene to notify us of this meeting?" The third Kazekage, unable to contain himself, interjected, "If no one is compelling you to be here, then perhaps you should not have come at all. What authority does a defeated foe possess to boast?" The Mizukage, naturally unwilling to concede, retorted sharply, "Do you wish to test the might of my sand iron?" In an instant, the five Kage summit devolved into chaos. The Hokage and Raikage observed the escalating dispute between the two factions, and Inoki, slamming his hand upon the table, bellowed, "Enough! What do you think the five Kage summit is?" As both sides momentarily ceased their quarrel, Inoki continued, "You have likely gleaned some understanding of the primary agenda for this meeting through your respective channels. However, I must clarify that this summit is presided over by my disciple, Akatsuki, who has concluded the Second Great Ninja War. He is also to be the future fourth Tsuchikage. I shall not engage in debate with you. That responsibility lies with my disciple." Upon hearing this, both the Mizukage and Raikage were taken aback. Although they had heard whispers of a child capable of attaining the strength of a Kage and who had incapacitated several of Konoha's top-tier combatants, hearing Inoki assert it so plainly in front of everyone was a different matter altogether. What if something were to happen? Would Inoki fear that his village would be unable to accept such a prodigious talent? However, no objections were raised by those present, as the future fourth Hokage stood to express a Wagakure's commitment to the future of this meeting. Thus, it became imperative to consider what benefits could be derived from this assembly. Previous discussions regarding the establishment of an international order felt overly abstract. I sought to understand what this would truly bring to the Land of Thunder. I share the same sentiment. The economic policies of the Land of Water adhere to a closed approach, making cooperation difficult, remarked the Water Shadow ominously, indicating his intent to complicate matters due to the lack of benefits. Chapter 46. The Nagato Trio. In response to the inquiries of the assembly, Akatsuki stepped forward to clarify. The purpose of this five Kage summit is to establish rules, while also ensuring that the five great nations secure certain advantages. Akatsuki glanced at the skeptical Water Shadow and continued, "The order we seek must be mutually beneficial for all five parties involved. To speak broadly, a peaceful environment would facilitate a greater volume of missions being issued." Upon hearing this, the Raikage nodded in agreement. For tasks rated B and below, cross-national collaboration among the five great nations would be permitted, but a stipulated percentage, tentatively set at 5%, must be allocated to the nation granting entry. Moreover, a portion of individuals would be allowed to monitor these activities, with the associated costs being justified as necessary for oversight. This policy is expected to encourage affluent individuals to commission tasks, as our data from a Wagakure indicates that the inability to collaborate across borders has led to a minimum of 20% of missions being aborted. We can certainly raise the fees for such tasks, and with increased mission volume, this will undoubtedly benefit all five nations. As he spoke, Akatsuki distributed some data compiled by a Wagakure over the years to the Kage of the various villages. Soon, the room buzzed with discussions, indicating that the villages were negotiating with their future successors or central figures. Ultimately, the Water Shadow rose to inquire if this plan would not interfere with our nation's closed policies, to which we, the Land of Water, are willing to accept this contract. The Land of Thunder agrees. The Land of Wind consents. The Land of Fire supports. Let us proceed to the next agenda item. Due to the previous conflicts among the five great nations, countless smaller nations have perished and innumerable civilians have been left homeless. This undermines the very foundation of our ninja world. Should war continue unabated, the brief period of enhancement for our shinobi will swiftly dissipate. Henceforth, we must confront an unending cycle of suffering. Ultimately, the existence of our ninja villages relies upon the issuance of missions. Without them, there can be no ninja villages. We must safeguard the rights of civilians. During wartime, Harming non-combatants is strictly prohibited. Sweeping assaults on villages are forbidden. While engaging in combat, the great nations must also ensure the suppression of rogue ninjas who pose a threat to innocent lives. At this point, Akatsuki leaned heavily on the table, conveying his unwavering determination. Lord Akatsuki, said the Water Shadow, we are indeed willing to protect civilians, but addressing the issue of rogue ninjas falls outside our jurisdiction. Esteemed Water Shadow, tackling these threats is essential for preserving the reputation of our villages. Surely, you do not wish for all the people of this land to flock to the opposing ninja villages once the war concludes. After a prolonged silence, the Water Shadow eventually nodded in agreement. What followed was Akatsuki's personal showcase. This included the protection of civilians in war-torn nations, post-war reparations, a system for addressing rogue ninjas, and a framework for exchanging ninjas for training during peacetime, with the 5 great nations alternating and hosting Chunin exams, among other policies. Akatsuki also took the opportunity to advocate for a controlled degree of commercial engagement, imposing certain tariffs and regulations. This left the gathered ninjas in awe. Through these initiatives, Akatsuki subtly influenced the ninja world, contributing to a semblance of tranquility. Thanks to Awagakure's victories, the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire refrained from further contention, while the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder, after careful consideration, recognized the advantages of this arrangement and chose not to oppose it. Consequently, the perception of the future 4th Tsuchikage among the attendees underwent a notable transformation. He was seen as a synthesis of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, a figure of ideals, willing to strive for peace in the ninja world, yet possessing his own methods. He was competent and astute, eager to advance his objectives through mutually agreeable means. The Raikage glanced at his own son, then at the eloquent Akatsuki, and suddenly felt less proud of his offspring. Ironically, Akatsuki was also the disciple of his most detested rival, Onoki, which only fueled his irritation. As his frustration mounted, the 3rd Raikage struck his son, causing the future 4th Tsuchikage to curse in pain, prompting another punch from the 3rd Raikage. Enough, everyone. It's time to declare that a new era has dawned upon the world. The 5 great nations are committed to establishing order within the ninja realm. And under our collective agreement, the entire ninja world shall enter a new phase of development. Let us spread this good news throughout the ninja realm. With that, Akatsuki positioned himself behind Onoki, and the various Kage arose to exit. Indeed, at Akatsuki's behest, the entire assembly was arranged akin to a conference hall, leading to a grand hall where representatives from smaller nations awaited the pronouncement of the 5 great nations. When they received the news about the 5 Kage summit, many initially suspected it was a jest at their expense. To their astonishment, Iwagakure stood up to advocate for the Land of Iron. Under the call of the future 4th Tsuchikage, the 5 great nations resolved to engage in discussions regarding the future order of the ninja world. The esteemed 4th Tsuchikage aimed to strive for peace in the ninja realm. Now, the entire ninja world rejoiced. In a cave within the Land of Rain, Nagato said, Conan, have you heard? That Shunguang Lioli from the Land of Earth is advocating for peace in the ninja world. He even convened the 5 Kage Summit and is rumored to have struck a deal with Lord Hanzo to assist our Land of Rain in overcoming difficulties. The food we receive these days has come from him. Do you think peace is truly on the horizon for the ninja world? At just 4 or 5 years old, Conan and Nagato were still too young to fully grasp the complexities of such matters. United by the ravages of war, they had come to regard one another as true kin after a year of camaraderie. Nagato's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked, Is that true, Yahiko? Does this mean we can finally live well? Conan nodded affirmatively. Yes, Nagato. With the end of the war, a better life is on the way. Lord Akatsuki from the Land of Earth is truly a good person. He even protects civilians from ninjas. I heard the war in Awagakure hasn't affected the common folk at all. They even provided relocation fees for nearby villagers, offering them money to wait until the war ends before returning, or the option to move to the Land of Earth if they chose not to stay. Unfortunately, we are still entangled with Konoha and plagued by so many rogue ninjas, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Yahiko and Nagato felt a pang of sorrow. They had not encountered benevolent individuals, as their families had been slain by rogue ninjas. If only they had met such good people sooner. I've made up my mind. We shall seek out Chun Guang Liuli. I heard he is currently holding the 5 Kage Summit, and perhaps we might have the chance to meet him and request him as our mentor. Yahiko exclaimed with excitement. Isn't it dangerous? That place is so far. Nagato expressed his concerns. Not at all. I just encountered a group of Awagakure ninjas, and they said they would be willing to take us along. They mentioned that Shunguang Liuli would be happy to have us witness this event and would even escort us back. Upon hearing this, Nagato and Conan readily agreed to Yahiko's plan and set forth towards the Land of Iron. Chapter 47. The 5 Great Ninja Villages declare the arrival of peace once the final details of the conference were settled by the 5 Great Ninja Villages. The news swiftly spread beyond the venue, reaching all nations, regardless of their size, ushering them into a pivotal moment that would define their futures. A tense atmosphere enveloped the assembly hall. Hanzo, amidst it all, clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves. Although he had prior interactions with the Land of Earth, he was well aware of the identity of the boy destined to become the 4th Tsuchikage, a peculiar individual who obstinately protected civilians during the harshest times of war. An advocate brave enough to raise his voice for the interests of smaller nations at such a pinnacle of power as the 5 Kage Summit. Anticipation built as figures began to appear at the 5 entrances of the hall, the very core of power in the ninja world. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Mizukage, and the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, all graced the venue. However, the focal point was not the Kage themselves, nor the formidable guards standing beside them, but rather the boy clad in a hastily crafted robe of the 4th Tsuchikage, the very initiator of this unprecedented summit, Chiho. This robe, hastily prepared by Anoki, was a testament to the significance of the conference, which was sure to alter the landscape of the ninja world. It was only fitting that Chiho, the architect of this change, should be the one to announce the outcomes to the world, to ensure his disciple was not unjustly treated. Anoki had worked tirelessly to embroider the robe with the insignia of the Tsuchikage, although it notably lacked the conical hat that symbolized the Tsuchikage status, marking a distinction. As the 5 Kage gathered around Chiho in the center of the hall, their eyes swept over the crowd below. Before them stood a throng of representatives from various small nations and anyone eager to witness this historic event, despite the venue's capacity to accommodate thousands. It felt overwhelmingly crowded. Outside the hall, countless individuals awaited entry. In recent days, all commercial and intelligence agencies of the Land of Earth had been mobilized. Although Anoki had entrusted all political affairs to Chiho, he had covertly orchestrated promotional efforts for this event. Those wishing to witness the spectacle were instructed to have the rock ninjas escort them to the venue. Among those in attendance, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan gazed in astonishment at the swelling crowd. Nagato remarked, "Look, that Chiho seems barely older than us, and he is already the 4th Tsuchikage. How impressive." Yahiko, with a hint of envy, admired Chiho on the stage. A nearby representative interjected, "That is the future 4th Tsuchikage. He hasn't assumed the title yet, but indeed, he is remarkable." Standing at the center, Chiho noticed the attention of the crowd and refrained from unnecessary words. "Esteemed guests," his voice, though soft, immediately quelled the surrounding clamor. "Today, we gather here, regardless of where we hail from within the ninja world, whether as representatives of nations and ninja villages, traders, peace-seeking shinobi, or ordinary citizens. We stand united to announce a momentous event that shall irrevocably alter the course of ninja history. Today, we solemnly declare that the chaotic ninja world, wrought by the conflicts among nations, has come to an end. To further prevent mutual hostilities and to foster lasting peace among nations, the 5 Kage have reached an agreement. I hereby announce the formal conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, ignited by the grievances and conflicts among nations. Today, at this very moment, it officially ends. To fundamentally curb the ceaseless strife among nations, ensuring lasting tranquility for this land, we, through thorough discussions at the 5 Kage Summit, have reached a unanimous resolution. Henceforth, disputes among smaller nations must be submitted to a mediation mechanism involving the 5 great nations. Unilateral recourse to violence and mutual aggression will no longer be tolerated and will face sanctions from the great nations. Should unfortunate conflicts arise in the future, we pledge that all nations will ensure the protection of civilians, safeguarding their safety and maintaining order during wartime. To promote the overall prosperity and stability of the ninja world, the great nations commit to providing necessary economic assistance to smaller nations ravaged by war and to dispatch experienced commercial groups to aid in national reconstruction and the rebuilding of homes. We shall establish a regular communication body, convening every 3 years for a great ninja conference. We welcome feedback from all nations and aim to mediate conflicts here. Based on mutual understanding, respect, and cooperation, we commit to protecting peace to the greatest extent possible and ensuring the safety of all nations. Chiho's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly provoking unprecedented waves. Prior to their arrival, they had merely anticipated news of a potential end to the war. The notion of protecting civilians had only appeared in their dreams, and the idea of a great nation extending economic aid was beyond their wildest imaginations. Yet, here it was, articulated with clarity, an astounding declaration promising civilian protection in future conflicts. Long live the fourth Tsuchikage. Long live Chiho. Soon, cheers erupted in the square. As one voice lifted, many joined in, chanting, "Long live the fourth Tsuchikage. Long live the land of earth." Ordinary people from all walks of life embraced one another, marveling that peace had arrived. Indeed, peace had come, and calamities would no longer strike at whim. However, the politicians in front were visibly distressed. The minister of the land of grass was drenched in sweat, incessantly wiping his brow. What shall we do now? The five great nations had made it abundantly clear that they would intensify their control over neighboring smaller nations. Beyond the conflicts of the great nations, the ninja world had been plagued by unending skirmishes among smaller nations. Yet now, all grievances would be suppressed, and any arising conflicts would require the adjudication of the great nations. Whichever great nation was closest would preside. Nevertheless, the overwhelming emotion, long suppressed, burst forth in a cacophony of cheers, applause, shouts, and tears that swept through the entire hall, quickly spilling outside. Peace has come. The war is over. Thank you. 5 Kage. Thank you, Lord Chiho. The second 5 Kage summit was deemed epic-making, with many artworks commemorating its circulating, thanks to the Land of Earth's promotional efforts. People rejoiced that peace in the ninja world had finally arrived. Indeed, from every angle, this was a monumental conference. For the first time, order began to take root in the ninja world. For the first time, civilians were afforded protection. The ninja world was no longer solely a realm for shinobi. Although it remained a world fraught with suffering compared to future eras, the first step toward peace had been taken. Chapter 48. The Land of Rain. As Chiho concluded his speech, a question-and-answer session was arranged. Representatives from various regions immediately raised their hands to inquire. Were it not for the effective security arranged by Mikage, many might have rushed to the center. Chiho remained unperturbed, prepared to answer any questions posed to him. He even took the opportunity during the conference to openly promote his ideology of the rock. Protecting one's comrades makes for a good shinobi. The existence of shinobi is to safeguard everyone. He welcomed all to the Land of Earth, which now embraced all visitors. At the edge of the venue, 3 small figures huddled together, their faces flushed with excitement. "Did you hear that, Nagato?" Yahiko exclaimed, gripping his companion's hands, their eyes sparkling with unprecedented fervor. Lord Chiho just declared that the war is over, and he will continue to protect civilians. Everything he said was true. Nagato stared intently at the boy in the 4th Tsuchikage's robe at the center, as if wishing to etch that radiant figure into his heart. He nodded vigorously, his voice thick with emotion. "Yes, he truly is a good person." Xiaonan's face blossomed with an innocent smile. "Peace is truly wonderful. Yahiko, if we have the opportunity, let us visit him and express our gratitude. It seems you are quite pleased with your speech." Demon floated in the air, observing the somewhat excited Chihiro. "Indeed, teacher. Do you believe that soon our Land of Earth will welcome a multitude of immigrants? Those whose homes have been ravaged by war will undoubtedly flock here. And it will also serve as a boon for Konoha. Hey, you say that protecting one's comrades makes a ninja a good ninja. Yet you are not afraid they'll return and eliminate Tsukumo Hatake? Nevertheless, it's impressive that he managed to exchange so many benefits. If he returns, so be it. His potential will be limited from that point onward, posing little threat." Sarutobi Hiruzen paid an exorbitant price for the hundreds of Konoha ninjas captured by Chihiro, including some of the remaining sealing techniques of Konoha, as well as certain forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, such as the Shadow Clone technique, the 8 Gates, and a portion of Konoha's Kenjutsu and Taijutsu systems. Most of these were secret techniques stored by Konoha after the decline of certain clans, and now they have been handed over to the Rock Ninja. In the shadow behind the scenes, within a cave, a figure clad in ancient armor with a weathered visage, none other than Uchiha Obito, hidden in the dark, Kurizetsu stood beside him, reporting on the information from the 5 Kage summit. "Humph, The 5 Kage Summit's initiative for stability in the ninja world, Obito's voice was icy and filled with derision. Such naive ideals, such a fragile order. It is merely supported by force. Hashirama has lost to me. Chihiro, the heir of the dual scales, possesses considerable power and an absurd belief. Attempting to bind human greed and hatred with rules? As ridiculous as Hashirama, or rather, is it a collaboration of our ideologies? A smirk crept upon his lips. Then let us see you experiment with it. Let your light shine for a while, little one. When your meticulously constructed order shatters against the iron wall of reality, and despair once again engulfs those cheering ants, then those eyes will truly understand that only the eye of the moon is the singular answer to end this endless cycle. Continue your performance. Let me witness how long your peace can endure. The celebratory aftermath had yet to fade when a more specific and daunting negotiation commenced. In a specially designated side hall, Chihiro represented Iwagakure in a profound discussion regarding peace with Hanzo of the Salamander and his trusted confidants from the Land of Rain. Hanzo's visage was concealed beneath a mask and respirator, yet his eyes brimmed with excitement and fervor. At this moment, Hanzo was the most fervent protector of the ideals of the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain had not truly failed in this war, and the Land of Earth had extended an olive branch. Originally the main battlefield, the Land of Rain was now ravaged, in dire need of reconstruction. It was the opportune moment for assistance from the Land of Earth, even if it required the Land of Rain to offer substantial quantities of inexpensive minerals. However, for the residents of the Land of Rain, this was beneficial. Even without farming, they had jobs, and moreover, the rice seeds cultivated in the Land of Rain were wholly accepted by the Land of Earth. This was also part of Chihiro's plan. For years, the Land of Earth had been encouraging population growth, and with improved living conditions, the population was increasing, yet food had become a significant issue. Lord Chihiro, Hanzo's voice came through the ventilation tube. The Land of Rain is grateful for your country's voice on behalf of small nations at the 5 Kage Summit and for promising material assistance. The Land of Rain indeed requires this funding, but we wish to understand what plans the Land of Earth intends to pursue. Chihiro unfurled a meticulously drawn map, pointing to several massive rivers within the Land of Rain, which wreaked havoc and caused frequent flooding, then looked towards Hanzo. Lord Hanzo, the suffering of the Land of Rain largely stems from the harsh natural environment, especially flooding, and in this regard, the Land of Earth is indeed willing to provide solutions. Iwagakure is prepared to offer technical and manpower support to construct large flood control dams and hydraulic hubs along key waterways. He indicated several geological markers on the map, expressing the sincerity of their cooperation and the resources needed for the project. We hope to obtain joint exploration and mining rights for these mineral deposits within your territory. This will not only fund and supply materials for the dam project, but also bring long-term stable financial income to the Land of Rain for national reconstruction and improvement of living conditions. Additionally, we will divert this river into the Land of Earth, thus achieving a win-win for both sides. The Land of Earth acquires a water source, while you resolve flooding issues. In this world, perhaps no one but Iwagakure can accomplish this. Hanzo scrutinized the marked points on the map. Those areas were indeed known to him, yet the Land of Rain lacked the capacity to develop them. Trading minerals that were currently not usable in exchange for control over flood management projects, along with other exchanges, was undoubtedly an enormous temptation for the crumbling Land of Rain. Though this implied a deeper entrenchment of Iwagakure's influence in the Land of Rain, in light of the absolute disparity in strength and the pressure of survival, this was nearly the sole option available. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. A very fair proposal. We shall discuss the specific details further. The Land of Rain needs these dams. With the preliminary agreement reached, Chihiro acted swiftly. A month later, an engineering team composed of Iwagakure's top Earth release ninjas, under Chihiro's personal leadership, set forth to the designated canyon in the Land of Rain to construct the dam. Standing beside the tumultuous, roiling waters, Chihiro slowly formed hand seals, and a vast chakra wave resonated, even drawing upon natural energy. Senjutsu, Earth release, land shaping. With a resounding boom, he slammed his palms onto the ground. The earth emitted a deafening roar as the towering cliffs on either side of the canyon began to shift, compress, and deform under the influence of an invisible force, taking shape as the nascent form of a massive dam. Enormous rocks emerged from thin air, filling gaps and reinforcing the structure. Dust filled the air, Yet the progress of the project advanced at a visibly rapid pace. The accompanying rock ninjas adeptly collaborated, employing various Earth release techniques for detailed reinforcement and diversion. Representatives from the land of rain and curious civilians who had rushed to witness the spectacle stood far off, all utterly astonished. This was the purpose of Chihiro's arrival. He had been incessantly attending various decision-making meetings, gaining insight into the challenges faced by representatives of different nations. The land of Earth had been dispatching elite teams for preliminary planning, first establishing the foundation, then continuously sending specialized troops for construction. Given the significance of this project for Iwagakure, Chihiro took personal charge of the efforts. During this time, despite his busy schedule, Chihiro had not relaxed his studies of Senjutsu. After acquiring the shadow clone technique, he adopted Naruto's method from the original work, using shadow clones to gather natural energy. Coupled with his innate ability to slowly absorb natural energy, Chihiro's mastery of Senjutsu could be described as nearly limitless. Such was the power of Lord Chihiro, a miraculous feat of moving mountains and filling seas. With this dam, our homeland truly is hope. Yahiko, Nagato, and Shaonin squeezed into the crowd, witnessing this awe-inspiring scene firsthand. Yahiko trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration. Did you see? This is the power to change the world, to protect and to build with strength. We must join Iwagakure and learn such power. Nagato and Shaonin nodded vigorously, their desire to join Iwagakure reaching its zenith. The roaring, muddy river was tamed by the intangible force, flowing along the magnificently shaped rocky riverbed. On either side of the canyon, the towering rock dam, under Chihiro's Senjutsu Earth release, solidified and became orderly at a visible pace. Hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas were performing various Earth release techniques along the nascent dam to fortify the structure, level the surface, and carve out flood channels, creating a grand and orderly scene. Amidst the suspended dust in the air, a gentle aura of natural energy enveloped him. His gaze traversed the bustling construction site below and the distant onlookers from the land of rain, their faces adorned with awe and anticipation. At that moment, three small figures, crowded at the forefront of the crowd, caught his attention with their palpable excitement. The vivid hues of their hair, red, blue, and orange, made them unmistakable. A flicker of recognition stirred within him as he gradually descended near the embankment, dispersing his chakra before striding towards the three children. You three seem quite familiar, he mused, recalling their previous encounter outside the venue in the Land of Iron. It was later that he learned they had come to the Land of Iron. And upon discovering that the person they had long sought was right before their eyes, they felt disheartened upon returning home without having found him. Yet, fate had smiled upon them again today. Yahiko was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, but soon, an overwhelming thrill eclipsed his nervousness. He nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Lord Chichen, it's us. I am Yahiko. This is Nagato and Konan. We came all the way to the Land of Iron to meet you and express our gratitude for everything you have done for the Land of Rain. And for the peace you spoke of." Nagato and Konan nodded vigorously, with Konan softly adding, "Thank you for ending the war and helping us repair the embankment." Chichen gazed upon their youthful faces, brimming with admiration and hope. Unlike the tragic beginnings of the original Akatsuki, their eyes now reflected no shadows of hatred. Only dreams of peace and longing, dreams that were now directed towards him. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, he repeated their names, his gaze lingering for a moment on Nagato's striking purple rinnegan. He crouched down to meet their gaze, his tone softening considerably. "There is no need to thank me for ending the war and making the world a better place, allowing children like you to grow up safely. That is simply what we ought to do. Do you wish to protect the weak, to help them and improve their lives, just as I do?" He extended his hand, gently patting Yahiko's shoulder, then affectionately ruffling Nagato and Konan's hair. "I appreciate your gratitude, but rather than thanking me, it would be far more meaningful for you to learn diligently and aspire to be like me. Would you like to accompany me back to the Land of Earth? There, you can learn everything you desire, no matter who you wish to become." "Absolutely, we would love to. Thank you, Lord Chichen." The three children's faces flushed with excitement. Overwhelmed by the recognition from their idol and the prospect of pursuing their own paths, a dream they scarcely dared to imagine. Yahiko clenched his fists tightly, as if he could already envision his future. Chichen cast one last glance at them, a complex emotion flickering within him. At that moment, Madara likely observed him with a sense of admiration for the experiment he conducted, pondering how long this peace order would endure. Furthermore, Nagato was merely a vessel for Madara, easily reclaimable at any moment. Very well, children, please stay in a safe place while we finalize the embankment. When it is time to leave, I shall take you back with me, he instructed, rising slowly, his chakra and natural energy coalescing once more. In truth, it was not just Nagato and the others. Many children aspired to enter the land of Earth. For countless individuals, this represented a moment that could alter their destinies. If they did not seize this opportunity now, it might never come again. The Rain Shinobi were also actively engaged in maintaining order throughout the process. They watched as Chichen effortlessly completed each task, while the Rock Shinobi collaborated with remarkable efficiency. Hanzo's sense of shock deepened, along with a subtle, unnoticeable admiration. He bore witness to a different kind of formidable potential, not for destruction, but for creation and protection. How extraordinary it was that strength could be wielded for construction. Perhaps peace would indeed flourish in the hands of this youth. Notably, among the construction team, there was also a familiar figure, Sachikage. Over the past 3 years, Sachikage had undergone significant changes. He was now 14 years old, yet his chakra reserves were abundant even among the Uzumaki clan. He had become a rising star. Appointed as a jonin at the age of 14 due to his involvement in numerous missions. Under Chichen's guidance, the main structure of the embankment was swiftly completed, with subsequent refinements requiring the continuous deployment of specialized rock shinobi engineering teams. However, it was now time for Chichen to return home. His visit to the Land of Rain had served more as a political demonstration, signifying the close alliance between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. It was, of course, an S-rank mission, as the Land of Earth assigned task levels based on project magnitude, with higher contributions yielding greater task ranks. For ordinary shinobi, acquiring chakra was a slow process, with an A-rank task taking a month to complete, while only jonin could achieve an S-rank within a single mission. At this juncture, Sachikage had emerged as a shining star of the Land of Earth, with chakra reserves even more remarkable than those of the Uzumaki clan and mastery over earth techniques that elevated him to the status of the second rising star of Awagakure. As Chichen departed amidst the send-off from the Land of Rain, he journeyed back to the village with the main engineering team and several children. Throughout the journey, he fostered connections with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Sachikage, too, extended an invitation to Chichen to practice together upon their return, as extensive earth techniques could not be effectively executed en route. After a long trek, the silhouette of Awagakure, built against the mountains and glowing with a reddish hue in the setting sun, emerged on the horizon. A profound sense of belonging and the weariness of burdens being lifted surged within Chichen. An eager figure, clad in red, had been waiting impatiently and bolted towards him like a cannonball. "Chichen, you're finally back," Hiryu exclaimed, his excitement unabashed. "You're now quite the prominent figure in the shinobi world. Ha ha ha. People in the village are even calling you Lord Chichen, the 4th Hokage. When you return, you must give me some rigorous training." Chichen looked at his exuberant friend, a relaxed smile breaking across his face, as the fatigue of overseeing the project seemed to dissipate. "Hiryu, your voice remains as loud as ever. There's much to discuss. We can talk later. As for your training, let me finish my current tasks first." In truth, Chichen and the others had returned to the village prior to the 5 Kage summit, when villagers had gathered spontaneously at the entrance to celebrate the village's triumph, with Chichen being nearly overwhelmed by the crowd. At that moment, a diminutive figure clad in Sachikage's robes floated above the village. Anoki, hands behind his back, sported a particularly prominent red nose under the sunlight. "Humph, you little brat. Enjoying yourself outside, are you? And now you know to come back?" Anoki's voice remained as gruff as ever. Chichen slightly bowed. "Teacher, I have returned. The embankment is a part of the agreement, benefiting both nations." Knowing his mentor well, Chichen discerned that his tone was less of reproach and more of pride in having an excellent disciple, such a stubborn old man. All right. Anoki waved his hand dismissively, floating away towards the village. "Hurry back to the office. There's a mountain of paperwork waiting for you." Despite his complaints, his floating speed noticeably slowed, clearly waiting for Chichen to catch up. "Even though you're now that Sachikage, I'm merely training you. Many would desire my position, yet I bestow it upon you." Chichen chuckled helplessly, exchanging a knowing glance with Hiryu as he stepped forward to follow Anoki. Hiryu, scratching his fiery red hair, laughed along, and eagerly began recounting tales of his adventures and training in the village over the past few months. Suchikage quietly listened, while the three children, along with others from the Land of Rain, were organized into designated areas. Though those eyes are often misunderstood by the average person, merely thought to be some form of bloodstain, Inoki is indeed aware of their true nature. Akatsuchi has simply expressed a desire to cultivate a genius for the village, and Inoki chose not to inquire further. Akatsuchi refrained from mentioning Uchiha Madara. Discussing Madara with Inoki would serve no purpose, it would only lead to unnecessary anxiety. As long as he feigned ignorance of Nagato's uniqueness, Iwagakure would face no significant issues. As for what lies ahead, once my strength flourishes, the advantage will be mine. After completing the paperwork in his office, Akatsuchi intended to practice some newly acquired taijutsu in the back mountains. His taijutsu is regarded as top tier among his peers. Yet when compared to those who specialize in taijutsu, he falls significantly short. Had his capabilities in taijutsu been 2 levels higher during the previous great battle, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Upon reaching his training ground outside the village, he observed a somewhat robust figure in the center of the arena, letting out a deep grunt. With clenched fists and under-controlled chakra, rocks materialized upon his sturdy arms, striking against a specially designed rock wall over 3 meters thick. The impact reverberated through the air. The wall trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks erupting at its center, with debris cascading down, yet it remained largely intact. This area was specifically chosen for Akatsuchi to practice Doton, utilizing carefully selected minerals, which could typically withstand the force of a B-rank ninjutsu without crumbling. TSK, still a bit lacking, he muttered, shaking off his slightly numb fists and wiping the sweat from his brow, gazing at the fissured wall with a hint of dissatisfaction. Akatsuchi is driven by ambition. He aspires to be the first master of Doton in the shinobi world. With his innate affinity for Doton chakra, he is determined to fulfill his father's unfulfilled legacy. He seeks to prove that even with mastery of only Doton, he can become an unparalleled force. He believes that he does not need other elemental techniques to carve his name in the annals of the shinobi world. Thus, even after becoming a jonin, he continued to study other chakra nature transformations, but remained enamored with Doton. His current pursuit is the ability to shatter defenses of this caliber with a single punch, achieving absolute dominance through sheer power. Senior brother, your rock fist technique has improved once more. This specially layered rock wall can endure multiple strikes from jonin-level ninjutsu. For you to achieve such results with a single punch is remarkable. Akatsuchi turned to find Inoki effortlessly hovering half a foot above the ground, his bluish-gray eyes radiating warmth as he regarded him. Ah, Akatsuchi. Inoki's face immediately broke into his characteristic, somewhat naive smile as he scratched the back of his head. When did you arrive? I didn't even notice. This level of power is nothing compared to your earth-shattering Doton. It pales in comparison. One could hear the admiration in Inoki's voice, devoid of any jealousy. He truly regarded Akatsuchi as a younger brother. Akatsuchi's performance on the battlefield, coupled with the subsequent ninja summit, has transformed him into a legend within Iwagakure and the entire shinobi world. As someone who watched Akatsuchi grow, Inoki felt a swell of pride, yet also a heavy burden. He yearned to contribute more to the village, to become a formidable ninja worthy of the title of Akatsuchi's senior brother, capable of safeguarding their home. Chapter 51. The rock giant Akatsuchi gradually descended and approached Inoki, intending to pat him on the shoulder. But the form of my Doton is largely thanks to your teachings. Even the teacher acknowledges that your talent in Doton surpasses mine. My father was merely encouraging me. Inoki felt a bit bashful at the compliment, yet his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. However, my abundant chakra truly is an advantage. I'm contemplating how to effectively utilize this strength and chakra, given that Doton's offensive capabilities are somewhat inferior to those of Dust Release. I've decided to focus on being a supportive force. He pointed to the edge of the training ground, where he had shaped various enormous stones using Doton during his practice. Look, like building a dam in the Land of Rain, I find it incredibly exhilarating. Those large stones are beyond the capabilities of others to move or shape. I can manage them effortlessly. Watching the dam rise gradually, protecting so many people, makes me feel invaluable. Scratching his head, Inoki continued, what you're doing is monumental, altering the shinobi world, establishing rules. My mind isn't as quick as yours, and I can't grasp those complex matters. But I firmly believe this. Our village, Iwagakure, is our home. For our people to live well, someone must protect and labor for it. Having said that, he prepared to practice the skills he acquired during this time, with a particular emphasis on Doton today. During this period, Akatsuchi had also focused on Doton, and after mastering sage techniques, his Doton seemed to have reached a new level. In recent days, contemplating how to counter techniques like Susanoo, he developed the Doton, rock giant technique. Without entering sage mode, merely with a clap of his hands, a colossal figure over 20 meters tall, composed of deep gray, sturdy rocks, began to take form in the center of the arena. Its rough yet powerful outline was slowly coming to life. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth, forming the embryonic state of Akatsuchi's rock giant. The giant clumsily attempted to throw a punch. Though slow, the wind pressure it generated whistled ominously. This was merely a prototype. Once perfected, it would not only move faster, but also grow in size. At that point, infused with sage chakra, it could transform into a multi-armed entity, unleashing torrents of Doton, capable of ensnaring even-tailed beasts in a single strike. Inoki gazed at the enormous stone figure, astonished. Hey, what is this ninjutsu, Akatsuchi? Can I learn it? As he spoke, he activated the light-heavy rock technique, ascending to level with Akatsuchi. Akatsuchi, this is the rock giant you mentioned. It's simply marvelous. It's like a moving fortress of war. I'll teach you. This technique is an adaptation of the Doton, earth-style technique. But I incorporated many of my own ideas and fused some secret techniques from Konohagakure. It does require a high level of talent in Doton, just like this. In that way, Akatsuchi demonstrated the hand seals, then shared some essential tips before allowing Inoki to practice. One cannot deny that Inoki's talent in Doton is exceptionally high. Within half a day, he managed to manifest a giant approximately 10 meters tall. Hey, with my strength and chakra, smashing walls feels wasteful. Creating this massive figure means that anyone wishing to attack our village will first have to contend with me. He maneuvered the giant clumsily, gesturing with its fists. While it still requires some effort to move, it lacks agility, and the chakra consumption is quite steep. Although the potential is immense and it can release ninjutsu, it still feels somewhat different from the original technique. Adjustments will be necessary, yet that will take some time. Akatsuchi genuinely praised. Your words can lead to the gradual development of your preferred style. When it comes to speed, simply practicing more will enable you to move with ease. If you wish to increase its size, you must continue to release chakra while ensuring its stability. Inoki's eyes brightened. Then I'll give it another try. Soon, Inoki unleashed another rock giant, and a towering figure of approximately 17 to 18 meters materialized. The movements of the giant appeared slightly more fluid. Next, Inoki excitedly pulled Akatsuchi to view another section of the training ground. There, a magnificent mountain of rocks, over 100 meters long and nearly 20 meters high, rose from the earth. Though still rough, it exuded an imposing aura. Look at this. You mentioned last time that if we could establish a shield at the border, it would better adapt to large-scale battles. Moreover, against those from the Akimichi clan, we could simply conjure a mountain and see who dares approach. However, this ninjutsu currently requires multiple releases to achieve its purpose. It might necessitate several ninjas working alongside me. But just wait, Akatsuchi. Once my chakra increases, I'll be able to conjure it all by myself. Chichen had not anticipated that a mere casual mention would lead to the development of a technique for the future of earth manipulation. Although it is not yet the final version, it can already be envisioned as a glimpse of what is to come. In the hands of the Yellow Earth, this technique has the potential to unleash the scale of an S-rank forbidden jutsu. Deep within the most profound and resilient cave of Iwagakure, Chichen utilized this sanctuary to practice secret arts, safeguarding his intelligence amidst an expansive space fortified by intricate ceiling barriers. At this moment, an absolute tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Seated cross-legged at the cave's center, Chichen, with his bare torso and silver-gray hair flowing freely without wind, was shrouded in a delicate azure aura that seemed to harbor infinite stardust. This was his embodiment of the perfect sage mode. Months prior, after the grand magical endeavor of the Rain Country Dam project, his extensive explorations had allowed him to touch upon that elusive membrane. The perfect sage mode transcended mere accumulation of power. It demanded profound mental acuity and an extraordinary innate talent, as only by genuinely merging with nature could one hope to harness such strength. Soon, Chichen's consciousness descended into a vast realm composed solely of pure energy. This was no longer a simple act of absorption and utilization. It was an endeavor to become an integral part of this will. His fervent desire to protect his village, the ambition to transform the ninja world, the sorrow for lives lost, and even the introspection of his own power. These potent emotions belonging to Chichen stirred like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that impeded a complete fusion with the vast, encompassing yet cold and unyielding will of the earth. This natural energy soon became a barrier, obstructing Chichen's path forward. To relinquish was not to surrender. A realization, akin to a spring emerging from the depths of the earth, cleansed his consciousness. Guardianship was part of the cycle, not a transcendent obsession. Just as the earth bears all things, nurtures life, and embraces decay, the cycle is unceasing. In an instant, the tumultuous emotions within him did not vanish but appeared to find solace, enveloped and soothed by a grander, ancient will. An unprecedented calm and vastness filled his soul. He had discovered the essence of nature itself. Chapter 52. Dust Release. Spiraling sphere within the cave. The faint blue aura suddenly converged, melding entirely into Chichen's being. Intricate, arcane golden patterns emerged upon his surface, radiating from his heart, delicate yet discernible. The roots of his silver-gray hair began to shimmer with a soft blue light. Gradually, he opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, the cold silver was replaced by a swirling, profound cosmic scene reminiscent of a nebula. The perfect sage mode had been achieved. Upon successfully attaining this state, Chichen's figure materialized in a specially constructed testing ground for his ninjutsu experiments. A year had passed since the conclusion of the Great Ninja War, and during this time, Chichen had been occupied with various matters concerning the Earth Country and the study of diverse ninjutsu to enhance his proficiency. Simply standing there, the earth beneath him felt as though it extended from his very being, and everything within a several-kilometer radius was vividly reflected in his perception. This was an innate ability manifested by his perfected sage mode. Moreover, he felt as though his chakra was inexhaustible. With a seemingly casual motion, he lifted his right index finger, where a layer of deeply concentrated, almost tangible deep blue light enveloped the tip. Dust release, starlight spiral. With a gentle flick, a massive basalt boulder, measuring several meters in thickness, stood before him, from which countless spiderweb-like blue cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact. Subsequently, the entire rock structure began to disintegrate as if an invisible force had shattered it from within, transforming it into nothingness. He then slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, as a sphere rapidly formed in his palm, coalescing into a spiraling sphere that spun furiously. This dust release, spiraling sphere was composed of chakra manifested from dust, and as Chichen infused more chakra, it grew to a diameter of approximately half a meter, resembling a shuriken. With a subtle motion of his wrist, he released the blue sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilating starlight, which swiftly shot towards the distant sighing wall. Upon contact with the rock face, the dust release, spiraling sphere, enveloped in a torrent of blue-golden energy, erupted into an intense blue-white brilliance. The stable, rotating sphere of blue starlight suddenly disintegrated. All materials that encountered the spiraling sphere, the metallic crystals and rock molecules, were utterly dismantled at the moment they touched the devastating vortex of rotation, reducing them to the most primordial flow of energy particles. The billions of rapidly spinning dust particles, no longer restrained by the powerful energy of the perfect sage mode, exploded outward like a miniature annihilation bomb, creating a devastating dust storm that spread across a nearly 100-meter diameter, enveloping the area behind the massive pillar. A cacophony of sound filled the air as the dust storm formed, transforming everything within its reach into a shimmering haze of blue dust. This ninjutsu was even more potent in terms of instantaneous destructive power than the earlier dust release, world severance technique. In that moment, Chichen had attained a strength capable of confronting Uchiha Madara, who would have no choice but to evade, even in the later stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War. In the face of his complete Susanoo, annihilation was the only fate that awaited it. But that was not all. A blue seal emerged upon Chichen's forehead. This was a sealing technique he had devised after referencing numerous sealing arts, combined with the shadow sealing technique of Tsunade from the original story. It was particularly designed to seal away any chakra or sage arts that were of no use to him. Though he had yet to encounter a situation where his chakra was insufficient, this served as a precaution. In his normal state, it allowed Chichen's body to bask in natural energy, subtly enhancing his physique. He did not aspire to the condition of the three great sage lands that had endured for millennia. He merely wished to avoid an early demise akin to that of Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, in this state, Chichen could even transform the originally colossal rock golem into a dust-release giant, rendering ninjutsu ineffective against him, and he need not fear absorption of attacks. As long as a dust-release fist struck, it mattered not if the opponent could absorb it or not. Chichen now stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, where the only path to further strength lay in the gradual accumulation of time to refine the sage arts to his transformation. However, more pressing than his personal advancement was the current state of Awagakure. Chichen was a genius, reminiscent of the second Hokage, not only mastering ninjutsu effortlessly, but also excelling in the creation of new techniques. Every flow of chakra or natural energy escaped his perception, granting him the freedom to create elemental ninjutsu and other chakra-altering techniques at will. During this period, he had contributed a plethora of secret techniques to Awagakure, which, while not greatly beneficial to himself, proved invaluable to the village. Techniques such as the earlier dust release, rock golem, and the dust release, iron scale armor, which significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of earth-style ninjas in close combat by forming armor from the iron elements within the rocks. The dust release, heavy rock quagmire simplified a portion of the heavy rock technique into the dust release, yellow spring quagmire, ensnaring enemies within to perish by their own means, or directly transforming the earth element into a colossal dragon for aerial assault through the dust release, pulse dragon strike. These were large-scale offensive ninjutsu that could be simplified, allowing multiple chunin to unleash immense power on the battlefield, effectively fortifying the previously weakest links in Awagakure. Lord Chichen, the third Tsuchikage requests your presence, a voice called out. Chichen waved his hand in acknowledgement before vanishing from his position. Upon arriving at the Tsuchikage's office, he found the space cluttered with an overwhelming stack of documents. Anoki floated behind the desk, massaging his waist, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yaomu did not raise his head, his tone laced with habitual complaint. Finally willing to return from your laboratory or some construction site. Lord Forth, look at these. The census. It has increased. A full 15% more than last year. All thanks to the peaceful paradise slogans you propagated after your talks with the Five Kage. I am nearly driven to distraction. You always claim I burden you with administrative affairs, yet you never reflect on who brought this upon us. I truly regret taking you as my disciple, hoping for an early retirement. Teacher, please stop pretending. I saw your mouth nearly stretching to the back of your head before I knocked on the door. Furthermore, this is all for the betterment of the village. Hey, you rascal, I cannot argue with you. I came here with a purpose. What now? There shouldn't be any small nations engaging in battles without reason in the past 2 years. Chapter 53, 6-year-old Scorpion. Not that. I will explain shortly. Look at these population reports. The numbers are indeed excessive. Chichen approached the desk, swiftly flipping through the reports. Moreover, teacher, population growth is a manifestation of national strength. An ample workforce expands the market, naturally increasing tax revenue. Infrastructure plans require labor, new mines, expanded transportation networks, water conservancy projects, and supporting service industries. With their arrival, there will be work and food, fostering a positive cycle beneficial for the development of the land of Earth. How easy it is to speak. What about resettlement, housing, management? The village outskirts are nearly as cramped as a sardine can. And those little brats. He pulled out another document. Look at this. This year's enrollment numbers for the Ninja Academy have skyrocketed. The classrooms are insufficient, and the training grounds are fully booked from dawn till dusk. Not to mention, how can these newly trained ninjas be sent to the front lines for missions when the domestic task load cannot accommodate such a large influx? Chichen set aside the population report and picked up the education document, managing a wry smile. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. If the school is insufficient, we will expand it. I have already approved the school expansion plan, with the new campus located on the gentle slopes west of the village. The design has also been approved, ensuring it reflects the style of Awagakure. The funding will come from infrastructure surpluses and commercial tariffs. Additionally, we need to adjust our recruitment direction. Adjust? How so? Are we to reduce the numbers? That cannot be done. Many promising talents exist among them. far surpassing the genius of a single village. It's not about reduction, but rather diversion and expansion. Teacher, we need more than just combat ninjas. I believe that aside from the talented combat-oriented ninjas, the rest can be transformed into technical ninjas. To reshape the land of Earth, we require a greater influx of people. The new campus will be divided into several learning departments, covering an area 7 to 8 times larger than the current ninja school. It will primarily include an engineering department to cultivate specialists in construction, metallurgy, water conservancy, and machinery. A medical and biological sciences department that will improve the living conditions of the land of Earth and ninja health, based on Tsunade's remaining materials and our own research. An intelligence analysis and strategic research department tasked with advisory roles, as many of the current ninjas are ill-suited for such tasks, and a cultural department to amplify our values, which have been increasingly disseminated from the village. The success of Konoha's defeat of the White Fang demonstrates our achievements. As for the training of combat ninjas, it remains central but is no longer the sole path. The research class and military might will select children with such talents from across the land of Earth, regardless of their backgrounds. Chi-chan, does the feudal lord have any other options besides stamping the funding documents? Teacher, accepted. The land of Earth has become the center of the ninja world. Over the years, those ninja villages have been learning from us, just as we once learned from Konoha. However, despite the learning, it has proven fruitless. Teacher, the bonds need the village to possess immense credibility. What have they done? Whenever finances are tight, they breach contracts, treating them as if the village's funds were the sole concern, never considering the need to improve the populace's livelihood to repay debts. How could one village thrive with such limited thinking? Teacher, it takes 1,000 civilians to support one ninja, not accounting for the jounin. No matter how much the population increases, there is an upper limit. We must ensure that civilians have industries. That is the source. We are their representatives. They are beginning to realize that if this system were not devised by you and me, it would not have been conceived. I must concede, Chi-chan. You possess leadership skills, able to view issues holistically rather than merely focusing on immediate concerns. In this regard, I will completely defer to you. The future of the village ultimately relies on you young people. The primary reason I sought you out was to discuss the exchange students from the Ninja Academy brought up during the 5 Kage Summit. Over the years, as our development has flourished, the caliber of those sent has also improved. The couple you saved, the Akasuna couple, has arrived with their son. Their status is akin to that of the Yellow Earth of Awagakure, sent with the intention of deepening our ties. You should meet with them. Whether Awagakure and the Wind Village can collaborate depends on you. How to train them is also up to you. Now go, they should be arriving soon. As Chi-chan stepped out of the office, a member of the Umbu appeared in an instant. Lord Chi-chan, the Sand Village emissaries, the Akasuna couple, and the Sand Village delegation have arrived at the village's entrance. Chi-chan paused, nodding. The Wind Shadow has sent this couple along with the prince of the Sand Village. Although the Akasuna couple survived, Granny Chio did not teach them puppet techniques, but merely the traditional wind release. However, the reputation of the genius Scorpion has long reached Iwagakure through the current intelligence network, making their intentions clear. He gave a slight nod. Understood. I will personally go to receive them. As he approached the main road near the village entrance, he soon spotted the familiar figures of Akihiro and Sari, accompanied by an exceptionally quiet child with striking red hair, Scorpion. The other children, while commendable, paled in comparison to Scorpion's brilliance. Mr. Akihiro, Mrs. Sari, welcome to Awagakure. Chi-chan greeted them with a serene smile, his steps steady as he approached. The faint blue mark of dust release on his forehead shimmered in the sunlight, and his simple rust-red attire reflected his unique status in the land of Earth. Lord Chi-chan. Akihiro stepped forward immediately, while Sari nodded with a smile. Her gaze filled with profound gratitude as it swept over Chi-chan. A year ago, they were on the brink of despair at the border. Had it not been for this young man before them, they would have perished under the blade of Konoha's White Fang, let alone witness Scorpion's growth. Father, mother. This is Scorpion. The child lifted his delicate face, his purple eyes filled with a child's curiosity, examining this legendary figure spoken of by his parents. He did not appear much older than himself, yet he was already renowned throughout the ninja world as the dust-like glaze, the future fourth Tsuchikage, a being said to alter the very fabric of the ninja realm. Indeed, Scorpion, this is the esteemed Lord Chi-chan, who saved our lives and facilitated the collaboration between Sunagakure and Awagakure, Sari gently introduced. Lord Qi Chun, Scorpion bowed respectfully, his voice clear and his manners impeccable, his gaze reflecting the unique brilliance of youth. It is of no concern. I am merely a few years your senior. You may call me Brother Qi Chun from now on. Qi Chun ruffled Scorpion's hair in response, not forgetting to greet the remaining children from the Sand Village, who were instantly taken aback. After your arduous journey, come with me to rest in the village. It is also an opportunity for you to witness the current state of Awagakure. Qi Chun turned, leading the Akasuna family down the main road of Awagakure. Chapter 54. Scorpion's aspirations for greatness. The moment they stepped into the village, the pupils of the Akasuna couple widened involuntarily, their faces betraying an unmistakable shock. In their memories, the village of Awagakure was a rugged, formidable fortress nestled against the mountains, characterized by earthy hues of ochre and rust, imbued with the weariness of time weathered by sand and wind. However, what lay before their eyes now utterly upended their perceptions. They had believed that the transformations witnessed en route were substantial, yet the changes in Awagakure were even more profound. A sturdy black road stretched ahead, upon which lumbered a peculiar, thunderous steel behemoth they had encountered upon arrival. This colossal beast, a gigantic wheeled transport vehicle, was laden with heavy ores or construction materials. Gliding smoothly alongside horse-drawn carts, oxen, and pedestrians, creating a scene of bustling harmony. Flanking the road were buildings, towering and closely packed, showcasing strong, geometric lines that exuded both power and aesthetic beauty. Expansive walls bore neatly carved windows and observation balconies, draped with the warm brown and earthy fabric emblematic of the land of Earth. Lush, drought-resistant vines clung to the rigid structures, injecting a vibrant life into the harsh lines. The street thronged with countless people, their attire markedly superior to the humble garb seen in Sunagakure. The pedestrians, shoulder to shoulder, appeared notably more polished and tidy than the common folk from years past, their faces reflecting a rare tranquility, contentment, and even anticipation for the future, a stark contrast to the expressions typically found among the citizens of the Land of Wind. Almost everyone greeted Akatsuchi with familiarity, who reciprocated with a wave, aware of the demands of his work and mutually understanding the unspoken agreement to refrain from interruption. Along the sides of the street, shops flourished, their bright displays showcasing an array of exquisite merchandise, finely crafted ninja tools, modern garments, vibrantly colored fabrics, and even specialized stores selling books, intricate timepieces, and unique mechanical contraptions. Is this truly Awagakure? Akatsuki's voice trembled with disbelief as he paused, greedily taking in his surroundings. Feeling as though he had stepped from an ancient fortress in the desert into a futuristic city nestled within the Rocky Mountains. The intelligence reports had mentioned the rock-solid project, but the transformation in just 5 years was nothing short of revolutionary. He struggled to find words adequate to express the tumult within his heart. Sari similarly could not mask her astonishment, instinctively tightening her grip on her husband's hand. Her violet eyes sparkling with complex emotions, disbelief mingled with the realization that the mechanical wonders described in the reports from Lord Kage were utterly incapable of conveying the awe of the present moment. Scorpion's purple gaze also ignited with interest, as he curiously surveyed all the machinery lining the streets, his head swiveling as if drawn by an invisible force. This was nothing short of paradise, as if something were beckoning him. The allure far surpassed the puppets his grandmother had once demonstrated. The group continued along the bustling avenue, entering an even more vibrant commercial district. The establishments here were grander, their windows more dazzling and enticing. Suddenly, Scorpion's steps appeared to be tethered by an unseen thread. Halting abruptly, his small frame leaned forward, and an unprecedented focus ignited in his eyes, fixating on the depths of a particular shop window. Inside, a meticulously crafted model, bursting with intricate details, was displayed on a rotating pedestal, gleaming under the spotlight. Entirely composed of steel, connected by bearings. Scorpion even discerned that this model could manifest weapons from within its structure, posed dramatically in a stance ready to deliver a powerful blow. Beside it stood an elegant metallic plaque inscribed with Rock Guardian Prototype, limited edition by the Awagakure Engineering Department. Scorpion's breath nearly caught in his throat. This creation, a flawless fusion of mechanical aesthetics and raw power, struck a chord deep within him, resonating with his ultimate pursuit of timeless artistic perfection. His small fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles whitening as the voice of desire echoed within him. How magnificent it would be to transform this into a puppet. Scorpion. Sari immediately noticed her son's unusual behavior. Following his almost penetrating gaze to the striking model, a flicker of understanding and gentle resignation crossing her features. She knew her son well. Influenced by her and her husband's interests, he possessed an intense curiosity for puppets or similar creations. You have an eye for quality, my boy. I've been coveting that model for quite some time. A fiery figure, akin to an arrow released from its bow, elegantly flipped through the air and landed deftly beside Scorpion. A boisterous hand clapping upon his slender shoulder. The voice was unmistakable. It was Hiryu. His fiery red hair remained spiritedly tied back, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm and the thrill of finding a kindred spirit. With a broad grin, he illuminated the surroundings with his radiant smile. Though older, his exuberance remained unchanged. Hiryu, Akatsuchi sighed, recognizing that Hiryu's favorite pastime was indeed this model collecting. The funds from their missions, aside from being allocated to Aunt Haru, were often spent on purchasing models, which were notably expensive, so Akatsuchi usually bought a few to take home after completing a task. Scorpion, overwhelmed by this sudden surge of enthusiasm and Hiryu's booming voice, instinctively tensed, instinctively wishing to retreat behind his mother. Yet Hiryu's mention of the Rock Guardian captured all of Scorpion's attention. He suppressed the urge to evade. His violet eyes filled with curiosity as he glanced from the fervent red-haired youth to the cold steel model, eager to hear what this exuberant individual had to say. Indeed, the Rock Guardian, Hiryu exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to Scorpion's momentary stiffness, his thumb energetically pointing toward the window. Don't be fooled by its current status as merely a model. It's a fully functional one. Just install a battery, and it transforms into an automated robot. Its fists can even fire projectiles. He exaggeratedly mimicked a punching motion. Boom. It can knock down anyone in its path. His amber eyes sparkled as he feverishly gestured. Isn't it a marvel of steel artistry? Akatsuchi and Sari exchanged bewildered glances as they observed their son swept up in Hiryu's tempestuous enthusiasm and vivid descriptions. The transformation of a Wagakure was indeed soul-stirring, and the people here seemed to embody a vibrancy seldom seen in Sunagakure. They appeared to possess an innate understanding of what the future held. Scorpion did not immediately respond to Hiryu's rapid-fire introduction, yet his gaze remained magnetically fixed upon the model named Rock Guardian, unyielding in its pull. Are you interested in stepping inside for a closer look? Hiryu grinned, nudging Scorpion playfully. I'm well acquainted with the shop owner. His son is on my team. The model is interactive and can be disassembled to reveal its internal mechanics, far more thrilling than merely observing. He presented the ultimate temptation. Akatsuchi observed the scene unfold, a smile finally breaking through as he noticed the two red-haired youths, who from a distance could easily be mistaken for brothers. He gestured politely to Akatsuchi and Sari. Mr. Akatsuchi, Mrs. Sari, Lord Suchikage is awaiting you in the office. As for the model, he turned to the eagerly expectant Hiryu. Hiryu, please accompany Scorpion and ensure he has a good look. Feel free to explain, but do not overwhelm the guest. If necessary, you may charge it to our account. I will settle the bill. Rest assured, Akatsuchi. I know my limits. Hiryu thumped his chest confidently, then enthusiastically draped an arm around the still hesitant but clearly intrigued Scorpion's shoulders, half pulling, half leading him toward the shop. Come, little genius. Let your big brother Hiryu show you what true Iwagakure aesthetic power looks like. Shopkeeper, the usual arrangement. Bring out the best one for us to examine. Today, Akatsuchi is covering the bill, so we can't let this little wealthy boy slip away. Scorpion was half-heartedly pulled into the store by the fiery youth from Iwagakure. Instantly, he was enveloped by a dazzling array of mechanical models, igniting an unprecedented yearning for knowledge and technological prowess deep within him. He wished to remain here and learn. The Akasha couple observed their son being drawn into the shop by the enthusiastic boy from Iwagakure, then shifted their gaze to follow Akatsuki and the remaining children as they headed to meet Inoki. Chapter 55. The future is in our hands. Akatsuki guided the Akasha couple and the other children from Sunagakure through the grand and bustling core of Iwagakure, ultimately arriving at the Tsuchikage office building, which was built against the mountains and symbolized the highest authority of the land of Earth. Upon entering the spacious office, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, hovered behind his massive stone desk. Welcome to Iwagakure, envoy of the wind, he said with a slight nod. It is a pleasure to see the Akasha family again. After our hasty departure from the last 5 Kage summit, I am truly gratified to reunite in this peaceful atmosphere. Akasha Yin and Sabaku raised their hands in reverent bows, expressing their gratitude. We are honored by your concern, Suchikich. Our visit aims to foster better peace. Anoki's nose twitched imperceptibly as his gaze swept over the children from Sunagakure. Indeed, everything was for the sake of peace and development. He looked at Akatsuki, noting how he had become increasingly methodical in his actions. Very well, the journey has been tiring. Akatsuki will handle the details of your discussions. During your stay in Awagakure, take the time to experience the new atmosphere here, especially for these little ones. After the Akasha couple expressed their thanks and willingness to deepen their relationship on behalf of the wind, they followed Akatsuki's arrangements and were led to their accommodations for rest. The matter of cooperation could naturally be approached gradually. They intended to introduce some technology from Awagakure to combat desertification, but further communication was necessary for this to be feasible, as mere expenditure would yield no results. Soon, the day of the new school term in Awagakure arrived. The main campus square of the newly constructed Grand Ninja School was bustling with activity. Not only were there new students enrolling this year, but also many upperclassmen, teachers, villagers who had come to hear the news, and even curious exchange students from Sunagakure like Scorpion, all gathered to listen to the opening speech of the future 4th Hokage. This was also a political statement regarding the future governance direction, akin to the New Year celebrations at the Grand Square of Awagakure. The vast square was designed in a tiered fashion, with a solemn podium at the front and a massive rock sculpture symbolizing resilience and exploration in the background. Clad in a specially tailored, deep crimson cloak embroidered with the insignia of the 4th Hokage, Akatsuki slowly ascended the podium. The last time he had spoken at the end of the previous school year, it had felt somewhat rushed, but this occasion marked Akatsuki's inaugural address at the ninja school, particularly following the large-scale recruitment. The trio among the crowd gazed forward with excitement, surrounded by youth from the land of rain, the land of wind, and even the land of earth, whether they came for exchange, in pursuit of peace, or to alter their destinies. Akatsuki's voice resonated clearly throughout the square via the sound system. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a pivotal juncture in our era. We are not merely sheltered beneath the same roof. We stand on the threshold of a new epoch. A baseline established upon peace, defined by justice and fervor, divides this era in two. I understand that you hail from diverse lands, each bearing unique tales. Some have flourished under the sun of the land of earth, while others have trudged through the scorched earth soaked in the tears of war. Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, and Offing, Nagato, Yahiko, and all those whose names were acknowledged could hardly contain their emotions. There are many more whose names I cannot fully recall. Your past may be etched with pain or shrouded in confusion. At this juncture, Akatsuki's voice rose with fervor. But, from this moment onward, as you step into this school, your lives shall turn a new page, and you shall begin to forge a brand new ninja world with your own hands. We have endured countless wars, and the flames of conflict still flicker. Each one of us yearns for the arrival of peace to experience what constitutes a normal life. Today's peace is a new charter, earned through the countless sacrifices of heroes, the prayers of shattered families, and the wisdom and indomitable will that emerged from the ruins of war, destined for all the people of the ninja world. He imparted a profound truth. Power is not meant for destruction, but for liberation, for the construction of a future belonging to all. Look, behold the homeland we have painstakingly rebuilt. Observe how these surroundings have been cultivated through our collective strength over the years. From today forth, the ninja school shall undergo reorganization, with me assuming the role of principal. In addition to the existing combat divisions, we shall cultivate a cadre of talents capable of advancing the ninja world. We shall extend our recruitment to the entire globe, beginning with the land of Earth, gradually spreading throughout the ninja world, demonstrating to the world that there is another path available to us. You are the pioneers, the practitioners. Now, lift your heads high and take pride in being a member of Awagakure. With your vibrant youth, with your fervent blood, with your united will, compose a new chapter for the ninja world. I shall stand with you, as the vanguard leading the charge. We shall write the verses of victory. We shall achieve total triumph. Following a brief moment of silence, a deafening roar of cheers erupted like an avalanche, with countless individuals raising their fists and shedding tears of joy. Regardless of whether they hailed from great nations, or small ones. Everyone understood the value of peace in this era of war, though no one had ever told them how to achieve it. Now, someone had illuminated their path, willing to lead them forward, already treading this road. Every listener could not help but cheer. At this moment, representatives from various nations in the audience spontaneously applauded, with even representatives from smaller nations expressing a desire to remain. The Akasha couple also stayed, feeling a profound difference. Never before had a ninja village been willing to accept individuals from other nations, yet now someone had accomplished it. They had no doubt that Akatsuki would remain true to his words and actions, as he always had. They also believed that any spies, if they genuinely followed Akatsuki's direction, would ultimately be assimilated. Exchanging glances, the couple felt a deep sense of helplessness. Let us write a letter to the third Hokage and my mother. We cannot resist this. We can only join in. It appeared that Scorpion would be quite happy here. Soon, after bidding farewell to Scorpion, the Akasha couple approached the Tsuchikage to express their desire for further communication and to return to the ninja village to discuss matters with the village's higher-ups. Meanwhile, Akatsuki had already sensed an unusual presence among the crowd, one that differed from ordinary individuals. Their aura was cold and slick, imbued with the Earth's resentment and twisted life force. 5 of them is it. This was a perception that Akatsuki could only achieve after mastering perfect sage arts. After the speech concluded, Akatsuki seized the opportunity to use dust release to capture one for research. Humph, slippery as ever, Akatsuki thought with a cold smile. He hadn't captured them all in one fell swoop, only to ease Uchiha's concerns. He wasn't ready to interrupt his developmental progress just yet. It was unimaginable that countless idealists had gathered together to strive for a common goal. This is the most beautiful era. Declaration. 50-Year Report Chapter 56. A new chapter in ninja world history. The early autumn breeze carried the unique dry scent of rock, sweeping through the majestic new campus built against the mountains. The pristine ochre rock walls nurtured the burgeoning strength of a new generation. This place has transcended its original purpose of merely cultivating war machines. It has become the cradle of the ninja world. Of course, traditional ninja training continues at the original campus, where those endowed with combat talent are still recommended to attend. At the start of the semester, Chi-Chen's declaration was indelibly etched into the minds of all. Power is for liberation. It is to construct a future that belongs to everyone. The propaganda department of Awagakure had already begun disseminating this message throughout the ninja world. The pamphlets proclaimed, "Learn for your homeland. Fight for your future." Awagakure Ninja Academy opens the doors of knowledge to the world. As time progresses, an increasing number of individuals will spontaneously journey to the land of Earth in pursuit of the true essence of peace. The Ninja Academy features a grand amphitheater, filled with a sea of students. In the front row, 3 young prodigies sit upright, their open book revealing a hefty tome emblazoned with the emblem of the land of Earth, the history and current status of the ninja world, from chaos to new order, edited by Chi-Chun. The instructor at the podium, a seasoned strategist in his 50s, who has recently experienced the Second Ninja War, employs the latest projection technology to elucidate the ninja world map, clearly marking the conditions of various eras, the tribal conflicts of the Warring States period, the fleeting handshake of the first 5 Kage, and the desolation wrought upon the Land of Rain during the Second Ninja War, depicted at the moment when Chi-Chan pressed his hands against the earth atop the dam of the Land of Rain. Behold, the instructor's voice suddenly rose, imbued with unprecedented excitement. Power can unleash a devastating storm of sand and iron. Images of the third wind shadow flickered, alongside the lethal miasma that devoured lives, illustrated by a photograph of Hanzo's poisonous assault on a legion of leaf ninja. But here, he pointed emphatically at the screen displaying the earth-altering sage technique, Doton. Lord Chi-Chen demonstrates through action the ultimate significance of power. It lies in protection and construction. The order established by the 5 Kage Summit, though groundbreaking, is fragile and cannot endure. As previously explained in The Consciousness of Stone, it remains a pioneering initiative. The audience, hailing from various nations, gazed upon these vivid images. They had never witnessed the true battlefield, yet the photographs and their own experiences rendered them as if they were present. Among them, Scorpion listened intently to the instructor's impassioned words. His pen paused momentarily, and his violet eyes flicked to the image of Chi-Chun on the screen, feeling a surge of excitement. Indeed, peace is wonderful. Had it not been for him, he would have lost his parents. Scorpion felt immense gratitude towards Chi-chun, while harboring disdain for the Leaf Village and the Third Wind Shadow who instigated the war. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded in the vast, open practice field of the engineering department. A mound of earth loomed before a group of eager students. Taking a deep breath, the instructor slammed his palms onto the ground. Doton, rock pillars emerge. With a resounding roar, a row of sturdy rock columns, each several meters in diameter and towering over 10 meters high, erupted from the earth, forming the initial structure of a temporary bridge. The students gasped in awe. Incredible! Is this the genius second only to Lord Chi-chun? Creating a bridge is so simple. Did you see that? The instructor wiped the sweat from his brow. For many, Doton may seem less effective in combat compared to Kitan or Raiton. But that is simply a lack of understanding of Doton's true essence. It possesses lethal techniques. It is meant to transform this land. Amidst the fervor at the Ninja Academy, other ninja villages began to feel restless. Hiruzen, we should never have agreed to the 5 Kage summit. Danzo slammed the table in frustration. The remaining members exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Isn't it your defeat in the war that led to this? How dare you speak? Danzo retorted, it matters not. I have interacted with Chi-chun, and it is evident from his words and actions that he is not one who revels in war. The 5 great nations would not casually send their geniuses to the land of Earth. He will only attract the overlooked from smaller nations. We should collaborate with Kumogakure and Kirigakure to undermine him. In just a few short years, the Leaf Village is no longer the foremost ninja village. Enough. We currently lack the strength to confront them directly. Only geniuses can contend with geniuses, unless we have a ninja of extraordinary speed to counter them. What about Jiraiya? His disciple, Minato Namikaze, possesses exceptional talent in space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps we should have him learn that? At this suggestion, the room fell silent. Minato had developed under their very noses, showcasing remarkable talent upon graduation. Achieving the strength of a Jounin the moment he left the academy. Hiruzen, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke, very well, let him give it a try. If he succeeds, the Leaf Village will not be considered defeated. Conversely, other nations were adopting a different stance. The Third Reikage looked to the example set by the Land of Earth in its vigorous technological advancement. Given the harsh environment, they reasoned that since Kumogakure lacked many Doton users, they would focus on other aspects. As long as development was possible, anything was acceptable. The Land of Water and Iwagakure reached agreements on various secret techniques. Both nations are authorities in their respective fields, and due to their distance, there are no conflicts. With an influx of affordable and high-quality goods from Iwagakure, the Land of Water has become the second village, after the Land of Wind, to align itself with Iwagakure. In Sunagakure, upon hearing the description of the Land of Earth from the Akatsuki couple, the Third Wind Shadow and Chio were taken aback, albeit they had anticipated some of it. Ultimately, the Third Wind Shadow picked up the cooperation project that Chi-chun had proposed to the Land of Wind a while back. They wished to extract something called oil from the Land of Wind, promising compensation, initially hoping to exert some influence. However, upon reflection, they deemed it unnecessary. If it could generate profit, it would benefit the village. They affixed the seal representing the Wind Shadow, granting permission for the merchant group from the Land of Earth to commence extraction, while also promising a monthly remuneration of 500,000. With this revenue, they continued to study the practices of the Land of Earth, even dispatching researchers to learn. Smaller nations experienced unrest, as increasing numbers of individuals sought to leave for the Land of Earth, which they viewed as paradise. Particularly among the common folk, there were still hidden geniuses, yet they hesitated to obstruct their departure. Fortunately, Iwagakure was willing to send personnel to guide them in their development. Those commoners unable to enter the Land of Earth would first stay in neighboring nations. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding areas had begun to resemble the Land of Earth. Chapter 57. White Zetsu. The midday sun filtered through the cafeteria of the new campus of the Ninja Academy. At a table by the window sat 4 of the most renowned prodigies in the academy. Nagato with his Rinnegan, Scorpion the puppet master, the optimistic Yahiko, and Konan, the master of paper jutsu. They had been at the academy for several months now. Yahiko excitedly waved his fork, exclaiming, "Did you see the announcement board? Lord Chi-chun personally issued the joint practice project. Several departments will be conducting trials in the newly planned ecological residential area in the northern village to improve the current living environment and bring greater happiness to everyone." Konan stirred her bowl of emerald green vegetable soup with a spoon. "Yes, I saw it. The medical department is also responsible for promoting daily health knowledge. Nagato listened quietly, not uttering a word. Scorpion appeared somewhat distracted, having barely touched his food. His slender fingers deftly disassembled a delicate metal gadget. As he adjusted a hair-thin gear with his homemade miniature tools, he spoke without looking up. Yahiko, it seems you have boundless energy. His violet eyes remained focused on the components in his hands. Right now, I am more concerned about the access permit to the advanced laboratory in the engineering department this afternoon. If I can get in, my new model could be completed automatically. A rare, faint smile graced his lips as he envisioned the intricate mechanical structure. Hey, Scorpion, Yahiko protested, tapping the edge of his plate with his fork. The practice project is part of our learning, and it is driven by Lord Chi-chun. You can't just hide in the lab every day, detached from the world. Scorpion finally lifted his gaze to glance at Yahiko. The joy within the laboratory is something you cannot comprehend. You are devoid of any artistic sensibility. Only Brother Fei Lu would truly appreciate my artistry, as would Brother Chi-chun, who asserts that my experiments could potentially transform the entirety of the ninja world. He carefully stored the assembled components into a specially designed metal box. Nagato listened silently, then suddenly spoke. Scorpion's designs are also aimed at improving those machines. Scorpion is indeed a genius. He can understand those parts and enhance them. Did not Lord Chi-chun say that development is the undeniable truth? Through development, we can resolve our conflicts. Yahiko seeks a collective engagement in the process of construction and cohesion. Both Yahiko and Scorpion were momentarily taken aback, as was Conan, who did not expect the usually reticent Nagato to utter such profound words. Scorpion unusually refrained from retorting, merely huffed, lowering his head to continue tinkering with his toolbox. Though his mood was evidently buoyant, Yahiko grinned widely and gave Nagato's shoulder a hearty pat. Well said, Nagato. You truly understand Lord Chi-chun. While technology must be robust, the unity of the people is paramount. Just like those terraced fields, without collective effort, the true aspirations of the community cannot be realized. Just then, the intercom on the cafeteria wall began broadcasting. Voice of the Ninja Academy broadcast. Notice from the 4th Hokage's special office. According to the 5-year development plan of the Land of Earth, the 3rd phase of the expansion project at the Village West Stone Industrial Park will officially commence tomorrow at the Hour of the Dragon. The Engineering Department and the Earth Release Construction Brigade will execute the preordained plan, and surrounding residents are advised to heed traffic diversion instructions. The details of the tax reduction policy for the harvest season have been dispatched to each town association office. Villagers are urged to review them promptly. It is reiterated that this reduction aims to support agriculture, ensuring ample granaries, as it is a strategy fundamental to the nation. Furthermore, it is emphasized by Lord Chi-chun that students of all departments at the Ninja Academy must adhere strictly to the new campus code of conduct, diligently pursue their studies, and rigorously train their bodies. Those who excel academically and engage in innovative practices will be prioritized for resources and projects. It is hoped that all students will strive together, living up to the era. This broadcast is also part of the extensive directives issued by Chi-chun after extensive research conducted by the scientific class, and at this moment, it resonates not only within the Ninja Academy, but throughout the entire Land of Earth and even neighboring nations, as it has been installed free of charge by a Wagakure to ensure that everyone understands the current circumstances. In addition to these broadcasts, there are newspapers that convey even more detailed information, disseminating it more widely. Look, Yahiko whispered, his voice laced with a sense of pride. Lord Chi-chun always knows how to direct our next steps. I've heard about this project. It aims to develop high-yield crops. Although their taste may not be the best, it is intended to assist those still living in impoverished areas, those who exist below the poverty line. His eyes brimmed with admiration for Chi-chun. Scorpion also paused his work. Here, he experienced aspects of life he had never encountered before. After arriving in the Land of Earth, he met a multitude of people and realized that war had already caused countless individuals to lose their homes, with uncertainty looming over tomorrow and disasters. Thus, he too wished to contribute, to find a reason to remain here. Brother Chi-chun even expressed a desire to take him on as a disciple, and if he were willing to stay, he believed he could certainly lead future scientific endeavors. He had never imagined he could live this way, yet he needed to contemplate this decision carefully. Conan quietly remarked, "The tax reduction will surely please Uncle Ishida. Lord Chi-chun always considers everyone." Nagato finished his soup in silence as the bell signaling the end of lunch rang. Scorpion was the first to rise, meticulously packing his toolbox and components. The laboratory will be open this afternoon. I'm leaving. His figure swiftly vanished amidst the crowd heading toward the engineering department building. This guy is always in such a hurry. Yahiko shook his head, then turned to Nagato and Conan with renewed vigor. Let us go. We can't let Scorpion steal the limelight all by himself. In the depths of the underground secret laboratory, concealed deeper than the core area beneath the Tsuchikage's office, lies a highly classified laboratory personally designed by Chi-chun, fortified with multiple sealing barriers. At this moment, in the center of the laboratory, a specially crafted transparent cylindrical container holds the captured white Zetsu. Several researchers clad in tightly sealed protective suits are operating with urgency. Chi-chun stands at the control console, observing the researchers' actions. Incredible, one researcher exclaimed, staring at the cell analysis data displayed on the screen, his voice tinged with awe. Their cellular activity far exceeds that of normal humans, even surpassing most summoning beasts. Yet their genetic material appears to be in a forcibly amalgamated state, reminiscent of the legendary Hashirama cells. Moreover, they lack human organs but exhibit no rejection response towards the human body, another researcher reported. If we can derive results from this, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on biological research. Continue your research. Initially, explore what can be directly applied. If more resources are needed, feel free to request them from me. Understood, Lord Chi-chun. Chi-chun cast one last glance at the white Zetsu sample futilely struggling within the energy field before departing the laboratory. He sighed as he thought of Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko. At this point, I have already acquired the qualifications to teach. Indeed, I could be considered the true mentor of Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko. Yet due to my age, I have not formally accepted them. I suppose I will wait until after graduation to take them under my wing. For now, I should spend some time training them in combat. Chapter 58. The office of the fourth Hokage Inoki floated behind his desk, rubbing his waist while glancing at Chi-chun suspended across from him. Kid, Inoki broke the silence, his tone laced with familiar teasing. Can you really teach this sage technique? I've heard that the sage arts of the three great sacred lands can petrify one with the slightest misstep. Chi-chun smiled slightly. Teacher, generally speaking, that is indeed the case. However, this is my improved version. To elaborate, it involves implanting a seal within the body to allow natural energy to gradually accumulate, thereby not only amassing chakra, but also enabling one to learn sage techniques when the body is adequately prepared. He paused, moreover. It can to some extent delay the degradation of bodily functions, making it quite an effective ninjutsu. You're not suggesting that you think I'm too old to handle this, are you? Do you expect me to work until I'm 80? Despite his words of complaint, the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly, revealing a clear sense of satisfaction. For a ninja who has begun to decline, this ninjutsu could prolong his peak period, even allowing him to exert power greater than in his prime. Chi-chun replied candidly, Teacher, you are still in your prime. Who knows, you might still be capable of great feats at 90. He knew that Inoki had fought on the front lines during the Fourth Shinobi World War at 79 and continued to toil for the village even at 95. So there was no need to feign fatigue. Inoki huffed, his red nose twitching as he floated a bit closer. Stop flattering me. Is this ninjutsu stable? Did you encounter any issues while practicing it? Ultimately, he was concerned for his disciples. Rest assured, old man, this technique has been specifically improved for general ninjas. Although the difficulty of training remains high, it is indeed a commendable ninjutsu, Chi-chun replied confidently. At least you have a shred of conscience, Inoki remarked, returning to his seat with his hands behind his back, his tone considerably lighter. All right, stop showing off. This old body of mine can still last a few more years. You needn't worry about me. Hurry back to your office. I imagine the matters waiting for your decisions, there must be piling up. Don't even think about slacking off. I'm watching you. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. All right then, I shall take my leave, Chi-chun said. Upon returning to his office, he found indeed that a mountain of administrative duties awaited him. The fourth Hokage's office serves as the operational hub for Akatsuki and stands at the heart of the ongoing reforms in the Land of Earth. However, this does not imply that Inoki has retired. Rather, Akatsuki has assumed the role of the fourth Hokage in advance, with a complete transfer of power set to occur upon reaching adulthood. The vast rock wall is adorned with a map of the ninja world, while several long tables are cluttered with scrolls, blueprints, and initial prototypes of experimental telegraph machines. The air is infused with the scents of paper, ink, faint minerals, and chakra. Beyond this space lies a larger office, bustling with a diverse array of individuals assisting Akatsuki in managing his duties. As Akatsuki steps into the office, a shadow silently kneels before him. It is the captain of the Umbu Special Operations Team, codenamed Venom. Lord Akatsuki, in accordance with your directives, we have completed the security tasks for all noble families within the country. Recently, our informants have reported dissatisfaction among the eastern nobility, such as the Obsidian clan, with the performance of a Wagakure. Akatsuki approaches the large map, his gaze sweeping over several red dots marked on it. His eyes as cold as the iron deep within the earth. Humph, mere jesters. If they are dissatisfied, let us replace them. Dispatch those most vociferous first. Pests have no place in my domain. Understood, Venom replies, his voice tinged with a steely resolve. The Umbu are prepared and await your command. Excellent. Proceed swiftly, Akatsuki nods, his tone devoid of emotion. Their charges are obstructing the development of the land of Earth and harming civilians. This time, we will present undeniable evidence for local identification. Summon the Rock Shinobi. Understood. Venom's figure flickers and vanishes into the shadows once more. Akatsuki exits his private office and approaches another long table where the core members of the research team and the head of the engineering department have gathered. Upon the table lies a detailed map encompassing the land of Earth and its surrounding buffer zones, marked with numerous newly established points. Lord Akatsuki, exclaims the chief of the research team, a middle-aged ninja named Ink, whose disheveled hair and thick glasses do little to mask his fervent enthusiasm. As per your request, we have begun the gradual deployment of radio stations to the station ninjas in neighboring countries. He lifts a metal box the size of a brick, adorned with knobs and a speaker. This is our first batch of mass-produced civilian radios, the Rock Voice Model 1. While rudimentary, it is affordable and durable. Once released, directives, announcements, and news can be disseminated promptly within the land of Earth, enriching the lives of the populace. We also have upgraded versions for the nobility that are sure to be highly profitable. Very well, continue the distribution. Ensure that costs are kept in check and liaise with the Wagakure company. The head of the engineering department interjects. The radar installations along the border are nearing completion, allowing real-time monitoring based on chakra levels. Excellent. This will alleviate our burdens at the border. We can allocate our remaining forces to surrounding areas. Well done. Yes. Both Ink and the engineering head respond excitedly, grateful for the 4th Hokage's recognition. The 4th Hokage's office is now divided into several departments. The administration group is currently responsible for local administrative coordination, the refinement and enforcement of livelihood policies. A former capable official from the daimyo's estate has been recruited by Akatsuki. However, the current daimyo's office has become little more than a facade, as taxation has been fully transferred, and now it primarily deals with reform-related matters alongside Inoki. The finance department, which Akatsuki has invested heavily to assemble, comprises distinguished mathematicians and exceptionally talented merchants tasked with budgeting, tax management, banking operations, and the increasingly complex issuance of construction bonds. The Foreign Affairs Department handles the various regulations established during the 5 Kage Summit and manages the domestic affairs of neighboring countries. The Strategic and Legal Department is a reorganization of the previous advisory unit. The Research Coordination Department interfaces with the research team and engineering departments, assessing project feasibility, allocating resources, and promoting technological application. By the time Akatsuki arrives, the representatives have prepared their reports. Lord Akatsuki, the details of the newly signed oil contract with the Wind Country have been reviewed. Please examine the profit distribution plan. The Snow Country has requested assistance with the cultivation of food crops. Lord, preparations for the construction of a monument in central Wagakure are complete. The Land of Earth also has a list of those who sacrificed their lives to defend their village, ready to commence work at any moment. Akatsuki's gaze swiftly scans the documents. Let the Snow Country send a team to our agricultural department for study. Their environment can only support cold-resistant crops. Do not allow them to entertain delusions of instantaneously altering their climate. Such a notion is perilous. Have the Wagakure Oil Company liaise with Sunagakure. The monument will commence construction immediately, and I shall be present upon its completion. Additionally, a museum must accompany it. We must not forget those who contributed to the development of the Land of Earth. After concluding a round of reports, Akatsuki's attention drifts to the corner of the office, where mountains of documents and correspondence lay piled high. Even with a team that operates at a far superior efficiency than the current era, the flow of information, archiving, retrieval, and collaboration still faces significant delays and losses. It is rare for the elder statesman to oversee matters for decades. He must delegate tasks and only personally address critical issues. I understand my writing is lacking and the data is poor, but could everyone please leave some feedback and reviews? I read and revise every critique diligently. If possible, please encourage updates and rate my work. Due to many citing age as a concern, I invite everyone to share in the comments whether revisions should be made or not. Chapter 59, Summoning Beasts, an additional chapter for the Century of Wandering, with more to follow tomorrow, in the southwestern region of the Land of Earth. Once the territory of a noble, the land has now been reclaimed by the state. Following the reconnaissance by Iwagakure's ninja, it was discovered that this area is one of the few untouched regions of dense natural vegetation within the Land of Earth. With time on his hands, Akatsuki decided to bring Scorpion along for a leisurely exploration and to assess the potential of the area. Aside from being reprimanded by Inoki for leaving work early, there is little else to occupy my thoughts. This forest boasts a splendid environment to conduct a thorough investigation. Akatsuki chose not to employ his flight abilities, but instead ventured on foot with his disciple, Scorpion. Indeed, Scorpion has officially become Akatsuki's apprentice, signaling to the ninja world that Iwagakure is genuinely open to accepting individuals from various nations. Certainly, Scorpion is exceptionally talented. In addition to his aptitude for mechanics and puppetry, his combat skills are unparalleled. Scorpion's innate talent for puppetry has endowed him with considerable strength, and Akatsuki has fostered his mastery of the 5 elemental natures, especially wind release. Scorpion is now in the process of developing his own unique fighting style. Akatsuki, utilizing Senjutsu to perceive the vibrant life force of the land, muses. Something feels amiss. The natural energy here is excessively abundant. I have not heard of such a place existing in the Land of Earth. The duo traverses the fringes of the forest, gradually entering an unspoiled wilderness. Towering ancient trees obscure the sun, thick vines dangle like curtains, and the air is rich with the aroma of moist earth and flourishing flora. The concentration of natural energy significantly rises, forming a visibly discernible, faint green mist. The path beneath their feet narrows until it vanishes before an astonishingly dense grove of giant bamboo. This bamboo forest is unlike any other. The stalks exhibit a jade-like, deep green hue, with robust segments reaching heights surpassing 30 meters. The leaves are broad and thick, their edges shimmering with a subtle golden radiance. A rich, almost tangible essence of natural energy emanates from each stalk and leaf. This place appears to be a natural sanctuary for the cultivation of natural energy. Akatsuki halts, his eyes shimmering with a bluish-gray light. Such pure natural energy. Scorpion gazes at the bamboo grove, which glows with a gentle green light. It is truly beautiful here. As Scorpion immerses himself in analyzing the structure of the bamboo, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Aru, a piercing and anguished roar, both painful and formidable, erupted suddenly from deep within the bamboo grove. The sound waves, infused with palpable resonance and chaotic natural energy, reverberated outward, causing the surrounding towering bamboo to tremble and showering the ground with falling leaves. Chi-Chun appeared abruptly before the Scorpion, deftly erecting an earthen barrier to shield it. His gaze sharp as he focused on the source of the roar. Something was injured, possessing a strength not to be underestimated. In such an environment, survival favored either those adept in magical arts or those who had long since transformed into monsters. It was evident that the entity on the other side was also skilled in sorcery. Although it posed no immediate threat to him, Chi-Chun remained vigilant. The Scorpion swiftly released several miniature reconnaissance puppets resembling bamboo bees, which darted into the depths of the bamboo forest like streaks of light. Chi-Chun, having already entered a sage mode to heighten his senses, discerned the presence of a massive bear-like creature. The master and disciple stealthily advanced towards the source of the sound. Navigating through the dense barriers of colossal bamboo, they emerged into a clearing embraced by towering stalks. The sight before them made even the well-versed Chi-Chun's pupils constrict, while the Scorpion exhibited rare astonishment. At the center of the clearing, a creature of monumental size, reminiscent of a small hill, writhed in agony. It bore the form of a bear, exceeding 10 meters in length, its body cloaked in thick, starkly contrasting black and white fur, now marred by patches of dark red and filthy mud. Most striking were the prominent circular black markings around its eyes, which lent it an air of majesty imbued with a hint of clumsiness. Yet now, those eyes were filled with pain and fury. A ghastly wound marred its form, a gaping tear that slashed diagonally from its left shoulder to its abdomen, deep enough to reveal bone, with edges tinged in eerie purple-black, clearly laced with venom. Each struggle sent fresh blood and viscous green pus oozing from the wound, releasing a foul stench. Is this a panda? Chi-Chin instantly recognized the creature. The land of Earth was home to pandas, and he had encountered references to them in his childhood studies. This creature, nearly relegated to the realm of ancient texts and the totems of Awagakure, was documented as a powerful spirit beast species that coexisted with nature, wielding the ability to manipulate earth and plants, possessing the strength to shake mountains, capable of altering its size at will and even rebounding certain attacks. It had long been thought extinct due to the rarity of its fur and habitat destruction, a species that predated even the founding of the ninja clans. Had it not been for Chi-Chin's familiarity with this round creature, he might have dismissed it as mere fiction. What tightened his heart further was the sight of a small figure cowering in a rocky crevice behind the gravely injured bear, a juvenile panda, no larger than a large dog. A fluffy black and white ball, gazing at its suffering mother with fearful, teary black eyes, emitting faint, anxious whimpers. The little panda bore some scrapes as well, and it radiated natural energy. Upon noticing Chi-Chun and the scorpion, it had initially hidden but soon attempted to rush towards its mother, only to be thwarted by the unconscious roar of the mother bear. So, this creature likely fell into a toxic pit while trying to rescue the little panda, injuring itself in the process. Chi-Chun immediately grasped the situation, a surge of protective instinct swelling within him. He could not stand to witness such despair. "Scorpion, stay here," he commanded, though his figure had already vanished like a specter towards the agonized mother bear. Sensing the approach of a powerful presence, the mother bear struggled to rise, fixating on Chi-Chun with a threatening growl as rocky barriers surged around her in a desperate bid for protection. She lacked the strength to maintain her legendary size, relying solely on the rocky shield for defense. "Calm down. We mean you no harm. We are here to help." Chi-Chin spoke firmly, his hands weaving medical ninjutsu, invoking the technique of extracting ailments. As Chi-Chun released natural energy and drew closer, the mother bear's struggles noticeably faltered. The benevolence emanating from his sage arts and natural energy began to replace her frantic hostility with overwhelming pain and a flicker of bewildered hope, transforming her growls into wails of anguish. Remarkably, she began to nuzzle affectionately toward Chi-Chun. With Chi-Chin's ministrations, the purple-black spread of the wound rapidly ceased, and the pus lightened in color. The mother bear's pained whimpers diminished significantly, her massive body sagging as she succumbed to exhaustion, left only with labored breaths. At that moment, the small panda, having hidden behind the rocks, seemed to sense the improvement in its mother-esque condition. Summoning newfound courage, it squeaked and rolled out from its hiding place, nuzzling its fuzzy head against its mother's cheek, emitting urgent yet plaintive whimpers. Seemingly aware that it should not disturb the large bear, the juvenile began to grow in size. Under the astonished gazes of Chi-Chun and the scorpion, the once small panda swelled rapidly, inflating like a balloon. In mere moments, it reached the size of a nearly fully grown buffalo. Although still dwarfed by its mother's hill-like form, it was now large enough for the mother panda to sense its presence. The now enlarged cub began to plead with its mother for a hug, its expression one of endearing affection. As the mother bear reopened her weary yet clearer eyes, her gaze towards Chi-Chun and the scorpion held no trace of hostility. She emitted low whimpers, gently nudging the small panda, which had reverted to its original form from exhaustion, curling up and drifting into slumber. "Thank you for saving me." The mother bear seemed to convey, "We are willing to forge a pact with you, passed down since ancient times." Chi-Chun surveyed the vibrant land, enveloped in a serene tranquility that felt almost like a union with nature itself, with the scorpion closely following his lead. "Master," the scorpion suddenly spoke, "the natural energy here seems even more abundant than before." Chi-Chun nodded slightly, for as his disciple, the scorpion was well aware of the intricacies of magical arts. Indeed, the concentration of natural energy is rising. They likely wish to guide us to their habitat. As they walked, The path beneath their feet became increasingly cloaked in thick moss and intertwined vines, ultimately leading them to a breathtaking expanse of colossal bamboo. This bamboo grove resembled a labyrinth crafted from emerald, the stalks exuding a deep jade hue, sturdy as beams, soaring to heights of dozens, even hundreds of meters. With some towering over them, their expansive leaves shimmering with a faint, almost imperceptible green natural energy, reminiscent of a delicate mist. What pure energy, Cheech sighed, feeling that a single day here equated to the efforts of many days spent in a Wagakure. The mother bear let out a low growl in response, quickening her pace. Passing through an arch formed by several massive bamboo stalks exceeding 10 meters in diameter, they suddenly emerged into a radiant valley. Entirely surrounded by towering bamboo and circular mountain walls, expansive and reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. At the center lay a shimmering, crystal-clear lake, reflecting the azure sky and verdant bamboo shadows. Scattered across the grassy shores were dozens of pandas of various sizes. Some basked lazily in the sun, shrunk to the size of ordinary bears, adorably clumsy, while others maintained towering forms several meters high, skillfully manipulating rocks into intricate sculptures or guiding vines to weave complex structures. A few juvenile pandas frolicked and chased each other, their sizes fluctuating as they played with unrestrained joy. The appearance of the mother bear, especially with the palpable aura of past wounds and the scent of blood surrounding her, immediately captured the attention of all the pandas. Anxious growls and concerned whimpers echoed throughout the gathering. Several robust adult pandas quickly encircled her, among them a particularly large elder panda, his silver-gray fur glistening, emanating an aura of wisdom. His deep, resonant voice rumbled like the earth itself. As he cast a sharp gaze upon the horrific wound on Abeo's shoulder and inquired about the toxic aura emanating from him, Abeo bowed his head, emitting a whimper laced with guilt and grievance, gently nudging the curious little panda that had peeked out from beside Chichen. Abeo has great talent. I wish for him to grow even faster, he murmured. The elder's expression softened for a brief moment before turning stern again. That place is inherently hostile to us. We must not return. His gaze then fell upon Chichen and Scorpion, a flicker of surprise flashing in his profound panda eyes. Humans? Such pure natural energy. Did you save Abeo and Ashiang? He sensed the ethereal chakra flowing through Chichen, something not found in any of the 3 sacred lands. In his extensive experience, he had encountered various forms of mystical arts from other lands, but none achieved such an effect. Chichen bowed slightly, introducing himself. I am Chichen. While passing through the bamboo forest, I came across this mother and child and offered my assistance. I have already used ninja techniques to heal them. Scorpion mimicked his teacher's gesture, her violet eyes curiously observing the wise elder panda and the extraordinary clan. The elder, whose name was In Hui, acknowledged Chichen with a nod. You may call me Elder Panda. I am the guardian of the Emerald Forest Sea. Your assistance will be forever remembered by our panda clan. Please, follow me. Elder Pan Yu led Chichen, Scorpion, and the mother and child, now surrounded by their clan, deeper into the valley. He gestured for Chichen and Scorpion to sit, lowering his massive form to match their size, thereby alleviating any sense of intimidation. Human, the power flowing within you reminds me of a very ancient legend, he began, his voice laden with the weight of time. Before the establishment of ninja sects and the mainstream acceptance of chakra, the primal force of this land was nature itself. It is omnipresent, the breath of mountains, rivers, flora, the sun, and the stars, the foundation of life's birth and cycle. Chichen listened intently, intrigued by the history predating Kagaya Otsutsuki, while Scorpion perked up her ears. Yet since that cataclysm, the natural energy, which could only be learned by those with exceptional talent, has become increasingly elusive. The mystical arts that endure in the 3 sacred lands are the result of beings' long endeavors. They are powerful but limited by their very nature, requiring contracts and fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to petrification or beastification, as they forcibly assimilate external powers, often leading to internal conflict. But you, the elder continued, are entirely different. I can sense that your path diverges from theirs, reminiscent of ancient times, albeit distinct in its own right. Chichen admitted, indeed, I am treading this path. Though it remains imperfect, there is no imperfection in your journey. Each path is uniquely yours. The cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, is part of existence. The road you choose and your very being are your choices alone. The limits of your potential are known only to you. This is also the reason why the mystical arts of the three sacred lands are so challenging to master. He paused, then continued. Our panda clan is innately attuned to earth, stone, and flora. Our bloodline flows with a faint affinity for the source power. Our ability to grow in size and manipulate earth and vegetation grants us a natural advantage in learning natural energy. He then shifted his gaze to the little panda, Shirtu, who was rolling around playfully by Abeo's side, occasionally glancing curiously at Chichen. Abeo, come here, Elder Pan called gently. The little panda immediately bounced over, affectionately nuzzling the elder's leg, then curiously looking at Chichen. This child possesses exceptional talent, and his mother has secured a rare treasure for him, enabling him to grow faster than us. His gaze shifted between Chichen, Scorpion, and Shirtu. Chichen, your salvation of Abeo and his mother has granted a great favor to our clan. Shirtu's affinity for you is also a matter of destiny. If you are willing, may I request that this child accompany you? The elder explained, being with you would benefit him. For my intuition tells me you are destined to transform the ninja world and even elevate our panda clan from its hidden existence, potentially allowing it to flourish once more. He looked at Abeo. Child, do you wish to see the world beyond? Shirtu tilted his head, glancing between Chichen and his mother. Though Xiang's eyes were filled with reluctance, she let out a low growl, gently nudging him with her nose, encouraging him. Abeo seemed to understand, excitedly chirping before rushing to Chichen, standing upright and pawing at his legs. A warm feeling surged within Chichen. He crouched down and reached out, gently stroking Shirtu's soft head. The little panda instantly closed his eyes in delight, purring contentedly. Finally, the elder produced a scroll, signifying that henceforth they could use it to keep in contact. Abeo would accompany them to witness the current ninja world and would return when he had the time, which also explained why Abeo could thrive on good nourishment without the need for natural energy. Chapter 61. Diplomatic visits among allied nations. 40 years in Konoha. 39 in Iwagakure. The Iwagakure of today was no longer the monotonous, earthy yellow and jagged rocks that Chichen remembered. Now 15, he set down the scroll in his hands, his gaze sweeping over the transformed village below. The once steep cliffs had been ingeniously reshaped into terraced platforms, lush with an array of green plants. Towering modern buildings had risen, reflecting the characteristics of the land of Earth, predominantly displaying terracotta hues. Under Chichen's green development initiatives, Iwagakure had nearly become a verdant haven, with over 90% of the available land covered in greenery. The entire land of Earth was similarly adorned with suitable vegetation, its rugged mountains either flattened or preserved as unique attractions. The population of the land of Earth now accounted for a quarter of the world's total, with the growth rate steadily increasing. Chichen rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in a tailored, deep gray modified Tsuchikage robe. Over the years, Iswell had driven significant transformations within the land of Earth and its ninja realm. To many, he had long since assumed the mantle of the fourth Tsuchikage, and numerous civilians believed him to be the true daimyo. In other nations, Chichen had become synonymous with the land of Earth. The name of the daimyo was hardly recognized. One villager remarked that the daimyo should have ceded his position to Lord Chichen long ago. Lord Chichen, the regular report from the land of wind, has arrived. A young ninja, clad in work attire and wearing goggles, respectfully presented a scroll. Chichen accepted the scroll, quickly perusing its contents. It documented the operational data of the major railway artery connecting the land of Earth with the land of wind, noting a surge in freight volume and stable passenger services. The oasis rest stops along the route had evolved into small trade hubs. Indeed, thanks to the efforts of the research team, traditional trains have been realized, and service has commenced. In addition to domestic routes, we have connected with the land of wind for improved transportation of raw materials, he confirmed. In recent years, the daimyo of the land of wind, fearing that Sunagakure might grow too close to the land of Earth and learn from Chichen's methods, and concerned about the loss of income from Tsuchikage village, had opted to cut military expenditures. Moreover, the land of wind was already a sparsely populated nation. Its current strategy could only accommodate an elite training approach. With the proximity of tens of thousands of regular troops, they were left with no choice but to comply. Under immense pressure, the third Wind Shadow declared that the sand-hidden village would be the most steadfast ally of the land of Earth, vowing never to betray. Over the years, with the backing of the Rock Hidden Company, A multitude of engineering ninjas from the rock-hidden village have entered the Land of Wind to extract oil and other resources. Holding in hand the land deeds of various nobles from the Land of Wind, he expressed his willingness to bestow them, seeking only a share of the profits. Returning to the main topic, the conclusion of this report also indicated the Third Wind Shadow's anticipation for the forthcoming visit. Excellent. Chichen's voice was calm and unwavering. The scheduled inspection of the Alliance would proceed as planned, with the Land of Wind serving as the final destination. Yes, the ninjas bowed and withdrew. At the third experimental site of the Rock Hidden Research Center, the 8-year-old Scorpion was entirely engrossed in operating a complex instrument panel. Before him hovered a precision mechanical structure approximately half a meter tall, connected by countless fine chakra conduits emanating a soft blue glow. At the core of the structure, a miniature chakra internal combustion core pulsed steadily. This material, capable of extracting chakra, originated from the territory of the Abeo clan, where abundant ores accessible to natural energy existed. Its principle resembled that of the meteorites from the Star Country, having been fully realized through the efforts of Scorpion, the research team, and some unknown white creatures. Chichen waved his hand, designating them all as special research-level Jonin. White Zetsu was included, and he even permitted the surviving White Zetsu to assist in the laboratory, while also capturing a few more to replace those lost. The ninja world had irrevocably changed its previous course. Chakra energy was more durable than electricity, cheaper to produce, and could even be deemed inexhaustible with minimal pollution. More importantly, when fashioned into weapons, its lethality was astounding. Scorpion hastily inscribed several symbols and data on the adjacent notepad, noting that the prototype of the Ant-3 engineering puppet met the basic performance standards. The next step was to integrate the micromanipulation perception module. Scorpion had come to fully understand the essence of life. Eternal life meant creating boundless value within a finite time frame, and under the effects of the Sage Art ceiling, he could continue to exist for an indeterminate duration. Scorpion, Lord Chichen is about to depart, a member of the research team reminded. Scorpion, without raising his head, deftly operated several critical nodes, initiating the safety lock program. Understood. En route to the Allied nations aboard the chakra-floated transport vessel, a massive streamlined transport craft silently hovered several meters above the ground, its bottom nozzles emitting a steady airflow that stirred up slight dust. The interior was spacious and comfortable. With Chichen seated at the forefront, a three-dimensional projection map of the land of Earth and its surrounding spheres of influence displayed before him. The illuminated areas representing the rock-hidden control zone, close alliances, and economic cooperation zones radiated from the heart of the rock-hidden village, firmly encompassing the entire land of Earth and vast surrounding territories, closely integrating several smaller nations and ninja villages into the system. Scorpion quietly occupied a corner, continuing his notes while occasionally glancing at the scenery outside, realizing he had played a part in it. The irrigation network established had transformed the once barren Gobi, now yielding golden wheat fields, and new public facilities were visible in the villages along the way, no longer a desolate site of rugged cliffs. Chichen's finger traced the projection. Well done. According to the report, you are not neglecting the support provided by the land of Earth. It should indeed be this way. We are a cohesive whole, and our development must be synchronized, but we must continue to advance integration. My visit is also to observe everyone's conditions. After all, we are a unified entity, and I cannot always remain in the land of Earth. My presence among you signifies my trust in you. Do you understand? Accompanying him were several core aides and representatives from allied nations. We understand, my lord. We are rigorously adhering to the construction standards set forth by the land of Earth. Those who are ungrateful will certainly not appear again. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your inspection, a representative promptly replied. His words held truth, and the reality was even more exaggerated. Even before the Second Great Ninja War, individuals had ventured to the land of Earth, reaching a pinnacle at the Five Kage Summit. In a situation where 10 had fled, the majority of the current populace longed for the land of Earth to reclaim their territories. It is noteworthy that prior to the Second Great Ninja War, many nations were continuously obliterated and then reconstructed, harboring no sense of national identity. These regions had historically been under the influence of the land of Earth. Chapter 62. Visiting the Allied nations with intrigue, the floating vessel descended onto a square in the land of birds, distinctly styled in the fashion of the rock-hidden village. Local officials had already mobilized, organizing a grand welcoming ceremony, where colorful banners fluttered and people sang and danced beneath them. However, when Chichen's silhouette appeared at the hatch, the scene erupted into chaos, not in disorder, but due to an unforeseen situation. Countless citizens of the Land of Birds had gathered outside the square upon hearing of Chichen's arrival, erupting into cheers at the sight of the vessel. "Lord Chichen! It is Lord Chichen! Lord Chichen has come to see us! Long live Lord Chichen! My lord! Thank you for all you have brought! Long live the rock-hidden village! Long live the Land of Earth!" A crowd, dense as a tide, surged from all directions, filling every street along the square's perimeter and even climbing onto nearby low walls and rooftops. Most were simple farmers, craftsmen, vendors, women, and children, their faces radiant with excitement and genuine joy, waving their arms and shouting hoarsely. The officials of the Land of Birds immediately scrambled to form a human barrier, desperately attempting to keep the eager crowd at bay, resulting in a moment of disarray. The officials' expressions shifted, and they contemplated advising Chichen to proceed directly to the prepared conference room. Yet, Chichen merely surveyed the fervent crowd, raising his hand to halt the nearby attempts to clear the area. He soared towards them, igniting an even greater wave of cheers. Chichen raised his hand, gesturing to the crowd. He did not deliberately amplify his voice, but a sense of steady authority naturally spread, gradually quieting the clamor. His gaze, piercing and resolute, swept across the weathered yet hopeful faces. "My fellow countrymen," his voice resonated clearly in every ear, "to see you gathered here brings me the utmost joy. How has this year's harvest fared in comparison to previous years? Have the aid seeds arrived? Enough, enough. We've harvested 30% more than before." An elderly farmer shouted excitedly. "My lord, thanks to you, we used the new seeds, and the harvest has been splendid." Another voice chimed in. Chichen nodded, a faint yet warm smile gracing his face, which the populace found immensely endearing. Then, as if casually scanning the local noble representatives at the back of the crowd, he inquired, "Is there anyone who dares to bully you as before, seizing your lands or imposing arbitrary taxes?" This question ignited the long-suppressed emotions of the crowd like a drop of water into hot oil. "No, my lord. Ever since you sent someone last time, those lords have been behaving. They no longer dare. They fear you now. Taxation follows the rules established by the Rock-Hidden. My lord, you have our backing. Hearing of your arrival, they even lent us oxen for plowing." The called-out noble representatives were drenched in sweat, hastily explaining, "We would never dare. Absolutely not. We are all law-abiding. We will lend those oxen every year." Chichen raised his hand once more, silencing the uproar. "That is good. Remember, you are all members of the great family of the Land of Earth. If anyone dares to oppress you again, violating our shared rules," his voice was firm, "you may come directly to the Land of Earth to find me, or seek out the rock ninjas stationed here, and have them report the situation to me immediately. I will stand for you. The Land of Earth will stand for you. In the future, life will improve, allowing you to live just as those in the Land of Earth do, free from such burdens. Long live the leaders. Long live the Land of Earth. My lord, let us join the Land of Earth. We are eager to be part of it. Indeed, my lord, let us join the Land of Earth. We also desire to live well. Comrades, the Land of Earth is not yet capable enough to alleviate your suffering. Grant us a little more time, and we shall ensure a better life for everyone. Please believe in us." Upon hearing Chiren's words, the nobles trembled in fear, while the commoners erupted in cheers. Just wait a little longer, perhaps 1 or 2 years, until Chiren gains complete confidence in leading the nation, and all shall be accepted. After concluding his inspection of the northern town of Shigaki, Chiren's floating craft fleet continued to traverse these small nations, each with its own unique circumstances, warranting further observation. The speed of the floating fleet, powered by chakra, was formidable, and there was no need to worry about the situation in the Land of Earth. The elder was still diligently working with great caution. The floating craft passed through the thick, persistent rain clouds and descended upon the central square of the reconstructed rain-hidden village. This area, once a fortress of the demigod Hanzo, has been completely transformed. A vast domed structure now covers the core area, where rainwater is meticulously collected by a sophisticated drainage system to prevent flooding. This renovation was, of course, under the management of the Rock-Hidden Company. The representative from the Land of Rain, a confidant of Hanzo, bowed his head in greeting. "Lord Chiren, you have finally arrived. Lord Hanzo instructed me to wait for you here." It seems the flood control renovations in the Land of Rain have proven effective. Indeed, ever since receiving assistance from the Rock Hidden, the situation in the Land of Rain has significantly improved. Behind him, the Rain Shinobi donned moisture-resistant uniforms provided by the Rock Hidden. Chirin paid little heed to the formal pleasantries and sought out some commoners along the way. Under Hanzo's control, the people of the Land of Rain dared not approach him. Over the years, Hanzo had come to understand the current state of affairs. He wished to resist, but felt compassion for the citizens of the Land of Rain. This visit was a crucial one. Notably, Nagato and his companions did not become Chirin's disciples due to their significant age difference, yet they were adopted by Aunt Haru, who even planned to establish an orphanage following a suggestion from a girl named Yakushi Nanoyu. They intended to discuss this further upon Chirin's return. Currently, the trio's Jonin leader is Yamashiro, and Chirin is also overseeing matters, especially since Hiryu is involved. Regaining his focus, Chirin approached an elderly woman selling rain gear beneath a corridor. "Good day, madam. How is business? Is life better than before?" Rainwater dripped from his robe, yet he remained unconcerned. The old woman, taken aback, stammered, "Much better, my lord. In the past, heavy rains would cause flooding, ruining our belongings and making everyone ill. Now, the village is drier, the roads are easier to traverse, and illnesses have decreased. We owe our gratitude to the lords of the Land of Earth." The elderly woman, unaware that she stood before the benefactor she longed to meet, understood that such a figure must not catch cold here. Chirin decided to engage in straightforward dialogue with Hanzo, knowing that Hanzo was aware of the situation at hand and that the choice made was for the best interest of the Land of Rain. Chapter 63. Diplomatic meeting with the Allies. The heavy rain drummed upon the massive, transparent dome above. Beneath this dome lay Hanzo's residence, originally characterized by a distinctive rain-themed architecture. This was also the center of Hanzo's administration in the Land of Rain. Now, it blended with the rock-hidden style, where chakra lamps provided illumination, and the walls bore emblems symbolizing the close kinship between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. Hanzo had been waiting for Chirin's arrival. Observing Chirin, clad in his deep gray official Tsuchikage robe and moving here as if strolling through his own courtyard, Hanzo knew the moment had finally come. Hanzo, the once mighty figure known as the Salamander, retained his tall stature, but the once formidable aura of a conqueror was now overshadowed by a heavy gloom and profound fatigue. "Lord Chirin," he broke the silence, pausing before continuing, "the progress of the rain-hidden village owes much to the assistance of the Land of Earth and your guidance. To be honest, I previously believed that the 5 Kage summit would merely result in a fleeting peace. Little did I expect such a transformation in the ninja world within just a few short years." Chirin stepped closer to Hanzo, gazing out the window. From a distance, workers clad in rock-hidden raincoats labored diligently, while children frolicked joyfully in the covered corridors. The images of struggle amidst mud and despair during the Second Great Ninja War were now but a distant memory. Change is visible, as long as we strive. No goal is unattainable. Perhaps beyond the borders of the Land of Earth, peace may only be slightly improved, but we are slowly effecting change, are we not? The citizens of the Land of Rain are indeed living happily now, and they will be even happier in the future. As he spoke, Chirin scrutinized Hanzo's gaze, seeking to discern whether the former ambition remained within him or whether defeat had led to his decline. Hanzo's eyes flickered, a fleeting hint of bitterness and self-mockery passing through. He too yearned for the Land of Rain to thrive, but despite exhausting all means, even becoming a demigod, he had failed to achieve this. Meanwhile, this young man had harnessed an incomprehensible and irresistible power to realize what Hanzo could not in just a few short years. This contrast served as a bitter irony to Hanzo's lifelong pursuits. "Indeed, change has occurred," Hanzo's voice softened, "but the architect of this change is no longer me. Nor will it be the Land of Rain." He spoke plainly, revealing the core of his sentiment with a sense of resignation. "You are also a wise man, Lord Hanzo. The Land of Rain, caught amidst the great nations, has endured turmoil and suffering. Ultimately, even the title of demigod did not bring about real change during the Second Great Ninja War. Now, under the order of the Land of Earth, the Land of Rain has achieved genuine peace and development. Is this not what you once desired?" Hanzo's body seemed to stiffen momentarily. Those words struck deep into his core. He wished to object, but found himself at a loss for words. Chirin spoke a harsh truth. The renown of his so-called demigod status merely afforded the Land of Rain a brief respite, never bringing true stability or prosperity. Yes, all of this represents the best choice. Hanzo finally voiced the words that had weighed upon his heart, his tone tinged with weariness and a hint of liberation. His gaze swept over the rock-hidden symbols within the water pavilion. For the land of rain, joining the land of earth is indeed the best choice. If anyone in this world can bring about peace, it is you. Not those from Konoha who roamed the land of rain searching for a so-called child of destiny. After the Second Great War, Jiraiya received a prophecy from the Sage of the Toads, foreseeing monumental changes in the ninja world. He lacked the capacity to predict the outcome and urged Jiraiya to find the previous child of destiny immediately, at least to ensure self-preservation. A wise choice, Lord Hanzo. Chirin nodded slightly. Peace is never granted as charity. If we must rely on a child of destiny, then I must ask, what happens once that child perishes? Of course, we will not overlook your determination to protect the land of rain. Hanzo abruptly turned to Chirin. The land of rain will be divided into 5 districts, and you shall serve as the highest administrative officer of these districts, remaining here to maintain order, suppress any ill-intentioned individuals, and ensure the integration of the land of rain into the family of the land of earth. Hanzo's heart raced. Remaining here? Continuing to govern the land of rain? This was far better than the worst outcome he had anticipated. Indeed, the land of rain had become an inseparable part of the land of earth. As its leader, he too must become an integral part of the land of Earth's system. In the future, I will assume the role of a senior advisor on the National Security Advisory Committee. This department is dedicated to safeguarding the security of the land of Earth, accessible only to those of the strength equivalent to the 5 shadows, and those who enter must bear the weight of responsibility. As for the National Security Advisor, can one still wield power? Hanzo chuckled to himself, realizing that he had indeed underestimated you, Chichu. After a hearty laugh, he reflected on his journey from the Warring States period, having encountered many who aspired to establish peace, yet he deemed such endeavors impractical. Ultimately, his sole desire was to protect his own country, never imagining that in middle age, he would have the opportunity to witness a flourishing era. Truly, life had not been in vain. With a deep breath, he reassured, rest assured, as long as your intentions remain pure, I shall accompany you with my life. Undeterred by the entire shinobi world. Excellent. Chichu extended his hand. Lord Hanzo, we shall be the most steadfast comrades on this path. I will also uphold my ninja way from start to finish, facing anyone in my way, even the divine. When shall we announce this news? No rush. We must take a few more years to reclaim the powers surrounding the land of Earth decisively, and to ensure that post-war development is not hindered. We should wait a year or 2. Very well. When you assume the mantle of the 4th Hokage, I shall present you with a remarkable gift. One I trust you will cherish. What gift? Why the mystery? Hanzo mused, bemused by this newfound penchant for secrecy. Has age made you so coy? I possess a secret technique that can delay the decline of physical capabilities and enhance combat prowess. Here, take it. You will need it. Upon receiving the scroll, Hanzo was taken aback. Do you not fear I might divulge this? Such trust in me? This technique can only be cultivated with my assistance, and besides, we are comrades, are we not? Comrades. I like that term. We are indeed comrades, united for the peace of the shinobi world. It brings me joy. Today has been somewhat hectic. Updates may not be timely. The current time is 1:28, and I have just completed my report. Typically, I would have already pinned 4 updates by this hour. I've been immersed in project work these past few days. I seek a book review and a gentle nudge for updates. I cherish you all. Chapter 64. The Land of Wind. Chichu gazed at the fruits of his labor over the past few days, filled with contemplation. With Hanzo, the most formidable challenge, now overcome, the primary objective of this journey had been achieved. Aside from gaining some goodwill from the daimyo of the Land of Snow, the remainder welcomed the royal forces with open arms. Will such a grand display not provoke resistance from the other great nations? As long as we grow stronger and pose a threat, they will resist us regardless of our actions. Our goal is not to unite with them. Given the current strength of a Wagakure, coupled with my deterrent presence, they would not dare act against us until they devise a strategy to counter me. At most, they might feign opposition or impose minor restrictions on a Wagakure corporation, which is of little consequence. Approach these nations with a calm demeanor. Scorpion remained silent for a moment, contemplating unspoken questions. However, he hesitated to voice them, aware that his presence in the land of Earth was a product of political compromise. The 3rd Kazekage did not wish for his return to the village. As the grandson of the first Kazakage and the heir of the second puppet master, coupled with his talents, Scorpion was destined to carve out his place in Sunagakure. Yet, this did not align with the third's aspirations. The third possessed his own ambitions, and the influence left by the first Kazakage was immense. Even now, Chiyo and Elder Chiyo still held a significant portion of authority alongside the elite puppet forces of Sunagakure. Should Scorpion return, he had thrived in the land of Earth, frequently visited by his parents and grandmother due to his ties to Sunagakure. Sometimes, they would stay for months to collaborate. Moreover, the Ninja Academy also had holidays. Chichu was well aware of Scorpion's thoughts, but he wanted the boy to witness the land of wind and the nations beyond the influence of the land of Earth, at which point Scorpion would understand what needed to be done. For the prodigies of the shinobi world, it is the ideology that captivates them. As Chichu's airship arrived at the predetermined location in the land of wind, the upper echelons of Sunagakure had already gathered. The third Kazakage stood at the forefront, clad in his Kazakage cloak, his expression complex as he gazed at the airship. He had contemplated aerial combat, yet regrettably, his magnetic release did not match the prowess of the earth release techniques, which were a secret tradition of the land of Earth. Every ninja who learned them was bound by restrictions, and now he felt increasingly distanced from that power. Behind him stood Chiyo, her gaze sweeping over Chichu and Scorpion, landing on the couple, the red sand, and a smile graced her face upon seeing Scorpion. For years, she had visited Scorpion on missions, while he spent his holidays in laboratories. Father can build it for you. He has the means, she offered. Unfortunately, Scorpion retorted that Sunagakure lacked the technology and lamented recent budget constraints that impeded unfettered research. To ensure his beloved son's happiness, the strongest second generation of the Land of Wind emptied his personal savings, a sum that astonished Chichu. With a grand gesture, he established a laboratory exclusively for Scorpion and stated, "Dear disciple, if funds run low, do not hesitate to inform me. Though I am not wealthy, I am willing to support you. Here, take this month's allowance." Scorpion, overwhelmed with gratitude, protested, then sought additional funds from Chiyo for his esteemed mentor. Behind them were the elders and jonin of Sunagakure. Chichu was the first to disembark from the train, followed closely by Scorpion, with representatives and advisors accompanying them on this journey. "Lord Kazakage, it has been a while," Chichu greeted as he approached the third Kazakage. "Lord Chichu." The third Kazakage nodded slightly. "Welcome to Sunagakure. Since the Five Shadows Summit, we have not met formally. The current state of the Land of Wind owes much to your efforts." The third Kazakage was acutely aware that the Land of Earth harbored ulterior motives. The funds they provided, while substantial, seemed trivial compared to what they reaped. However, it was a command from the daimyo, and the land was indeed purchased. With no shinobi entering, merely a merchant group, he could not voice much against it, especially since the arrival of the merchant group had significantly increased Sunagakure's commissions, alleviating their financial woes. Merely a product of cooperative success, Chichu replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the platform, now adorned with saplings and water storage facilities resembling wells. The changes in the Land of Wind over the past 5 years were remarkable. "Kazakage, it seems my beliefs were correct. Only through cooperation can we foster gradual progress. Without collaboration, what future lies for the shinobi world?" His expression darkened slightly, as this young man was insinuating that he should harbor no ill intentions. For the current Land of Wind could not withstand such disruptions. Attempting to retort, he found himself unable to contradict the evident truth before him. Fortunately, Chiyo timely interjected. "Easing the tension, Lord Chichu has traveled a long way. Please, rest in the village. The Kazakage has prepared a venue for our discussions." Chichu nodded, and amidst the entourage of Sunagakure's leadership, he made his way into the village. Scorpion followed closely, observing the village he had not returned to in quite some time. Just as the reports had described, Sunagakure had undergone limited renovations and expansions, incorporating certain architectural materials and planning concepts from Iwagakure. The streets were lined with many goods from Iwagakure, and some shop signs even mirrored Iwagakure's style. Though the common folk still lived amidst the sandy environment, it was no longer solely dust. Some greenery had begun to emerge. "Scorpion, what do you think? Is it not vastly different from your memories of the Land of Wind?" Chichu inquired, turning back to the nostalgic Scorpion. "Indeed, it has changed significantly. Previously, when playing outside with Little Lantern, we had to wear masks to shield ourselves from the sand. Now, that is no longer necessary." "Little Lantern?" I recall that the exchange student who accompanied you to the land of Earth was quite an admirable child, fond of cotton candy and possessed of an infectious laughter. Perhaps we could meet him later for a moment of relaxation. However, the expressions of the Akasuna couple darkened upon hearing this. Now that little Deng has been injured. Your mother will take you to see him shortly. He has been longing for you and has not forgotten you. All right, I shall go shortly. The arrival of Akatsuchi has sent tremors throughout the land of wind and the entire ninja world. Throughout the annals of ninja history, no village leader has ever entered another great nation except on the battlefield. He embodies not only a formidable leader of a neighboring country, but also represents an irresistible force of transformation sweeping through the ninja realm. It seems to silently declare that we have now entered an era dominated by Iwagakure, rolling forward inexorably. Only those who yield to this change may find their rightful place on this rejuvenated land. Chapter 65. Danzo in action. The discussions reached a superficial agreement within a relatively amicable atmosphere. The land of wind expressed its willingness to keep its doors open to the land of earth, to continue reducing tariffs to attract it, and to grant certain privileges to the Iwagakure merchants arriving here. In return, the Iwagakure merchants would be subject to some oversight from Sunagakure. After these discussions, the third Kazekage began to recount the achievements of Sunagakure over the years. Akatsuchi listened quietly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. Sasori, seated behind him, appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the window. He had already learned of little Deng's injury. It was merely a simple C-rank mission, yet it had encountered rogue ninjas. Although it was not life-threatening, it meant the loss of his opportunity to become a ninja in the future. The Land of Wind also hoped that Iwagakure would continue to provide further assistance and collaboration in drought-resistant crops and sand control technologies. The Kazekage concluded his presentation. Akatsuchi nodded slightly in agreement, and as the main discussions wrapped up, a break was called for detailed negotiations among the delegates. However, Sasori suddenly lifted his head, his voice low yet clear. Kazekage-sama, Sensei, I apologize for the interruption, but I wish to see little Deng first. Let him go, Akatsuchi replied. Concern for comrades proves that our years of propaganda and education have been effective. The ninja world has changed, Kazekage-sama. The Kazekage's gaze flickered momentarily before he finally nodded. Very well. Akasuna, you shall accompany Sasori. During the break, a member of the Umbu appeared beside Akatsuchi. Lord Akatsuchi, the Kazekage wishes to speak with you. Akatsuchi nodded, realizing that the old man was eager to discuss matters of a dubious nature from the outset. The third Kazekage sat behind a large desk, his expression fluctuating under the dim light peculiar to Sunagakure. Akatsuchi calmly took his seat opposite him, crossing his legs as the contest of wills began. After a brief silence, the Kazekage spoke first. What does Lord Akatsuchi truly desire? Akatsuchi lifted the coarse pottery teacup from the table, taking a sip of the Land of Wind's characteristic bitter tea. Peace. I have consistently stated and acted upon this, have I not? He set down the cup, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. The Kazekage's brow furrowed tighter. Lord Akatsuchi, please refrain from such meaningless rhetoric. If peace is what you seek, then Iwagakure should either maintain the status quo without further provocations or wage war akin to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. What use is such peace? The ninja world must ultimately evolve. Furthermore, is the Land of Wind not faring well now? Although we faced defeat in the Second Great Ninja War, has Sunagakure not acquired everything it sought? The Kazekage let out a short, mocking laugh. I would rather not have such an outcome. If you are unwilling to speak, so be it. After all, does the current Land of Wind even have a choice? Other ninja villages may be unaware of your tactics, believing your sweet words and apparent popularity position you as the next Konoha, but I do not share that view. They may tolerate you for now, even allowing you to subjugate those smaller nations, as they have done, but once they feel you are beyond control, Iwagakure will become the next Konoha. Is it of any consequence? In this current ninja world, there may be individuals who pose a threat to me, yet I do not consider them to be of concern. The Kazekage frowned. While this was indeed a fact, nearly 100,000 reserve ninjas, coupled with Akatsuchi's prowess, he did not believe other ninja villages could pose a significant challenge, which was why the Land of Wind was willing to ally with Iwagakure. There were genuine benefits to be had. However, this also led to an unshakable dependency, as the Land of Wind had become increasingly reliant on the Land of Earth. Does Lord Akatsuchi have an interest in hearing intelligence from Konoha? The Kazakage's gaze refocused on Akatsuchi. Konoha? Danzo. Akatsuchi chuckled. Indeed, one must not underestimate them. Yes, Danzo has been in contact with me recently. They wish to conspire against a Wagakure. Akatsuchi was taken aback. He had merely guessed, and upon mentioning Konoha, Danzo naturally came to mind. While Konoha's surveillance over a Wagakure was thorough, it was unlikely they could infiltrate Danzo's domain. Regrettably, I do not trust them, Akatsuchi replied. You have likely heard of the recent developments concerning Hitaki Tsukumo. Without waiting for Akatsuchi's response, he began discussing Konoha's numerous prodigies, lamenting that they did not appreciate their talents. After the Second Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples had achieved the strength of Kage, yet only one remained in the village. When Hitaki Tsukumo returned, the impact of the 5 Kage summit had cast him as a hero, despite suffering the loss of a hand for prioritizing his comrades over his mission. Alas, as a Wagakure flourishes, the narrative shifts to suggest that if Hitaki Tsukumo had surrendered to your might, the war would have unfolded differently. Even if he had surrendered, there were still those in a Wagakure unwilling to capitulate, leading to self-sacrifice, a clear indication of Hitaki Tsukumo's cowardice. Akatsuchi furrowed his brow, placing the cup down before picking it up again. This is a recent development, then. Before coming here, he had received classified reports regarding Konoha's shifting stance towards Hitaki Tsukumo. But at that time, Tsukumo could only be regarded as an ordinary jonin, and thus he had not given it much thought. What was Konoha attempting? If they had previously perceived Hitaki Tsukumo as a threat, were they now attempting to redeem Danzo? What was Sarutobi Hiruzen scheming? Did he not realize that Danzo coveted his position? It seemed the next step was to portray Danzo as having no choice but to announce his surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen was growing old, and perhaps thought to trade something of little value for something of greater worth. Akatsuchi could only explain it this way. A few years prior, Hiruzen had appeared vibrant. How could he have descended into such machinations so swiftly? Yet, he suspected that Hiruzen would persist in this course, and he would need to closely observe what had driven Hiruzen to such madness. From hero to coward, what a ridiculous notion from the land of fire. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Sunagakure currently dares not ally with them. This is my sincerity. Akatsuchi nodded. It seemed that even a mere couple of months away could drastically alter the situation. He did not believe the 3rd Kazakage was genuinely benevolent. Rather, the circumstances dictated otherwise. He also understood that even if war were to break out, the Land of Earth might still retain some vitality, but without the Land of Earth, Sunagakure, already facing budget cuts, would indeed face cataclysmic ruin. As a first-generation Kage, one must consider the overall benefit. Then why does the Kazakage wish to share this information with me? Surely, even if I do not participate, it would be in the interest of the Land of Wind for its neighboring nations to be weaker. As for the absurdities regarding the Land of Fire, there is no need to speak of such nonsense. There is no ulterior motive, it simply aligns with my interests. Moreover, I hold a disdain for Konoha. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it would yield no benefit to me. I simply choose to favor the one I find more agreeable. Danzo, having never experienced the convenience of absolute power, will likely believe his schemes can bear fruit. At this moment, in an underground base in Konoha, a figure sneered, Akatsuchi. Await your doom. I shall cleanse the humiliation you have brought upon me with your death. Chapter 66. The advancing Danzo. The medical facility in Sunagakure is quite rudimentary. Xiaoding lies on a hospital bed, his complexion pale, with his only leg encased in thick plaster, suspended in midair. Upon seeing Scorpion enter, he musters a faint smile. Scorpion. You're back. What happened? Sari whispers an explanation. While escorting a merchant caravan to the new oasis town, they were ambushed by a group of well-equipped rogue ninjas. They had explosive tags and poisoned kunai. Xiaoding broke his leg while trying to protect a civilian merchant from the blast. Scorpion listens in silence, his gaze sweeping across the ward. In the Land of Earth, even the border outposts boast far superior medical facilities than this. Xiaoding tugs at Scorpion's sleeve, his eyes dimming. Scorpion, you know, I started envying you when I returned to the village. I wanted to build my own village. But now he clenches his fists and whispers, yes, it's true. You'll recover, Xiaoding. Things will get better. Xiaoding is not concerned about his leg. His grandmother will surely use puppet techniques to mend it. But what about building a village? Does the 3rd Kazakage not desire the same? It seems impossible. Constructing the ninja world relies solely on the master. The fleet of floating vessels, led by Chi-chan, carves a steady path through the swirling sands of the Land of Wind. His journey had long been akin to a bomb dropped into the turbulent depths of the ninja world. At this moment, in the underground root base of Konohagakure, Danzo sits alone in the shadows, his remaining eye fixated on several open scrolls of intelligence laid out on the table. One scroll details Shishan's visits to neighboring allied nations, revealing that he seems to have reached an undisclosed agreement with Hanzo. Another scroll contains information from an undercover agent in the Land of Wind, indicating that the third Kazekage has engaged in amicable discussions with Chi-chan, even reaching some border disarmament plans. The Land of Earth is willing to accept the oversight of the Land of Wind, all for the sake of continuing its commercial activities there. Humph. Danzo's fingers unconsciously tap against the table. What a magnificent display of dust and light. Has the Kazekage gone mad, accepting so little money from the Land of Earth? He must have betrayed me. He picks up the scroll concerning the Kazekage's potential secret discussions with Chi-chan, his expression darkening. The son of the Red Sand couple, Scorpion, has remained in the Land of Earth as an exchange student for several years, a perfect excuse to instigate division within the Land of Wind. Yet, unexpectedly, that kid has taken a master, turning this into the best justification for their alliance. The Kazekage's willingness to meet with Chi-chan signals a warning to Danzo, not to harbor any delusions. I have informed you that I have cooperated with Awagakure, and I am not heartless. Let us keep some semblance of dignity. Do you suspect that I would betray you? A cruel smile curls at the corners of Danzo's mouth. Kazekage, you underestimate me, as well as Konoha's foundation. The threat from Chi-chan, do you think only you have felt it? I have long deemed you unreliable. He turns his gaze to the intelligence regarding Kimogakure, noting that the Third Reikage is actively preparing for war, even contemplating a direct military conquest of the surrounding territories. Humph. A brash fool, thinking he can act recklessly because someone else shields him. Come. Danzo's voice is cold and resolute. A masked root member appears before him like a wraith, kneeling on one knee. Relay this to Kuro. We have detected that the Land of Wind intends to continue its alliance with the Awagakure. The Kazekage and Chi-chan have reached some unspeakable agreements, even willing to mutually reduce their armies, potentially to the detriment of the Land of Lightning. Ensure that this information is discreetly passed to the spies in the Land of Lightning, keeping our involvement hidden. Yes. The root member receives the secret order and vanishes in an instant. Danzo leans back in his chair, confident that his assertions hold truth. They have conspired. They have disbanded troops. Anyone with a mind would uncover it. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they will await fruition. He trusts that the Third Reikage shall not disappoint him. Even if it only serves to restrain them slightly, it is beneficial. The more of this they undertake, the less troublesome the coalition will become. He pauses, picking up another scroll detailing recent advancements in Minato's training of the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing Minato's results, Danzo's eyes gleam with intrigue. Not fast enough, he murmurs to himself. Mirror, wind, the grievances with Kage and the ancient must be severed with a sufficiently sharp blade. Minato, I hope you do not betray my expectations. The world believes me to have a heart of stone, yet I am human. Tsukumo, you must pay for your sins. You have rendered their deaths meaningless. How dare you surrender? You should carry the weight of all condemnation to your grave. I shall ensure your disgrace, condemned by all. I will watch you descend into the abyss, and your children shall become my finest instruments. Danzo retreats into the shadows. Chi-chan, you wish to be the son of the ninja world? Then first taste the bitterness of being shrouded by clouds. Do you truly believe that peace can be so easily attained? As the floating vessels descend upon the brightly lit central takeoff and landing area of Awagakure, it is still early morning. Yet, the village is alive with jubilant scenes, as if celebrating a festival. The news of Lord Shishan's successful visit to the Land of Wind and the signing of significant cooperation agreements has spread throughout the village via broadcasts and hastily printed extras. Lord Chi-chan has returned. Long live the fourth. Long live Awagakure. Amidst the resounding cheers, Chi-chan returns to his office, anticipating the familiar sight of Lord Anoki, who is likely groaning about the mountain of reports accumulated over 4 months of work. Standing before the large floor-to-ceiling window, Chi-chan holds a recently delivered encrypted intelligence report from the direction of Kimogakure. The report is brief. The Third Reikage is secretly expanding the Lightning Release Assault Force, and the Chakra Armor Project in Kimogakure has made groundbreaking progress, intending to develop a response to dust release. Additionally, Kimogakure has been unusually active along the borders of the Land of Water and the Land of Moon, dispatching a significant number of reconnaissance ninjas with unclear motives, possibly aiming to expand their influence. Chi-chan lightly taps his fingertips on the intelligence, a glimmer of understanding and coldness flashing in his blue-gray eyes. Oh, they truly cannot restrain themselves, can they? He approaches his desk and presses the communicator. Notify the head of the Intelligence Analysis Department to come to my office immediately. Oh, the ninja world lacks sound reasoning. Their minds are consumed with warfare. How can one build a ninja world in such a state? More literature must be written, at the very least, to enlighten the people of the land of Earth on what is right and what is wrong, especially these prodigies. Such precious talents should not be squandered on mere bloodshed. Chapter 67. Let him take a step forward. The broadcast from a Wagakure announces, headline, recently, Lord Chi-chan, the fourth Hokage, has successfully concluded a friendly visit to neighboring countries, strengthening ties between allies. The public's call for joining the land of Earth has intensified, with various sectors advocating for integration. In response, the fourth Hokage has stated that comprehensive consideration is required. Recently, the delegation from the land of Earth has successfully completed its visit to the land of Wind. Under the fourth Hokage's pioneering spirit, multiple deepening cooperation agreements have been signed with Sunagakure, covering areas such as desertification control and improving livelihoods, marking a new stage in the strategic partnership between the two nations. Domestic news. Currently, road construction within the land of Earth has been largely completed, with the No. 9 railway line now operational. A comprehensive network of 8 vertical and 8 horizontal routes is expected to form within 2 years. International news. Frequent military activities in the land of Lightning's Kumogakure have caused severe regional turmoil. The fourth Hokage's office urges Kumogakure to exercise restraint and jointly maintain peace in the ninja world. Following this, the broadcast resonates through the loudspeakers spread across the land of Earth and its sphere of influence, as well as radios sold worldwide, instantly spreading across the ninja world. This is also a manifestation of the influence of soft culture. Regrettably, until now, nearly all programs have originated from the land of Earth. Even the similarly ambitious Hidden Cloud Village managed to create a radio, but alas, its price is rather steep. And it has not produced high-end products specifically tailored for the wealthy elite, yielding dismal returns. At this moment, within the office of the third Raikage, the roar of the third Raikage reverberated through the valleys of the Hidden Cloud upon hearing the news broadcast pertaining to the Raikage village. Those scoundrels from the Rock Village dare to speak in veiled terms. Am I not allowed to do what they can? Bring forth more training. Increase the intensity. In the depths of an unknown underground labyrinth, Uchiha Madara sat upon a stone seat, his aged visage cloaked in shadow as he listened to the report from White Zetsu. Lord Madara, that little rascal from the red dust, is truly remarkable. He swaggered into the sand village, and the wind shadow nearly rolled out a red carpet for him. The shinobi world is abuzz with this news, claiming it to be the first of its kind since Senju Tobarama, asserting that he is even bolder than Tobarama himself. Madara's contemplative expression shifted into a smile upon hearing Tobarama's name. Humph, a peace envoy of the shinobi world, is it? That stubborn Anoki has indeed raised a fine child. His actions have surpassed my initial expectations. I once thought him merely a fool spouting empty words. To my surprise, he possesses such wisdom. If only he could coexist with me in this era, he might truly achieve peace. He is endowed with strength, wisdom, and strategy. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Madara's eyes. However, he ultimately treads the path of a beautiful dream. With his so-called development, peace, and shared prosperity, he seeks to lull the masses into a seemingly delightful cage. His approach will never usher in genuine peace. Even his sweet dreams pale in comparison to my grand design. Does he truly believe he can succeed? At most, his endeavors will crumble after his demise. How laughable. The higher he builds, the deeper the despair when it inevitably collapses. Madara's musings momentarily halted. The boy's strength exceeded his expectations. Indeed, my lord, that dust release empowered by sage art is difficult to reclaim with your Rinnegan, Black Zetsu interjected. This boy is not to be underestimated. Despite White Zetsu's constant presence, he suddenly unleashed such formidable dust release, inadvertently causing the demise of several White Zetsu. For the sake of my mother, Madara, do exert yourself a bit more. I will remember your kindness, Madara nodded, though his desire was to engage him in battle. Preparation was paramount. However, now was not the time for direct intervention. Let him continue his performance, weaving the illusion of peace even more splendidly. Eventually, I shall assist him in perfecting it. Dust release. How I loathe it. Even more than Hashirama's would release. Madara slowly closed his eyes, seemingly sinking once again into a meditation that transcended life and death. Continue to observe. Keep a close watch on that Nagato boy in the Leaf Village. There will inevitably come a time when this child understands the essence of darkness. Those who have lost everything will naturally join us. In that moment, all he has accomplished will serve as our wedding garment. Of course, I willingly acknowledge him as the strongest of this era. Let him continue to dance. When Red Dust finally concluded the mountain of paperwork and made his way home, the night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars. Alone, he tread the familiar cobblestone path towards a cozy courtyard, illuminated by the warm orange glow of lights, a home shared with Hiryu and Aunt Haru, now enriched by the presence of 3 more children. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, familiar voices immediately greeted him. "Ah, it's Dust returning." Aunt Haru, apron-clad, poked her head from the kitchen, her wrinkles softening with a smile. "Quickly wash your hands. I knew you would be late. I've just warmed up the food. You dear. Aunt has prepared your favorite grilled mushrooms." "Everyone, I'm back," Red Dust exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile that had seldom graced him outside. He entered the warm and bright living room, instantly enveloped by the lively atmosphere. Big Brother Dust. Mayahiko was the first to bounce out from a room. Recently, we completed many missions with Brother Hiryu and the Mountain Teacher. Conan smiled as she poured a glass of water for Red Dust. "Welcome back, Big Brother Dust." Nagato quietly lingered in the background. Big Brother Dust. In a flash, Hiryu teleported downstairs and enveloped Red Dust in a huge hug. "You went out for so long without bringing me along. This time, I had to stay on the airship. You brought back something nice, right?" The panda cub, Abeo, was happily gnawing on a fresh bamboo shoot, emitting satisfied sounds. Earlier that afternoon, he had been pestering Red Dust at the office, and in a desperate attempt, Red Dust had to send Scorpion home with Abeo. All right. Everyone, come and eat." Aunt Haru emerged with steaming dishes, casting a playful glare at Hiryu, who was clinging to Red Dust, before turning to Red Dust with concern. "You must be famished. Hurry and sit down to eat." Abeo has been well-behaved today. He didn't uproot any flowers or trees, and just kept eating. "Teacher, Abeo has eaten too much. He must weigh 100 pounds by now," Red Dust chuckled, patting the furry head of Abeo, who had waddled over. At the dining table, Mayahiko and Hiryu chattered excitedly about their experiences in the Land of Wind. Scorpion and Nagato, though quieter, were clearly engrossed in the conversation, while Conan and Aunt Haru busily served dishes to everyone. Suddenly, Scorpion had a thought. He pulled out a newly designed automatic camera from his bag and placed it in a suitable position to capture the group. "Nanny? Scorpion, you could have said something first. I still have food in my mouth." "Eggplant." With Scorpion making an eggplant gesture, the camera clicked, freezing the moment in time. Mayahiko, cheeks stuffed with rice, managed to force a smile while giving a peace sign. Conan hurriedly arranged her slightly disheveled hair. Nagato rarely displayed a shy smile, discreetly tugging at Red Dust's clothing. Aunt Haru embraced Abeo, who was still gnawing on bamboo, and Abeo lifted his head, smeared with bamboo shavings. Scorpion maintained a poker face, giving a thumbs up. "Hiryu, your hair is poking my eyes." Red Dust laughed, dodging, as Hiryu clung to his back, playfully colliding into him. "Who told you to go out without me?" "Wow, this picture turned out amazing." Mayahiko eagerly wanted to see the photo. "Can we each have one? I want to hang it in my room so I can see it first thing." "Sure." Aunt Haru brought out the last dish of grilled mushrooms. "Eat while it's hot." Hiryu and Red Dust used to love this. Abeo, catching a whiff of the aroma, immediately whined and nudged Red Dust's knee, only to be warned by Hiryu, "Little chubby, you've already eaten more than I have today, and you can't eat this." Late into the night, as Red Dust gazed at the slumbering for little ones, he stepped into the corridor. The sound of rustling echoed, and Hiryu leaned against the doorframe. "Life is getting better and better, you know, Dust. I never imagined the Rock Village would transform into this. It's wonderful. We have a complete home now. It will only get better from here, right? Dust, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you think it's feasible?" Red Dust and Hiryu immediately paused and looked at her earnestly. "Aunt, please go ahead." "You see," Aunt Haru pointed towards the rooms of Mayahiko, Conan, and Nagato. "Since these 3 children arrived, the house has become much livelier, and I truly adore them. The village has improved significantly in recent years, but there are still many children who have lost their parents. Some are orphans left by war, while others have fled from different places. Although the village has arranged some accommodations for them and is willing to find someone to teach them, it is ultimately inadequate without the care of attentive individuals. Since I find myself alone at home with nothing to do, why not offer my assistance? She paused. They are aware of my relationship with you and are reluctant to let me go, fearing that I might tire myself. After all these years, I have engaged in countless tasks and fear nothing. Please inform them not to impede my decision. Chi-chan listened quietly. No problem, Aunt Chun. The village had already planned to establish orphanages, but merely setting them up in the village is insufficient. Many individuals throughout the Earth Country are still without homes. This initiative was destined to be proposed, and it has merely been expedited. After Chi-chan comforted Aunt Chun and encouraged her to rest, Hilyu stood behind him. Is there an issue with the pharmacist Yao Shiyu? Should I handle her? Yes, she is a spy. I shall notify the Umbu immediately, he replied, preparing to leave. Do not rush. All who come to a Wagakure will be checked for any restrictions. If there are none, they will possess their own thoughts and will be susceptible to influence. From the moment she interacted with Aunt Chun, I sensed her desire to seek refuge. Each encounter with Aunt Chun has been under the watchful eye of Umbu. He had not anticipated that merely stepping out would lead to such complications. What is Yao Shiyu truly after? Could this be her scheme? Who knows what her intentions are? I share your concerns, but upon my return, she voluntarily surrendered to the Umbu and is currently undergoing interrogation. This is her first mission. Konoha tasked her with remaining hidden. However, upon witnessing the state of a Wagakure, she realized this is the place where she wishes to strive. In truth, had her contact not been Aunt Chun, Yao Shiyu would have continued to live under surveillance after passing inspections, ensuring everything was in order before regular monitoring commenced. Over the years, due to a Wagakure's implementation of comprehensive inspections, any individuals with restrictions would be taken for examination, leaving many villages reliant solely on those without restrictions. Yet, due to Shishan's relentless ideological campaign, an increasing number of spies have willingly fallen into the net, eager to witness the true light emerging in the ninja world. Hearing this, Hilyu fell silent. I will keep a close watch on her. Rest assured, Aunt Chun is always accompanied by Umbu on standby for protection. As night deepened, the interrogation room in a Wagakure was brightly lit. Chi-chan sat at the table, observing the woman across from him, Yao Shiyu. He wished to meet her, to comprehend her thoughts. At this moment, Chi-chan had silently activated his sage mode, allowing him to perceive her true intentions. She wore round glasses, her golden short hair slightly disheveled. Yet her gaze remained calm, even carrying a hint of relief. So why did you expose yourself? Chi-chan inquired. You were raised as an orphan specifically by Konoha. Yao Shiyu nodded gently. Yes, I was nurtured by Konoha from a young age. Then why did you voluntarily reveal yourself? With your abilities, you could have continued to remain hidden. No one would have discovered you before you initiated contact with Aunt Chun. Yao Shiyu's fingers tightened slightly before she lifted her head, a soft smile gracing her eyes. Because I have seen hope that I have never encountered before. Hope, indeed. I have never witnessed such a ninja world. Here and throughout the entire Earth Country, and even neighboring nations, treat people as people. If anyone had told me before not to force others to assist you, that you should strive on your own, I would have scornfully deemed them mad. In such a world, what can one do without power but pray that those lofty figures spare us? Yet, upon my arrival here, I discovered that there truly exists a person, someone so powerful, who tells us that we can change our own destinies. The entire nation operates under his will. Aunt Chun, Yao Shiyu's lips involuntarily curled upward. Indeed, this place has always been remarkable. I have secretly investigated many of your experiences. The information cannot be concealed from those who do not come here. In a village like this, even in the absence of wealth, neighbors help one another, children support each other, and villagers do not ridicule one another based on their origins, naturally cultivating individuals like you. Initially, I believed that everything here was solely enforced by your strength, akin to a god of the ninja world. However, upon arriving, I realized that there has always been a noble ideal, and they are willing to place their trust in you. With such a world, how could it not succeed? If possible, I wish to join this place. I am fortunate to have no restrictions, allowing me to join wholeheartedly. A brief silence enveloped the room. With only the flickering candlelight, Chi-chan approached her. Welcome to our family. In his perfected sage mode, Yao Shiyu's words were sincere. She paused, seemingly surprised by the ease of acceptance. Hesitantly, she extended her hand, grasping Shishan's palm, feeling the warmth of his touch. However, Shishan's smile widened. You must first pass our entrance examination. Yao Shiyu blinked. What examination? Childcare, Qichan replied earnestly. I believe you possess a natural talent for this. In due course, the village will initiate a large-scale project to establish Hope Homes. Familiarize yourself with this task. Qichan also smiled, patting her shoulder. Come now, dawn is approaching. But there should still be food left at home. Chapter 69. Universal Compulsory Education. Qichan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Tsuchikage office, surveying the panoramic view of Awagakure. His eyes reflecting the city he had meticulously transformed. Lord Qichan, everyone has arrived, including the third Tsuchikage. We await your presence. An Umbu member silently appeared at the doorway. Qichan nodded slightly and turned towards the conference room. Today, he intended to announce a significant decision, one that might be difficult for many to accept, particularly for the current village. Inside the conference room, the senior members of Awagakure had gathered. Onoki hovered in the main seat. Although he still held the title of third Tsuchikage, the actual governance had long since been entrusted to Qichan. On the side sat Yamazaki, Yasuji, Han-e, and several elite jonin, among other core members. Ladies and gentlemen, a single phrase silenced the room instantly. Today, we have two crucial decisions to discuss. As he spoke, he unfurled a scroll filled with plans and data. I intend to establish rock-solid homes across the nation, facilities dedicated to accommodating the elderly and children who have lost their families due to war and other reasons, fully funded by the state. This will also allow the elderly to care for the children, providing them with some comfort. A murmur of discussion arose in the room. The finance minister furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but Qichan continued. The second matter is to gradually implement a 6-year compulsory education system, encompassing basic chakra courses and cultural education. Naturally, those with talent should be promptly integrated into the Special Operations Division, but they should also be allowed to develop their specialties. An upper jonin could no longer contain himself and stood up. Lord Qichan, these two policies require vast amounts of funding and food subsidies. In that case, we may have little energy left to assist other countries. Our allied nations have improved through our support, even providing us with subsidies. But what about others? The primary principle of the Earth country is to take care of our own family first. If possible, we should certainly offer assistance. But our foremost responsibility is to help our own nation's people. Additionally, we can seek some assistance from the nobility. I believe they will be inclined to assist us. Onoki cleared his throat, his nose twitching slightly. Ahem, financial matters can be resolved. But the main concern is the implementation of such significant changes. How will we manage the teaching staff? Qichan was well prepared. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, and a three-dimensional projection map unfolded on the conference table, detailing the distribution of resources and financial status across the Earth country. Over the past 5 years, our economy has experienced a 7-fold growth. The agricultural yield is sufficient to sustain twice the current population. As for the educators, we can mobilize personnel from the Ninja Academy to provide teaching assistance. And we can also select individuals with a foundational education from across the nation for training. This approach may barely sustain us for a few years before we gradually implement changes. I believe that from a future perspective, even though we may face challenges now, we will undoubtedly achieve unprecedented rewards. On the mountain, Shikun pondered aloud. We all trust your judgment, but expanding nationwide all at once may prove somewhat difficult. Therefore, it should be implemented gradually. Shikun nodded, stating that we should begin the rollout from large cities while also addressing literacy in rural and underdeveloped areas, allowing them to attend urban schools initially. We can arrange for their basic needs, as the people of the Earth Nation are our foremost responsibility. The meeting lasted a full day. As the sun set, Shikun's policies were finally discussed, primarily focusing on budget allocation and implementation. A month later, at the northern border of the Earth Nation, a ceremony marked the completion of a new rock home. Shikun arrived with only Hilyu and a few guards. Having spent this time coordinating efforts, he was here to prepare for the establishment of the largest school in the north, while also visiting the orphanage. The building encircled a central courtyard, where the laughter of children echoed within. Lord Shikun, the director, a retired ninja from the rock village who had lost an arm, greeted him with vigor. I did not expect you to visit us. Shikun waved his hand dismissively. I merely came to see how everyone is faring. A dozen children were playing under the watchful eyes of several elders. Some older children practiced basic chakra control, while others listened to stories or helped tend the vegetable garden. A timid red-haired girl approached, holding a wildflower. Here, for you. I know you. You are the wonderful big brother who has been helping us. Shikun crouched down to accept the flower. What is your name? I am called Little Shirhua. Shikun gently patted her head and turned to the director. How is everyone doing? Shikun inquired about the middle-ranked ninjas, who, aside from attending the ninja academy, could care for the children if they felt insufficiently energetic. They also had the option to retire comfortably, with ample pensions available. Very well, indeed. Everyone feels increasingly hopeful, the director replied, as they walked toward the dining hall. A few retired ninjas were preparing dinner. Upon seeing Shikun, a veteran with a limp attempted to rise in respect. Please, no need for that. You are heroes of the nation. Lord, I survived the First Great War. I thought I would live my life in a daze, never imagining I would witness the Earth nation transform into what it is today. To see these children learn to sustain themselves is truly remarkable. I was fortunate to be rescued by a kind-hearted ninja, and now so many more have the opportunity to choose their own paths. As night fell, Shikun stood atop the rehabilitation center, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance. Hilyu leapt up beside him, offering a cup of tea. What are you thinking about? About the future. Shikun accepted the cup. Hilyu, do you know? I have witnessed true peace, yet I have always wondered if I could bring it to fruition. It is such a beautiful dream. What I saw today confirms that our direction is correct. However, the resistance to implementing it nationwide may be greater than anticipated. Hilyu smiled broadly. What is there to fear? Regardless of the challenges, we will stand by you. Everyone believes in your capability. They are silently wishing you well and hoping you will lead us forward. Shikun shook his head with a chuckle. What use is it to rely solely on me? This is also the purpose of promoting education. Within this group, there are certainly geniuses who have merely lacked opportunity. They too will rise and become part of this community, alleviating our burdens significantly. When that time comes, you can pass your knowledge on to others like the old man Oyamuki, but you must not take on so much responsibility. We will need to bring the old man back, and with Huang too, we can surely rely on him. By then, we will likely be old ourselves, finding a place to live well and witnessing a better world unfold. However, I suspect they will not allow you to leave. Only when you are well will everyone feel good. Alas, I must remain in the village with you. Chapter 70, Mayaboka Mountain, Jiraiya. The autumn wind carried a biting chill as 3 Cloud Village ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from fatal wounds on their necks or chests. The figure of Minato Namikaze landed nearby. Minato, Kushina, with her fiery red hair disheveled, tightly grasped Minato's arm. Are you all right? The icy gaze in Minato's eyes quickly melted away, replaced by deep concern and tenderness. He clasped her cold, trembling hand. I am fine, Kushina. They did not harm you. Did they? And no. Kushina shook her head vigorously. They appeared suddenly and knocked me out when I was not paying attention. My physique is robust, so I regained consciousness quickly. Minato gently embraced her, attempting to dispel her fear. Do not be afraid. I am here now. No one can harm you. Deep within the root base of Konoha, a voice thundered, those fools. Instead of seeking trouble with the rock village, they dare to come after Konoha? Are they out of their minds? A sharp explosion shattered the oppressive silence of the base, as he smashed his teacup against the cold, hard stone floor, scalding tea splattering everywhere. And you, Hisashi, you have truly grown old. How can you endure such provocations from the Cloud Village? Where is your spirit? And you all, what is the purpose of the route near the Jinchuriki? Did you not notice? My lord, when we discovered it, Minato had already noticed. After he did, the Umbu reported to Lord Hokage, who restrained the others and directed the Umbu and Root ninjas to follow Minato. We only intervened when Minato was at a disadvantage. Danzo, who had been breathing heavily, exhaled deeply upon hearing this. Hisashi still possesses some sense. We must maintain control over the Jinchuriki. At the Iwagakure, in the 4th Hokage's office, Shikun stood by the window, holding a recently delivered encrypted information scroll. The timeline has shifted. He paced to the massive stone desk, his rough fingers pressing against the cold surface. What is paramount now is another matter. According to previous discussions among the 5 Kage, a Chunin exam is to be held. Chunin exam. I must find a way to generate some revenue from this meeting. Notify the Elder Council and the Jonin class leaders not to forget about the 1-hour routine meeting. An hour later, the meeting concluded unusually swiftly. This time, I plan to issue a formal announcement in the name of the Tsuchikage's office to Konoha, Sunagakure, Humogakure, Kirigakure, as well as Amigakure, Husugakure, and Takigakure, 3 months from now. The Wagakure will host the first joint Chunin selection examination. The first joint examination must be grand in scale. We will invite all ninja villages to witness what a Wagakure has become. Shikun returned to the large window, surveying the present state of a Wagakure. In this war, a Wagakure has preserved its strength remarkably well, coupled with a vigorous development of education. The village is now brimming with talent, and this Chunin exam will merely serve as a platform to showcase a few teams. When Scorpion and the 3 others arrived, Shikun maintained his demeanor. "You have arrived. Teacher, big brother Shikun," they greeted. 3 months from now, the village plans to hold the joint Chunin selection examination. This time, I plan to dispatch some prodigies to demonstrate our strength. They may form teams of 1 or several, as the current landscape of ninja warfare is not fixed. I intend for you to assemble into a small squad to confront the elite teams from other ninja villages, providing them with a thorough lesson. You are aware that other participants from our village, such as the likes of Kuroiwa, possess commendable skills, yet they lack the overwhelming advantage. Naturally, I shall select 5 or 6 teams akin to yours for this endeavor, as your connection to me is significant. During this period, I will provide you with specialized training, while other squads will be instructed by the village's elite jonin. In recent years, both Jiraiya and Han have achieved perfect tailed beast transformation. Sun Wukong and his companions are also capable of transforming into smaller forms and have mastered the art of sage sealing, so there is little concern regarding their strength. However, why have so few others succeeded? In our village, there are at least 100 qualified to learn sage sealing, yet only about 20 have succeeded, which is contingent upon their sensitivity to natural energy. Well, we shall take it step by step. These individuals should be able to learn. Deep within Mayaboka Mountain, Jiraiya arrived. Weary from his travels, the customary grin on his face was replaced by an unusual gravity. He had just concluded his explorations in the ninja world, and thus far, he had not encountered the fabled child of destiny. However, a disciple he had inadvertently accepted previously bore some characteristics of this destined figure. There was not a single clue regarding the legendary Rinnegan. The sage of Mayaboka guided him to the great Toad Sage. Upon the immense throne, the great Toad Sage emitted a long, slow breath, while Jiraiya patiently awaited. After an indeterminate period, the great Toad Sage finally opened his eyes with a profound sigh. "Oh, it's little Jiraiya. You've arrived." "Yes, great Toad Sage. I have traveled extensively over the years, yet I have not discovered any signs of the child of destiny. I have returned to inquire if you possess any prophecies that may guide me." The great Toad Sage fell silent, his massive head swaying slightly as if he were attempting to concentrate. After a considerable time, he spoke in a tone unprecedented, laden with confusion and gravity. "The future has become obscured, shrouded in a dense fog that obscures my vision of the path ahead." Jiraiya's heart tightened. Although the great Toad Sage's prophecies were often vague, he had never spoken in such a manner. Yet I can sense a profound unease brewing, akin to a slumbering volcano beneath the tranquil surface of the ninja world, where turbulent currents churn dangerously. "Child, you must exercise caution. The current ninja world is no longer what it once was, rife with variables and unknown evils. The village hidden in rock, this is where all futures commence. Go and see for yourself, Jiraiya. You shall soon have the opportunity. I see you will find what you seek there." Jiraiya abruptly raised his head. The village hidden in rock? Is this related to the recent Chunin exam? He had just learned of the upcoming exam and had suspected that Chi-Chun might indeed be the legendary child of destiny. However, during the negotiations post-war between Rock and Leaf, he discovered that Chi-Chun was not the individual he sought. If someone who was not the child of destiny could achieve such feats, then the true child of destiny would undoubtedly accomplish even greater things. "There, you may encounter." The great Toad Sage's voice grew faint, intermittent. "The person you seek, the nexus of fate, may also be at the eye of the storm." He could no longer remain a mere observer. "Old man, it seems I must return to the village." Chapter 71. Kakashi weary, Jiraiya returned to the village, his mouth stretching into his characteristic hearty smile. "Yo, Konoha, your great Toad Sage has returned." The gatekeeper ninja, recognizing him, hastily welcomed him. "Lord Jiraiya, you have returned." "Ha ha." Jiraiya waved his hand casually. "The village remains unchanged after all these years. By the way, any news about my hopeless disciple lately?" A hint of genuine admiration appeared on the guard's face. "Are you referring to Minato Namikaze? There hasn't been any." "Oh." Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up, and without further ado, he patted the guard on the shoulder and strode past the threshold, eager to locate his disciple. The trees at the edge of the training ground provided excellent cover as Jiraiya stealthily leaned against a sturdy trunk, observing his disciple. The 15-year-old Minato Namikaze moved with a speed that transcended visual limits. Even with Jiraiya's current prowess, he could not discern Minato's form. As Minato appeared, his hands flew in intricate motions before his chest, the speed of his hand seals leaving only a blurred afterimage. Wind release, vacuum wave. With a swift whoosh, the resilient wooden target was effortlessly split in two. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. This boy is even more talented than I had anticipated. Jiraiya composed himself, refraining from interrupting Minato's focused training, and turned towards the Hokage's office, intending to reminisce with Minato later. Old man, I've missed you. Jiraiya's voice resonated throughout the room. What are you watching? Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily concealed a crystal ball, feigning ignorance as he resumed their conversation. Jiraiya, how have you been? Have you found what you were seeking all these years? Not yet, but I'm close. I wish to inquire about the Chunin exam in the village hidden in rock. Jiraiya unceremoniously dragged over a chair, sitting with nonchalance, crossing his legs. The great Toad Sage informed me that I would encounter everything I wished to see there. Old man, during my time in Myaboka Mountain, I heard the great Toad Sage's prophecy. He said the ninja world has become unclear. Yet he saw my figure, and that I would find what I sought in the village hidden in rock. Sarutobi fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. After several seconds, he picked up a scroll from the table, unfurled it, and pushed it towards Jiraiya. Before you returned, we received this. His voice was steady, yet carried the weight of significance. Jiraiya accepted the scroll, noting the crimson wax seal and the emblem of rock. The content was an invitation for Konoha to participate in a joint Chunin exam to be held in 3 months in their homeland, worded grandiosely, emphasizing peaceful exchange and the cultivation of the new generation of ninjas. They have brought it to our doorstep. We cannot refuse, or we shall become the laughingstock. Let me lead the team. Old man, I will personally attend. After all, the village currently has little going on. Sarutobi did not respond immediately, taking a deep puff from his pipe before exhaling slowly. Finally, the third Hokage struck his pipe against the edge of the table. But Jiraiya, you must understand that apart from Minato, the village has no other remarkable talents to offer. Have you considered that Konoha might not perform well? Minato, old man, you must have encountered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Nonsense. Minato, for specific reasons, will not reveal his strength in the near term. And due to his contributions, I have already promoted him to Jonin. A legitimate Jonin cannot disguise himself as a Genin, but I can take him along for exposure. Very well, let this generation's Ino Shikicho go. They are the only ones who can represent the village's strength without being underestimated. I will arrange a few more squads. They will all be excellent choices. Rest assured, old man. Jiraiya soon reappeared at the training ground. Hey, Minato, if you keep practicing like this, the toad in your belly will be starving enough to sing a different tune. Come on, I'll treat you today. Ichiraka ramen, my treat. Teacher Jiraiya, when did you return? Just got back, observed you for a bit, then went to see the old man. The two walked side by side out of the training ground, ready to grab a bite. Just as they rounded a corner, an unusually diminutive figure caught their attention. He was a child, adorned with a tousled mane of silvery white hair. His face obscured by a large black mask that concealed much of his features, leaving only his expressive eyes visible. He carried a ninja tool pouch that was disproportionately large for his small frame and stood alone in a corner, listening to the disparaging remarks made by those nearby about his father. It was Kakashi Hatake. Humph, it's thanks to Hatake Sakomo that we lost the war, making a Wagakure so bold. Hatake Sakomo is truly worthless. Otherwise, we could have lived well. Humph, what a Leaf Village White Fang. It seems more like a Leaf Village Dull Blade to me. He failed such an important mission and let Lord Kage and Lord Kaze die. He was also a hero, someone who fought for the salvation of the village. A hero? Bah. To lose and then surrender, where does that leave the others? Such loud voices were not only heard by Kakashi. Jiraiya and Minato could hear them as well. Jiraiya's smile faded, and he let out a barely audible sigh. That sigh fell heavily on Minato's heart. Minato noticed his teacher's furrowed brow, his eyes betraying a depth of unspoken pain and anger. Jiraiya's gaze turned toward the Hokage building. What are you doing? Will you truly allow these rumors to trample the hard work of a hero? Is your so-called stability and order just a means to let one who would trample his own ninja way for the village endure such humiliation? Will you not disappoint the hero, Tsukumo? Ultimately, Jiraiya said nothing. He did not disperse those speaking ill, nor did he approach the silver-haired boy who was quietly gnawing on a cold rice ball. He simply watched Kakashi's small, upright figure, whispering an apology within. Minato remained silent as well. He hesitated for a moment before retrieving a still warm, oil paper-wrapped bento box from his ninja pouch, intended as a spare meal for his own training. He hurried over to Kakashi, squatting down to offer the bento. Since Tsukumo-senpai hasn't returned yet, why not eat this? Kakashi lifted his solemn eyes in surprise, recognizing this individual who had been training nearby. His father had mentioned him as a genius. Ultimately, he did not refuse, extending his small hand to accept the bento box, only to have it momentarily grasped by Jiraiya's hand. Come eat with us. I am the sage of the toads, Jiraiya, and I have fought alongside your father. Initially reluctant to reject kindness, Kakashi hesitated. Considering he was home alone, he ultimately consented. Minato rose, watching Kakashi vanish from sight, his brow furrowing slightly. Jiraiya approached him, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder, causing Minato to sway slightly. Let us go, Minato. You have Kakashi with you, right? Jiraiya's voice had returned to its usual tone, but Minato could sense the relief laced within. Along the way, Minato began to look after Kakashi. It was not until they reached the entrance of the noodle shop that Jiraiya spoke once more. Minato, starting tomorrow, we will undergo special training. I will take you to a place. Minato immediately looked up. Iwagakure? Minato paused in surprise. Teacher, I am already a jonin. I cannot go. Don't be anxious. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, wearing an inscrutable smile. I will take you to see that legendary ninja with your own eyes. The legendary ninja? The god of Shinobi? Indeed, Jiraiya nodded. A saint who stirred the battlefield before the age of 10 and is now celebrated by millions of civilians. Kakashi had been quietly eating. Lord Jiraiya, may I go too? Lord Jiraiya. Senior Minato, please take me to Iwagakure. I want to see the one who has turned my father into what he is now. Kakashi, this trip is a mission. Your father has many enemies there. What if something happens to you? Once you are strong enough, you can go. Understood. A flicker of reluctance crossed Jiraiya's eyes, but quickly faded. He stood, gently ruffling Kakashi's silver hair with a light touch. Go home now, Kakashi. You've finished eating and should return. With that, he gestured to Minato and turned to lift the curtain of the noodle shop. Minato cast a worried glance back at Kakashi, softly urging, Kakashi, let us head back. Rest well. He then followed his teacher outside. Kakashi lingered behind, his thoughts fixated on Akatsuchi. Since childhood, he had been told that Hatake Tsukumo was a hero, his swordsmanship among the finest in the ninja world. He was even excused from missions upon encountering him. Yet now, he faced the new god of Shinobi, the saint revered by countless civilians. Despite this, his father was still hailed as a hero, recognized by that very individual. He had made the right choice to protect his comrades in a situation devoid of deep-seated hatred. Yet, this father, praised even by enemies, was now trampled upon by all. Anyone who defended him was deemed a coward, lacking even the courage to take their own life. I will go there to see for myself. To hear that person's evaluation of my father, to prove he is no coward, but a hero acknowledged even by his foes. The dry wind scraped against his cheeks like sandpaper, swirling up the ochre dust unique to the land of earth. Jiraiya stepped onto the iron-hard road, and before him, a colossal black serpent of a road cut through the desolate land, disappearing into the horizon. Is this the road? Akimichi Choza's deep voice inquired, his sturdy feet tentatively testing the dark, gray surface beneath him. The cart wheels rolled smoothly, making almost no jarring sound. He bent down, running his large hand over the even surface. What a hard road. Nara Shikaka squinted, his gaze sweeping over the stone stakes marked with rock engravings along the roadside, as well as the distant hidden or visible signaling devices. It's not so simple. No wonder the fourth Hokage specifically declared that representatives from various countries could freely enter during this period. They probably noticed us the moment we arrived. Minato's azure eyes reflected the astonishing path before them, which had been deliberately chosen to be secluded. As the merchant convoy advanced, the stereotype of barrenness was violently shattered. On either side of the road, neatly planned stone villages spread out like a chessboard, adorned with glass that only the affluent could afford. The faces of the village farmers beamed with smiles as they saw the fully armed group without fear. Huh. The youthful cheers were filled with vitality, as several children, a beat behind, were playfully nudged by their companions, bursting into bright laughter. That laughter pierced through the nerves of the Leaf Village members like a poisoned needle. The terraced fields carved into the mountains resembled gigantic staircases, with irrigation channels crisscrossing. In some areas, one could even see traces of earth manipulation for shaping and reinforcement, allowing a few to cultivate vast lands. Jiraiya walked in silence, having never been to the Land of Earth due to its closed-off nature to ninjas. He had not expected the Land of Earth to have transformed into this. Could the destined child I seek be here? When the group finally caught sight of Awagakure, they were momentarily awestruck. It was not a village they could comprehend. It was exponentially larger than anything they could have imagined, capable of housing millions. The modern ninja village that would only emerge decades later was now present, a product of the amalgamation of chakra technology and electronic innovation. Before they could marvel at the bizarre things before them, at the bustling corner of the street, a steaming roasted sweet potato stall attracted a large crowd. At the center of this gathering, a small monkey, entirely crimson with four fluffy tails, clutched a roasted sweet potato larger than its head with its delicate front paws. It grimaced from the heat, yet was reluctant to let go, comically puffing air. The stall owner, a cheerful woman, was unfazed and even handed it a smaller potato, saying, "Take your time, Yukong. It's fresh out of the oven." In an instant, the blue pupils of the observer, a boyfriend of Kushina, contracted sharply. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the tailed beasts. Quick-tempered and incapable of understanding human speech, their unleashed wrath would surely spell disaster. Yet, the creature before him, being fed and admired like a pet, even bearing a nickname, shattered his worldview. He noticed vendors displaying limited edition mini-tailed beast figurines, molds for tailed beast-shaped rock cakes, and various models of Yukong's insignia, all selling remarkably well. Is this how tailed beasts are treated? He pondered. Hey, you must be from outside. Would you like to check out the newly published Journey to the West by Yukong? It's a symbol of indomitable spirit penned by the fourth Hokage himself. If you prefer something less violent, I also have Kung Fu Panda comics, perfect for children. After exchanging glances, they decided to purchase these books, hoping to uncover some secrets. Wait, the Four Tails is also known as Sun Wukong, the protector of the Sage of Six Paths during ancient times. The Five Tails carried the Sage's white horse, symbolizing peace, and the Five Tails defeated 100,000 demons with a single punch. The fourth Hokage publicly acknowledged that the Four and Five Tails were eternal friends of Awagakure, granting its residents identification cards, even naming them 4 and 5. As they navigated through their confusing encounter, they lamented the miscommunication of time, predicting poor results for the day. Nevertheless, they felt gratitude towards the individual who taught them to confront rudeness directly, lest they be seen as easy targets. Chapter 73. Chunin Exam. After allowing the group to explore, Jiraiya turned to gather intelligence. Gazing at the mountain-embedded architecture, he found it hard to believe this was the newly established Ninja Academy of Awagakure. It resembled a city. Countless modern structures harmoniously blended with Awagakure's traditional style, bustling with researchers and a multitude of ninja students engaged in their studies and training. I, the Sage of the Toads, have seen my share of the world, Jiraiya mused, attempting to suppress his astonishment. The scale was beyond imagination. What did Awagakure intend to achieve with so many ninja reserves? From beside him, a slightly arrogant voice interrupted his thoughts. A 17 or 18-year-old ninja, adorned with the Awagakure emblem, glanced at Jiraiya and remarked, "You must be from out of town, unaware of compulsory education? The progress of the ninja world relies on everyone. Only with a wealth of talent can we foster development. Lord Shihan aims for more people to seize their own destinies. Now, our ninja villages must embrace ideological education, ensuring students understand their purpose rather than becoming mere instruments for others." The apparent mockery caused Jiraiya's face to flush, prompting him to seek other sights. He arrived at the Grand Hero Memorial in the center of Awagakure, surrounded by statues of civilian ninjas. A large crowd gathered there. Nearby, a massive square featured a gigantic screen displaying the likeness of the fourth Hokage, Lord Shihan, announcing that the Chunin exams would be broadcast live from the Awagakure Square. The final battle would occur in a newly constructed venue, with entry costing merely 500 for a bowl of ramen. He also extended warm wishes for the ninjas from various nations to feel the hospitality of Awagakure. Meanwhile, in the black market, the price for a mere spectator ticket had skyrocketed to 1,000,000 Ryo. while the best VIP boxes were reserved by the feudal lords of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, as well as the continent's wealthiest elite. The funds raised were calculated in the billions, with the majority of costs attributed to the tireless labor of the Earth and the latest broadcasting technology from the research team. In 3 months, around the still unfinished rock arena, aside from minor decorative enhancements at the peak, the rest adhered to the pre-reform style of a Wagakure, symbolizing the commitment to remember one's roots and preserve the fighting spirit of a Wagakure. In the office of the 4th Tsuchikage, Lord Shihan, the leader of Kusagakure has been waiting outside. They wished to discuss assistance matters. The Land of Iron claimed no ninjas would participate, but sent representatives to observe. The Chunin exams, aimed at promoting peace within the ninja world, required careful handling of their sentiments before the event, as their discontent could jeopardize the exams. Afterward, Iwagakure, wielding significant prestige and influence, would draw in a group of individuals, gradually addressing the remaining stubborn factions. On the day of the Chunin exam forest capture event, the written exam had been bypassed, as it was deemed too unfair for today's ninjas. The stands were packed with envoys, merchants, and civilians from various nations, with diverse accents rising in a chorus of astonishment. Look, it's really happening live. Numerous enormous screens hovered in the air, each broadcasting different angles of the participants. The ninja from Sunagakure utilized wind techniques with remarkable finesse to thwart ambushes from small nation participants. A member of the Kagaya clan from Kirigakure faced off against a Konoha ninja, one displaying unmatched physical prowess while the other expertly dodged with shurikens and substitution techniques. Killer B from Kumogakure rapped while simultaneously fending off a ninja with his blade. Every contestant's actions were laid bare for all to see. Among them, a figure with red hair emitted chakra threads from his hands, instantly ensnaring several ninjas in his grasp. Scorpion! Scorpion! Well done, Scorpion! You're making us proud. What a charming child. So young yet so formidable. Truly the disciple of the 4th Hokage. Can someone make that rapping kid stop? He's too noisy. Every appearance of a strong contender elicited a wave of cheers, but under the home advantage, the youngest and most agile participant, Scorpion, quickly became a national idol. On a platform reserved for the Tsuchikage, Lord Shihan donned a deep gray high-collared robe, the cuffs embroidered with the emblem of the 4th Hokage. Anoki hovered beside him, proudly twitching his red nose. Your disciple is impressive. During the Chunin exams, you must also embody the spirit of the stone, unafraid of others' apprehension. This is a golden opportunity for all of the ninja world to take notice. Certainly, more individuals than ever wish to negotiate with us. The ancient trees cast shadows over the ground, allowing only patches of green light to filter through. Scorpion stood atop a gnarled tree root, flanked by 3 menacing puppets, a poisonous pufferfish, an armored red stone for defense, and a rock guardian with a cannon extending from its palm. These were automated intelligent puppets stored within sealing scrolls. Go! The cannon of the rock guardian flashed blue, releasing a compressed wind bullet that obliterated a cloud ninja, along with the tree above, into mere fragments. Yahiko streaked past on the opposite side, his kunai clashing against a cloud ninja's shuriken, sparks flying. With a grin, Yahiko set aside his kunai, executing a swift kick that sent the cloud ninja reeling. Nagato, don't get distracted. Nagato casually flicked his right hand backward. Without warning, several sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, impaling a hidden mist ninja in midair. Konan unleashed her paper jutsu, manifesting wings that allowed her to soar above the onlookers, casting a watchful gaze over the unfolding chaos below. Paper rain burial, she whispered, and with a swift flick of her lips, the nearby adversaries were intercepted and swiftly dispatched by the reinforcements. Who could have imagined that we would once again experience the might of the 4 great nations united against us? Alas, how could one resist the charm of Brother Yahiko? On the other side, cold sweat trickled down Kagaya's brow. Nagato, retreat. Don't get entangled. Despite his warning, he glanced back, realizing that the plan to encircle the genius of a Wagakure had already faltered before it could even commence. The losses were regrettable. It shouldn't have been so simple to deal with the likes of Kisame, with a puppet master capable of directly controlling others. A martial artist rivaling the mighty Senju clan, a genius who developed his own jutsu, and a wielder of the Rinnegan. It was an invitation to death for those who dared to confront them. Chapter 74. The Great Ninja Battle of the Villages. The Iwagakure Forest. The venue for the second round of the exam, was now enveloped in a heavy silence. After 3 days of brutal competition, the true warriors had been discerned. Simultaneously, this marked the onset of the third examination, a free-for-all battle among ninjas, where hiding was not an option and every participant was a potential enemy. This was the first Chunin exam to include all ninja clans from across the land, with the initial theoretical examination having barely eliminated anyone. From this second phase onwards, the criteria for selection focused on strength, intelligence, and other capabilities. Now, all ninjas were of impeccable caliber, necessitating a grand melee to display the true strength of their villages before the world. Sasori hovered half a foot above the ground, flanked by 3 mechanical puppets. Nagato stood beside him, also suspended, utilizing the powers of the Rinnegan. Konan was closely aligned with Nagato, her pristine paper wings gently unfurling behind her. Yahiko positioned himself at the forefront, ready to unleash his full potential. Behind them stood the remnants of Iwagakure ninjas, including an explosive release ninja, 2 elite Iwagakure genin, and a lava release ninja. Opposing them was a collective of elites from the 4 great ninja villages, forming an invisible encirclement. Killer Bee took the lead, accompanied by a burly lightning release martial artist wielding a ninja blade. The Ino Shikicho trio occupied the flanks, while Ao and a Kagaya clan ninja lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Sunagakure had left behind a puppet master and a wind release specialist. Attack! A battle cry erupted, igniting the fuse of the powder keg. Killer Bee struck first with lightning release, lightning plow hot blade. The Reikage martial artist surged forward like a bolt of lightning, targeting Yahiko directly. Nara Shikaku's eyes sparkled with determination. Shadow imitation jutsu. The black shadow clung to the intricate terrain, ensnaring the Iwagakure ninja behind. Corpse bone pulse, 10-finger shot. The lethal barrage was aimed at Konan. Wind release, great breakthrough. Puppet techniques and poison needles erupted from the 4 great ninja villages, unleashing a deadly onslaught simultaneously from all directions. The lethal chakra radiance and piercing howls instantly engulfed the area where the Iwagakure force stood. Yahiko, undaunted, met Killer Bee's ferocious attack with a thunderous shout. His bandaged right fist advanced, not retreating to block, but boldly striking against Killer Bee's lightning. Behind them, the supporting Iwagakure ninjas swiftly erected a defensive earth barrier against the incoming cloud ninjas, while another drew his ninja blade for support. Nagato's Rinnegan flickered. At the moment Nara Shikaku's shadow was about to ensnare the explosive release ninja, he extended his right hand. Sealing technique. Absorption. The shadow's tip was forcibly distorted, deviating from its intended path, and was instantly ensnared. Simultaneously, Nagato raised his left hand. Repulsion. The tremendous force collided with the advancing wind release, dissipating the chaotic wind wall. Konan faced a barrage of 10 poison bones with paper jutsu, paper shield. The poison projectiles embedded themselves into the shield, piercing through several layers, yet failed to harm her in the slightest. Her expression hardened as her paper wings spread wide, the perforated paper shield disintegrating into countless sharp paper shuriken that were hurled back toward the Kagaya ninja. The explosive release ninja, with Nagato's assistance, narrowly evaded the shadow's binding. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he slammed his hands into the ground. Earth release. Rock pillar technique. Thick rock pillars erupted from beneath the feet of the Ino Shikicho trio, forcing them to disrupt their coordination. Lava release. Scorching river. Melted one of the puppets belonging to the Sunagakure puppet master. Sasori hovered amidst the turmoil, confronting the silent onslaught of poison needles. The leftmost mechanical puppet swiftly advanced, arms crossing to form a massive diamond-shaped metal shield, completely shielding Sasori from harm. His amber eyes coldly surveyed the attacking Sunagakure puppet master, and with a subtle flick of his finger, he sent nearly transparent chakra threads into the void. The Kagaya ninja, caught off guard by Konan's paper rain, stiffened mid-motion as he attempted to parry the bone blade. His defensive posture faltered, and the trajectory of his blade inexplicably veered off course. The sharp paper shuriken punctured the gaps in his defense, embedding themselves into his shoulder and arm. With a pained cry, the Kagaya ninja's eyes filled with rage and disbelief. He whirled around, seeking the puppeteer, only to meet Sasori's cold, unyielding gaze. Sasori's left hand pointed toward the Sunagakure wind release ninja, pressing his index finger downward. The startled wind release ninja, having just evaded lava, felt an invisible hand grip him, forcing him downward, disrupting his jutsu. Killer Bee steadied himself, eyeing the unscathed Yahiko, whose momentum surged, shaking off the numbness in his arm. He lowered his body slightly as lightning chakra coalesced once more, crackling with intensity. Time to get serious, you fool. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, his shadow disrupted by Nagato's peculiar ability, marking his first misstep. He swiftly scanned the battlefield for new targets to control, his voice resolute. Ino. Choji. Partial expansion jutsu. Choji's right arm swelled several times its size, crashing down toward the lava release ninja, who had just completed his jutsu and was momentarily vulnerable. Inazuka Kiba focused intently, channeling his energy, mind's eye technique, aiming to disrupt the puppeteer controlling the defensive puppet. AO formed hand seals, water release, water barrier. A robust wall of water rose before him and the Kagaya ninja, thwarting Conan's subsequent barrage of paper shuriken. He shouted a warning toward Sasori. Be careful. He is also a puppet master. The Sunagakure puppet master utilized his puppets to buy time, evading the lava zone while launching shuriken to restrict his opponent's movements. Sasori floated at the heart of the chaos, a decision made by Nagato and the others, as Sasori was the youngest among them and possessed the least combat experience. Even though he had mastered the sealing arts and could control enemies with chakra threads, his inexperience made him the most concerning of the group. The three who had long regarded Sasori as family were thus determined to shield him. Watching the reactions of the crowd on the screen, Chiyo felt a sense of relief. Yet she still believed that the three youngsters underestimated Sasori's abilities. As the only disciple to accompany her into the bamboo forest, Sasori had the deepest grasp of the sealing arts among them. A cold smile tugged at the corners of her lips, hinting at a deeper resolve. Sage Art. All Creation Manipulation. Chapter 75. Annihilation. Hey, I'm not so weak as to require protection from everyone, he declared. As his words faded, a faint lavender appeared on the center of Scorpion's forehead, and his entire being began to emanate a soft purple glow. With a flick of his fingers in the void, countless strands of lavender chakra materialized, visible to all present. The individuals within this realm were ensnared by innumerable chakra lines, transforming the entire space into a web of chakra. The gathered ninjas, akin to marionettes, found themselves utterly manipulated, unable to react. Killer Bee, engulfed in a tempest of lightning, felt his power forcibly siphoned by those chakra lines. He sensed himself becoming a vessel filled with chakra beyond his own control, instinctively forming seals with an uncontrollable fervor, even stronger than his usual output. The target of this energy was none other than the bound Dingswa beside him. A torrent of lightning, more potent than any Killer Bee had previously unleashed, surged forth, propelled by his terrified roar, crashing towards Dingswa. Dingswa, realizing his actions were being dictated by another, found himself countered by the shadow manipulation technique of his comrade Nara Shikaku, which inadvertently controlled him instead. The bone spikes on the Kagaya ninja's body suddenly shot upward, converging upon the area where the Suna puppet master and Wind-style ninja were located. Corpse bone dance of the early fern. The Wind-style ninja from Suna, his body rendered limp, was forcefully lifted by invisible threads, his hands moving uncontrollably as he frantically attempted to form seals, his chakra being relentlessly drained in a desperate struggle. Wind-style, vacuum great sphere. Scorpion observed from above, his gaze dispassionate as the ninjas from the four nations clashed. These ninjas were the elite of their respective villages, each possessing at least the strength of a special jonin, yet they were now mere puppets in Scorpion's hands. Enough playing, let us conclude this, Scorpion. You must maintain your image. A voice, tinged with a hint of resignation, echoed from Yahiko. What? So it turns out I'm the weakest here? I must learn the 8 gates. Stop fooling around, let us finish this. Scorpion's movements momentarily paused. With a huff, he raised his right hand and clenched it lightly. Instantly, the chakra lines binding all the ninjas vanished. Having been in a rapid charge mode, the sudden release left everyone momentarily disoriented. Killer Bee gasped for breath, while the frenzied shadows surrounding Nara Shikaku faded, reverting to their normal state. The shadows binding Ino and Choji also released their hold, and the three collapsed to the ground. Spent, the Kagaya ninja lay sprawled, devoid of the strength to even roar. The Wind-style ninja from Suna fell lifelessly to the ground, unconscious. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths and the palpable fear of survival. Yahiko formed a hand seal, Earth-style, rock prison technique. A massive stone cage erupted from the ground, enveloping the exhausted Killer Bee, Shikaku, and the recently revived Ding Zhua, along with others. Conan fluttered her paper wings, paper style, binding, adding another layer of restraint. Yahiko approached Killer Bee, extending his hand through the stone. I yield, Bee. Killer Bee met Yahiko's sincere gaze, then glanced at Scorpion hovering nearby. Ultimately, he smirked, albeit reluctantly, conceding defeat. Hey, did you forget that I'm still bound? Ha ha. Sorry, Killer Bee. I forgot, but can you refrain from singing such a dreadful song? You have no sense of art. What? Scorpion's mechanical artistry is impressive. It's you who lacks artistry. In the plaza, even Akatsuki, watching through the screen, could not help but cover their ears. The rap was unbearable. Worse than anything they'd heard in decades. It's over, my lord. Indeed. Meanwhile, at the venue, the cries of a Wagakure, the Wagakure, the Wagakure, reverberated through the atmosphere. A deafening and synchronized cheer that engulfed the entire hall. The villagers of Wagakure were ecstatic, their faces flushed with excitement as they waved their fists, leaping onto their seats, vociferously chanting their village's name. Lord Scorpion. Next came even more fervent, worshipful shouts. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Is that the true strength of the Tsuchikige's disciple? Yahiko's punch was so cool. Nagato's Rinnegan. Conan's paper jutsu. We, the Wagakure, are invincible. Onlookers from other nations, particularly the elite Jonin, wore grim expressions. The elite from Kumogakure had ashen faces, their fists clenched tightly. The mist ninjas remained silent, merely exchanging glances. Chiyo had long since risen from her seat. This was clearly beyond the realm of puppet techniques. It seemed Scorpion had thrived in Wagakure, and she sighed as she observed the underperforming Suna ninjas. Now, it was evident that Scorpion was no longer perceived as a member of Suna. It was a shared belief throughout the ninja world that anyone who interacted with Akatsuki would be influenced by him, having spent his formative years in Wagakure. Becoming the future fourth Tsuchikige's disciple, no one could doubt that Scorpion's heart was firmly aligned with the land of Earth. Jiraiya watched Nagato intently. Could this be the destined child he sought? A descendant of the Uzumaki clan with the Rinnegan? This was indeed the one destined to lead the transformation of the ninja world. Yet, why were there calamities? Was it possible that Wagakure encountered troubles in the future that would cause such a shift in this child's emotions? Minato observed the unfolding scene, contemplating the control of chakra. It required instantaneous movement over vast distances to evade, but such tactics posed no threat to him. The Rinnegan's ability to reflect enemy attacks also presented challenges. The master and disciple were lost in their thoughts, while on the other side, Inoki's booming laughter resonated throughout the stands. He pounded the armrest joyfully, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. Good, good, well done. Scorpion, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. You are all the pride of Wagakure. Ha ha. The remaining few performed admirably as well. I've always had a keen eye for talent. He yearned to leap onto the scene and laugh heartily beneath the cameras. Standing behind Inoki, Akatsuki reflected on his father's unrestrained display, recalling his own childhood, where he too excelled, mastering ninjutsu with notable skill. It was disheartening that his father never praised him. Father. It was Akatsuki who discovered this talent, not you. How embarrassing. What nonsense. If I had not borne the pressure, would Scorpion have so easily become the Tsuchikige's disciple? Those others would have been captured and studied long ago. Besides, Akatsuki is also my disciple. I've recognized his potential since childhood. Chapter 76. Bestowing titles. By the time the crowd gathered at the venue, the entire hall erupted in cheers. The shouts of Wagakure, the Wagakure, the Wagakure, reverberated like tangible shockwaves, echoing throughout the expansive space. At this moment, Akatsuki stood at the forefront of the podium, his crimson robe billowing in the wind. In response to the crowd's enthusiasm, he simply raised his hand and gestured downward. With this singular motion, amplified by the enormous screen, the raucous assembly fell silent. Tens of thousands of eyes instantly focused on him, as the villagers of Wagakure and those influenced by Akatsuki had long regarded him as a figure of legend. Representatives from various nations observed the instantaneous quietude with astonishment. The echoes of Wagakure, the Wagakure, the Wagakure, continued to reverberate, a palpable force within the vast hall. Akatsuki stood at the edge of the podium, his crimson robe fluttering amidst the tumultuous air. He calmly raised his hand and pressed it down. This simple action, magnified by the colossal screens scattered throughout the venue, brought forth an immediate silence. Hundreds of thousands of gazes converged upon him. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the arena, coalescing into a beam that enveloped him, resembling a saint descended to the mortal realm, radiating undeniable majesty and brilliance. Esteemed guests, his voice, though not intentionally elevated, resonated clearly and calmly through the omnipresent sound system, reaching every corner of the venue. Broadcasted via radio and television, it instantly permeated every nook of the ninja world that was attuned to this gathering. Today, we witness the ascendancy of a new generation of ninjas. Sometimes I lament that this Chunin exam was held too late, causing many talented individuals from various ninja villages to miss this opportunity for recognition. They have showcased the boundless potential of ninjas through their wisdom, strength, unity, and cooperation on the competition stage. Their brilliance once again affirms that the younger generation possesses the strength to shoulder the responsibility of transforming the ninja world. Some of their abilities have already surpassed the realm of Chunin. Their potential has been acknowledged and recognized as a symbol of the new era. Thus, as this grand event draws to a close, I, Akatsuchi, in the name of the future 4th Tsuchikage of Awagakure, and with a commitment to this land and its future, hereby bestow exclusive titles upon the 5 most outstanding ninjas for all to witness their futures. Sasori, your mastery of puppetry has transcended traditional techniques, merging Awagakure's mechanisms with Sunegakure's puppetry to create a mechanized marvel that has long proven your talent. You are a treasure forged from the union of the land of earth and the land of wind, a pride of Awagakure. Thus, I bestow upon you the title of Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori of the Red Sand, how splendid. Then his gaze shifted to Yahiko, a youth brimming with ideals, whom Akatsuchi had appointed as the future Minister of Public Relations for Awagakure. Yahiko, your diligence has been witnessed by every villager of Awagakure. They have seen every drop of sweat you shed. You have shown everyone that even if one's talent in ninjutsu is not the most exceptional, through perseverance, one can attain the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. You embody the indomitable spirit of the stone. I bestow upon you the title of Crimson Kite. May you become a bird that never falls, ever yearning for freedom, carrying your ideals to elevate the existence of the land of earth. Crimson Kite, Lord Yahiko. Due to the disparity in talent, as Nagato and Konan, even Sasori outshone him, Akatsuchi recognized Yahiko's prowess in physical arts, having already opened 4 of the 8 gates captured in Konoha, alongside his sage art seals. However, what left the deepest impression on everyone was his relentless determination on the training grounds, repeatedly collapsing and rising, always accompanied by a girl healing him, a boy silently observing, and occasionally, Sasori's presence. Akatsuchi's gaze shifted to Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, his expression somewhat complex. Nagato, you are the most perceptive among them. You care for every companion, and each of your actions protects those around you. You possess potential beyond what others can fathom, emerging from suffering with the hope of safeguarding the masses. You are the embodiment of the stone as consciousness. I bestow upon you the title of Guardian. May you embody the ninja way of protection for all whom you wish to guard. Konan, your ability to develop your own ninjutsu and form your unique combat style truly astounds me. Cherishing every individual, many have witnessed you selflessly treating patients in the ninja hospital. You are the embodiment of the stone as consciousness of dedication and unity. I bestow upon you the title of White-Winged Angel, or Origami Master, for indeed, everyone adores the origami you create for each patient. Haha, White-Winged Angel. Origami Master, Lady Konan. Many in Awagakure have seen this child heal others, and whenever someone expresses gratitude, she reveals the most beautiful smile in the world. She always says thank you to everyone in Awagakure for helping them escape their suffering, treating every visitor kindly without discrimination. Yet none have realized that they have long regarded her as family. Finally, Akatsuchi's gaze fell upon the somewhat dazed Karabi, supported by his companions. Kumogakure-s Karabi, I have glimpsed your heart through this competition, and I believe you will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse within the ninja world. Pursue your path and discover the meaning of your existence. Your performance in the Chunin exam has led me to bestow upon you the title of Killer Bee. The ninja world is not solely about slaughter. May this title inspire you to achieve enlightenment one day. Karabi shook his head, grinned, and made a peculiar gesture, exclaiming, Yo, Killer Bee, that's my name. Fool. Jerk. Thanks, Fourth Lord. His whimsical reaction lightened the solemn atmosphere, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter and applause. Although this title carried a cautionary note, it also signified Kurabi's recognition, being one of the 5 esteemed titles. In Kumobikure, it bore no negative connotation. Rather, it was viewed as a symbol of strength. Killer B. Kurabi. The audience from Kumobikure erupted in proud cheers. There was another individual, whose prowess may have paled in comparison to the others, yet his wisdom left everyone in awe. Narashikaku, you are a true strategist. In this exam, you showcased brilliant counterattacks through your intellect. We look forward to your future. Jiraiya stood in the Konoha viewing area. The previously carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by profound shock and contemplation. He observed the 5 individuals who had captured the audience's attention, affirming that they would undoubtedly possess Hokage-level strength in the future. Witnessing Akatsuchi's godlike bestowal of titles, followed by the cheers of Iwagakure's citizens, he thought, a title bestowed by a saint? Teacher, the ninja world has changed. Konoha may never catch up. So, is the child of prophecy merely an individual? Does fate rest solely on one person's shoulders? Why does what I see in Iwagakure feel like the collective effort of countless individuals? As Jiraiya pondered his next steps, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, seeking evaluations. And do any of you have good title suggestions? This book is about to reach 200,000 words, and I need to prepare 5 titles. Currently, the author has these: Naruto, clearly abundant in martial virtue, yet choosing cultural victory. I am a saint in Naruto. I am establishing the 5 constants in Naruto, and I will give red envelopes to those selected. Chapter 77, Cultural Victory. Far away in Kumogakure, the third Raikage, A, wore a face as dark as a pot's bottom, his fists cracking ominously, and lightning chakra crackling around him. Watching his village's talent, Kurabi, foolishly accept the title bestowed by Akatsuchi, happily gesturing, he felt a surge of frustration welling in his chest. Damn it, that fool Kurabi. And Akatsuchi. Bestowing a title upon Kurabi may seem like recognition and honor, but it is also a part of the humiliation, much like how the Sannin viewed Jiraiya and others. The title of Killer B is fundamentally different from the others. While everyone may feel empowered by the title granted by the demigod, when the Sannin rise to power, that will become the source of shame. The genius of Kumogakure must be defined by the saint of Iwagakure, despite their similar ages. Lord Raikage, think of it another way. Kumogakure is the only village besides Iwagakure that bestows titles, which indicates Kumogakure's strength as well. Yes, my lord, calm down. Akatsuchi's reputation is soaring. And even if he were to pass away young, he would still undoubtedly be a figure of the caliber of Senju Hashirama, which is a good thing for Kurabi. Sasori of the Red Sand. Lord Yahiko, Crimson Kite. The guardian of the Rinnegan, Lord Nagato. The Origami Master, the White-Winged Angel, Conan. Before the Chunin exams, the Iwagakure company had already evaluated popular figures and, with their consent, produced peripheral models. The most bustling booth was teeming with people, selling a variety of puppetry models themed around Scorpion. From Q-version dolls of the little Scorpion to intricately jointed, exquisitely painted mechanized puppets that could simulate chakra threads through built-in fine strings, everything was available. The Q-version dolls of Yahiko and Nagato, hand bandages, and models in various poses were present, while Conan's offerings included an array of meticulously crafted models, notably larger than those of others. An urgent batch of large posters had been created for the event. A massive wall adorned with posters was crowded with onlookers, showcasing the 4 in dynamic battle poses. With their freshly minted and resounding titles printed below: Puppet Master Scorpion, Red Kite Yahiko, Guardian of the Rinnegan Nagato, and Origami Master Conan. Compared to the ninjutsu clashes that had grown tiresome over the previous days, Scorpion, Conan, and Nagato, who exhibited a distinct style, were evidently more favored, with Scorpion and Conan's appearances making them particularly adored by the nobles and wealthy ladies of various nations. The accompanying products of the 4 little ones skyrocketed in price, further enriching Scorpion while simultaneously making the affluent even more extravagant. Since the inception of Conan's paper jutsu, under the guidance of the Iwagakure Engineering Department and her dedicated study of scientific culture, this technique has developed a remarkable resistance to water, oil, and fire, achieving immunity to such elemental attacks under sage seals. Now, Conan could utilize this ninjutsu to produce medical scrolls and explosive tags, earning dividends from her shares in the Iwagakure company, making her the second wealthiest after the Prince of Sunagakure, who held numerous patents. In the early stages, Nagato and Yahiko earned no extra income, relying solely on mission earnings while constantly thinking of gifts for Aunt Haruno, often depending on Conan's support. As the exams concluded, countless ninjas, nobles, and merchants from various countries flooded into Awagakure, but did not leave immediately. Instead, they lingered in this legendary city of miracles, their hearts filled with complex emotions. This city, regarded as a dreamlike wonder, seemed almost futuristic given the extraordinary level of development within the ninja world. Jiraiya and Minato immediately delved into various bookstores within Awagakure, even exploring the largest library in the center. This was not a conventional bookstore, but a colossal establishment that combined a library, bookstore, and intellectual exchange center. An abundance of books was categorized by genre, language, and popularity, arranged like exquisite art pieces. A massive electronic screen displayed recommendations for new books and trending lists, with thousands gathered in silence to study. "It's hard to believe," Jiraiya murmured, weaving through towering shelves. At the forefront, the most borrowed titles included The Will of the Rock, From Ninja Village to Community, Introduction to Chakra Economics, The Cornerstone of Peace, On the Symbiotic System of the Five Great Nations, and Natural Energy and Social Development, all authored by the inimitable Akatsuki. He casually pulled out The Will of the Rock, opening to the front page, which bore a portrait of Akatsuki alongside a profound quote. "The meaning of power lies in illuminating the path for the masses, not in casting shadows. It is in liberating one's thoughts, not in imprisoning one's soul." Beside him, Minato was captivated by technical texts and popular science books such as Principles of Chakra Civilian Use, Basic Engineering, Earth Release Practices, and a Awagakure Primary Education Textbook, Political Thought Edition. "Jiraiya-sensei, look at this," he pointed to a children's science picture book titled Chakra, Our Friend, which introduced how to extract chakra in simple language and illustrations. "Is Awagakure not concerned about potential unrest from allowing such books to circulate?" Jiraiya replied with a heavy gaze. He had little concern. Besides, with such education, Awagakure was continuously advancing, boasting a ninja force that could rival the ninja world, and all ninjas would be his students. He wandered into a section labeled History and Philosophy of the Ninja World, discovering that the proud will of fire literature from Konohagakure was relegated to an inconspicuous corner, overshadowed by the will of wind from Sunagakure and the martial spirit from Kumogakure. Dominating the core area was Akatsuki's On the Historical Inevitability and Universal Value of the Stone's Consciousness, along with a series of works interpreting his philosophy. Various thinkers from across the ninja world were continuously annotating and expounding on new developmental ideas. In the children's section, he noticed Awagakure's propaganda department had produced spirited manga such as Wukong's Journey to the West and the Kung Fu Panda series, promoting harmony between children and the spirit beasts of the ninja world. "Is this what she refers to as a cultural victory?" Jiraiya said softly to Minato, his tone unusually grave. Even if Iwagakure alone pursued Akatsuki's envisioned new order for the ninja world, it would be insurmountable for the four great nations to resist. As he spoke, he picked up another of Akatsuki's works, Revelations in the Mist. Flipping through a few pages, he encountered segments rich with metaphor and philosophical contemplation, discussing how the happiness found within Genjutsu is not true peace. Rather, peace must possess a forward direction, requiring a clear understanding of thought. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, sensing that this book, while ostensibly guiding those lost in the ninja world, concealed deeper meanings beyond his comprehension. Chapter 78. The Awagakure Supreme Council was the inability to perceive due to the increasing number of those participating in fate, as the great Toad Sage suggested. "Surely, I could find answers here beyond just Nagato. There must be matters unknown to me." Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi strolled along Iwagakure's commercial street. The sidewalks were lined with shops selling various mechanical furniture, fashionable attire adorned with Q-version images of Scorpion and Conan, beautifully packaged Iwagakure specialty foods, and a plethora of cultural and creative products. Choza was drawn to a fragrant rock-roasted meat shop with a massive sign, where a long queue had formed. "It smells delicious," he remarked, unable to resist moving closer, discovering that the menu featured not only traditional Awagakure specialties, but also grilled meats from across the ninja world. Shikaku's gaze swept over a giant electronic billboard, showcasing Awagakure's latest infrastructure achievements and promotional videos for universal education. He observed students in unified attire, full of vitality, Entering the Ninja Academy, while ordinary villagers discussed the newly opened production lines, the fourth Hokage's office, and proposals for the next Ninja World Conference. Holding a freshly purchased Iwagakure daily, he noted the headline photo of Akatsuki being granted titles alongside an editorial piece titled The Rise of a New Star and the Horn of a New Era. While the supplemental section overflowed with reports on chakra technology advancements, agricultural improvements, and cultural and artistic activities. Shikaku, do you have any thoughts on these? Inoichi inquired. The entire strategy of the Land of Earth and the topics discussed among the people were all centered around Akatsuki's plans. The entire Land of Earth, even all who aspired to lead good lives, considered Akatsuki the true sovereign of the Land of Earth. The daimyo had become little more than a mascot. Even less significant than that, merely awaiting the appropriate moment for reckoning. Even adversaries had to concede that he was the future of the ninja world. Although Inoki appeared to have no intention of abdicating, he seemed to be planning for the fourth Hokage to assume the throne upon reaching adulthood, likely at the age of 16 next year. That would surely herald another monumental event sweeping through the ninja world. Discussions currently revolve predominantly around the Land of Earth, leaving one to wonder what the future of the ninja world would resemble. The contemporary consciousness of the stone, or rather, Akatsuki's consciousness, had long become the shared understanding of all enlightened individuals within the entire ninja world. In the present day, the esteemed sage Shikan has effectively supplanted the elusive dame as a symbol of spirit and practical leadership. The formidable Inoki has long since entrusted his authority to Shikan. Even though this sage has yet to ascend to the position of the fourth Tsuchikage, what difference does it make? It is likely that those unfamiliar with the ninja world have already assumed that Inoki has abdicated his position. Such a scenario would be inconceivable in other ninja villages, and one wonders what the elderly sage truly thinks. Beside them, Dingzu could not help but interject after hearing this analysis. Riku gazed up at the towering skyscrapers surrounding him. Here lies the essence of true wisdom. His concerns are not confined to the transient gains or losses of the battlefield. Even if defeat awaits in the future, the masses will undoubtedly await his resurgence. In his presence, my aspirations feel woefully inadequate, failing to grasp the prospect of victory. Riku, do not be overly pessimistic. After all, he cannot perpetually emerge victorious, can he? What if? Hearing the comforting words of his friend, Riku felt somewhat resigned. Dingzu, if the Land of Fire were to encounter such a figure, or if the esteemed Hashirama had been bested by Uchiha Madara, whom would you choose to follow? Without a doubt, I would choose Hashirama. No need for further deliberation. I understand, Riku. He turned his gaze toward the distant Iwagakure office building, a structure that appeared somewhat diminutive and out of place amidst the contemporary landscape of Iwagakure. We are witnessing an era, and we have all become participants in his experiment for peace. Being born in the Land of Fire 40 years ago was indeed the best choice. Yet the times have changed. Simultaneously, an unknown artist was capturing all of this with his brush. Within the bookstore, Chichuan's works were being perused and purchased by individuals from various nations and speaking different languages. On the streets, clothing emblazoned with the image of the Iwagakure hero had become a trend. The broadcasts from Iwagakure were disseminating his philosophies throughout the corners of the ninja world. Iwagakure, a miraculous city forged by the synergy of chakra technology and the consciousness of Earth, was showcasing its inclusivity, openness, and strength to all visitors. In the office of the fourth Tsuchikage, Shikan sat at his desk, gazing out at the newly planned industrial district. Lord Shikan, the meeting is about to commence. His secretary reminded him promptly. Shikan turned around and remarked, "Let us proceed. It is time to discuss the next 5-year plan." In the spacious conference room, the core leadership of Iwagakure had gathered. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat in a meditative pose at the head of the table. Shikan took his place beside him, flanked by the chief of staff, Sho, along with other prominent figures such as Ko, Old Purple, Han, and the head of the research team, Moku, as well as the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Cultural Promotion, among others, alongside representatives from Iwagakure and delegations from the Land of Earth. The stalwart figures of Katsuchi and Hiryu were also seated at the rear, representing the backbone of the leadership. Let us commence. First, I shall introduce the previous 5-year plan. Shikan began. Industrial engines, at full throttle. Moku stood up first. Lord Shikan, everyone. The expansion of the Panshir Industrial Park Phase 3 has been completed ahead of schedule, surpassing all targets with industrial output doubling year after year. Shikan nodded in acknowledgement. Next, the Minister of Agriculture reported. The agricultural team within the research department has discovered a nutrient solution that allows for the massive reproduction of crops. The agricultural output can now be distributed to other regions of the ninja world as part of the next 5-year plan. Listening to this report, Shikun could not help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of White Zetsu, who had informed them of the limitless reproductive potential after conferring special honorary titles to several elite shinobi. The current nutrient solution derived from the spores of these beings was indeed remarkable. As per your instructions, the site selection and design for the National Model Worker and Heroic Memorial have been completed. The construction of hero memorials and commemorative squares across the nation is underway, which will also serve as cultural and leisure spaces. Lord Shikun, in accordance with your previous directives, we have begun printing slogans and cultural propaganda materials. Not only in the Land of Earth, but all goods passing through Iwagakure will bear similar slogans. The objective of the third 5-year plan is to gradually integrate previous initiatives and establish a more systematic approach. First, we shall restructure the core framework. The current 4th Tsuchikage office and its affiliated institutions will be formally elevated to the highest governance committee of the Land of Earth, with myself as the committee chair. All departments previously within Iwagakure will be officially upgraded to organizations under this committee. The Intelligence Division will oversee both foreign and domestic affairs. Local committees appointed by the committee will be established wherever the influence of the Land of Earth extends. Chapter 79. The Era of the Sage. In addition to the Central Committee overseeing all matters, there will also be a committee responsible for national security, to which only shadow-level shinobi may belong. The current nominations include the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Old Purple, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki Han, and myself. Following the impending national reforms, Hanzo will also join, and from now on, all shadow-level shinobi will be subject to the arrangements of the National Security Committee. Unbeknownst to many, the Land of Earth has already produced 5 shadow-level shinobi. As the new generation rises, this number will inevitably increase. Nagato and his companions account for 4. And with the enhancements from Sage Techniques, Katsuchi and Hiryu could potentially join their ranks as well. When considering it this way, the entire ninja world might not have as many shadow-level shinobi as we do. The representatives present could not help but chuckle, recognizing the remarkable progress Iwagakure had made in recent years. Furthermore, the sealing of Sage Techniques could rejuvenate those shinobi who had begun to decline. Alright, the next central issue is to establish a comprehensive transportation system that spans the Land of Earth within these 5 years. Even in the event of turmoil within the ninja world, our homeland will remain unaffected, alleviating concerns over potential destruction. We must also enhance aerial construction, develop aerial routes. Can the chakra technology accomplish this task now? A member of the research team stood up promptly. Yes, my lord. The current chakra energy is now entirely stable. Utilizing White Zetsu spores and sealing techniques in conjunction with natural energy, we can continuously store chakra. A single chakra stone can keep an airship operational for 5 days, costing only a tenth of direct electricity generation. Aside from civil airways, we must also continue to strengthen our aerial combat forces. You must ensure that within 5 years, you develop a modernized aerial combat unit. Understood. We must create an industrial chain and plan the construction of 5 new national-level industrial parks and transportation hubs in resource-rich areas, focusing on chakra machinery manufacturing, precision instruments, puppet industries, biotechnology, new materials, and cultural and creative industries. These 5 industrial chain centers must not only be concentrated near Iwagakure, but also extend their influence throughout the Land of Earth. Iwagakure has already undergone 3 expansions, yet other regions of the Land of Earth must also develop. In addition to these 5 industrial chain centers, we shall establish 13 urban centers, where future local committee headquarters will be located, allowing citizens to avoid lengthy commutes. As he spoke, Shikun gazed out at the now verdant village. The development of the nation must ultimately serve its people. In recent years, due to the use of chakra technology, pollution has been minimal. Yet the Land of Earth itself is a desert environment, necessitating continuous improvement in cultivation rates. Understood. Compulsory education must continue to advance. Since food security is assured, we will push forward comprehensively, aiming for 100. We must also continue to enhance advanced studies for those without combat talent but possessing other special abilities. We will offer further training, Graduates can be awarded the titles of Research Chunin or Engineering Chunin. And those with exceptional talents in research can be granted the title of Special Jonin within the research team. We will also establish an engineering academy and an academy of sciences specifically to nurture such talent. Those who make epic-making contributions will be awarded the title of Elite Jonin. As long as it benefits national development, we must not focus solely on combat talent. The entire meeting was directed by Shi Kan, who set the overarching vision, while the representatives continually refined the details, culminating in a comprehensive plan capable of covering millions of citizens. That concludes the framework goals for the next 5-year plan. Each department and bureau must develop detailed implementation plans, budgets, and timelines within a week for submission to the committee for review. At this moment, Inoki opened his eyes and coughed. As he met the gazes of those around him, he reflected on his long tenure as the Hokage of Iwagakure. However, he felt he could no longer keep pace with the evolving times. For years, he had been awaiting an opportunity, an occasion to naturally pass on the mantle of leadership. It was not that he clung to power, after all. It was virtually unheard of in the shinobi world for a Kage to relinquish their position while their predecessor was still alive. Thus, he waited, believing that once a suitable age was reached, 16 years, marking adulthood, it would present a perfect opportunity. He paused, allowing his gaze to rest decisively upon Akatsuki, his expression transforming into one of solemn responsibility. Yet, he believed that the reform within Iwagakure was indeed a splendid opportunity. Esteemed colleagues, I, Inoki of the Two-Tone Scales, in the name of the 3rd Tsuchikage, hereby declare that the position of the 4th Tsuchikage of Iwagakure can no longer be postponed. Akatsuki, my disciple, the embodiment of dust-like glass, and a sage of the shinobi world, has long proven himself to be the singular choice to lead Iwagakure, the land of earth, and indeed, the shinobi realm into the future. Henceforth, I formally resign from the position of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Akatsuki shall immediately ascend to become the 4th Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. The assembly was taken aback by his proclamation. These individuals represented the elite of the land of earth and the entire shinobi world, many of whom had grown up hearing tales of Inoki's exploits. The coexistence of two Kage in Iwagakure had now reached a definitive conclusion. In the next moment, it was as though a long-suppressed volcano erupted. Applause erupted as the crowd bore witness to this momentous transition in the shinobi world. Inoki, the stubborn elder, had established a system of succession, promptly passing the torch upon identifying a worthy successor. Even when he could have retained the title of the inaugural chairman of a future council that would undoubtedly astonish the shinobi realm. Long live the 4th Tsuchikage. Long live the 3rd Tsuchikage. Standing at the center of the jubilant crowd, Akatsuki regarded his mentor with a complex expression. It was evident that Inoki had contemplated this decision many times over the years without ever disclosing it to him. The bond formed over the years had forged a familial connection, and it was clear that Inoki had intended to bestow upon him the title of the inaugural chairman of the Central Council. This would ensure that Inoki's name would be remembered throughout history as a pioneering Tsuchikage, embodying the ideals of unity, strength, stubbornness, and perseverance. Inoki observed Akatsuki's stillness with a sense of pride. My boy, this is the final lesson I impart to you as Tsuchikage. I understand your desire to elevate my name, but I cherish your presence here. You have become like a son to me. In the face of the crowd's fervent gazes, he steadied himself, inhaling deeply, and accepted the Tsuchikage hat from Inoki, an emblem of supreme authority and heavy responsibility. From this moment forth, Iwagakure, the entire land of earth, its allied nations, and the broader shinobi world officially entered a new era under the stewardship of the sage Akatsuki. This epoch would later be known as the Age of the Sages. Chapter 80. Friends of the Eight-Tailed Beasts. Once the meeting concluded, Akatsuki found himself in the office with Old Purple and Han, who had evidently been waiting for him. Accompanying them were the Four Tails, Son Goku, and the Five Tails, Mu Wang, now resembling large dogs playfully wagging their tails at one another. Mu Wang was even sporting an open copy of Journey to the West. Hey, Akatsuki, are you done? Old Purple asked, sitting cross-legged on the floor and taking a hearty swig of alcohol. Han, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, nodded respectfully at Akatsuki, 4th Tsuchikage. Son Goku scampered over to Akatsuki, pawing at his pant leg. Hey, Akatsuki, when will that terrifying new roller coaster be built? I promised Shikaku I'd detail him all about it. Mu Wang's clear eyes turned toward Akatsuki. Thank you, Akatsuki. You exceed even the descriptions of the Sage of Six Paths. We always thought we would only meet another sage. Yet you have changed everyone's perception of us. Humans and tailed beasts can coexist under the same sky. He gestured towards the comic book. And these comics, Kira and Shikaku adore them, but they feel left out. They want you to include them next time. Akatsuki knelt down, affectionately stroking the heads of the two small tailed beasts. All right, I understand. I'll rewrite the book next time and include you both. I owe Shikaku an apology for not meeting him during my first visit to Sunigakure. He has found someone wonderful, but unfortunately, that place is not a Wagakure, and that person remains imprisoned. Hey, that guy is so proud. Even though he has acknowledged it, he still refuses to lower himself. Over the years, Akatsuki had entered the awareness of all tailed beasts, except for the nine tails. The shared consciousness space of the tailed beasts had continuously recounted their experiences. While all the tailed beasts languished under the burden of being sealed, the four tails and five tails claimed they had found the Sage of Six Paths. Thanks to Akatsuki's efforts, they were now able to live freely alongside the villagers of Awagakure. Their unique abilities endeared them to the populace, who even published books and comics about them. That individual had also issued them identification from the land of Earth, allowing them to enjoy countless joys each day. Over a decade, Akatsuki's persistent efforts had transformed the land of Earth's perception of tailed beasts, convincing them that the Sage of Six Paths had indeed arrived and even surpassed expectations. Unfortunately, the Nine Tails had yet to receive this news, leaving Shikaku elated, harboring the belief that he would soon gain freedom before the Nine Tails. Old Purple Han, I apologize for the hardships you've endured over the years. The previous policies of the village confined you near a Wagakure, stripping you of your freedom. That will no longer be the case under my leadership. You, along with Son Goku and Mu Wang, are indispensable companions and family to a Wagakure. You may venture out freely, but for safety, it's wise to carry a tracking device from the research team, so the village can provide assistance in case of danger. Old Purple snorted, but clearly felt pleased. Humph, enough with the sentimental talk. It's you who has shown us that tailed beasts are also lives. Were they called evil because of human selfishness? I will get along well with Goku and the others. He patted Han on the back. Right, my reticent friend? Han, rarely smiling, nodded in agreement. Yes, we will get along well. He has now become our family. As he spoke, he pulled out the identification issued by a Wagakure, with Han's name leading the way, followed closely by Mu Wang, proving their familial bond. Simultaneously, in the bustling commercial district, all screens and speakers in the square activated, capturing the attention of the populace. Voice of a Wagakure broadcast. Announcement from the representative conference of the Land of Earth, to all citizens of the Land of Earth, and to those present in a Wagakure across the Land of Earth, and indeed in every corner of the shinobi world who are paying attention to this matter. Following the vote conducted by the representative conference of the Land of Earth, led by the 4th Tsuchikage's office, we are pleased to announce the formal initiation of the second 5-year development plan for the Land of Earth. We solemnly declare the comprehensive advancement of chakra energy for civilian use, ensuring nationwide coverage of chakra reactors in all major towns. Advancing the second phase of the 8 vertical and 8 horizontal railway network and initiating the construction of a public airship transportation system will efficiently connect the territories of the Land of Earth. A comprehensive promotion of agricultural productivity and the green development projects of the Land of Earth is underway. We are fully committed to enhancing the compulsory education system within the Land of Earth, establishing a mechanism for the advancement of shinobi schools, and developing training programs for Chunin and Jonin. The Rock Hidden Village will also establish the Rock Hidden Technological Breakthrough Award to encourage innovations in fields such as chakra machinery, biomedical technology, and environmental management, alongside the founding of the Rock Hidden Academy and Engineering Institute, which will recruit research-oriented Chunin and Jonin. The citizens in the streets cannot help but cheer joyfully. Each 5-year plan has ushered transformative changes for the Land of Earth. Simultaneously, acknowledging the pivotal role of the Rock Hidden Village in maintaining peace within the shinobi world and promoting mutual development. And with the long-term vision and trust of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, the Tsuchikage's office and the General Assembly have unanimously resolved that, effective immediately, Akatsuki will officially succeed as the 4th Tsuchikage of the Rock Hidden Village. This marks the first instance in the shinobi world where a shadow of one of the 5 great nations has passed down the title while still alive. Let us applaud the selflessness of Anoki. We extend a sincere invitation to the feudal lords and village leaders from all nations in the Shinobi world to attend the ceremony of succession for the fourth Tsuchikage. Additionally, we invite all allied nations of the Land of Earth to gather for important discussions. Boom. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. The entire rock-hidden village seemed to ignite instantaneously. On the streets, rooftops, and by windows, countless individuals waved their arms and shouted with excitement. What? I always thought Lord Akatsuchi had already assumed the position. What? The fourth Tsuchikage was merely acting as a placeholder. It was Inoki who relinquished control entirely. After all, there has never been a shadow who passed down the title while still living. The first Hokage only did so after his death. A young shinobi beside them could not help but enlighten those around him. I knew Lord Inoki was stronger than the thirds of other nations. The Land of Earth is the best. Long live the fourth Tsuchikage. Long live Lord Akatsuchi. Long live the Tsuchikage. Within the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki looked out at the bustling village, his nose twitching slightly, yet his eyes were filled with satisfaction. You little rascal, you have finally reached this milestone. The Land of Earth is now entrusted to you. Father, Akatsuchi is still preparing his succession speech, you know. Unruly child. Old man is not foolish. Then why are you mumbling? Dad, don't use my name. I am your biological son. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your son, you must know that running an office incurs expenses. You are not my father. Chapter 81. The Supreme Executive Committee, a figure of Akatsuchi, appeared on the large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Akatsuchi, the newly appointed fourth Tsuchikage. In order to allow the entire Land of Earth and the shinobi world to witness the dawn of a new era, I have chosen to deliver my inaugural address via this broadcast. Over the past decade, the Land of Earth has made every effort to uphold peace within the shinobi world. However, the pursuit of peace and development cannot be achieved by a single village or nation alone. The Land of Earth has long been intertwined with neighboring nations and shinobi villages through shared struggles and sacrifices, bound by a common fate. We have fought side by side against formidable foes, rebuilt our homes together, opened trade routes in unison, and selflessly shared knowledge. This bond, forged in the fires of war and reconstruction, transcends mere treaties. It runs deep within our bones, for we are family. Akatsuchi paused, raising his voice. Thus, in response to the tide of the times and the expectations of the people, I, Akatsuchi, in the name of the fourth Tsuchikage, hereby declare, the Land of Earth shall form an alliance with all like-minded allies whose fates are intertwined, including but not limited to the Rain Country's Rain-Hidden Village, the Snow Country, the Bear Country, and 12 other nations, as well as all countries and shinobi villages that embrace the principle of stone and yearn for peace and prosperity. We shall officially establish a new alliance in the Land of Earth. We will jointly form the governing alliance of the Land of Earth. The organization of the rock-hidden village will be restructured, establishing the highest governing body, the Supreme Council of the Land of Earth, which will oversee all national affairs and resources. The alliance will create a territorial committee, subordinate to the Supreme Council, to manage all military matters within the Land of Earth. Following the unanimous vote of the representatives and the telephonic conference with representatives from various nations, I will assume the roles of fourth Tsuchikage and the highest executive member of the Supreme Council effective immediately. With the mountains and rivers as our canvas and chakra as our ink, let us jointly compose an unprecedented new era for the shinobi world. As the broadcast concluded, the citizens of the Land of Earth erupted into even greater jubilation. The citizens of the 14 nations mentioned also began to cheer in response to the broadcast set up in the village square. The entire rock-hidden village was engulfed in a euphoric celebration. People embraced each other, overwhelmed with emotion, chanting the name of Akatsuchi and the slogans of the Land of Earth. 10 years ago, the rock-hidden village had already begun promoting the concept of unity with neighboring countries dating back to the Warring States period. The Land of Earth shares similar living habits with these nations, reclaiming its ancestral lands. Meanwhile, Hanzo, the demigod, stood by the window, observing the fervent villagers of the rain-hidden village below. It seemed he had made the right choice. He closed his eyes and waved to his confidants behind him. Prepare to depart for the Land of Earth. Signing requires a complete process. Jiraiya, Minato, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans stood by the hotel window, gazing at the streets below, which were engulfed in a fervor of faith. The playful demeanor on Jiraiya's face had vanished. replaced by profound shock and an overwhelming sense of witnessing the wheels of history turn. Did they succumb so quickly? Just after the Chunin exams, and they are already expanding. Teacher, will the Hokage come? There's no escaping this. Such a massive expansion cannot go unnoticed. Dings rubbed his head, contemplating if the cloud-hidden village would inevitably launch a war, questioning whether it would allow them to establish themselves smoothly. Great nations won't act immediately. The land of Earth only occupies territories around it, at most encroaching on some of the Wind Country's influence. The current rock-hidden village is undeniably the strongest nation. Akatsuchi remains a proponent of peace. They will not initiate war at this juncture. At least they will take this opportunity to observe the current situation of the land of Earth. Riku explained to the other Konoha ninjas accompanying him. The deafening roar of cheers seemed capable of overturning the very dome of the rock-hidden village, with the streets transforming into a boiling ocean. Streamers, paper flowers, and flags emblazoned with "Long live the fourth Tsuchikage" and "A new era" were wildly waved, coalescing into a vibrant river of colors. Hey, Scorpion, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, did you see? I told you Akatsuchi would succeed. The fourth Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi's childhood dream, was to become the Tsuchikage. I was the first to support him back then. Hiryu, exuberant like a firecracker, stood out with his fiery red hair in the crowd, enthusiastically patting Yahiko's shoulder, then attempting to ruffle Scorpion's hair, only to have the latter deftly evade. Scorpion frowned slightly at Hiryu's antics, yet as he gazed at Akatsuchi's composed figure on the massive screen in the square, a flicker of pride ignited in his eyes, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. It's only natural for a teacher to succeed. However, it is indeed worth celebrating. He carefully tucked a newly purchased limited edition model of the Rock Guardian into his equipment pouch, intending to place it on his teacher's desk later. Konan continuously formed pristine origami cranes in her hands, releasing them into the air to enhance the atmosphere. Yahiko vigorously waved his fist, exclaiming, "This is youth. It's fantastic. Shouldn't we celebrate properly? Let us go. We must celebrate today. I'll treat you all. I know the best barbecue place." Hiryu exuberantly waved his hand, pulling Yahiko to push through the crowd. However, reality proved less accommodating than their aspirations, as they soon found the main roads leading to the commercial district completely blocked by the throngs of people. Every restaurant, izakaya, and dessert shop adorned with banners celebrating the ascension of the fourth Hokage has formed long queues, with estimates suggesting waits of 5 to 6 hours. Is this for real? Fei Lu stood on tiptoe, peering at the serpentine line outside the barbecue restaurant, which seemed endless. His expression fell instantly. Would they have to wait until tomorrow morning? Scorpion, with an impassive demeanor, pointed to a nearby ramen shop that was equally packed. That ramen shop seems to have a shorter line. Shorter? Yahiko craned his neck for a better view. It was only about 100 meters shorter. TSK, a bunch of uncultured folks, only knowing how to crowd around food. Scorpion crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face, but his stomach audibly protested at the most inconvenient moment, turning his cheeks a shade of crimson. Nagato silently turned away, pretending not to hear. Oh well, Konan said with an understanding smile. Everyone was happy, and that was a good thing. Why don't we buy some ingredients and celebrate at home? It would be more comfortable, and Brother Chuchin will definitely return to celebrate today. Why is that? Usually, Brother Chuchin doesn't come home for days during such times. It is said that Brother Huang too was injured, and Lord Ohaiki is heartbroken, wanting to handle affairs to ease his sorrow. I see, that's wonderful. Yahiko responded immediately, Nagato, and I will go buy meat and vegetables. I'll get drinks and desserts. Konan chimed in. Scorpion glanced at the bustling, congested street, then at his companions, ultimately yielding with a sigh. I'll go buy celebratory decorations. Fei Lu observed the clear division of labor among the group, ruffling his fiery red hair. Then I'll be responsible for finding Chuchin and see if there are any scalpers selling limited edition models for the celebration. Honestly, why does Scorpion get to snag what I cannot? Chapter 82. Nobility in stark contrast to the raucous festivities outside. The office of the Tsuchikage was enveloped in a serene stillness. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the vibrant, illuminated panorama of a Wagakure, resembling a city that never sleeps. While inside, only the rustle of documents broke the silence. Chuchun, now the officially appointed fourth Tsuchikage, was not seated in the chair that symbolized supreme authority. Instead, he leaned casually against the edge of a large desk, eyes half closed, one hand massaging his brow. The relentless days of intense meetings, decision-making, and various video conferences discussing alliances had left him profoundly weary. He now bore the weight of the entire ninja world on his shoulders, preparing to navigate the upcoming 5 Kage Summit at the United Nations. He had just granted the office staff, who had been working tirelessly for over a week, the day off to celebrate, leaving the Tsuchikage's office occupied solely by him. The office door swung open with a bang as Fei Lu burst in, carefully cradling a large, uniquely designed cake, adorned with cream and jam depicting the Iwagakure emblem and congratulatory messages for the 4th Hokage. Chuchin, my dear Tsuchikage, haha, look what I've brought you. Fei Lu's face radiated with a bright, unclouded smile as he bounded over to Chuchin. See, this is a special treat I obtained from my friend, the cake shop owner, knowing you've been exhausted these past few days. Can our Tsuchikage grace us with his presence for a meal at home? Chuchin opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Fei Lu's vibrant smile, felt a fraction of his fatigue dissipate, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Thank you, Fei Lu. It must be quite lively outside, as I can hear the festivities from here. Lively? It's absolutely insane. Fei Lu placed the cake on an empty corner of the desk, then circled around to massage Chuchin's shoulders. I can't believe how quickly time has passed. It's been over a decade since that attack, and you've accomplished your dreams. I still have a long way to go. Less flattery. You have a long way to go to catch up with me. Hee. How will I know unless I try? I will catch up to you and become a hero protecting the village. Chuchin chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and the company of a dear friend. The office was momentarily filled with the sound of Fei Lu's shoulder massages and the distant cheers from outside. After a while, Fei Lu seemed to recall something, his movements slowing as he leaned closer to Chuchin's ear. By the way, Chuchin, now that we're alone, tell me, what level has your sage technique reached? Sometimes, I feel like you're not even human anymore. At this, Chuchin lifted one hand, palm facing upwards. In an instant, the office seemed to be swept by an invisible force. On the windowsill, an ordinary fern that merely adorned the space began to unfurl its leaves at a visible pace, stretching and becoming a vibrant shade of green, with edges glowing faintly in a nearly imperceptible jade hue. The rocks in the office also began to exude an ancient aura, and the air filled with a palpable sense of natural energy. I now seek a new path, distinct from chakra, a journey of self-transcendence through natural energy. I'm unsure if this path can be traversed, so I haven't disclosed it yet. In truth, Chuchin had gradually developed this technique based on scriptures he had seen in his past life, coupled with his understanding of chakra and natural energy. It was a difficult path to ascend to sagehood, but with the nurturing of natural energy, he had ample time to experiment. Over the years, he had taken his first steps toward becoming a sage, already brushing against the realms of the 6 paths. Even the most basic sage state was at that level. He retracted his hand, the ferns on the windowsill ceasing their transformation, and the luster of the rocks subdued, yet the invigorated vitality that had briefly blossomed remained palpable. In this state, I can freely combine chakra and unleash various ninjutsu. Unfortunately, in combat, dust release proves more advantageous, and the other techniques can be effectively executed through the collective strength of the land of earth. My excessive interference could be counterproductive. Fei Lu gazed at Chuchin in a daze, momentarily forgetting his actions. He looked at Chuchin's calm profile, and then at the now more vibrant fern, opening his mouth, but ultimately managing only a simple, "Suga no." Although he still didn't fully comprehend, it didn't matter. After all, the more powerful Chuchin became, the better. Let us go home. Nagato and the others must be waiting anxiously. He straightened, adjusted his Tsuchikage cloak, and picked up the enormous cake celebrating the 4th Hokage. All right, let's head home. Just a moment. The Iwagakure office has prepared many limited edition models as gifts for everyone to celebrate, and I saved one for you. What? That is fantastic. I adore you. Get away. Must you speak such creepy words? The two exited the office side by side, leaving behind the brightly lit Tsuchikage building and the still boisterous celebrations outside as they made their way home. Aunt Haruka's small courtyard was now filled with warm merriment. The air was rich with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, the sweetness of vegetables, and the unique fragrance of specially crafted chakra beverages. A massive wheel of stone cake occupied the center of the table, the cream decorations sparkling under the light. Abayo had also arrived, munching on a bamboo shoot. Nagato helped Aunt Haruka set the table, while Conan assisted in the kitchen. Scorpion was busy serving the dishes, and Yahiko circled around the sizzling grill, preparing to barbecue. Cheers! To our fourth Hokage. Fei Lu raised his glass high, his voice resonant, and his face brimming with pure joy. Cheers! The others echoed with laughter. Chuchin sat at the head of the table, observing the warm scene before him. The weariness of recent days seemed to dissipate significantly in the face of such warmth. Sipping his drink gently, he wore a soft smile. As the group conversed, they began discussing Chuchin's plans. The internal affairs and strategic departments had already taken the lead in drafting proposals, and according to the process, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to coordinate the details, arrange venues, and invite diplomats from various nations. During this period, I cannot remain idle. The most pressing issue in the land of Earth is the aristocracy that has yet to be entirely eradicated. Aristocrats? What can they do now? It is precisely because they appear harmless that they must be eliminated. Otherwise, as the alliance is established, they will gradually integrate into the system, inevitably introducing undesirable elements. Therefore, I plan to meet the remaining nobles in the capital with my senior brother Huangtu. If they are willing to accept the committee's terms, they may live as commoners. If not, they can take their severance pay and relocate to another country. After all, these remaining nobles may not obstruct reform, but they are not devoid of past misdeeds. I am preparing to promulgate the latest laws of the land of Earth, and according to those, leaving them in peace would be a kindness. Chapter 83. The celebrations. As the celebrations in the courtyard draw to a close, the lingering aroma of barbecued meat and the sweetness of cake fills the air. A Bao has curled up in a corner, fast asleep. The others begin to clear the tableware. What are your plans for the time being? Are there any departments you aspire to join? If not, I can offer some suggestions. Scorpion slightly raised his chin. Teacher, I wish to join the research class. He glanced at Filiu. After all, those who only know how to throw punches will soon be left behind by the times. Hey, you little brat. Who are you talking about? Filiu immediately bristled. Chichen ignored their usual banter and looked at Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, what about you? I plan to continue following Brother Filiu on missions. The teacher is becoming increasingly busy. And you, Konan? I intend to advance my studies in the medical department, focusing on the medical ninjutsu system. Well, all of those choices are quite commendable. However, I have a task that I believe suits you well. Would you consider it? What could possibly be better than following me? There aren't many in the village who can match my strength. Filiu, your strength has already reached the level of a jonin. And with the addition of Sage Art Seals, I believe you could serve as a captain in the Umbu. Uncle Ducey intends to gradually step back under teacher Inoki's guidance. For now, you should learn from him and eventually take over Ducey's position. Filiu held his breath, his face flushed with excitement. The Umbu captain is responsible for protecting the Tsuchikage safety and handling matters that the village or the Tsuchikage does not wish to see. Could his dream be realized so swiftly? Filiu, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Umbu. Your primary task is to assemble a guard for the Tsuchikage, he announced, looking at Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. It will be the three of you. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were momentarily stunned, not expecting to be entrusted with such a task. I have recognized your strengths. Combined with the Sage Art Seals, you are well regarded in the ninja world. You must not only serve as guards, but also take on additional responsibilities. Konan will continue her studies in the medical department. Yahiko will join the political propaganda department, and Nagato will coordinate with the Tsuchikage's office. Scorpion will also advance in the research class. I have high expectations for you all. The Tsuchikage's guard must be more than mere protectors. You should also learn various skills. Filiu, your strength could already earn you renown in the ninja world. Do not worry. There simply haven't been many opportunities for recognition. Can you all accomplish this task? Yes. Yahiko was the first to shout, his face flushed with excitement. Excellent. Chichen nodded in satisfaction, finally turning to the nearly bouncing Filiu. Filiu, I consider this team to be a reserve for the land committee, so do not let it be that they can join the committee before you can. Filiu stood up straight, exclaiming, what a joke, Chichen. I am already studying lava release. In the future, I will carve out my own path of swordsmanship, becoming a stronger figure than Kakashi. Chichen gazed at the individuals before him, each possessing the potential to become a shadow, and under the influence of Sage Art Seals. They were not inferior to Sasuke or Naruto, without the power of the Sage of Six Paths. In the future, he aspired to establish the Akatsuki organization in Iwagakure, aptly named the Tsuchikage's Akatsuki Guard. You will need to coordinate with Ducey regarding specific matters. Enjoy the present tranquility, for soon you will be busy. And it is imperative to familiarize yourselves with your duties before the 5 Kage summit. Understood, teacher, Brother Chichen. The following morning, Chichen entered Inoki's residence. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the burly Huangtu grimacing on a specially designed stone bed, his waist and abdomen swathed in thick bandages, with several jars of ointment nearby. Father, your methods are too harsh. My back. Huangtu began to complain upon seeing Chichen, attempting to garner sympathy. Chichen feigned ignorance of Huangtu's words and walked directly towards Inoki, who was floating and rubbing his back. Interrupting now would only invite trouble. My apologies, Brother Huangtu. Teacher. Chichen nodded slightly. You've arrived? Inoki set aside his hands, his red nose twitching as he glanced at the still whining Huangtu. A mere bruise, and you wail like this. How embarrassing. When I faced Uchiha Madara, I did not react this way. Get out of here and stop being a nuisance. I have important matters to discuss with Chichen. Huangtu, feeling wronged, closed his mouth and, under the helpless gaze of Chichen and the disdain of his father, tremulously exited, closing the door behind him to block out the external noise. That little brat insisted on challenging me to a match yesterday, claiming I was getting old. As a result, his earth release was weak, and he buried himself halfway, suffering a bruise on his waist. He deserves it. Inoki explained briefly, then floated closer. Now, on to serious matters. You plan to deal with the aristocrats. I have already instructed Ducey to take action. The Kwangshan family and their associated factions are likely in a state of chaos. Chichen received a confidential report from Ducey. Indeed, as for those stubborn families, with irrefutable evidence attempting to conspire against us, the Umbu will assist them in recognizing reality. The final outcome will be confiscation of their assets and the exile of key members to labor in border mines. This is a necessary and decisive action, an example to others. As for the majority, as long as they are sensible, we can offer them a path to survival, allowing them to integrate into the new society. Inoki floated beside Chichen, examining the map, his murky old eyes gleaming with a keen understanding of worldly matters. Divide and conquer. Strike one while drawing in another. You are correct. However, these fence-sitters will ultimately pose a risk. It is easy to persuade them to relinquish power voluntarily, but we must ensure they cannot rise again. The propaganda department must expose all their sordid affairs, especially those dubious dealings with other countries from the past. Chichen nodded. Understood. He then looked at the map, focusing on the point symbolizing the old royal authority, situated in the heart of the land of Earth, the estate of the daimyo. The toughest challenge remains with this one. Inoki snorted disdainfully, his tone laced with unrestrained scorn. Humph. He should have been swept into the annals of history long ago. How do you intend to deal with him? Shall we bestow upon him a nominal title as an honorary committee member? That would be too lenient. I suggest we dispose of him. Chichen frowned slightly. My original intention was to handle this more decorously, as this daimyo has been somewhat cooperative. Let him integrate into the land of Earth, retain a portion of his wealth. And once the current daimyo passes, allow them to vacate the estate. Decently? Inoki scoffed, his skeletal fingers tapping the map's daimyo estate, his gaze turning icy and fierce, reminiscent of the battlefield terror he once instilled in enemies. Chichen, you are still too young. You must not show mercy at this juncture. His previous cooperation was solely due to our overwhelming strength. If we do not eliminate him now, he may be exploited by those with ulterior motives later. Chapter 84. Dealing with the daimyo, he floated before Chichen. Listen to me. Offer him two choices. The first is a dignified demise. We shall give him a grand burial, bestowing upon him the final honors, allowing the daimyo's descendants to voluntarily renounce all secular power and henceforth retreat from the world. Thus, the daimyo system shall come to an end. In the eyes of Inoki, a chilling light intensified. Should he remain obstinate, or if his equally ineffectual retainers attempted any underhanded tactics, they would be met with death. The Hidden Stone Village is a military institution. Previously, we lacked the authority to engage with finances, but now that we have control over them, I shall instruct the Umbu to carry out this task discreetly, leaving no trace of evidence. Akatsuchi furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a sigh, recognizing that his master's intentions were to utterly prevent any resurgence. Master, entrusting this to the Umbu poses no issue. In the ninja world, mere suspicion suffices. What we require is to cleanse the tainted nobility. declaring their crimes publicly for their contributions to be acknowledged. Inoki shot him a sharp glance, exclaiming, "What do you understand? This is about eradicating the root of the problem. It is a matter of eliminating future threats. Their very existence is an original sin. As for the future," he scoffed, "if they were to witness those individuals, they would only commend my actions." With a gnarled yet powerful hand, Inoki struck Akatsuchi's shoulder. "Reputation? Dignity? In the face of your monumental endeavors, they hold no value. I shall bear this infamy for you. All you need to do is nod. The rest will be handled thoroughly by the poison sting and the umbu." "Master, you are correct. The future of the land of Earth cannot accommodate such filth. However, simply killing them will only incite nostalgia among the populace. We must resort to labor reform, conducting public executions for the gravely guilty while allowing the lesser offenders to serve and reform. The daimyo should remain, and I will ensure their crimes are meticulously cataloged. I will collaborate with the research team, the umbu, and the propaganda department to document the transgressions of the nobility throughout the ninja world. This way, even if I am gone one day, no one will dare to restore these nobles." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. But should they reappear before me one day, do not blame me for my actions." With that, he did not linger, turning away, his form gradually ascending, heading straight for the door. Akatsuchi remained motionless, watching the retreating figure of his master, then glanced at the map where the daimyo's mark was about to be entirely erased, shaking his head gently. "Master, the people of the land of Earth trust me. But what of the future? Decades, or even centuries hence, there will always be those who question. They will worship the opulence of these nobles and forget their sins. The only solution is to reform them and document everything." 3 days later, a convoy departed from the Tsuchikage building, heading towards the daimyo's residence. A symbol of both bygone glory and present awkwardness in the heart of the land of Earth. Akatsuchi chose not to ride in the chakra airship emblematic of the 4th Hokage, but rather opted for the automobile convoy favored in the land of Earth. Accompanied by Horin, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan as guards, along with the liaison from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they arrived at the daimyo's residence, which remained grand, yet lacked the luxurious ambience of their first visit. Only a few heavily dressed, pallid-faced elders, feigning composure, awaited them. The air was thick with a deliberately crafted, yet fragile atmosphere of dignity. "We welcome you, Lord Tsuchikage. The daimyo has long awaited your arrival," the lead elder intoned, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor as he bowed deeply. Akatsuchi descended from the vehicle under Horin's protection, followed closely by Nagato and Yahiko, akin to silent sentinels. He offered a slight nod and a courteous smile, saying, "Pardon the intrusion." Under the elder's guidance, they traversed the intricately adorned corridors of the estate. Every servant they encountered bowed deeply, holding their breath as if even the act of breathing were a transgression. The opulence of the estate remained, with antique artwork and rare treasures in abundance, yet it felt diminished compared to their first visit. The entire residence permeated with a stench of decay. In the reception hall, several core nobles, led by the daimyo and the Duke of Obsidian, awaited, clad in the most formal traditional attire and adorned with ancient emblems of family honor. They endeavored to maintain their last vestiges of arrogance and dignity. However, their trembling fingers, evasive gazes, and beads of sweat betrayed their true sentiments. "Your presence, Lord Tsuchikage, is an immense honor," they proclaimed. "You flatter us, my lord," Akatsuchi replied, taking his seat at the head of the table, while the daimyo awkwardly occupied a lower position. Nagato and the others settled around Akatsuchi, an invisible pressure enveloping the assembly. The Duke of Obsidian engaged in idle conversation regarding the assistance provided to the reformation of the nobility in Awagakure, and inquired whether these nobles could also benefit from the expansion of the land of Earth, with the daimyo representing the land of Earth in name. As the Duke forced a smile to initiate pleasantries, Akatsuchi remained composed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair, responding only occasionally. Finally, as one noble attempted once more to emphasize their family's historical contributions to the land of Earth, Akatsuchi slowly raised his hand, halting the discourse. The hall fell into an immediate silence, all gazes fixed upon Akatsuchi. Even the daimyo, who had been a passive observer, leaned in to listen. "Your graces," he said, "let us consider this instead." He slightly inclined his head, prompting Horin to step forward and present several scrolls, which he handed to Akatsuchi. With a calm demeanor, Akatsuchi extracted a few documents, pushing one emblazoned with the Umbu crest toward the Duke of Obsidian on the low table. The vast majority of you sold information about a Wagakure during the Second Great Ninja War, engaged in usury, murder, and other vile acts for your own pleasure. Pray tell, how am I to forgive you? The faces of the once mighty nobles turned ashen, some tremblingly reaching for the document only to recoil as if stung. Ultimately, Akatsuchi picked up the thinnest document, titled Framework Proposal for the Disposal of Noble Lands and Privileges of the Land of Earth and Integration into the Citizen System of the Alliance. He presented it to the daimyo. From this day forth, there shall be no nobility in the land of Earth. I will preserve some of your wealth and provide you with a residence, but for those not included in this proposal, you may ponder how to maintain your dignity before the screen. As for the daimyo, you have obediently listened to a Wagakure for these years. Yet how do you not regard the common people as human? Fear not, I shall grant you special treatment from now on. You shall reside in a labor reform camp until you truly comprehend your wrongdoings. The daimyo longed to rise and roar at Akatsuchi, questioning why he should be treated this way, as if the lives of the commoners were worthless. But under the scrutiny of Nagato and the others, he could only emit a series of meaningless growls from his throat before slumping onto the luxurious cushion, realizing that the proposal condemned him to labor reform and confiscated his wealth. Among them, the northern family stood to gain the most by merely settling their previous debts. They would retain all their assets. Ha ha ha. Those who previously viewed him as a fool now recognized him as the greatest victor. The other nobles fell into a stony silence, some collapsing to the ground in despair, while others struggled to stifle their screams. Akatsuchi slowly rose, adjusting the collar of his cloak as if they had merely engaged in the most ordinary of conversations. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Let us maintain some semblance of dignity for the children in your families who know nothing. With that, he cast not another glance at the ashen-faced remnants of the old era, turning away and striding out of the despair-laden reception hall, flanked by the vigilant guards of Horin. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. After his departure, a throng of shadowy ninjas surged forth, encircling them and commencing their tasks as per the recommendations. Their residence had been besieged the moment Chi-Chun set foot inside. Departing from the desolate domain of the feudal lord, Chi-Chun's convoy turned toward the Duke's residence situated in a relatively serene corner of the capital. The ambience here was markedly different. The northern family was one of the 5 prominent clans of the Earth Country, entrusted for generations with the stewardship of the feudal lord's archives and the governance of the realm's documentation. Welcome, Lord Fourth Tsuchikage. I apologize for the lack of a proper reception. The Duke, a slender man with a square visage, stood to greet them. Chi-Chun inclined his head slightly, and, under the protection of his escort, entered the estate. The courtyard was meticulously maintained. Though understated, it exhibited a certain elegance. Guided by the servants, Chi-Chun and his entourage arrived at the main hall. The atmosphere was considerably more relaxed than the previous banquet, as this gathering was indeed an anomaly among the nobility. Father, have guests arrived? A small figure darted forth like a cannonball. It was a girl of about 5 or 6 years, clad in a practical light yellow coat and green trousers. Her long, lustrous black hair framed her face, and her large eyes were a pale gray. Devoid of focus, she was blind. Yet, she seemed to navigate straight toward her father. She was the Duke's only daughter, Taku Fu. A mixture of affection and concern crossed the Duke's face as he quickly approached her, speaking in a gentle tone. Taku Fu, what brings you here? Your father is in discussion with Lord Tsuchikage, he introduced, lightly grasping his daughter's small hand. Lord Tsuchikage? Taku Fu tilted her head. Is he the legendary sage? Chi-Chun, taken aback by the girl's innocence, found himself confronted by one of the most gifted individuals in Earth Release, far surpassing the potential of any other he had encountered. It was evident that the next generation of the Earth Country lacked formidable talents. Taku Fu, if there is no other sage, then you speak of me. The Duke was taken aback. Taku Fu, mind your manners. You must not be so impolite in the presence of others. Realizing her faux pas, Taku Fu stiffened her small face, stubbornly pressing her lips together. It is of no consequence, Your Grace. Chi-Chun gestured, kneeling slowly before Taku Fu. You are truly remarkable. Have you been learning about chakra? Lord Tsuchikage, my daughter is blind, and she cannot see. I have arranged for a ninja tutor, who has only taught her the basics of chakra extraction. But this is not merely the level of basic chakra. She is extraordinary, at least compared to Your Grace. Surely, my daughter is weak, helpless, and pitiable, merely a blind girl. Trust me, she will become the greatest Earth release master in history. Of course, she can also pursue other paths, but I wish for her to inherit another legacy of mine. What do you think, Your Grace? Taku Fu's vacant eyes widened slightly, her small face radiating disbelief. For the first time, she encountered someone who encouraged her, affirming her existence, and even willing to accept her as a disciple despite her blindness. Really? Really? The Duke's voice trembled with subtle desire. Absolutely. Qichen's tone was unwavering. He addressed Taku Fu. I will teach you to become the greatest Earth release master of all time. You shall become one of the symbols of this nation. Her talent in Earth release surpasses even that of the finest, and it seems Huang Tu will have cause to lament in the future. Your Grace, she will be the next person I can directly confer a title upon. The Duke observed his daughter's flushed cheeks, realizing that receiving a title indicated potential worthy of a shadow. Lord Fourth, do you mean? The Duke's voice faltered. A disciple of the Tsuchikage, Qichen's gaze returned to Taku Fu. Do you wish to attend ninja school? You can learn to utilize chakra perception, and you may live like a normal person. Taku Fu nodded vigorously, her small fists clenching instinctively. Yes, I want to. I want to be like normal people. I want to be useful. I don't want to just stay in the courtyard. Her voice resonated with deep yearning and a hint of long-suppressed grievance. Qi-chan extended his broad palm upwards. Then, Taku Fu, be my disciple. This way, even if someone speaks ill of you in the future, you can use your fists to tell them what ought to be said. I will. I will work harder than anyone else. I will learn. Lord Tsuchikage, those nobles have been apprehended. We will proceed with the previously planned actions, and do not forget to broadcast the public trial. As the convoy departed, an overwhelming crowd obstructed their exit, with many kneeling in the center. Thank you, my lord. I thought my son's vengeance would never be realized. Thank you, my lord. Qi-chun disembarked from the vehicle, assisting the individuals before him. Fellow villagers, do not fear. We shall not only live well, but also deal with those who have harmed you. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek me out in Awagakure. As long as I am here, I shall not allow anyone to bully you. We will always remember you, my lord. Please visit often. If you do not come, I shall go to Awagakure to see you. Very well, I shall visit often. If I forget, you may come find me, and I will treat you to a meal. Chapter 86. Alliance. He was swiftly reviewing a compilation of intelligence from the Allied nations. Confronted with the covert and overt resistance from some old-fashioned nobles and ninja clans against the Earth country Hilliu, Qi-chin called without looking up. Here, take a team of Umbu and handle those nobles as you did before. Do not forget to collect evidence. Ensure the public trial is recorded. Understood, Hilliu replied, suppressing a smile, assuring that these individuals would regret their actions. Qi-chin nodded, his attention shifting to the next scroll. This is the preliminary report submitted by Hanzo of the Rain Country. Hanzo's methods were evidently more direct and ruthless than those of other nations. Many on the list had already been dealt with. Notify the National Security Committee, Qi-chan instructed the secretary, standing nearby. Dispatch an elite investigative team comprised of a Wagakure's legal department and ninjas from various nations to assess all risks in each country. It is imperative that all reviews are completed before the 5 Kage Summit. After addressing these two pressing internal matters within the Alliance, Qi-chun activated the holographic map of the Alliance region. The territories of several member states were marked in different colors, dotted with pulsating lights representing resource points, transportation nodes, under construction industrial zones, and population centers. He began to revise the industrial plans, which had already undergone immense scrutiny prior to reaching him. Qi-chin aimed to approach them from the perspective of the Earth country, considering the limited number of ninjas available. Seated behind an expansive desk, the room echoed only with the rustle of papers and reports. After sending off a minister regarding the new railway hub's plans, the secretary ushered in the next group of representatives from the newly joined governing alliance of the Earth country. Lord Fourth, the foremost representative, a trusted aide of Hanzo from the Rain country, greeted respectfully. Behind him followed officials from the Grass and Bear countries. Please, take a seat. Qi-chin gestured, his eyes scanning the thick documents they presented. Get to the point. The representative from the Grass country stepped forward eagerly, unfurling a report. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. According to the guidelines of the second 5-year plan, most construction issues have been resolved. However, there are some nobles. His voice lowered. They are demanding amounts that far exceed the assessed value and are inciting some tenants to obstruct land acquisition. Qi-chin lightly tapped his fingers on the table. I have already dispatched personnel to handle this. Results will be forthcoming shortly. Do not concern yourself with those individuals. Understood. Thank you, Lord Suchikich. In the land of grass. The representative wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead, pondering whether they might eliminate these individuals altogether, for once they are gone, there will be no need to manage their disturbances. The representative from the land of bears, Akatsuchi, turns to the next matter. An official from the Bear Nation hastily approaches. Lord Suchikich. The 300 officials we dispatched have arrived at the Iwagakure Administrative Academy to report for duty and commence their training. They will come in batches, and it is anticipated that within 2 years, all appointed officials will be guided by the consciousness of stone. The Ministry of Health has dispatched a 5-member guidance team from Iwagakure Hospital and the Medical Ninja School to establish a permanent presence in the capital hospital of the Bear Nation. As the health conditions there are severely inadequate, additional students will be sent for assistance. Yes, Lord Suchikich. The Health Ministry official quickly notes. Thank you, Lord Suchikich. The representative from the Land of Rain reports last, indicating that matters have proceeded relatively smoothly. At present, the plans for the Land of Rain, under the impetus of Lord Hanzo, have encountered no obstacles. Lord Hanzo mentioned that he will reach the Land of Earth for the meeting by next month at the latest. Very well, Akatsuchi nods, turning his gaze to the minister responsible for industrial affairs. The industrial department will initially assist the Land of Rain with industrial development. Being situated in the central region of the ninja world, it serves as an ideal showcase for our achievements. Yes, Lord Forth. The Minister of Industry responds. For now, there are no amendments required from the other nations. We shall continue to implement the plans as scheduled. You may withdraw. Yes. The Secretary promptly presents the next document. My lord, recently, the informant from Kumogakure reported that the village has been closely interacting with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who has provided substantial funding for the development of industry in Kumogakure. Akatsuchi takes the document, pausing momentarily on the intelligence regarding Kumogakure's military buildup before raising his eyes. This information should be forwarded to the Homeland Security Committee and the Strategic Analysis Department. Such occurrences will become increasingly frequent, yet they cannot withstand us. The quality of a cup priced at 100 versus 1,000 is discernible, and they will know how to choose. Understood, the secretary promptly records. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and his companions, who have been reluctantly left in the Land of Earth, plunge into the construction frenzy of Iwagakure. Has it been completed so swiftly? Jiraiya stands at the site of the newly planned public transport hub, astonished. The construction, with the assistance of Iwagakure ninjas, is progressing at an astonishing pace, completely different from his expectations. Hozumi, a rising master of Earth-style ninjutsu and the newly appointed alternate member of the Homeland Security Committee, hovers at the center of the construction site, with hands forming seals. The immense chakra pulsates like the heartbeat of the earth. With a commanding voice, he proclaims, Earth-style, mountain building technique, shape. Boom. Instantly, the entire mountain begins to materialize at a rapid pace according to the blueprint, and behind Hozumi, 1,000 engineering ninjas adorned with special forehead protectors and clad in standardized work attires swiftly enter the scene. They either refine the ground with meticulous earth-style techniques or utilize chakra-driven stone guardian puppets for lifting, welding, and laying pipelines. In just a few hours, what would take months or even years in Konoha is largely completed, requiring only further fine-tuning. Did you see that, Minato? Jiraiya points to the engineering ninjas. The gap between us and the Land of Earth is widening. Originally, they were merely proficient in earth techniques, burdened by a large number of ninjas. Now, this has turned into their advantage. Yes, Sensei. Even if we were to learn now, we could not reach this level. After this 5 Kage summit, I plan to speak with the Tsuchikage about my desire to stay in the Land of Earth. I apologize, Minato. I am not a competent teacher. Sensei, it's all right. He won't hold it against me. He likely wishes for all the strong to remain here. Now, let us continue to observe. Perhaps you might learn something from this experience. Witnessing Jiraiya's resolve, Minato finds himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to Jiraiya's guidance and seeking inspiration. Chapter 87. The Killer Bee concert. The night in Iwagakure is typically immersed in a harmonious atmosphere illuminated by newly constructed chakra lights. However, tonight, at the edge of the industrial area, a makeshift outdoor venue, repurposed from an abandoned mineral processing plant, presents a starkly different scene. This is the temporary stage of the infamous Killer Bee, personally endorsed by His Excellency. The stage framework, crafted from discarded pipes, is adorned with rugged neon lights that flicker wildly to the thunderous rhythm. Several modified giant speakers surround the square. Killer Bee stands at the center of the stage. Clad in a leather outfit embellished with metallic studs and fluorescent graffiti, his iconic sunglasses reflecting the dazzling lights. He grips the microphone stand tightly, his body pulsating violently to the frantic beat, spinning. Yo, check it out. The rocks of a Wagakure. Hard as iron. Idiots. Bastards. His voice reverberates through a chakra amplifier, delivering a signature rapid-fire rap infused with a strong rhythmic cadence and the accent of a Wagakure, with lyrics that soar wildly, interspersed with improvised exclamations of idiots and bastards. The torrent of chakra illuminates the night, more formidable than the flow of my elder, unrivaled. Behind him, a makeshift band, hastily assembled with similarly flamboyant performers, accompanies him. In the front row, the scene is a bizarre yet harmonious spectacle, with Killer Bee's entourage of Kumogakure friends and a handful of rebellious youths swayed by his music. They wave glow sticks adorned with bee motifs, head-banging and leaping in sync with the rhythm, shouting elder. A young worker, clad in work attire with grease stains on his face, brandishes a hand-painted sign depicting a quirky bee, shouting hoarsely, Killer Bee, the best. The rhythm, so exhilarating. A crowd of curious onlookers has gathered, drawn by the concert. A group of IWA ninjas, donning Homeland Security Committee armbands, stands expressionless at the periphery, their ears plugged with custom-made earplugs, tolerating the chaos, though finding it excessively loud. Killer Bee, clearly aware of the crowd's enthusiasm, intensifies his performance, executing an exaggerated slide to the edge of the stage, addressing the tech-savvy crowd of puppet researchers with an impromptu barrage of rapid-fire lyrics. Yo, the joints of the puppets, the lines of chakra, more electrifying than my elder-s sound waves. You'll feel the shock. Idiots. Master the rhythm. Bastards. Move your body. Don't just stare. The crowd momentarily pauses, then erupts into laughter and applause, despite not fully grasping his lyrics. The sense of interaction he creates proves entertaining. He then gestures toward a group of girls in the audience. To the beauties over there, with discerning eyes, more melodious than my rhythm. You're the antidote. Yeah, scream. Don't stop. You're the brightest star in a Wagakure. Idiots. Bastards. Love your reaction. On a relatively quiet viewing platform at the edge of the square, Akatsuchi stands shoulder to shoulder with Sasori, who wears a look of disdain, visibly irritated by the cacophony of noise pollution. It's truly an incomprehensible aesthetic, he remarks. Akatsuchi chuckles lightly. Art takes on myriad forms, Sasori. What matters is allowing everyone to pursue their own artistic expression. Even Killer Bee's voice finds its audience here. Sasori scoffs, remaining silent, though he acknowledges the diversity of art, resolutely believing that it bears no resemblance to true artistry. I, Sasori of the Red Sand, assert this. Sasori, what would you think if one day someone incessantly proclaimed that art is an explosion? I would eliminate him. How could such a perversion of art exist? Teacher, have you been too busy recently, causing your mind to falter? What a notion. I was merely making a comparison. What if, hypothetically, someone actually finds joy in explosive art? Given how prevalent explosive techniques are in a Wagakure? Boring. You rascal, if you ever have a child like that in the future, you should take on the role of teacher and correct him well. I certainly do not wish to deal with such troublesome youths. You, as the teacher, can manage that. Hey, I might just have him come to the lab every day to annoy you. Do you believe that? I don't. Because there have been far too many delinquent youths influenced by Kurabi's concert lately. They cannot compare to those with titles, but the individual before us is indeed promising. With Shikun here to unwind, the publicity department will not miss the opportunity, even going so far as to state in the newspaper that this is a folk song from Yunin Village, reflecting the village's spirited attitude. Shikun observed the accolades bestowed upon Kurabi in the paper, noting a solitary remark at the end stating that only extraordinary individuals could appreciate it, stroking his chin, pondering how the third rakeage would perceive this. On the other hand, Minato, you must not learn from this aspect. It is excessively noisy and utterly unpleasant. You may learn anything, but not this. The likes of Rukyu and his companions had already donned earplugs, as gathering intelligence should not cost them their peace. Watching the fervent Kurabi before him and the numerous Iwagakure youths in the audience, Rukyu couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Could it truly be that Iwagakure's tolerance of all matters allowed Shikun, at such a tender age, to ascend to the political stage of Iwagakure, and even become a shadow before turning 16? During the day, Jiraiya sought answers not only in his exploration of Iwagakure's 5-year plan, but also in the depths of the library. After perusing numerous writings on the consciousness of stone by Shikun and elucidations thereof, Jiraiya felt as if he had transcended. The great sage of the Toads had claimed that he would find what he sought here. Perhaps these tomes, aside from the destined child, were what he was meant to discover. Here, regardless of the nature of power or the meanings it previously held, all were to contribute to the construction of a better future. Moreover, due to the formidable and efficient organization, monumental changes could occur within mere months. However, this remained merely a subconscious thought for Jiraiya, who still sought a philosophical framework that could address this consciousness of stone, for according to the prophecy, only the destined child could save the ninja world. He re-entered the Grand Library, this time on the hunt for critiques regarding the consciousness of stone. Unfortunately, as he sifted through the materials, he encountered reports on the reckoning of noble remnants and philosophical debates surrounding individual freedom versus collective will. The more he read, the more Jiraiya felt his previous notions were simplistic. Was he truly overthinking? Rubbing his brow, he pondered how relying on collective wisdom could be far more effective than a solitary individual's love in saving the ninja world. Surely, it could not be that in the future, someone could simply speak and compel two individuals, steeped in deep-seated enmity, to abandon their hatred? In Chapter 88, the Ninja World United Building, Iwagakure once again became the focal point of attention in the ninja world. The official succession of the 4th Tsuchikage, Shikun, and the establishment ceremony of the Earth Countries governing alliance was imminent. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, representing the pinnacle of power within the ninja world, gathered unprecedentedly in one of the 5 great nations' capitals. Guided by the National Security Committee, the shadows and their guards were escorted to designated resting areas. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Jiraiya and Minato, rode in a specially allocated chakra vehicle from the village entrance to their accommodations. As they traversed the remarkably broad streets of Iwagakure, the aging face of Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned every detail of this legendary city of miracles. Seeing it in person was indeed more impactful than merely hearing about it. Towering skyscrapers and enormous billboards continuously displayed promotional videos for the alliance. Iwagakure was more than 10 times larger than Konohagakure, with a population that was simply incalculable. Teacher, look over there. Jiraiya pointed to a massive domed structure in the distance, which had recently been approved for construction in Iwagakure. It was said to be an aerial battleship, and I personally witnessed it reach its basic completion within a day. And there, Jiraiya pointed again to a squad of patrolling IWNE, akin to a security detail. Though they were not as powerful as the Uchiha clan, they were immensely popular in Iwagakure, second only to the research team and ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently, ultimately refraining from further comment. He had come alone for this meeting, as Tsunade was away, and Orochimaru, whom he regarded as his most promising disciple, could not accompany him for fear of being apprehended. Danzo was deemed a dangerous war element by Iwagakure and was thus prohibited from entry. The vehicle of the 3rd Raikage, sped along at the behest of the 3rd S orders. This towering figure, resembling a mountain, practically pressed his face against the window, his copper bell-like eyes intently fixed on the rapidly passing scenery, eager to stop and examine every novel sight. This could be worth learning. This too, and by the way, what has Kurabi been up to these days? Has he gathered any intelligence? A's guard, a jonin from Kumogakure, immediately reported in a hushed tone, "My lord, Kurabi has been busy holding concerts these days and hasn't had the time for reconnaissance. He is currently preparing for a concert for the 5 Kage Summit." What? A's thick brows knitted together, his fists clenched, producing a resounding crack. Does he not realize he is a ninja? It is one thing not to gather intelligence, but to drag others along with him? It is said that his performances are immensely popular, with crowds gathering every night, clamoring for another show. Is Iwagakure mad? Can they truly endure such cacophony? He sighed, conceding that since the 4th Tsuchikage had invited them for this meeting, he surely intended to present something worthwhile. The 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure maintained the most composed demeanor among the Kage, even displaying a hint of nonchalance. Seated in the vehicle, he gazed at the familiar scenery outside, his expression remaining unperturbed. Through countless collaborations, he had come to know this place intimately, even if it was his first visit. Yet, he had to uphold the dignity of the 3rd. After all, how could he be outdone by his own disciple, especially when his companion, Raza, had already been here. He could even point to certain locations and inform Chiyo and Izo that signal tower model seems to have been upgraded. Let us discuss replacing ours with something more efficient during the meeting. Among the four great Kage, he was the one who understood Shikan best. The Wind Country had, to a certain extent, taken on the shape of the Earth Country, or rather, Shikan himself. Did he view Shikan as a pacifist? To some degree, yes. The expansion of Awagakure had thus far concentrated on integrating its traditional sphere of influence and those who actively sought allegiance, or historically closely connected small nations. Shikan had maintained a careful distance from larger nations and the Earth Country. His approach was to provide economic aid and support for refugees and immigrants, demonstrating a deliberate avoidance of war. Regarding the Wind Country, he had only pursued economic ties, technological exports, and deep cooperative control, ensuring tangible benefits for Sunagakure. Shikan embodied peace, albeit a peace established under the order led by Awagakure, and that was sufficient for him. However, what truly stirred waves of turmoil within the hearts of the Kazekage and the other Kage was Awagakure's very existence, an efficient ninja regime that required no feudal lord. Freed from the constraints of a feudal lord, devoid of the parasitic nobility, all resources, powers, and wills were highly concentrated to serve the objectives established by the ninja village. Witness the terrifying speed of construction in Awagakure. Observe their capacity for mobilization. Behold Chichuan's authority, wielded with the precision of a master. All of this represented an efficiency that traditional ninja villages could only dream of under the feudal lord and aristocratic systems, even if they lacked the advantages of Awagakure. What did it matter? The Kazekage's fingers lightly tapped on his knee, a small gesture he made when contemplating significant matters. The vehicle was enveloped in silence, with Chiyo and Izo sharing grave expressions. They were all plagued by a singular, forbidden thought. Could we perhaps adopt Chichuan's methods? Overthrowing the feudal lords and consolidating all national power within the hidden villages, establishing a highly efficient and centralized state apparatus dominated by ninjas, akin to Awagakure. Unfortunately, the feudal lords are not foolish. The no feudal lord model of Awagakure has already sent shockwaves through the thrones of all feudal lords. The feudal lords and nobility across various nations have long been on high alert, tightening their economic control over the hidden villages. Meanwhile, the ninjas themselves have little interest in management, or perhaps have never learned it. Awagakure was able to train a substantial number of foundational ninjas over a decade through the establishment of schools. Sunagakure and other hidden villages have already missed the opportunity. Even if they assassinated a feudal lord, it would only incite greater fear among the nobility. The vehicle sped swiftly, reaching the newly constructed Rock International Reception Area of Awagakure in just 2 hours. Four uniquely styled independent towers stood in a circular formation within a vast open square. They serve as temporary palaces for the leaders of the four great nations and will become their respective embassies in Awagakure in the future. Behind the four towers are somewhat smaller structures, representing the currently existing nations. At the center stands a distinctive high-rise building of Awagakure, towering at least 100 meters high, inscribed with the words Ninja World Alliance Building, symbolizing the collaborative spirit of the ninja world in resolving issues. However, the atmosphere in the square is not as harmonious as one might imagine. Rather, it is fraught with tension. The first to arrive is the fourth Reikage from Kumogakure. Not bad, he remarks. Following closely is the third Mizukage from Kirigakure, who responds to the Reikage's praise with a scoffing laugh. It is certainly better than the dwellings of some wild men living on cliffs. What did you say? A's hair nearly stands on end. I said. The Mizukage repeats leisurely. This place is on the plains. Perhaps it is just not suited for those who dwell in caves. You are courting death. A's fists crackle ominously, ready to erupt. The guards beside him also draw their weapons. At that moment, the third Kazekage from Sunagakure arrives, ignoring the escalating tension between the Reikage and the Mizukage. His gaze immediately drawn to the several ninjas from Awagakure who have come to greet them. The Awagakure ninjas, following orders, do not interfere. Gentlemen, tempers are running high. The Kazekage interjects, observing the two. It seems this long journey has left everyone rather displeased. Humph, Kazekage, you do play the Good Samaritan well. Do you truly believe Awagakure is your own? A retorts sharply. The Kazekage remains unfazed, stating, Sunagakure merely chose what suits us best. Are you not here for similar reasons? This remark elicits a cold snort from the Reikage and an ambiguous chuckle from the Mizukage, yet they ultimately refrain from further confrontation. The last to arrive is the third Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and several Anbu guards. Upon disembarking, Hiruzen scans the other Kage, quickly grasping the situation. Ah, everyone is here. He exhales a puff of smoke. It appears we are all in good spirits. An Awagakure high-ranking shinobi steps forward, interrupting the pleasantries. Esteemed Kage, welcome to Awagakure. I am the captain of the National Security Committee's Direct Guard, codenamed Yasi. The diplomatic towers for your respective nations have been prepared, equipped with the highest standards of security systems and independent living service areas, ensuring your comfort and privacy. He pauses before continuing. In accordance with the direct instructions of the 4th Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi, and the regulations of the National Security Committee, I hereby solemnly declare on behalf of Awagakure that no form of listening, surveillance, or detection ninjutsu equipment has been deployed in the exclusive towers and their adjoining areas designated for you. Awagakure respects the privacy and safety of every visitor, especially during this sensitive time, and you may rest assured to hold internal discussions without worry. The responsibility of the National Security Committee is to ensure the safety and order of Awagakure, without utilizing this opportunity to spy on foreign secrets. We only conduct routine patrols and security vigilance in the public areas, and will not disturb you unless absolutely necessary. At these words, the others are momentarily taken aback, surprised by Awagakure's forthrightness, which casts them in a somewhat dishonorable light. Is this confidence born from the belief that they pose no threat to Awagakure? The Mizukage and Reikage turn away, ceasing their dispute. The Kazekage nods slightly, expressing gratitude for Awagakure's arrangements and candor. Hiruzen also acknowledges this with a nod. As the high-ranking shinobi captain prepares to guide the Kage into their respective towers, a diminutive figure floats over leisurely, the recently retired 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. With his hands clasped behind his back, his prominent red nose gleams in the sunlight, and a sly grin plays on his face. Ah, you all have arrived? What are you all huddled together for? This building is likely more magnificent than the office buildings of many villages. That brat Akatsuchi loves to put on a show. But, well, the children have grown up and have many ideas. The talk of spies is a thing of the past. What spy cannot be found out? We all come openly. Without heeding the instant scowl on the Reikage's face, he drifts toward the Awagakure building. You all chat. I have some matters to discuss with that brat. And I came to see some old friends today. With several different meanings conveyed through various scoffs and low laughs, the leaders of the 5 great nations, along with their attendants, proceed with stoic expressions toward their respective accommodations. The jibe of old friends is particularly irksome. Strides purposefully into the spacious yet somewhat empty hall, his 2 accompanying Kumogakure shinobi immediately dispersing. Shinra, Kiyoshi. A's voice booms like thunder. Find it. Search every inch. I want to see if he dares to leave us here without surveillance. Yes, Reikage. A himself stands in the center of the hall, arms crossed, with sparks of lightning flickering across his form, surveying every corner. The place has been checked thoroughly. There are no surveillance devices or traces of ninjutsu. The lower level serves as an office space while the upper level is for living quarters, arranged according to rank from Kage to staff. It seems they intend to make a statement at the upcoming Kage summit. Humph. They will probably bring up the previous discussions of the Kage's executive meeting. We are here for that very matter. Why should Awagakure do what Kumogakure cannot? Similar sentiments resonate with the Mizukage and Hokage as well. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, a different scene unfolds. The 3rd Kazekage, alongside Chiyo and others, directly enters the Kazekage Tower. There is no need to investigate further. If Awagakure claims there is nothing, then there is nothing. Either they are confident that no one can detect anything. Perhaps they are still searching for any surveillance devices, Chiyo interjects. They do not realize that Awagakure's capabilities have evolved. Any abnormality upon entering the land of Earth would likely be intercepted. Even without that, they might be considering the use of reverse summoning techniques for some mischief. They probably have not thought that each of the 5 committee members possesses the ability to subdue tailed beasts individually. The moment they exit this building, they will know our intentions. Even the strongest Ninetales may not be a match for the 4th's might. The ninja world has transformed significantly. Chiyo reflects with a hint of nostalgia. Originally, putting Scorpion here was merely to ensure a smoother transition of power in Sunagakure, yet it inadvertently elevated Scorpion's status. As the most formidable puppeteer of the current era, She understands the limitations of puppeteers, even if they employ forbidden techniques, risking pursuit from all ninja villages. It would only lead to the same fate as the second. Can one truly transform oneself into a puppet? Chio, would you like to go see Scorpion? Rosa contemplated Chio's grandson, the prodigious puppet master rumored to surpass the second generation. There's no need for that. He is currently occupied and will seek me out once his affairs are settled. Scorpion, how obedient and sensible he has become. Traveling on the high-speed train is quite inconvenient. I just finished writing, and I may be a bit late tomorrow. Chapter 90. The United Nations, Part 1. The newly established Ninja World United Nations building stood prominently at the center of the Iwagakure village's new district, forming yet another renowned landmark alongside the distinctly styled architectures of various nations. Today, all eyes in the ninja world were drawn here, as the countries of fire, lightning, water, and wind entered this United Nations building following their participation in the establishment of the Earth Country Alliance, embarking on their ultimate purpose. Chi-chun, the fourth Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, and the highest executive committee member of the Earth Country's Supreme Council, sat at the head of the table. He wore the traditional hat, symbolizing the Tsuchikage's supreme authority, locking eyes with the leaders of the water, wind, fire, and lightning nations. Flanking him were members of the Earth Country's Land Committee, including the third Tsuchikage Inoki, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Otsutsuki, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, along with the former leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, and several alternate committee members such as Sora, Shikari, and Kodo. Observing the fiery presence of Iwagakure, the other nations felt a certain trepidation. The sheer might of the forces present could obliterate any major nation without the need for military intervention. The assembly was not solely composed of representatives from the 5 great nations. Delegates from the Grass Country, Snow Country, and 14 others that had formally joined the Earth Country's ruling alliance were also present, alongside envoys from numerous smaller ninja villages, already seated by region. This meeting, elevated from the previous one, was preceded by a treaty agreed upon privately among the representatives of various countries since the formation of the Earth Country Alliance. The primary agenda was to address critical issues that could only be formally discussed in the context of the 5 Kage Summit. Chi-chun began to speak, expressing gratitude for the attendees who had traveled from afar. Following the establishment of the Earth Country's ruling alliance, the nations convened here to discuss the establishment of a United Nations General Assembly aimed at jointly safeguarding peace in the ninja world, ensuring that security would no longer be solely dictated by the major powers. Behind him, a visual display shifted to showcase the sandy railways connecting the Earth Country and Wind Country, the flood control dams of the Rain Country, and the cold-resistant agricultural fields of the Snow Country, as well as the embryonic framework of an aerial transport network linking all allied nations. Over the past decade, we have demonstrated the immense power of ninjas, capable of altering the very fabric of our world. Regrettably, for the majority of their over a millennium-long history, this power has been wielded to devastate our environment. The purpose of today's assembly is to establish a collective action program within the Alliance framework, detailing resource integration, technology sharing, joint defense, and the maintenance of a new order in the ninja world. As the representatives of various nations perused the documents, a ninja from the Water Country murmured, "Isn't this all just for their own grand ambitions?" Although his words were barely audible, nearly everyone in attendance, especially the elite ninjas from the various delegations and the order-maintaining Umbu of Iwagakure, heard him. Their gazes bore a chilling intensity, as if to say, "How dare you blaspheme here?" and an unyielding resolve to eliminate such a threat. The Mist Village's Jonin turned pale, as if an invisible hand had grasped his throat. Cold sweat trickling down his brow, his body frozen in place. The third Mizukage abruptly turned, glaring at the offending subordinate, not for the content of his words, but for his foolishness in revealing their clan's cowardice and disarray. "Silence! Get out!" The Jonin, feeling as if he had been spared a death sentence, scuttled away in disgrace. With the Mizukage's furious roar, countless gazes converged upon the head of the assembly. Chi-chun remained seated, the shadow of the Tsuchikage's hat perfectly obscuring the upper half of his face. The invisible pressure emanating from the members of the Land Committee behind him, along with elite Iwagakure ninjas like Sora, Shikari, Kodo, and Yamashita, caused the temperature in the chamber to drop several degrees. "Please forgive our rudeness, esteemed fourth Tsuchikage." The third Mizukage spoke, breaking the tense silence with a dry voice. He had not anticipated such a presence within his ranks, or that the internal conflicts of their village would become a spectacle for the ninja world. Chi-Chin finally lifted his head, yet he chose not to concern himself with such individuals, recognizing their insignificance. However, he could not overlook the implications of allowing anyone to dance upon his head. With a delicate tap of his fingertips on the smooth alloy conference table, the vast visual display behind him transitioned to a map encompassing the entire ninja world, distinctly marking the existing spheres of influence, major transportation routes, chakra energy nodes, and potential conflict zones in various colors. That is of no concern, Mizukichi. Please take your seat. In this era of a millennium-long conflict among ninjas, change is now inevitable. We gather here not for trivial disputes. The text behind him scrolled, outlining the core articles of the Charter of the Ninja World United Nations. Chapter 1. Purpose and Principles. To maintain peace and security in the ninja world and to prevent acts of aggression. To promote cooperation among nations in political, economic, social, and chakra technology fields. To respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. To resolve disputes peacefully. Chapter 2. Institutional Framework. United Nations General Assembly. All member countries send representatives to participate as the highest deliberative body, responsible for discussing general issues within the scope of the Charter and formulating non-binding resolutions. The Secretariat is responsible for administrative affairs, with the Secretary-General appointed by the Assembly from among the people of non-permanent members. Security Council, comprising the fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water nations as permanent members, bearing the primary responsibility for maintaining peace and security in the ninja world, possessing veto power. Economic and Social Council, tasked with promoting international cooperation and addressing issues related to the economy, society, culture, education, health, and the distribution of chakra resources. Chapter 3. All acts of war between states, except in self-defense, are explicitly prohibited. The Security Council holds authority over all wartime actions in the ninja world. Any conflicts not involving major powers require a vote by the Security Council, while conflicts among major powers must be mediated by the Council. The Security Council determines the existence of any threats to peace, acts of aggression, or disruptions to peace. Wars initiated by smaller nations must be adjudicated by the Security Council, preventing arbitrary warfare that undermines peace. Chapter 4. Economic Cooperation and Resource Distribution. Establishing a framework for the embryonic common market of the ninja world, gradually reducing internal tariff barriers within the alliance. The Wagakure pledges to provide a certain level of support as the terms of the agreement, including the veto power of the 5 permanent members, the prohibition of war for smaller nations, and the retention of war rights for major powers, were displayed on the visual screen. A suppressed murmur filled the assembly hall. My goodness, does this not mean that from now on, the ninja world will be dictated by the 5 great nations? Have you grown old? It is only through this that we can restrain those major powers. Do you think you are Hanzo, capable of opposing them? As long as a major power is willing to maintain peace, that is peace for the smaller nations. And what about in the event of a major power conflict? Do you think you can escape unscathed? Youth is indeed foolish, lacking wisdom. Chapter 91. The United Nations, Part 2. The vast visual display continued to roll out the provisions of the Charter of the Ninja World United Nations, with designated ninjas providing explanations. The leaders of the 5 great nations sat in elevated positions. Yet, at this moment, the focal point of the atmosphere lay amidst the commotion below. A minister from the land of water, a frail old man, wiped the sweat from his brow as he clutched the documents on the table tightly, his knuckles turning white. Beside him, a young envoy from the land of wind appeared pale, his lips pressed tightly together. The representative from the land of soup cast furtive glances toward the direction of the 5 great nations, his eyes flickering nervously. The prohibition of war for smaller nations would likely bring them considerable challenges in the future. The leader of the land of eyes lowered his voice, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible panic. The envoy from the land of fields forced a smile, saying, "What else could we do? Do you think that we, these small nations, possess any authority when confronting the great powers? Without the guidance of the land of earth in establishing this United Nations, without this treaty for peace, we would be oblivious to the day when we, like mere pawns, are sacrificed by the great powers. At least, at this moment, we have a platform to voice our concerns. The land of earth has proven to be a reliable ally." This was indeed the truth, but regrettably, We found ourselves trapped between the land of fire and the land of wind, with no opportunity to join forces with the land of earth. A minister from the land of soup wiped the sweat from his brow. With the establishment of the United Nations, we could finally accept aid openly, alleviating our suffering in the future. The great powers are not exempt from this reality. Some so-called great nations must also heed the opinions of others. At that moment, the words of the third Reikage echoed in his mind. In my opinion, we should not discuss the equality of the 5 great nations. The land of wind has been in decline for years, and the land of water cannot even manage its own subordinates. Do they deserve to stand on equal footing with the land of earth and my land of lightning? Talk of veto power? It's absurd. The Security Council should be dominated by the lands of earth, lightning, and fire. Is the Reikage seeking to incite war? Why bring this up during the talks when it could have been said elsewhere? Does he look down upon me? As he spoke, the third wind shadow rose, glaring at the third Reikage, clearly insinuating that the land of wind could only rely on the land of earth. What an odious old man he was. Indeed, since the Reikage had objections to this meeting, it was evident he held grievances against us or others. The representatives of the smaller nations present wore grim expressions, astonished by the Reikage's blatant arrogance. Even the great powers of wind and water were subjected to such contempt. Without protection, they would likely have been invaded long ago. The Reikage swiftly shifted his focus to the young Earth Shadow, declaring, "Am I wrong in saying that without corresponding strength, one should not enjoy the same rights?" A sudden silence enveloped the venue. The representatives of the smaller nations dared not utter a word, realizing the Reikage intended to gauge the capabilities of the Earth Shadow. From the main seat, Kihara finally spoke, questioning whether the Reikage believed himself to possess such strength. "Of course, I believe I do," he replied. "But I wonder what the Earth Shadow thinks." As he spoke, he unabashedly emanated an oppressive aura, exuding the might of the strongest spear and shield. He disregarded the ashen faces of the third wind shadow and the water shadow, fixated solely on Kihara, who had come to provoke him. The land of earth could not be allowed to develop unchecked. The more he observed, the more alarming it became. If the Earth Shadow has no objections, why not step outside and spar? The venue fell silent once more. The wind and water shadows did not rush to intervene, instead opting to observe how the fourth Earth Shadow would respond. The Reikage's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to assess this sage's true caliber at a critical juncture in the ninja world, wondering if he had stagnated over the years. After all, most of the powerful figures in the ninja world gained fame in their youth, establishing their own styles, but then failed to progress further. Endowed with a physique capable of engaging in close combat with the Eight Tails, renowned for his unparalleled speed, and possessing defenses strong enough to withstand tailed beast bombs. Could he not defeat a mere teenager? Even with his formidable reputation, I firmly believe that in the face of absolute speed and strength, the dust release might not be able to manifest in time. The inhabitants of the Hidden Stone Village, particularly those from the Land Commission, along with the guard Scorpion and the 3 from Nagato, were astonished at the Reikage's audacity. Does the Reikage wish for death? Yahiko thought, stunned by the audacity of the Reikage to disrupt Kihara's moment to garner fame. Perhaps he had been emboldened by his recent encounter with the Eight Tails, whose strength was indeed formidable among the tailed beasts. On the other side, so Reikage, do you believe that Kihara possesses the strength to redefine the future of the ninja world, and that he is qualified to chatter before me? A cold glint appeared in Kihara's eyes as he spoke, no longer polite. Chatter? A's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of dominance in the ninja world, when had he ever been described with such disdainful terminology? This was more infuriating than any insult. He decided not to waste any more words. Disregarding the many shadow-level powerhouses present, Lightning Release Chakra Mode, activate. Boom. Lightning Release Chakra armor enveloped A's body in an instant, amplifying his already unparalleled speed and strength to their zenith. He aimed to rush towards Kihara with the force of a thunderous storm, intending to demonstrate with his fist that this arrogant youth should not presume invincibility due to his dust release. His form blurred, leaving behind a dazzling blue afterimage and a piercing scream in the air. The Reikage's speed was extraordinary, yet Kihara's response was swifter. Just as A unleashed his lightning release, Kihara merely raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers like a sword, pointing towards A, who was hurtling towards him like a bolt of lightning. A sudden burst of deep blue light emanated from his fingertips as the dust release surged forth, undeterred by any preliminary motion, striking toward the Reikage. Dust release, particle style. With a swift motion, just as A's furious lightning was about to reach within 3 feet of Kahara, it pierced through his proudest defense, the lightning release chakra cloak, and his very being. The beam penetrated his heavily muscled right shoulder blade without resistance. Blood blossomed in the blinding light of the lightning. A's aggressive charge abruptly halted. His face transformed from triumphant arrogance to one of disbelief and agony. Chapter 92. The power of the United Nations before the Raikage could react further after being pierced by the dust release. Kahara's fist struck out from in front of the Raikage. As his thoughts surged, the ground beneath A's feet transformed into a massive serpent, erupting from the earth just in time to engulf the third Raikage's form. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. From A's explosion of power to being pierced by the dust release, to being struck and ensnared by the rock pillar, the entire sequence took no more than 2 seconds. It was so swift that most witnesses only saw a flash of lightning, followed by the sight of A being pinned to the stone pillar, stifling a groan. Is he stronger than during World War II? Shinobi Hiruzen mused as he observed the third Raikage being sent flying. The fact that it could be instantly propelled away indicated that the plan to cultivate Minato had effectively failed, unless they could manage to seal him with a curse mark. Raikage-sama. A's accompanying elite shinobi from the land of lightning instinctively moved to assist. However, 2 figures moved faster than them. Do you wish to move? Did you consult us first? Hiryu positioned himself in front of the land of lightning shinobi. He made no extravagant gestures, simply clenching his fists. He unleashed a torrent of scorching chakra, faintly shimmering with a molten red hue. Both fists swung forward, crashing down upon the 2 leading land of lightning elite shinobi. The 2 shinobi from the land of lightning hurriedly attempted to block, but the sound of their bones fracturing filled the air as they were sent flying, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, from Kahara's side, the earth stirred as he slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth release, mudslide technique. The ground instantly softened, transforming into a viscous mire that ensnared the remaining land of lightning shinobi's feet, the tremendous suction rendering them immobile. Even more terrifying, 2 enormous arms composed of hardened rock, bound by thick iron chains, erupted from the mire, resembling the hands of a giant, descending with immense force. The remaining land of lightning shinobi exerted all their strength to resist, but were firmly pinned to the ground by the colossal rock hands, unable to move. Silence, Hiryu commanded, summoning an additional small hand from the mire to cover their mouths. Kahara, without even glancing at A, who was hanging from the rock pillar with a portion of his shoulder missing, erupted with an overwhelming presence, an aura that loomed above all, akin to a deity surveying mere ants. A primal fear, originating from the depths of their souls, seized the hearts of every individual present. Among those present, the third water shadow and the third fire shadow had both encountered Uchiha Madara before. This was unmistakably the kind of aura that could only be wielded by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Did Anoki truly raise such a disciple? Indeed, since the advent of the post-World War II era, no one has been able to compel Chichen to unleash his full potential. Even Jiraiya possesses the same mastery of ninjutsu. Within their evaluations, it is deemed impossible for anyone to attain such formidable strength, even with the enhancement of ninjutsu. As for any hidden capabilities, it is considered utterly improbable in the eyes of the onlookers. The limitations of the ninja world are evident, leaving no room for further ascension. Nearby, several tables and chairs succumbed to the intangible, overwhelming pressure, reduced to mere dust. The representatives and attendants of smaller nations, feeling the palpable yet unfelt danger, found themselves on the verge of kneeling in reverence. The presence was supreme, void of fury yet instilling a profound sense of worship. Even some elite guards, of Jonin rank, felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, along with the third Kazekage and the third Mizukage, stood rigid, cold sweat soaking their backs. Despite the absence of any tangible threat, for individuals of their caliber, the atmosphere evoked unparalleled terror. Only the mighty could truly comprehend the magnitude of Chichen's strength. They felt akin to leaves in a torrential storm, at any moment ready to be crushed by this fearsome aura, suspended in the jaws of the stone python. AI was left with nothing but horror and despair. How overpowering. Have I truly become this arrogant? To possess such strength, coupled with such ideals, and still be willing to act, it seems the ninja world has indeed welcomed another sage. The primal instinct of reverence surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming rational thought. At last, some began to kneel, as if before not a mere shinobi, but a divine spirit walking among mortals. In this suffocating silence, Chechen gradually withdrew the terrifying pressure that had the power to dim the heavens. Esteemed colleagues, he began, his gaze sweeping over AI, who was in evident agony. Eyes tightly shut, I am not one who seeks to wield force. Nor do I desire to impose the might of the land of Earth upon territories that do not belong to me or align with my beliefs. The land of Earth is formidable, capable of standing against the 5 great nations. Just as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could once dominate the ninja world, what then? Will we rely on inexperienced governance or the perceived invasion through military might? Pausing, he addressed the assembly. When those two have perished, the ninja world will only become more fragmented. The land of Earth under my rule aspires for peace within the ninja realm. Perhaps this seems unjust to the great powers. Yet if you cannot best me, I am the ultimate fairness. My desire is for peace in the ninja world, which necessitates the absence of provocations. Do we understand each other? Observing the profound silence engulfing the 5 great nations and the entirety of the assembly, he continued, if none of us wish for such a scenario, then what significance does that peace hold? True peace must be founded on mutual development, intertwining the fates of all within the ninja realm. We shall establish the United Nations, set forth terms for warfare considerations, and create a Security Council. Its core purpose is to construct a platform, a dialogue space where all nations, all ninja villages, regardless of size or strength, can converse within a framework of rules. What we yearn for is a ninja world characterized by peace and prosperity, not reliant upon the military might of a single nation, but instead founded upon mutually acknowledged rules, grounded in respect for each other's core interests. We must be willing to cast aside senseless hatred and suspicion, to learn, to experiment, and to explore paths of development suitable to ourselves. Today, the land of Earth is prepared to be the vanguard, the binding force. I believe that when the entire ninja world attains such a state, enduring peace will inevitably follow. Chechen ceased his discourse. Yet the earlier overwhelming pressure akin to a deity's descent, coupled with the sight of the bloodied third raikage suspended in the python's jaws, served as the most potent threat. I am not devoid of the power to unify, nor am I lacking in patience to wait. I simply refuse to squander any more time that could lead the ninja world toward genuine peace. We have borne the burdens of war, the cost of lives, displaced civilians, and the next generation twisted by hatred for far too long. Thus, let us return to the initial question.